go out,
Sure,
try to prove some of the things you learned at school. And that's where you'll find it interesting. So what I did, just so you know, so you can where I'm coming from, I purchased the light meter. I went outside on a half-hourly basis. I took readings of the sun. And then I graphed all these readings. Now, my next train of thought was to try to go, right, I know what happens out in the real world. How do I mimic, number one, a flat earth, and number two, a ball earth, so I can compare my readings to see which one happens? So for the ball earth side of it, I drew an 18-inch circle. I marked out increments equal to half-hourly intervals. And then I sat a light source over on my other table about 3 yards away. And I put my light meter on this 18-inch circle. On each of these markers all the way around the circle, I put my light meter on there. And then I plotted out the graph that came from those readings. What's interesting is, with the inverse square law, you still get the same graphed thing. Doesn't matter what distance you are, which is really, really cool. So unless you're like right on top of your light source, unless you're under 1/4 of the distance, or your first jump where you lose 3/4, that's the only bad one. But if you're at a respectable distance, you can plot it out and see what the pattern is that you get. My next stage, and I haven't done it yet, is to hold a light source parallel to the ground and have my meter steady in the middle. So move across, mark out 15-degree increments all the way, and mark these out, or 7.5-degree increments all the way, and do readings. I have already seen it done on a video. I'm yet to do it myself, and I know what the video's results were. So this is how it works. One of my two mock-up realities, one being the flat, one being the curve, should match what's happening outside. If they don't both match, then I've done something incorrect. If one of them matches, then that should be more of what reality really is. So if anyone disagrees with what I'm doing, I'm more than happy to change it or re-examine it or swap it. But to me, I'm playing, I don't know what reality is outside. All I've done is taken some light readings, some light measurements. That's it. That's all I've done outside. Haven't gone and made any long-distance observations or pretended to be an expert in any particular field. All I've done is taken the readings, and when I do my mock-up ball and my mock-up flat, if those readings, either one of those matches what happens outside, that'd be a pretty honest and fair way to go, you know what, this type A matches reality. Type A happens to be either the ball or flat. Now, I already know what the answer is because I've seen it done before. But the thing is, I just want to do it myself. So when someone comes along and goes, what have you done? I can just say, well. But yeah, Ross, my advice for you is go and test things for yourself. Go and test the things that you've learned at school. Don't try to disprove other people's stuff. Just go and test what you already know as fact to see if it is. That's it. But anyways, I'll let someone else ramble on for a while.
Thanks for the advice. I actually have started doing that. I forget what day it was I went out there. It was just a few days ago that I actually went and did a long distance observation. And I plan to do more because, one observation is hardly enough for me. So I have started doing that.
Your long range observation.
Okay.
You don't have to what's it called? You don't have to dox yourself. Did you do it over like a large lake or something, or?
I did it. I guess on a small part of the Irish Sea. Actually, I don't mind sharing some of what I've done. You don't have to if you don't want to. So yeah, I'm not here to pressure anyone into. Actually, I shared this.
Not after.
With I think it was Over Fences that was talking to me the other day, and I actually showed it showed him a little bit of what I was doing anyway. So I mean, this is already out there. If you can probably even scroll up.
I'll be honest with you,
I don't
mate.
know.
I'm just after the raw numbers. What was your observer height, and how far were you planning on seeing?
I did work out all of that before doing this. But just to give y'all a visual of what I was looking at here. This is the distance that I was looking at. It's about 12 and a half miles.
That's a good jump.
Yeah. So, and I did look at it from various eye height elevations. It's a lighthouse that I was looking at on a small island.
Yep.
In the
What was
Irish
your
Sea.
lowest? What was your lowest eye height elevation?
I'll see. I didn't get like a precise number, but I just pulled out my phone. I stood pretty much right at the shore line. So whatever my height, wherever my camera was held up, probably roughly 5.5 feet.
I was going to say, how tall are you? So what? We'll just say you're 6 foot. So just round it off at 6 foot.
Right. So I don't know. I put in
So
like
if you're just under 6 foot, say you're 5.5, round it off at 6, because that'll cover it.
Right. So, yeah, I did put that into calculation, and I tried to like determine, and I looked up like how tall the lighthouse was. Actually, I couldn't get an exact number on the height of the lighthouse itself, but I found the focal height, which is I think where the height of the bulb, like the light source above sea level.
All right. Yeah.
So I found that number, but
Oh, cool.
So I was trying to like estimate, like I know how far away it is using Google Earth. I knew the focal height of the lighthouse, and
with a lot of the long-range observations, what a lot of the people are trying to capture is they'll use a particular thing, like in your case, you've got the lighthouse as a distance marker. So you've got something very controlled, so you know what distance that lighthouse is. Now, what they're after is images of the control, which is your lighthouse, and the horizon beyond that. So if you were to take, say, your photograph of your lighthouse, and you look at the image and you can see the horizon behind that lighthouse, that would mean that you know the lighthouse is X distance, so 12 mile, and the horizon is behind that. So then you jump onto the Earth Curve calculator and you have a look at where the horizon should be. So 6 foot, the horizon should be what? 5 miles, something like that. And you've just taken an image of it at 10 mile, 12 mile, 15 mile. You've just found yourself a black swan.
So, well, the thing is, with this observation I did not see the horizon behind the lighthouse. I did see that my view was obstructed. I especially when I was at a lower eye height, there was more of the lighthouse obstructed. When I did go to a higher elevation, I could see. I think I could even see the island. The island goes up about 20 feet or so, and then the lighthouse is built on top of it.
Are you saying that? Hold on, just real quick. Are you saying that you saw 20 feet above sea level, 12 miles away?
Yes.
Then welcome to Flat Earth. That's impossible.
Well, here's the thing. I don't like. Actually, wait. No.
The reason for it, Ross, what he was just saying, when you jump onto an Earth Curve calculator, so for example, you've told us that was a 12-mile distance, right? And we've capped your height at 6 foot. I'm assuming you're a 6-footer. At 6 foot, the horizon should be at 2.99954 miles, so 3 miles. Now, the target hidden height, so that means these are things that are behind the so-called curvature. So behind the curvature, the thing that you need to have at that 12 miles needs to be 54 feet in height before you even see it. Minimum height, 54 foot before you can see it, due to the curve obstructing it. if you've witnessed the island at 20 feet, you're doing pretty good.
Yeah, welcome to flat Earth.
Well, no. Here's the thing, though. The globe curve calculator showed me that I should, from the higher elevation. I think I was at 30 feet when I just went up a little bit, basically the same distance away. Like I think I walked away like 0.01 miles to get up to a higher elevation.
18 feet. So you need to have 18 feet of elevation on your lighthouse before you even see anything. So you said it's 20 foot high, then that means you'd only see 2 foot of it.
Yeah. Right. Actually, I did get my numbers wrong here. Hang on. I was remembering wrong. The 20,
mate, if you ask nicely.
20 feet was how much should be obstructed from my higher elevation. But here, let me just show you the picture I came up with. Because I'm just pulling it up now. So, like, here's what the island should look like if nothing obstructed the view of it. Right, and then from a 30-foot elevation, let me just get a screenshot here.
What is very interesting, if you go and take the same photo throughout the day, pick 5 or 6 different times from the exact same position, taking a photo of the exact same thing, you'll probably find you'll get very different images.
Right. Yeah, I do suspect that because of things like light refraction, like it would probably vary throughout.
I think
the day.
I don't know if he's on or not. I got to scroll up. Look, there's a chap here, DJ, who posts. He's got a there's an ocean liner, I think it is, that's parked, and they have photographs of it throughout the day, and the amount it looms and sinks and stretches and does all sorts of really cool stuff. It doesn't move, but it looks like 1 second it's behind the horizon, next thing it's on top in front. It looks awesome. Really, really, really cool stuff.
So let me just run this through you real quick, doing the math, okay? If you are 30 feet above sea level at your position, and you are 12 miles away from something that's 20 feet above sea level, that's a bulge drop at 12 miles of 96 feet. So the hidden amount from a 30-foot observer height would be 43.5 feet at a target height of 20 feet. So you should not see any part of the 20-foot object because it should be fully obscured by 23.5 feet of the Earth's curve. So if you saw what you were looking at, then you have created a black swan for yourself. Just to let you know.
Right, so I put some screenshots here. I did remember a number wrong. Like the island elevation is not just 20 feet. Actually, I should look up what the exact number is, because I feel like I looked it up earlier, but I've forgotten what it was. But like I created this image and I tried to like estimate where 20 feet is, 60 feet is, and all that. And I like created this diagram on like how much, like what it should look like at various elevations, right? So where I've just covered up a little bit there, that's what it should have looked like at the higher elevation of 30 feet. And then where there's a little bit more covered up, that's what it should look like at my 5.5 foot observation.
But you have to understand.
Why is it covered up? Sorry, APOC, why is it covered up?
Well, I've covered it up artificially to give myself an idea of what I should expect to see when I go out there.
Yeah, but you saw it though, right?
So, and I basically saw what this shows me. Like when I was 30 feet up, I did see some of the island there. I can't say I saw the shoreline of it, but I saw an island just like you see in the image where it partially covered it up. You can still see the island.
Right, but
What was
here's the
the
point. But Ross,
the
here's the point.
5.5 foot one? What was the actual photo that doesn't have a green band on it?
The one that doesn't have a green band, that's just what it looks like with no obstruction.
But hold on though. But Ross,
Hold on, hey Bob, don't let me off this. So you took a photo of it from 5.5 feet.
Okay. Okay, so actually, I want to make it clear. The photos I shared here are not photos that I took. These are photos that I found of what the island looks like, and so I just use this to give you an idea of what it should look like when I go out there. And
So what are
look
your
at it.
photos of it?
So I took a videos actually.
That's even better.
And it's harder to see because my camera's not like as sharp as.
but you said you're 30 feet above, right?
Yeah, on the second image I posted, that's
Okay. But here's what I'm trying to get at though. Just real quick, Ross. Here's what I'm trying to get at. Do you understand that if you're 30 feet above sea level, seeing something 12 miles away, the whole point is that it should be completely obscured. You shouldn't see any of it. Now, if you saw any of it, then you've created a black swan with your own observation, because mathematically, you shouldn't have seen anything 12 miles away at 30 feet high from your position. Mathematically.
No, you definitely should be able to see it. That I made my own calculator.
Of the island. No, of the island.
Well, yeah.
And you said you saw something.
I mean, if the island was only 20 feet high, then yeah, I shouldn't see any of it. And I did misspeak. The island is not 20 feet high. It's higher than that. Okay. I still can theoretically see it. Let me actually look up the number because.
Okay. Because I'm saying, based off the math you gave, you should definitely have not seen any of that. But you said you did, so that's where you threw me off.
Right. Yeah. Sorry. I did try to correct myself, but I think it wasn't coming across. My apologies.
Well, post the video. That would help. Post the video what you saw. That'd be good.
Sure, yeah, let me actually get my videos. It's not going to be as crystal clear. My eyes are actually seeing it better than my camera was.
Yeah, that always happens. Cameras never do it justice. Never.
I know. That's what I just learned. I was like, man. Maybe if I had a really good quality camera, maybe I could do this in real justice. But
hey, can I jump in here for just a second?
Yeah, go ahead.
Hey, I've done the same types of observations. If you look at that video I posted, the link at 6:54, I went to the same body of water every couple of weeks for about a year, and I took temperature readings and measurements and everything. Stuff can be obstructed just because of conditions, of different weather conditions. One of the most important things I found is if the air and the water temperature are the same, you're going to see more. Yeah, if you get temperature inversion, if your temperature is 10 degrees higher or lower between the air and the water, it's going to block things. It's going to look like it's going to be obstruction. So if you look at that video, it's about 45 minutes long, but I was looking at a water tower 17 and a half miles away. Some days you can't see any of it. Some days you can see a little bit of it. Some days you can see all of it. It just depends on the conditions.
That's facts.
But I think that would help if you just take all that into consideration.
That's a good point. And you're right. It always comes down to the conditions.
Yeah, I do definitely agree. Conditions, and that honestly, that's one of the things I'm struggling with the long distance observations is the fact that sometimes it looks like what the flat Earth says it should look like, and you see everything fine. Sometimes it looks like what the globe Earth would tell you it looks like, and there is something obstructing the view. And it seems like whenever we see one or the other, we just say, oh, if it didn't align with what I think, it must be because of some obstruction, weather, light refraction, But when it looks like what I expect it to, then it must have been a clear day and nothing was
Well, what you do to
messing
try
up.
to isolate this, the claim is that the curvature is the cause of it. Have you seen this happen on a flat surface? On a surface that you know is flat, have you seen bottom-up obstruction? Like for example,
No.
on a hot summer's day, when you're driving along the road and vehicles are in like way down in the distance, look like they're miraging, disappearing from the bottom up, towering, doing all sorts of weird effects. Have you seen that?
Sure.
There you go. Flat surface.
Like,
Now, inside chat, just so you can get an idea of it, see the coffee cans there?
yes.
Okay. 22 feet. The only difference is one, camera elevated, second one, camera way down on the floor. That's it. At 22 feet on a flat surface. As you can see in the bottom image, bottom of the can starting to disappear. Bottom up obstruction on a flat surface. Really cool stuff. So when you realize that this effect can happen on both surfaces, that means it's the surface that's not the cause. It's something else.
Yeah, that's
Right,
what we call angle of resolution. The lower you get to the surface of a flat position, especially over water, because we know water is horizontal and flat. The angle of resolution is the way you're going to see something in the distance.
But anyways, Ross, I'll leave you to go and do some research yourself, mate. You sound like someone who wants to have a look and have a better understanding. Everyone else, peace. Have yourselves a great day. I'm hanging my boots up for the night. I've had a good one, and I'll catch us all later. Thank you.
Take it easy, bro. So Ross, just real quick, I was going to make mention, like, just as he stated about the different conditions, you have to think of it this way. If you were to set up a checkerboard, like a really, really long, miles long checkerboard, it's flat. You know it's flat. And sometimes you will see things in the distance, and then sometimes you won't see them, but you know it's a checkerboard. Okay? And what's causing you to see it or not see it is the conditions that are making the surface of that either rise or lower to where you're going to be seeing it. It's going to look obstructed, but you know it's a flat surface. It's a checkerboard. But the conditions in the sky are going to dictate that. No matter what you're looking at, you still have to realize, but you're still seeing it over a flat and level plane. And it will change. But this is where the global argument will come in. They'll tell you, well, the reason why it looks halfway hidden and it's dropping behind this geometric horizon is because it's a globe. But that's not true, because on another day, you can see it entirely. That takes me back to the checkerboard. You're going to see an object obstructed and not, depending on the conditions of the sky. It has nothing to do with the surface, because that surface is still a flat plane. But what changes that is the elements and the conditions, whether it be heat, or cold even. Even cold can block something out because it's an optical phenomenon. You get what I'm saying?
Yes. And that's the fact that it seems to be some other optical phenomenon that seems to determine whether we see it one way or the other. It just almost signals to me that we can't use these kinds of observations to either prove or disprove one or the other, because it's something you would expect in both
Not
models.
really. No, you can't say that, because let's you. We estimated, according to Matrix, we estimated 6 feet. We plugged that in. Then you said you were 12 and a half miles away. Did you not say that? 12 and a half miles? Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, we plugged that in, okay? Now, when we factor those two units in and we press down, it states that the horizon should be no more at the height you're looking at the target should be no more than 2.998 something miles, right? So just short of 3 miles, okay? And the obscurity of the curvature would be 60 feet. So seeing as your lighthouse totally 20 feet from where your position was, you should never have been able to see the lighthouse at all. It would have been blocked completely, right?
Exactly.
Okay. Now,
wait.
ladies and gentlemen, regarding the horizon and what Apocryphon was saying is that sometimes the weather conditions can bring that horizon closer to you because the weather is so bad that you're limited, or it can make it even be further because it's a clear day. That horizon can move itself in itself. Okay. The fact is, it's the hump that we're talking about. We're talking about the curvature itself. So according to Ross, he should not have been able to see the lighthouse from his position at 6 feet. No chance at all. Should have been blocked by the Earth's curvature. Thank you very much.
Well, okay, wait. How much feet did you say the lighthouse should be obstructed? I think it was. Did
It
you
would have
say
been
60
completely
feet?
obstructed.
No,
Completely
hold on,
obstructed.
Jen. No, hold on, Jen. He wasn't 6 feet. He says he was 30 feet. And I did the math with 30
Okay.
feet. With 30 feet, that lighthouse would have been obstructed. There would have only been 23 feet. But you saw it. You said you saw part of the island, and but here's the point though. You shouldn't have seen any of it because it would have been 23 feet lower than the horizon itself. It would have been obstructed by this globe curved earth that you are, arguing with in your position. You're saying it's a globe earth, but it would have been 23 feet behind the globe earth, dropped. So technically, you wouldn't have seen it at all, but you did. And you literally created a black swan for your own observation to where you're seeing something when you shouldn't have seen it. But see, we're giving you that though, because technically we know that no, you're seeing it because you're looking over a flat earth. Like, it's not about I shouldn't have seen it. No, you either see it or you don't, based upon the weather conditions. Just like the other guy told you, when he measured 17 miles away, sometimes he saw it, sometimes he didn't. It was based upon the weather conditions. It had nothing to do with a curved earth. Because in that paradigm, if one day you see it and another day you don't, that means the earth either got bigger or it got smaller. Like, almost like it's breathing, okay? Like it's like you take a big breath in and your chest rises. You're saying that the ocean rose like it's bigger on one day, and then all of a sudden it exhales and it's lower the other day. Like, that's the paradigm that we've been taught, but you have to realize that is not reality. The reality is the conditions in the sky is what dictates that, and that's it.
There's more than that too. There's the actual optics. So your depth of field can also change the angular relationship of what you're seeing relative to other objects. For example, if I set a camera up and I set the camera up to film a park bench, okay? And let's say I'm using the top edge of that park bench as a horizon. If I zoom way into the park bench and then zoom way past the park bench, I can take the entire scene behind the park bench, and due to the angular relationships related to my field of view in the depth of field, I can make the distant objects appear to go behind the park bench and then go back above the park bench. And this doesn't mean that the earth is curved. So the other thing you'll keep seeing again and again is these globers will do camera tricks like this. And we have to take each image that is presented to us on a case-by-case basis, because there isn't just like miraging effects. There isn't just perspective alone. There's your angular field of view and your depth of field and your focal point that is going to adjust and change the angular relationship of objects as well. So to just say that Earth curvature is the only reason why you can't see objects anymore that appear to be obstructed behind other objects is very simplistic.
Yeah, that's a good
Right.
point, Sporadic, because you can take a camera with a different setting that's going to give you a greater optical view. You're absolutely right, because you can see something just by simply like changing the setting. And that's a good point. I like that you brought that up because you're absolutely right.
Yeah. A wider aperture and a wider field of view would
Right.
allow you to see more things. So it would allow you to see basically objects that are very near the terminating edge of surfaces much better. And
That
if you
you
go in the
wouldn't
opposite
otherwise see.
direction, those objects near those terminating surfaces will flatten and disappear.
Right. That you wouldn't otherwise see with a different setting. Yeah. That's a good point.
Yep.
Depending
Camera
on-
tricks, like look at Soundly,
like
right?
video.
Soundly with his Lake Pontchartrain causeway. Soundly took thousands, if not hundreds at least, of images and live video footage of these cars going over this bridge at Lake Pontchartrain, Louisiana from a hotel room. And he selected the most stable images he could find and then pancaked them together to improve image resolution. He stacked multiple images on top of each other in order to produce what he said was evidence of Earth curvature, which was really evidence of humidity stretching the bridge downwards, appearing to make it look like go over Earth curvature.
I just wanted to point out for anybody that was interested in looking at my videos, I did post a link to my Google Drive folder that has them all. I took one video at, I guess, about, I don't know, 5.5 or 6 feet high, another one at 30 feet roughly, and another one like somewhere in between. I don't really have a number for it, but you can see it there if you just want to look at it.
I can't look when I'm driving right now, but what we need is a measured distance to the claimed region of obstruction. You know, just saying something look like it's going over the horizon doesn't mean it's Earth curvature. Oftentimes, what we find, Globers find situations where there's shoaling at the beach, which means that there's like a standing wave, like the surface of the water's actually elevated up in places and can remain like that for a very long time. And boats will go behind this. And then they'll dip the camera down a little bit so that it terminates the bottom of the boat even more. And they'll say that's curvature when you can clearly see a standing wave in the forefield and the boat in the distance in the back. And none of these distances comport with globe curvature.
I mean, yeah, I'll definitely agree with you. Just making this observation alone does not imply curvature of the Earth has caused it.
Right. Here's another
yeah.
camera trick I've seen Globers do with waves. Okay, there could be waves in the distance, and there have been situations like this. So let's say you're 5 feet up from the water, 1.4 meters, whatever your flavor is, and you're gazing out on the horizon. Your eyes won't be able to resolve the fact that way out there could be a series of waves that are about 5 feet high and maybe 20 or 30 behind each other, going all the way back even further to the horizon. Because of its distance, if you take a high optical zoom camera and zoom in, it's going to compress all those 20 or 30 waves together into a standing wall. And a boat behind that, even further beyond, is going to appear to be obstructed bottom up.
Yeah, and I think that's a plausible explanation.
Yeah, this actually happens. I mean, we've seen them do this and fail at it, which is why we know they're up to these tricks. There's a case where they took a drone and lifted it up to zoom in on a cruise ship or something off in the distance to prove Earth curvature. And what you were seeing obstructed on the bottom of the boat was its own wake. And its own wake wasn't obvious when the camera was really close to the surface of the water. But oops, when they raised it to show that, hey, if I go higher up, I can see over Earth curvature, you could clearly see it was the boat's wake that was obstructing the bottom of the boat. So this is another thing we deal with, and to me, this is a big issue. Like the psychology of these globers, right? That the extent that they go to cherry pick from camera footage, from vacation footage, to even outright defraud us and produce camera tricks in order to present globe curvature. It kind of tells you something about their psychology, their need to believe in the globe, that they're willing to lie to themselves if they're willing to lie to us and present this shit. Like, we talk to these people, some of them are like professional photographers, right? We know that they know some of these tricks. We know that they know what they're doing. And we know that they're being dishonest. Because we have professional photographers on our side too. Like Ron Hagberg, who sometimes comes in here.
Yeah. I like that you brought up the cherry picking, because that is something I worry about, because, when someone presents all this evidence, how do we know that they didn't just maybe they had thousands of videos and photographs to choose from, but they just handpicked just the ones that would prove their point and just discard the rest. Like, we don't get to see that process.
No.
Right. So
they'll leave out data, right? They'll tell us where the location was and where the height was, but they won't tell us how far away the object is supposed to be. They'll just say, oh, it looks like it's Earth curvature, right? They leave out information all the time. There's another case where, you know what turbulence is, right? When you can look over like a warm surface, and then you see a bunch of warbly image distortion, and this can cause stretching and compression, right? So what they'll do is they'll take a video, and then they'll grab one frame out of the video where an object beyond that region of turbulence appears to be sunken. And it's actually clear for that one frame. And it looks like something in the forefield, like Earth curvature, is obstructing that distant object. When if you were to then watch the whole video, the whole thing's barbling around. You can't tell that there's Earth curve at all. I mean, time and time again, we've seen this stuff. Meanwhile, guess what we have on our side? We've got flat earthers with infrared optics. I've never seen a globe earther present the globe Earth horizon in infrared. I've seen plenty of flat Earth infrared footage from airplanes, from down near the surface, from theodolites, from surveyors. I mean, I've got a great paper by the military. The U.S. Naval Research Lab funded this NATO project to survey the Chesapeake Bay outside of Washington and Baltimore. And they purposefully set up lights for an infrared TV camera mounted on a tripod. They purposefully set up lights to be behind the geometric horizon of Earth curvature. And they could see the lights. They could see the lights as well as the tripod the lights were on, as well as the surface below the tripod, leading all the way up to the TV camera that was taking the footage. And they called the situation cursed because they needed this as a control for doing studies of refractive conditions above the marine layer, which is where the air meets the water. Right? So even in infrared, the fucking U.S. military battlefield surveyors couldn't find where the geometric horizon of Earth curvature was. I've never seen these globers come in here, these anti-flat earthers that follow us around like freaking groupies at a rock concert. I've never seen them present infrared footage of the globe. Not even once. Not even an attempt. They run away from infrared claims.
Yeah, we've got, what's his name? Jay Tolman Media One.
Jay Tolan.
Yeah, Jay Tolan, yeah. Yeah, he did that. He did the 1,200 mile infrared shot from an aeroplane about 30,000 feet up. Brilliant shot.
Yeah. Those mountains he saw 1,200 miles away in this one, those should have been like 14 miles below the curvature of the Earth. Or 11 miles. Something ridiculous. Like, dude, are you serious? In infrared, like, you can't claim refraction. You can't claim optical distortions because you're viewing a very long wavelength that is not subject to the divergence of optical paths under pressure and temperature differentials. At least
That's
not
right.
nearly as much as the visual spectrum.
Exactly.
The reason why the military uses infrared, like on heat-seeking missiles, is so that these missiles can hit their targets correctly through all
Correct.
kinds of adverse conditions.
Yeah, maximizing their accuracy, and they've taken all that into account. Yeah, absolutely.
Hey, just real quick. Hey, Ross. When you said you saw the lighthouse, did you see all of the lighthouse? Is that what you said earlier?
Okay, I'll restate exactly what should have been there and then what was obstructed. Okay, so
Yeah. What? No. What did you see? That's what I'm interested in. What did you see?
okay, what I saw. Okay, so what I saw was okay. Actually, I did the 30-foot observation first,
Right.
and I saw what looked to be like at least some portion of the island itself, like the land.
Okay.
And
With that being said, that's okay. You can stop there because I looked
Okay.
up the I looked up the Rockabill Lighthouse, and it says that at the lamp at the top is 105 feet above sea level. Now, technically, what was that?
I was going to correct you because 105 feet, I think, is the height from the base of the lighthouse to the top. But then there's the focal height, which is the height of the light bulb or the light source above sea level.
Yeah, no. I looked it up. It's 105 feet above sea level. So the top of it to the ocean floor. It's even including the island. It's 105 feet above sea level. I looked it up for you. Now, mathematically, you have a black swan because if you saw all the lighthouse and even some of the island, not all of it, but some of it, technically, you should only have seen 31 feet of the lighthouse tower itself. So if you saw the bottom of the lighthouse, because you're saying you saw some of the island, you created a black swan for yourself because technically, mathematically, on a globe, in the math of it, in the paradigm, you should have only seen 31 feet, and that's it. If you saw anything more, you are seeing now beyond the Earth curve. So you created a black swan for our argument. So thank you for that. You literally observed it. So thank you.
I do disagree with your analysis. It is not 105 feet. It's 140. What was it, 148 feet. Because that's taking into the 148 feet is taking into account the height of the island itself above sea level. That 105 feet is only from the top of the the highest whatever elevation they set the lighthouse on to the top of the lighthouse.
I see you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's actually 146 feet up, and it looks to be like I couldn't find a number for the elevation of like the island, like how high it goes up. It looks to be about and like 40 feet ish, which it kind of more or less lines up with the numbers, right? If the lighthouse is 105 and the focal height is 148, that would be about a 40-foot height for the island itself. So the math shows that from 30 feet, 20 feet should be obscured by the horizon. So that still leaves 20 foot of island.
No. You have to understand when you talk about hidden height, it's 20 feet from the top of it, not the bottom of it. Like hidden height, hidden height is from the top of it.
Because the calculation from 5 or 6 feet shows that there should be 60 foot obscured.
Right. So and you have to subtract that from the top, not from the bottom. So this is like a lot of times a lot of Globers like get this wrong. The hidden height is not from the bottom of it; it's from the top. So in other words, if you and I were on a hill and I could see your head, but you're behind the hill, and then I say, well, I can see your stomach, but technically I should only see your head. That's why you subtract it from your head down, not from your feet up. You're supposed to go from the hidden height, which is above. So that's why you would subtract it from the top of it. Like that's what you have to understand. You have to grasp that that hidden should be from the top of your head down, and then that's the hidden height would be below that. So if I'm saying, well, I can see your stomach, well, then that means I'm seeing something I shouldn't be seeing. So in your case, you're saying you have a lighthouse and you saw it down to the island part. So remember, the island part was part of that hidden measurement from the top down. And that's what I'm saying. You created a black swan. Like you shouldn't have seen that, but you did. You observed it yourself. And that hidden height would have been from the top of it downwards, because remember it's dropping away from you, so that's what should
Okay.
be hidden.
I don't. There must be some sort of, I don't know if it's a miscommunication or a misunderstanding. Like I still disagree with
Probably
your
is. I think I know what he's talking about, and I know what you mean. Listen,
like the
so
part
one
that
of
you
the
can
things
see should be subtracted from. But anyway, yeah, go ahead.
one of the things I think APOC is getting at is that perspective forces images from the top down. Okay, Earth curvature calculators negate this feature of how we see.
Exactly.
They just show objects that are being gobbled up from the bottom as they recede over Earth curvature. If there's Earth curvature present, then that means things will recede with curvature, which is an exponential drop, and with perspective scaling, which is more linear. And both of those must be happening at the same time. We don't see any of that happening at all. In fact, when we see some of the best footage that Globers present of ships going over the horizon, the top of the ship, as it appears to be gobbled up by so-called Earth curvature, the top of the ship is still scaling linearly and is not dropping exponentially with curvature. That's how we know that what we're seeing is a product of the conditions of that day and potentially the optics too.
Right. That's why that hidden height, there's a measurement to it, and you should only see, like for instance, you should only see like 31 feet of that light tower, because the rest of it is hidden. It's obscured. But you said, well, I saw the entirety. Matter of fact, you said you could even see a little above the island. Well, that little above the island is beyond the obstructed part. You're seeing over that curve. Like I said, you're not just seeing my face on the hill, you're now seeing my stomach, even though the hill is blocking my stomach. You get it?
Right. So yeah, from that 30 feet, technically, yeah, we could phrase this as, yeah, there's a 20-foot hill between my eye and the lighthouse.
Exactly.
The base, or the base of the island, I should say.
Exactly.
Right. So yeah, that means there should be 20 foot of the island blocked by this hill. And that is, I think, more or less what I saw. It's, I didn't have the measuring instruments to actually measure how much I saw, but just by a rough estimate of looking at it, I saw some island. I couldn't tell how much was obscured because I didn't see the rest of it.
No. But it's not just 20 feet, because mathematically, technically, it should have been 66 feet of obscured. That's why you're seeing the remainder of it above. So that's what I mean by hidden height. So when you have a hidden height, no, actually, I take it back. It's not 60. I'm sorry, I take it back. It was 75.4 feet that should have been hidden, and then the rest of it, which leaves you what, like 30 something feet at the rest of it. So hold on, let me double check.
Wait, where's the 7 number coming from?
Yeah, 74 feet should have been hidden by the Earth's curvature. 74 feet of the 146 feet should have been hidden. So you can think of this logically. Okay, well, 74 feet from the island up. But you're saying, well, I saw kind of the island. I saw a little above the island. But no, it would have been 74 feet up. So that means you should only have seen a portion of that tower because the hidden height was 74 feet worth. Again, my head, let's say my head is representing this, and my torso was the 74 feet that's blocked. But if you can see my stomach, now you're seeing the 74-foot measurement that should be obstructed. You get that?
Where are you getting the 74? Is this the cuz
Well,
did you do this
because
with an eye height of 30
you take
feet or
yeah, because you take 140 feet minus the 74 feet, which is a calculation of the 3,659 mile radius. So you take drop over distance, it's 8 times the distance in miles squared. So you take 8 times 12.5 squared, and that's going to give you 1,250 inches or 104 feet, right? So when you have that drop from your position over 12.5 miles, that's going to give you a total minus the 30 feet because that's your elevation. It's going to give you 74 feet. But you're saying you saw more than that. So that's why that drop over distance, you created a black swan in your own observation.
I still don't see it that way cuz I mean it uh I'm still struggling where you got some of these numbers from, but like the number I got from 30 feet elevation was that about I think at actually 21 feet should have been obstructed. I don't know where the 74, 70, whatever number it is you're coming up with came
Well,
from.
you have to take the math of 8 inches per mile squared, and you're now going 12.5 miles. You're gonna multiply that, and it's exponentially, meaning it's gonna grow. The further you go, the more it's gonna be. Like the more the drop mathematically. So when you go 12.5 miles away with a 30-foot observation, like a 34-foot or a 30-foot elevation from your position, that means
Oh,
you could only see something.
see what you're doing. All right.
You
I
get it
don't
now?
think your math is correct. Okay, I see the steps if you're taking to get that number. I don't agree that that's the correct math to do. I did
Okay,
this
well,
like
that's fine. Well, do it yourself. Do the math yourself,
okay, yeah.
and let
I
us
did do
know.
it myself, and I used the Earth curve calculator
I'm so
online, and
confused on what's going on in here.
but um,
At the end of the road, it should be 74 feet of hidden obstruction. Now think about this way. You're saying that the tower is 140 feet, but mathematically, 74 feet should be blocked to your Earth curve. But you said yourself, I saw the island, a part of the island, and the
I
part of the
follow
island
you.
was 20 feet off of mean sea level.
I
That,
I do
in other
follow your
words,
logic. Um, it's just the one thing we disagree on is that number 74. I think it should be about 20, 21. By my math, you came up with 74. I think that's where the issue is. Like, yeah, if you're right about 74 feet, I would probably agree with you. I just don't think that's the right number.
okay, let's just do the math and just double check it.
Yeah, I mean, I did double check it actually. I did it on my own with pencil, paper, and a calculator, and then I also used the online tool that you can find on the internet, and we came up with very near the same numbers. Hang on, I gotta answer the door.
Okay.
Sounds very confusing.
Maybe he didn't count for refraction. I gave him a refraction on that calculation
Why?
because that's what they go by. I included a standard refraction calculation. So what he's saying is that there's a lighthouse that's 105 feet tall, but it's on an island that's like 35 feet, I guess, because it's 140 feet total. And the hope, when you do the math, you should only see roughly about 60 feet of the tower. But he said that he could see part of the island. So in other words, he saw 105 feet worth, but mathematically, that's a black swan because you shouldn't have seen the entirety of the lighthouse because it should have been 76 feet blocked from the base, from sea level, the island, and a partial of the lighthouse. So that's what it is mathematically.
Okay, sorry I had to leave for a second. I got a package at my door.
No worries.
Is that your new P900 or P1000 camera?
No, no, I don't quite have the money to shell out for that. But I did get something related to some things I've heard discussed on this channel. Because one of the things I've seen a lot are these GIFs that y'all have posted where the sun appears to go off out into the distance as the sun sets, and it does appear like it looks like, oh yeah, the sun's getting smaller and farther away, like you would expect on a flat Earth. But I feel like there is an optical effect creating the illusion. And I got a solar lens to attach to my camera so that I can reduce the I guess I don't know the word for when the flare or the glare that the sun makes higher up in the sky. I feel like some of these GIFs I've seen are creating this optical illusion because the sun has like this bright glare that makes it look really big, and then as it goes farther away and it gets behind some clouds, like that glare suddenly reduces and it makes the sun look like it's getting smaller, like the angular size. But I feel like that's not actually what's happening, and I wanted to get this to try to make my point, but
No, yeah, you're right about that.
It shouldn't lose any glare, dude. The glare should be there, right, until it hits the horizon. Yeah? So the fading light is an indication that it's moving further away.
Yeah, so I think the thing is, yeah, you're trying to show that the angular size of the sun was getting smaller as the sun sets. I think that's the point of those GIFs. But I think there are some optical effects creating that illusion. I don't think the angular size actually really changes throughout the day, even if the sun sets. I mean,
Lucky for you, lucky for you, it's been measured already.
Yeah, lucky for me. Yeah. Wait, what has been measured? How it changes, or
Yeah,
the fact that
how
it
it gets
doesn't?
smaller when it gets farther away from you. Just from overhead and then moving a little bit, it changes size.
Yeah, they've done it with a solar filter, and it does reduce very slightly, but it does. And you're right though what you're saying. Like when it's overhead, and it's really really big. You're right. It's because of the glare. It's like they call it atmospheric lensing. So you're right about that. So if you put a solar filter on your camera, you will reduce that, and you're right about that. But just like Radwin said, but still they've measured it, even though it's when it's dead center above you, like at high noon. Once at sunset, when it's way to the horizon, it does optically. It's very slight, but it does get smaller. They already measure that. They already proved that.
Okay. Sure. I mean, I guess I would expect at least some amount just because of the rotation of the Earth on a globe model, but I would think on the flat Earth, like if the sun is a lot closer than the 93 million miles or whatever, then I feel like the angular size of the sun would, like, the change would be a lot more obvious.
Well, that's not necessarily true, because you have to take into account that, like, for instance, something that is, let's say, we'll make it small and easy. Something that's 5 miles above you, but also 5 miles away from you, it's not going to change much in angular size because it was already at a maximum distance above you as far as you can see it. So in this case, if we're saying it's a local sun, it's still as far as it can be above you. And now it's the same distance technically across from you. So it's going to change very slightly. It's not going to be noticeable as you would think. And I get what you're saying. But technically they're going to be roughly the same size because the distance away from you, was it like 5 to 6,000 miles away from you when you're looking at it across the sky? Like if you're in California and now you're seeing a sunset, but Japan's like, yeah, it's right here above me. So technically it's like 5 to 6,000 miles away. But if you say, but it was 5 to 6,000 miles above me, technically that's still the same distance, roughly. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, I might have to. I mean, yeah, depending on what the numbers are, like, yeah, honestly, I don't even know if I've heard any, like, hard numbers on what a flat Earth model would say that the sun is distance-wise from the Earth. So, like, I don't know if, I don't know, what is a good number that a lot of flat Earthers might use? I don't even know.
Well, there's a glober. He goes by Matthew Learns. He's measured like the height of the sun, like just using like math. What did he come up with? Like 3,900 miles on that? Something really small, like mathematically.
Basically, the radius of the Earth, I think, is what I would have expected it to be.
What was that?
Well, I would have expected the number you get for the elevation height of the sun on a flat Earth would be roughly the same number you'd get as the radius of the Earth on a globe model.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, you can correct me if I'm wrong. It's just my own reasoning. So yeah, at a distance, if it is, let's say 4,000 miles up, if the sun were to move over laterally, horizontally 4,000 miles,
Yeah, it wouldn't
then
change
yeah,
much.
like the distance would actually be about 40% farther away from where you are than it was when it was directly overhead.
So
I don't
you're
know. I'd
saying
have
that
to
you
look at like
expect
how that would change the angular size. I don't know how that is.
so
Does the angular size change linearly?
it again, it does, but not in the sense of when you have something that's far away from you above, and then let's make it real simple. If you took a basketball and you had it 10 feet above your head and you moved it 10 feet away from you, like laterally, like it's not going to really change in angular size because it's already 10 feet above you and it's a distance, so you see it a certain size. And so when you move it laterally, it's not going to change a lot, like drastically. It's not going to get really small because it was already that far away from you, above you. You get that?
Well,
They've done this with tennis balls before. They've done this little observation with tennis balls, and they took a tennis ball and they put it like 20 feet above you, and then they moved that tennis ball 20 feet away, and it looked like optically it kind of looked the same size, but then you could actually measure it and you're like, yeah, it's a little smaller angular size because it's further away, but because it was at its maximum distance above you, it kind of kept the same angular size, so it doesn't
okay.
drastically change.
I see what you're saying. I feel like, yeah. I mean, I would definitely try to work out the math and see what would be the expected change in angular size. But yeah, I mean, yeah, and it wouldn't change linearly. It would be inverse of linear. I don't know. I'll have to think about it, but But yeah, you make a good point. Yeah, I mean, you give me some food for thought for sure.
Yeah, look into it. And just like Radwin said, like it does change, like optically. Like you can't recognize it with the naked eye, but if you're to take like pixels and you're trying to like measure it, like very accurately, it does get a little smaller. Not noticeably, but it does get smaller with the solar filter. You'll see that when you're like recording it once you use your filter that you got.
Yeah, I'll definitely do that, and then I'll have to test out like the math and see like what would you expect on a globe Earth, because there technically would be at least a little bit, and then work out. I don't know, like I couldn't even come up with a hard number on a flat Earth because as a lot of you point out, there's not really there's not a flat Earth model.
Right. Well, even in your
numbers.
even in the paradigm of a globe, like you believe that we're spinning away 3,959 miles away. So even in your own paradigm, it should also get smaller because you're
Right.
4,000 miles away from it, and it should get smaller. Like even in your own paradigm, it's the same thing.
Right, yeah, so there's almost no point in running that. I mean, unless you can know what the numbers are and be able to compare the numbers, then doing this sort of thing it's like a futile exercise. It's
Yeah,
not going
and what you're going to end up realizing
to.
is that why am I looking at the sun if I'm trying to prove the Earth, the floor? You're going to come to that point. You're going to be like, wait, we got to take observations on the ground because why would we look up and try to say what's happening on the floor at the end of the day?
Oh, thank you, No Tanks, for that video on the tennis ball. I have that open here as well. Oh yeah, he said 3-minute mark. I guess I can just look at that right now.
We got a Glober that wants to bet his toy collection on something, and he won't tell us what it is.
Oh gosh, yeah.
Hey, good job, No Tanks. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Yeah, good job, No Tanks. That's exactly what I was talking about. When it's already the first away from you, it's not going to change in much in angular resolution or angular size.
Okay, yeah, I see this. Yeah, but the tennis balls, yeah, at 7, I guess they're 6 feet apart, and then they went 7 feet up or something. Yeah, the tennis balls. I mean, there is some difference, but it's not
Not
big a
noticeable,
difference.
right? Exactly.
Not as big of a difference as it was when you were a lot closer to it. And I can imagine, yeah, this effect becomes even greater as you go thousands of miles away.
Correct. But it's still roughly around the same thing, though, because, like I said, if it's 1,000 miles above your head and then it goes a linear path, you're still seeing it at its maximum distance that you can see it. So it's going to technically look like the same size because you could only see so far. So if you can see all the way to the horizon and you're going to say that's 4,000 miles away from me, but it was 4,000 miles above you, you're technically looking at the same thing. You get it?
Yeah. Yeah. I think.
Makes sense, right?
All right, back to Earth curve measurements. You got that yet? These guys looking at the sky and doing all kinds of shit with the sky.
Right. Like I said, you're going to end up saying, "Well, let's get back to the ground," because obviously we can't tell with the sun above us. Doesn't matter if we're talking about the ground.
I have no clue how the sun has anything to do with the flat ground that we stand on.
Exactly. By the way, Radwin, uh, Just Ross, he has a black swan for us with his observing a lighthouse 12.5 miles away. And
I heard.
Yeah, good stuff.
I tried to watch it, but it was super teeny weeny on my phone, so I'll have to look at it somewhere else.
Yeah, I did also struggle to watch it on my own. Well, I struggle when I'm trying to watch it off of I guess the Google Drive video player. Like it seems to like show it at a lower resolution than the file actually is. So like when I download it, I think it appears a little bit better. And then, but I could still see it better with my own eyes than my camera could. So I apologize that I'm not able to like show you what I exactly saw. I would if I could.
Where'd the Glober go that wants to bet his life savings of 420 euros and some dolls he has on some infinite theory that we have? That's sad. His life savings is 420 bucks. I've got that in my wallet.
I was gonna say that's not much of a life savings.
Well,
That's maybe a week savings.
Hey, not 420.
But you know what? In regards to how you're saying that it doesn't do it justice, I totally agree. There's so many times where you can see with your own eyes the moon looks so big in the sky, and then you get your camera phone and you take a picture of it, and it looks so small. Like, so I totally get what you're saying. Like the video recordings and the camera recordings, it doesn't always do it justice because for some reason, like it doesn't see the same thing that your eyes see. So I totally get that. But if you say that you saw the island on this 105-foot lighthouse, like or 140-foot lighthouse, like yeah, that's that walking the flat earth. That's a black swan.
If the horizon is flat left to right, there's no reason to think that it goes over a ball or over a toilet paper tube away from you. Nothing would give you that indication.
Yeah, that reminds me. I forgot his name, but he took a photo off the lake. I think he was in Michigan or Minnesota. I think Michigan, and it's 17 miles across, maybe almost 20 miles across, laterally, and it's perfectly flat. And if you think as far as like the way they say boats disappear 3 miles away because it's curving, but he's on a side view seeing 17 miles across. So if you were to watch a boat go from one side of that lake to the other side, you would see it perfectly straight across. But the observer from either end would see that boat disappear into the horizon of the ocean or of that water, that body of water. And they would think the earth is curving away. But from his position where he took the photo, you would just see it go straight across. There would be no drop over distance. That's a really good flat earth proof. I think I have, let me look for the photo. I think I might have it. I think I saved it somewhere.
It's also important to remember, ladies and gentlemen, that when you're looking through the air, that medium, sometimes it can magnify the sun when you look at it. All right. So the medium does play a little trick from time to time. Okay. As the sun's moving away from you, it gets to the horizon. Suddenly, it's a massive thing. You know? So we've got to be careful of that as well. We have to bear that in mind when we're looking through the air over a vast distance. What happened? Everybody gone home?
Right here.
Okay.
I posted a video that's kind of talking about what you're talking about.
Cheers.
The way it looks way bigger because of the atmospheric lensing, they call it.
That's right. Yeah, that's it. Atmosphere. I remember when I saw that in Spain for the first time. Sunset Spain around about 5 o'clock ish. It was on the horizon, 6 o'clock ish, and it was like massive. Look at that. I took a picture of it. Yeah, it was a brilliant shot. I didn't know what I was looking at the time, so that would have been back in 1992. You know, wasn't thinking about flat Earth at all. I just thought it was a brilliant shot. You know, natural phenomena, nature at its nature's beauty. That's it. Wasn't thinking about flat Earth and atmospheric lensing. Didn't even know the words at that time.
Right.
But that's what I mean by we've all got collections of nature. You know, if you've been using your camera over the years, when you haven't been realizing you're on a flat Earth, you've got a lot of material that proves flat Earth. Lots. And you've only got to look back at your photographs and look back at your lives, and you'll realize that the one thing that's been missing there, that's never been this, is that curvature. That's what I love about this flat Earth thing, because I can just go back into my life now, check and prove evidence of flat Earth that I missed. And then I go back to watch TV programs that I used to watch as a kid, and all the flat Earth clues that I missed are there. I've done all of that. That's all therapy, that is. That's what I call that, because you're reinforcing that you have been indoctrinated, because it was always there. You just didn't know. Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, check this out, Jen. I posted a photo on the side chat. That sun was across the street from the house. Look how big it looks in the sky, dude. That looks humongous in the sky.
It does, doesn't it? It does, doesn't it? You see? That's what I mean, that magnifying effect.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. And that's an actual photo I took.
Yeah. Sorry, I brought up on you. Because
who would believe the sun is that big?
Yeah. That's a great shot. Great shot. And you took that when?
That was back in I was there 2016.
Okay, 2016. And where's this place?
In California.
California. Oh yeah. Lovely place. California sunshine. There you are. There you have it. It's beautiful, isn't it?
Yeah.
California sunshine is world famous in Britain.
I like the video. That video that I sent in the side chat. You can watch it, Apple. It's an interesting one. A building that's shrinking while you are approaching it.
Yeah, I remember this one.
Wow.
I remember that video. It's the girl and the guy, huh? The girl and her boyfriend, they're in the car. I saw that one. I remember that one. That's interesting.
That video shows you how magnification due to the air around us works, how it happens, and it does happen very often. We just don't notice it.
Yeah,
there's a newer video. They are in Las Vegas, and they're like in a hotel, and you know the sphere that they built in Las Vegas, like it's in the window, and they're like they get closer to the window, and the closer they get, like the larger that sphere looks, and they're like tripping out. They're like, whoa, that's crazy. But they're literally like, it's an optical like illusion. It's an optical like, you know, phenomenon, like the way, because it's blocked out like compared to the window. So like, but when you take away the frame of the window, all of a sudden you see like how big it truly is. It's a really weird one. Let me try to find it for you guys. That's a really cool one. It's taken in Las Vegas. Let me try to find it.
So due to these things that happens, they call it optical illusions. So they say that we can't trust our senses. No, it's not the case. You can't trust your senses because your senses are transmitting to you the information that they got as it is. So because light works that way, so because that light enters your eyes that way, the building appears to be bigger when it's far than when you are closer to it. So it's not your eyes that are modifying the picture, but it's the light that is entering your eyes that way. So it's the behavior of the light. So you need to process the information that your eyes are depicting. So if you can't process the information that good, yeah, you will be fooled. Like two guys in the desert that sees, both of them see mirage in distance. One of them, he processed the information and he understood that it is a mirage. The other one rushed to that mirage thinking that it is water. It's not his eyes, it's his brain.
Yeah, that would be Thompson and Thompson and the Adventures of Tintin. That's why. That's one of my first memories of that kind of miraging going on. Yeah. And he dives in only to sand. Also, Lauren Hardy. I think they did a sketch like that as well. But yeah, absolutely. You see, ladies and gentlemen, what you've just been told there is that you cannot not trust your senses. You must be trusting your senses all the time, even when they may fail you. It's only a momentary. 99% of the time they work. Once in a while, you can be fooled, but you've got to try. You've got to trust your senses. You don't give up. That's all you've got.
They never fail you. They fail you only if they work. They don't work well. If your eyes doesn't see well, and you need to see a doctor at that moment to have glasses. No.
Yeah.
It's when they work fine. Yeah. The information that you get, it's 100% the normal information, the correct information. So what your eyes are depicting is the same exact thing that you can depict with the lens. Is the lens failing you? No. It's how the optics work. So you have to understand optics. You have to understand how your senses works.
Yeah.
Yeah. Look at the video I posted. That's from TikTok, and they're at a hotel in Las Vegas, and look at the way the sphere, like, it's just all due to perspective. The way the window frame, like, it makes it look bigger. When you get farther away, it gets bigger, and when you get closer, it's smaller. Like, it's a cool optical illusion.
Yeah. I'm just watching it now.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting. It's similar to the one that he showed with where when they're driving closer, like, they realize it gets bigger. It's like the opposite, though. It's kind of weird. It's the opposite.
Yeah.
No, I guess no, because they're getting away and it gets bigger. Yeah, I guess it's the opposite. Yeah, optics is something crazy, man. Our eyes play tricks on us on a lot of different ways. That's why I trip out when, like, Globers are really they take a firm position into seeing things in the sky, and they try to say what is and what isn't.
Yeah.
No.
And as Radwin said, he doesn't know what the hell we're looking to the sky for when it's got no connection to the ground. You know.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Have you spoken to Ark yet?
Oh, not yet. No, not yet. Let's have a little chat with Ark. Go ahead, somebody. I'm watching that video still.
Hey, what's up, Ark? Welcome to the channel. You there, bud?
He might be on listening mode.
Yeah. I mean, this is an English channel, for Flat Earth. So if you want to practice a little bit of your English, man, this is a perfect place. Not just hi, hello. You got different things you can talk about the Earth, which will help your English out. Don't be shy, man. Don't be shy. There's a bunch of sharks in
Yes.
the water, but they don't bite.
Yes, arc. Did you know that the rockets take a parabolic arc when they take off? Is that what you mean with your name? Yeah. They don't go to space. They take that parabolic arc and end up in the ocean, deceiving everybody. Yeah. But seriously, if you've got any questions regarding the English language and you want to improve your vocabulary, your pronunciation, please don't hesitate to ask us. We can help you. We can strike up a conversation about your life, your hobbies, your interests, future plans, whatever. That's how you build your vocabulary up. Or you can discuss the flat earth truth versus the heliocentric ball earth that is very elusive to find on this flat earth that we live on. Yeah. So please don't hesitate. You've made it this far. Make your visit worth a while. Strike whilst the iron is hot. Don't waste a moment. Grasp the opportunity with both hands. Don't let it slip through your fingers. Well, okay, that's fine for now. What can I say to you, ladies and gentlemen? Well, what I've noticed over the 10 years is that, and most recently in the last 3 weeks, people don't want to go and check. Now, Just Ross has been doing that, still not doing it accurately because it should be simple. So something's still not going smoothly, but he'll get used to it. But anyway, what I have noticed though is that they hang on to other things rather than prove the globe itself, the measuring of the curvature. It's as if they're trying to build a house, okay, without the foundation in place first. So you're building everything. There's no foundation there, but you're building, right? And it's been suspended on a crane. So you're building your house in midair. You haven't got the foundation laid down yet, but you're building your house. That's exactly what they're doing with the globe, yeah? What they've got is the silhouette of the globe. They haven't got the globe yet. They've got this silhouette circle, invisible circle, and they're building their satellites and all the moon and the sea and everything else, but they haven't actually confirmed that the actual globe is legit. They haven't done that yet. That's what they're doing. For if they went to check for the globe, they're going to come back flat earthers. That's exactly what would happen to them. Okay, and they're afraid to do that, I think. Because, a house without a foundation isn't a house. Got to build on a foundation, solid foundation. And that would be the globe. In my metaphor there, it would be the globe itself. You've got the globe established. It's legit. There it is. It's been measured. It exists. And now you can start to talk about gravity and the spin and the satellites and the moon's 1/6 of Earth's gravity. It all comes back in then. But whilst they haven't established the globe to be a legit entity, it's a real thing. We're living on it. It's a false premise. And in a court of law, anything that you build upon a false premise, whatever you've built, will be seen as null and void. It has of no legitimacy. It is thrown in the bin, bowled out. Okay, because you haven't established the solid foundation that the Earth is a globe, and its legitimacy hasn't been proven. So whatever they say about the globe and whatever, how does it work on a globe nonsense? What globe are you talking about that you haven't proven yet, sir? Madam. There you go.
Yeah, that's why I always tell them that there is no debate because the globe have never been proven yet. So there is nothing to disprove. can disprove something that have been proven. That something that is just a claim. Oh, a claim without evidence can be dismissed already without any evidence. So it's some kindness from us. Just we create those discussions with the Globers. We are not dismissing those claims without any evidence, but we are dismissing them and proving that they are false. Like gravity, the curvature that have never been validated. We just sympathy from us. We do that black swan observations and those laser tests to just solidify our position. We don't need to do that shit. They need to validate the globe to start a debate. So there is no proof for the globe at all.
Yeah, that's absolutely correct. They are lucky that we entertain the discussion and we allow them to speak of gravity and the rotation of the Earth and the foolish cult's pendulum. All right, the fool's cult pendulum. All right, you know, they're lucky that we actually entertain that, because by rights the conversation's shut down immediately because they haven't proven curvature yet. You can't go to gravity until you've proven the curvature. That means you've established your globe. None of the globers have done that. We're into the stars, as Radwin says. He doesn't understand how we're looking at the sun and the stars when we're meant to be measuring the curvature of the Earth. Well, what are we doing? What the hell is going on? What the beep, beep, beep is going on here? I don't get it, he says. Words to that effect. So, yeah, I would agree with what you said, sir. Yeah, there is no debate, really. They're just lucky. You can't debate what doesn't exist. You can't deny it when it's not there. If it's there in its actuality, then and I'm saying it's not there, then I'm actually denying something. But when it doesn't even exist, what am I denying? It's not even there to be denied. And I know what you're thinking, but what about all the scientists? They've been misleading you. That's what they've been doing. You will notice that these scientists do not debate flat earthers. And then when they do, it's ridiculed once they start losing. Once you start hammering home the truth and you're knocking them for 6 every time, they start to insult your character on that. You're a science denier. And then you remind them, well, checking for the curvature of the Earth is not a scientific endeavor, sir. It's got nothing to do with science. Children can do it. Yeah. So that's what we've got to be careful of. The scientists who are bamboozling you with nonsense. Things with pseudoscience is what they're doing, basically. Bamboozling you with pseudoscience. And you think they're doing something great, but they're not. Not at all. And to think they get paid all that money. Look at Brian Cox driving around in a Rolls Royce made in Germany. British car made in Germany. And you know, those cars are well built. There you go. Brian Cox, the man who did the vacuum chamber drop test with a bowling ball and a feather landing at the same time, proving gravity, which is absolute nonsense. Heavier objects will always land first if you allow the object to drop to reach its maximum drop velocity. So the vacuum chamber was too small to conduct such a test. It can never be that a heavy object and a light object would land on the ground at the same time, even in a vacuum. That goes against nature. Natural law. Mm. And a great source for the gravity drop tests are Peter and Pete. Peter and Pete gravity drop tests. They've done about 6 or 7 of them. Yeah, and they're all very good. The reason why there's like 7 is because in the comments, certain people have made certain viewers made a comment that it wasn't quite right, you didn't do this, so they did it again and highlighted that they did do this. Look, this is what we've done this time round. Check it. Okay, let's go for it. And they proved that objects of different don't land at the same time. They land at different rates. So the Galileo test was really flawed because it wasn't high enough for the heavy object to reach its maximum drop. So if you reduce the drop height, then things will land at the same time. But is that a legitimate, just test? No. Let's do it from a higher height, from a real high, 110-story high. Let's drop the objects. The heavy object will hit the ground first. Always will. Because it's heavier. It's got more inertial mass. It wants to drop down quicker. It's got the weight behind it. Yeah. Anyway, hopefully some glowers will come in. We've done a great job for the last 3 weeks. We've been inundated with the coming in, screaming with it and screaming blue murder. You know, we're wrong, we're this, we're that, abuse. But all the while, we've been giving them accurate information, which they've gone to look at now, and they're realizing they're wrong. Embarrassing for them. Yeah. We don't have to sweat it. It's always a good time. We don't even have to try. It's always a good time. It's always a good time then, because we don't even have to try. And a man who loves being in the thick of it, as well as myself, is Radwin. He loves it when they're spiraling and angry and shouting. Radwin's an evil man, really. An evil flat earther there. He relishes his job. But I say again, it's great to hear his voice. Haven't heard him for a couple of years. That's a long time not to hear those jokes and that. So yeah, purely because I wasn't able to get into the server. That's all. My fault. It's great to hear him improve. Only ever so slightly because he was on the ball back then. And yeah, he's got these triangle tests. That's really confusing the Globers. Yeah, it's all good, man. He's been very good. Do love his stuff. New memes as well, bristling with new memes to annoy the Globers. Yeah, good stuff, Radwin, good stuff. Anybody come in? Did we have a visitor just then? I heard a little ding, ding, bing, ding. Let's have a look.
I think that was Kant.
Kants was that? Okay, well, welcome, Kants. Welcome to the server. What brings you in today?
We got Bonnie Dag Root as well.
Right, Bonnie Dag Root. Come on.
I'm the only Root here.
Yeah, stop stealing names. Would be more original than that. Oh yeah, that's sporadic. Yeah, I was just going to click on sporadic there. I just was.
I think Sporadic is acquainted with this subject, Jin.
Yeah, of course he is. Yeah, of course he is. Of course he is. Teed up sounds like that kind of injection that we shouldn't have, you know? Teed up. No, thank you. Teed up. Yeah, I must say it's been a very good 3 weeks. Looking back over the 3 weeks, it's been really hammer and tongs. But the flat earthers have, you know, dealt the blows that were necessary and have been unscathed. No injuries, no losses. There you are. But lots of carnage on the other side. And lots of embarrassment. Yeah.
I think we're about 759,000 to 1 so far.
Wow. Look at that.
I give the one to Matthew Learns because he's honest and he says he chooses to believe the model because that's what he feels, you know, he would like to believe, and I give him that one.
Yeah, even though it's not correct. For a belief without confirmation and validation is a mistake. So he wants to live in a mistake. Good luck. He wakes up in a mistake, lives his life as a mistake, goes to bed as a mistake. Very nice indeed, yeah. Very honest. You only live once, but you want to live in a mistake. Okay. I remember Bart Sibrel, you know, the guy who did the documentary. A funny thing happened on the way to the moon, and the other one called Astronauts Gone Wild, and there's his recent one called Moon Man. Right? He said he spoke to somebody about the moon landing hoax, and the guy he was talking to said, even if NASA told me that they never went, I still believe they went.
Yeah, the Cogdis is strong out there. But what's this moon map? I didn't know he had a documentary called Moon Map.
Yeah,
What's that about?
Well, it's it documents a guy called, hang on a minute now, Cyrus Eugene Akers, who was the he was a U.S. Air Force police officer, sergeant, okay, and he was the guy that was asked to secure the hangar at which they recorded the first moon landings and the lunar and everything else, the lunar surface and the LEM, okay, and he was given that order by Lyndon Johnson. So it talks about him, and then he passed the message on to his son that he witnessed it, and his son, just before he dies, spills the beans a little bit. It's a really good one. Okay.
Is that on his channel, on his YouTube channel?
You go to the channel, you'll get it. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'll have a look.
Yeah. Bart Sibrel, man. Yeah. So that's why I learned that when they did this moon landing hoax, they did it in a place called United Air Force Base, Clovis. That's Clovis, Clovis, New Mexico. And they joined two hangars together, and then they put down the stones and then sand and then this concrete powder to try and simulate the lunar surface. Not that we know what it's made of, ladies and gentlemen. We haven't been there, but that's what they tried to do. And that's where they were recording. And there's a big list of famous names that went to that studio where they were recording it. Okay? Cyrus Eugene Akers, who dies right rather young, in his 60s, 60 something. And then his son also dies rather young as well. Very odd, indeed. Cyrus Eugene Akers.
Yeah.
U.S. Air Force police officer. Secures the hangar with his men where they recorded the moon landings, especially the first one, the Apollo 11 moon landings. Very interesting. Cyrus Eugene Akers confesses to his son. He said, I can't die without telling somebody, so I'm passing it on to you. And he explained to him what happened and what he witnessed. And then he passes on. Cyrus Eugene Akers, U.S. Air Force Base, Clovis, New Mexico. So whilst we were all thinking it was like Area 51, the Nevada desert, and places like that, where they do have actually the layer of the moon. So they could have used that area as well. But then we're given this other area where the studio actually was. 2 aeroplane hangars were joined together, obviously to give it volume, sprayed matte black on the inside, because, matte black doesn't reflect light. So that's what they did, sprayed it all matte black on the inside. And then they threw down some pebbles, shingling, whatever they call that, I've forgotten the terminology. Shingling, I think it is, these little tiny pebbles that you use when you're going to make concrete. Okay, and then they covered that with sand, and then they covered it with concrete powder. And they were trying to simulate the lunar surface. And like I said, not that we know what it's like because we've never been there anyway. So pure guesswork.
Hey, can I ask a question, please?
Over and the lamb and everything else.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah,
we can hear you now. Yeah, you're coming in really low. Really low.
Yeah. Can you hear me okay now?
Not really, no.
I can hear you clearly.
Oh, it must be me then. And it must be my mic's gone. Okay,
Yeah, so my question is, why do you guys think that the people who say, the scientists and the organizations that, like NASA, why do you think they are faking that the Earth is flat? What is their agenda? Why don't they just tell us the truth that the Earth is flat? And also, what do you think about all of the people in history that just before NASA, before everything, that deduced that the Earth is round? There were a lot of philosophers, Greek philosophers, who said that the Earth is round.
They did deduce the Earth is round. Go ahead, Roots. You go first. Go ahead.
Well, yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter if everybody in the world says that the sky is pink. If it's not pink, then it's not pink. Now, how we got to this position, well, that's a different question. But I think what's important to note is, regardless of who says what, we're not basing our decisions on the majority or on the authorities. We're basing our decisions on empirical, repeatable, testable, observable evidence. It just so happens to turn out that the evidence that nature provides shows us that we're not on a curving, spinning surface. So, although it's interesting and we could speculate as to how this has happened, I think the clearest point to make here is that the Earth isn't curving or spinning.
Yeah, but there are a lot of people throughout history who deduce that the Earth is round using other empirical...
No, they didn't deduce. I just told you, no, they did not deduce that the Earth is a globe. They're lying. Let's go from the very beginning. You have a guy called Nicolaus Copernicus, 1543, okay? That's when he passed away. Now, before that, he was working on the heliocentric model, okay? He didn't want it released yet because he hadn't proven anything. It was a work in progress. He was working on it, okay? So he didn't want to release it because he hadn't finished it. Okay, he hadn't proven anything. Then he dies, and then the Jesuits take his book and all his diagrams and everything, and then teach it as the truth. That's how it began. Okay, that's how it began. It began from Nicolaus Copernicus's ideas, theories, and then they're teaching it as the truth. So no, they didn't prove anything. No one's measured the curvature of the Earth hundreds of years ago.
I'm aware of mathematical proofs that uses the Earth's shadow to prove that the Earth has curvature. And I'm not saying that they are true. I'm saying that there are empirical evidence that people use to prove that the Earth is round. You may have other evidence, and you can interpret it your way. But there are also the other side that have their empirical evidence.
Yeah, hold on. That is an empirical evidence of the Earth being a sphere. That's
Thank you.
empirical. That's empirical evidence that there are the shadow lengths on the Earth in that observation are what they are. And if the Earth was a ball with a certain size, then it would match the shadow lengths. Now, the problem you've got is I could create the same observation on a flat table with a local light source, and I could give you the radius and the sphericity of my table. That doesn't make my
That's
table.
the whole point. That's the thing.
Listen. I'm not finished.
Okay.
If I can give you the numbers and the radius of my flat table, does that make my flat table a sphere?
No, the thing is, you have to understand there are proofs using the model that there is a flat table and there is a closed light source. You can mathematically prove that it cannot happen with the data that we get from Earth. So if we use, it's correct. I did the math myself. You can do it yourself too. You can just.
I never said the math is incorrect. The math isn't incorrect. What's incorrect is your assumption that proves we live on a spinning ball.
No, I'm not.
Shadow. You are calculating shadow lengths and then pre-assuming we live on a ball to begin with. We don't have any evidence to begin with that we live on a ball. So what you're doing is affirming the consequence. You're already pre-assuming we live on a ball before you've even started to do any calculations. And like I said, I can give you a radius of a flat surface. I can give you the circumference of that surface if it was a ball. So it doesn't prove curvature of the Earth at all. It is affirming the consequence.
No, but the thing is that the shadow lengths that we get only make sense if there is an Earth, there is a spherical Earth.
No, because you get the
model will fail.
That's wrong. Because you would
It's
get
not wrong.
It is wrong because you would get the exact same shadow lengths if the sun was X times closer to the Earth. So
yes, but
it means that it's either a ball with a radius of 3959 and a circumference of 25,000 miles, or a flat surface with a sun that is not 93 million miles away, but X amount times closer.
Yeah, but I actually
have chosen to believe. You have chosen to believe and correlate that with a ball, without direct evidence of the ball.
No, but the thing is, I did the math myself when it comes to the Earth being close to the Earth. And if you do the calculation and calculate in different points of the Earth, calculate the shadow length, you will find that it will give you a variable sun height. So it will be.
If the sun is 95 million miles away.
No, it's not. It's close. We assume that it's close, and we try to calculate its altitude based off of the shadow lengths in different places of the Earth, and you will see that if you calculate the height according to this point on the Earth, the shadow length at this point, you'll find a specific height. If you do it in another place, you'll find a different height. So that's a contradiction.
There's flat earthers who have predicted and using that, observation and trilateration, they have given numbers of how high the sun is. We don't necessarily back that, and we would never claim that because we have no way to confirm it. But either the ball with a 95 million mile sun, or a flat surface with a sun that is much closer, both of the shadow lengths fit both of the scenarios. So it doesn't prove we live on a ball. It just means you assume that the sun is 95 million miles away, which makes the shadow lengths a valid mathematical calculation. But that doesn't mean we live on a ball. It means that you've pre-assumed we live on a ball, so we've now got a 95 million mile sun based on the shadow lengths. We didn't confirm there was a 95 million mile away sun and then confirm it with the shadow lengths. We measured the shadow lengths and then decided the sun must be 95 million miles away. That's called affirming the consequence. It's a fallacy. So if your only proof for the ball is an affirming the consequence fallacy, then that means you don't have any evidence for your ball.
It's not an affirming consequence. As I said again, it is the only way we can have shadow lengths this way. Even
it's affirming the consequence, my friend. Listen, we're not going to have a very good discussion if you don't know what an affirming the consequence fallacy is, and you can't admit. You need to admit then that the ball has been pre-assumed, and the distance to the sun was backwards engineered by the shadow lengths. So we had to assume the ball. Then we decided the sun was 95 million miles away based on the shadow lengths.
No, you don't have to assume. Let me just tell you how it's done. So you first assume that the Earth is flat. Assume that the Earth is flat, and then assume that the sun is close. If you do that, you will find that your calculation doesn't match with the real world data. Because if you assume that the Earth is flat and the sun is close,
you're assuming.
That's what you have to do to prove. You're assuming. Let me finish. That's how mathematical proofs work. You first assume that the Earth is flat and the sun is close. The data doesn't match the calculation, and then you assume that the Earth is far away and
we didn't assume anything.
And then
you're misrepresenting us.
Yeah,
you're misrepresenting and you're assuming. You're misrepresenting and now you're assuming. Stop that.
There's two possibilities here.
You assume. If you ever done math proofs, you assume things.
Go. The shadow lengths give you two possibilities here in our context. With a flat Earth, with the sun being much closer, you're incorrectly saying that there couldn't be shadow lengths of this size with a closer sun. That's incorrect. Now we're not giving you I'm not giving you a number or a value of how close that sun is, but there is a number where it is X amount times closer where you would get those shadow lengths. So you're incorrect to assume that the shadow lengths couldn't be possible on a flat surface. That's where you're making your assumptions.
The thing is, I did the math myself. You can link me other math sources where the calculation matches, and I'll happy to read them and just confirm. But I did the math myself, and there is no scenario where the sun is close and the shadow lengths will the real world data will align with the calculations. I did the math myself. You can just send me.
You're incorrect. Is there any flat earthers in here that actually has links for this gentleman to show him how you can get the same shadow lengths with a local sun and the kind of method that you can use? Because I don't have that to hand, but I know 100% for sure that the shadow lengths can be achieved on a flat surface in the same way I can do this observation on a flat table and give you the radius of my table.
Yeah,
I can give you a spherical radius of a flat surface using that same methodology. That is not a proof of curvature. That is assuming and affirming the consequence.
I did the math myself. But you can provide me with your math. I can read it and confirm.
Yeah, well, somebody's going away to get that for you, but you're making massive assumptions here and you're jumping to conclusions. It is clearly obvious that these shadows can be achieved on a flat surface. It just means we don't have a sun that's 95 million miles away. It would be within our atmosphere.
Yeah, we just have to look at the math and confirm. Because with the math that I did, it may be wrong. With the math that I did, there's no way it can happen. But I may be wrong, so I'll have to look at the other thing.
You are. There will be. Just logically, there will be a value, a height at which the sun can be X times closer and give you the same shadow lengths. To assume that that's wrong is a very biased approach. Like, we can share with you. There you go. Jin's put some of the math in the side chat. I think I have some information as well that I can share with some of the numbers, but yeah, you can do this with a flat surface, my friend. The problem you've got is you have to pre-assume the ball in order to get your radius in the first place. Why are you pre-assuming the ball to begin with? Shouldn't you prove the ball in the first instance?
Yeah, that's what I did. With the math I did, I didn't assume anything. I assumed two models. I assumed a flat Earth with a close sun. The math didn't match reality, and I assumed a spherical Earth with a far sun, and the math actually matched with the real world data. So that's what I did. I didn't pre-assume
Why don't you
anything.
show us your
But I
math?
can look at the
Why
math
don't,
you
why don't you
provided
show us
and
your
see.
math? Show us your math.
Yeah, I can show you. I already have it here. I'll send it in the side chat. I actually wrote it a long time ago. It's about 3 weeks. But also, my other point is, since there are different models we can think of the world, some people may have evidence that prove that mathematically the Earth is sphere. Some other people can have a flat model that mathematically works. But why are you guys more aligned to believe in the flat Earth?
We're not believing the flat Earth. All observational evidence, all direct evidence shows us that we're not on a curving, spinning surface. Why are you pre-assuming we're on a ball with no evidence, no direct evidence whatsoever?
There's some 3 million miles away.
Yeah, you're the one who's pre-assuming. We're going on what we can prove and we can observe, and what we observe is no curvature, no motion, and no logic that tells us we can have a vacuum in the sky next to the atmosphere. It goes against the gas laws, and it goes against the thermodynamic laws of entropy. So why would you assume these things and then accuse us of doing what you're doing? That's projection.
But
we got to this position.
Yeah.
Listen, we got to this position through empiricism. You got to this position through affirming the consequence fallacy. A pre-assumption.
I just told you I did the math and it matched with the curve Earth. I'll see your math and see if it does.
Share the math. I asked you to share your math.
Oh, okay, sorry, I forgot. Right. So roots is the math you sent me is the image roots sent.
No, I'm waiting for. I've just sent you an example of how the shadow lengths can match with the light rays that we experience, which is divergent rays. You're going to assume parallel rays, which we have no evidence of, which we do have evidence of divergent rays, and that shows how you would be able to get the same shadow lengths in two cities. And what I'm telling you is you are pre-assuming the ball and parallel rays to begin with in order to assume that we have a ball of 3959, when in reality what we experience and what we see is the divergent and corpuscular rays from the sun. We don't experience parallel rays. So there's another assumption that you've got stacked on your claim. So I want to see your math, and hopefully one of the flat earthers may have some math that they can show you. I don't have that, but I want to see your math because you're the one who's claiming you have it.
Yeah, I just sent it. I'm using my other account, so you'll see that I've drawn a flat Earth with a closed sun. Then I used real world data of the altitude to calculate the height of the sun, and at different places it gives me different heights.
So what are you assuming? What height have you placed the sun at then on the flat model?
No, I'm actually calculating the height based off of the altitude.
So you're telling me you couldn't come up with a value or a height of the sun on a flat Earth? It wouldn't work at any height within your flat version.
No, but the thing is, if at different points of the Earth, you'll find different heights. So that's a contradiction. It can't be, the sun can't have two heights at the same time. It can only have one height. So if you do with different points on the Earth, I
understand your problem now. See, you misunderstand perspective. So the sun is based on your observer's position. So where the sun is in the sky in its actual position will be different. Where it is in its apparent position will be different depending on where you are. So the sun drops on the horizon on a flat Earth based on perspective. So when you're in another city and the sun is over a city a few miles away, your sun will be lower on the horizon based on your position. So you've gone about this in the wrong way.
I don't understand what you just explained, but I actually used real world data. I used the actual altitude, the real world angle.
Yeah, but the position in which you're placing the sun will be in an apparent position when you're in another city based on the fact the sun is further away from you. Everything that's further away from you will drop onto your horizon.
I actually used a reference point and calculated the distance between the cities. So I used altitudes at different cities and used the common reference point and calculated distance between the city, each city. And this way, I found the height to be different at different places. I actually picked a point at a time where the sun is directly above, so it makes the math easier. So when
you've not taken in perspective into account in these observations. So what you've done is you've not taken into account perspective on a flat Earth. You've pre-assumed that we're on a ball to begin with to be able to give yourself a 95 million mile away sun, and you've also pre-assumed that we get parallel light rays, which is not what we observe.
No, so not using parallel light rays.
This observation is one, not an experiment, and two, it's an affirming the consequence fallacy stacked claim. You don't have any direct evidence of any of this. The parallel rays, the sphericity to begin with, the 95 million mile away sun. It's all part of your fantasy belief.
But I didn't even
use your problem. And then you've tried to demonstrate how it doesn't work on a flat Earth without understanding and taking perspective into account. So no wonder you're struggling. You're full of fallacies, my friend.
Yeah, but the thing is, I didn't even assume anything. I just showed you the direct math on a flat Earth. And what do you mean by perspective? Can you elaborate more? I just used the distances.
You've used the distance, but what you haven't taken into account is in perspective, the sun will be in a apparent position based on the observer's field of view, the limitations of field of view. And by the naked eye, the sun would drop on the horizon quite dramatically based on the fact that you're miles and miles away from the other observer's position. So the sun will be at a completely lower angle than what you've calculated because you're not taking into account that drop on the horizon that you get over the per mile, 69 degrees per mile. You're not taking that drop into account. So you're assuming so much and you're not taking into account all the variables. And yes, you are fallacy stacking because you're assuming the ball to begin with.
But in this example, I didn't assume anything. I just used the flat Earth model. And I still don't understand the field of view. It's just simple. The altitude is easy to calculate. I just have it on the right side.
But you haven't used the flat Earth model.
It's about actual calculation. It's about math.
Use the flat Earth model. We don't have a flat Earth model. What you've done is you've created a model in your own mind, and you haven't taken into account the drop in distance for the celestial objects that drop on the horizon. Because of the naked eye and the limitation of view, you haven't taken that into account and the angle at which you'll be seeing the sun rays come in. You're also assuming parallel rays. You'll need parallel rays for this.
I'm not assuming.
You will.
In this example, I'm not assuming parallel rays. You'll see that I've drawn the angle at which, and it's different because if there are parallel rays and the sun is close, then everything is done. It can't happen.
No, I'm not saying you've assumed parallel rays. I'm not saying you've assumed parallel rays for the flat Earth observation. I'm saying in order to claim that it's a ball, you need to assume that there's parallel rays coming in from 95 million miles away and that the Earth is already a ball. So now you're looking at shadows and going, that confirms my belief. When in reality, that is not direct evidence of curvature or motion. And you don't even understand perspective to be able to give us an example of how it doesn't work on a flat Earth.
But it's not about perspective. It's not about how you see it. It's about how it is in reality with the shadows. It's not about seeing. I'm not calculating the altitude based off of my point of view. I'm calculating based on the shadows.
Yeah, but you can't justify the Earth being a ball by measuring
not
shadows
justifying.
and then not taking into account that this would work on a flat surface. You think you've proven it doesn't work on a flat surface without understanding how the flat earthers are describing perspective. And it's not even how the flat earthers describe perspective. It's just how perspective works. It's just you guys forget that's how perspective works because you assume when it feels and suits you that, oh, these angles are due to sphericity. When in reality, we would experience the same angles on a flat surface.
Yes,
So
but
it's
the
not
thing
a
is,
freak.
How would you tell the difference? Look, you measure the shadows. How do you tell the difference between parallel rays and diverging rays?
What do you mean? I don't understand. What do you mean?
How do you tell the difference? Because one of them is required for your assertion to be true.
In my assumption, I assume that the sun is close, so there are no parallel rays. If the sun is close, by logic, it can be that the rays are parallel.
Oh, so that it's close to a curving surface is what you're claiming?
No, I'm using a model where the sun is close and the Earth is flat.
Okay, what's wrong?
So if you do this and you take real world data of the altitude at different points of the Earth, if you calculate the sun height based off of different places, you'll see that at different places there will be a variable sun height. So that's a contradiction.
Yeah, that's true. Nobody's claiming that you can triangulate the height of the sun, flat or globe.
Okay, so what do you guys believe?
Well, I mean, we believe that it is how we see it. You know, that the sun's position is observer dependent based off of your location and the time of day.
So, but it can be at two different places in one.
But you're saying it's two different places. You have at best a vector of light.
What?
You have at best a vector of light. You can't determine its position in 3D space, flat or globe.
But I can't, because if we assume that the light rays are straight, they don't refract. I mean, there is refraction, but it's minimal.
Okay,
so if you
okay. Can you triangulate the sun on a globe?
If the sun on a globe, we assume that it's if you make it close to the Earth, if you use the spherical model and with the close sun, it doesn't work.
I know you can't triangulate the sun on a globe where the sun is also far away.
If it's far away, then the light rays are parallel, because if the sun is so far away, the light rays will be logically parallel. So if you do this calculation, you'll find that this mathematical model matches with the reality.
Which one?
If you count above, there is the parallel lines. If you assume, so you'll see that if the sun is far away, the light rays are parallel to each other, and on a flat surface that won't work, because
I know nobody's claiming that light is parallel to a flat surface.
No, I'm not saying it does. I'm just explaining the model I use.
Nobody can triangulate the position of the sun, period. Whether or not you believe the globe is true or the Earth is flat.
Yes, I agree.
So why are you levying the expectation on us to triangulate the sun?
Because I'm assuming that the sun is far away. You cannot triangulate the sun that is far away because the light rays are parallel.
You're assuming the sun is far away and the light is parallel. But guess what? You measure diverging rays. That's how you get different angles at different locations at the same time.
But you mean refraction through the Earth's atmosphere?
Yeah, even with refraction, you get even more divergence, don't you?
No, but the thing is, if you look at the actual refraction that happens on the Earth's atmosphere, it's so little. It cannot create the huge difference that we see in real life.
Well, it doesn't create parallel rays, does it?
No, but you have to understand the.
Yeah, look, if it's refraction like you claim it is, then the light can't be parallel.
No, but the thing, you have to understand something. I'm testing different ideas. I'm having different ideas. I'm first using the flat Earth with a closed sun. The data doesn't match the math.
So you're straw manning our position. Nobody's claiming that it is flat and close. The sun is in an indeterminate spot. We know it's not producing parallel rays.
Yes.
You know how we know it's not producing parallel rays? Because we mic check.
Yeah, you're good. You just cut out.
Can't hear anything.
Can you hear me, Sporadic?
Yep, I can hear you. Did you hear me say we know that the light rays are not parallel because we measure the surface to be flat?
Yes, can you please send me the math you did? I don't understand your specific
No, it's
model.
not the math. We measured it. We measured it with lasers. We measured it with high altitude infrared photogrammetry.
Okay, can you send me the research?
We measured it with planar surveying. We measured it hundreds and hundreds of ways. We've got thousands. We got thousands of examples. Yeah, like go to our home server, discord.gg/flat earth, and go hog wild. We've got channels set up. We've got observations, plenty to look at.
Okay. So you're saying the assumption I made, that you don't believe that the Earth is flat and the sun is close. That's not what you believe.
I know that the sun is not producing parallel rays, and I know that we can't triangulate its height.
But why is that? I'm failing to understand because
I can't listen. I don't know. I can't test what the sun is or how it's manifesting itself. I can test the surface. I tested it, measured it flat. Therefore, I know it can't be producing parallel rays to a curving surface.
Oh, so you're saying you cannot say?
Yeah, it's a logical consequence.
So you're saying it is actually close to the Earth and the Earth is flat, but you don't know.
I don't know if it's close. I said at best you have a vector of light that you're looking at, and it changes its apparent position based off of your actual location and time of day. I'm repeating myself. I have to step back in the office. I just wanted to come in and say hello to everybody and address these points.
Yes, I understand now. So
I'm going to go on mute. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Now, listen, what Sporadic just told you is what I was trying to tell you before. You're not taking things into account. You're not taking the apparent position of the sun based on the observer. And that's what you're failing to understand here. That's why you can't triangulate an actual position to the sun, because it's a perspective-based observation.
Yeah. So I understand now. So you're not claiming that the sun is close. You're not claiming that it's far away.
We're not making any claims. The only claim we're making is that it cannot be 95 million miles away in a vacuum with parallel rays. That's what you're assuming, but you can't prove because we observe differently. We observe divergent rays and corpuscular rays. We know that the sun is in an apparent position. You can be on two sides of a lake and see the light rays hit from completely different angles, giving you different positions in the sky to where the sun would be. You're not taking this into account. So you're debunking a false flat Earth model. That is not what we. That's not what we say. That's not what we claim.
Yeah. So I had the wrong model. So the model that I debunked was just having the Earth close. But you guys don't believe this. You believe in something else.
The model you debunked
I'm not sure what it is. But can just someone send me the links you talk about? Or
The model you debunked isn't. You're not taking into account perspective. You're not taking into account the apparent position of the sun. You're assuming its actual position, and you're not taking into account that due to perspective that we would see the sun in an apparent position. This is why we're not comfortable triangulating the actual position of the sun. We're not going to sit here and make assumptions like you guys do. That's for you lot. You guys do that. What we do is we tell you what is impossible. What is impossible is a 95 million mile away sun with parallel rays. That's not what we observe. That's not what we see.
I don't know what you're telling me because I'm not. I'm just trying to understand. I'm not part of anything. I'm just trying to know the truth, you know?
Yeah, I know, but you came in hot and heavy and you were very excited about how you debunked a model that we don't claim.
Yeah, I thought this is your model. Yeah. I mean, if I know that it's not.
See, yeah,
I'll just
assuming. You assumed everything. That's the mother of all F-ups. When you assume everything, there's massive mistakes. Don't assume anything. Check properly, and then go and measure, and then you will learn about the flat Earth. Don't assume anything.
I talked to flat earthers who believe that the Earth is flat and the sun is close. But that's the model.
They don't know the exact. Hang on, they don't know the exact distance, do they? They might say it's close because it's not 93 million miles away, but they didn't give you a number. They didn't give you a number, so you assumed.
We can't verify.
No, I didn't choose a number.
Well, you assumed something anyway.
No, but when they said close, they mean in relation to your claim, which is that it's 95 million miles away. In relation 93. To that, 93 million miles away. In relation to that distance, it is close.
Yes, when you say close, it just implies that the light rays are not parallel.
But we don't need to imply that. We observe that they're not parallel.
Yeah. I'm failing to get the okay, what's your Discord server name? I want to get the resources you told me to get at your Discord server.
Yeah, I will send you a link to the home server where there is terabytes and terabytes of information around these sorts of things. And Aristosthenes, it has a very big section dedicated to it. So there's lots of data you can go through and see the issue that we have when it comes to observing the sun and trying to give it a distance. What we can do, though, is we can debunk... Sorry, yeah, I just want to finish off. But what we can do, for sure, is debunk the fact that we're not receiving parallel rays and that the sun can't possibly be 95 million miles away for several reasons. And you'll read that in the chat. Go ahead, Jin.
Sorry, yeah. I was just going to say that I posted the curve calculator, 8 inches per mile squared, curvature calculation. The mathematics is all there for him if he looks. And the chart, this is how much curvature there should be at this distance. It's all there for him. And that's how we confirm with that. Using that, we confirm. We don't assume anything. I've never heard the word assume being used in any conversation as many as this time. Wow. He said he doesn't assume anything, and then he assumes the sun and he assumes the flat Earth.
Yeah,
but I did guess.
Yeah, but the thing is, that's how math works. You assume, and then you. The assumption is part of proof.
Maths is a language. Math is only as good as the assumptions that you put into it. If your assumptions are wrong, then your math is wrong. Simple. That's why math isn't going to give you direct evidence of the ball. Do you know what would give you direct evidence? Proof or evidence of curvature, drop over distance. Proof or evidence of motion. A measurement would be direct evidence. Now, the shadows is direct evidence of a shadow length, not direct evidence of curvature.
Very inaccurate methodology, that is. Very inaccurate. Shadow lengths don't prove crap.
Did you see the thing I sent? You understand it?
I understand it's not proving globe.
I'm sending you the link to the server.
Yes.
I'll have a look in a minute.
I understand it is not proving globe because I've already checked. So you will have nothing that's going to prove globe, unfortunately.
Yeah,
You're wasting your time. You're wasting your time because
I'm not trying to prove anything.
The Earth is not a globe, and you need to measure the surface That means you need to take your maps, right, and take it to nature now and check it. That's what you've got to do. You haven't done that yet. You keep saying yes, but you haven't done it yet.
I use real world data.
Yeah,
I use real world
the data. Data is one thing. What about validation?
What?
That. What? Yeah, exactly. Different language, isn't it? I said, what about confirmation, validation, and proving it in the real world? Take your numbers and go to the real world and prove it. Go into nature and measure the curvature. That's how
that's what I did, actually. That's what I did.
Yeah, where did you do that? Where? Where did you do that? Where?
At my house. You can just calculate outside of your house.
Your house, yeah? Okay. And what did you do?
I calculated the altitude. I confirmed. I was using a site, and just to confirm that it uses real world data, I checked
what did you do?
location.
No, I don't get it. What did you do? How much curvature did you measure?
I didn't measure. I measured the altitude because
you didn't measure. So you didn't do what I said.
What do you mean? You're just saying things.
No, you're just saying things. I said you didn't measure the curvature of the Earth. You didn't measure.
Yes, I measured. I verified the real world data.
How much curvature did you measure? How much?
I didn't. So the thing
there you are, ladies and gentlemen. You see, he hasn't measured the curvature, right?
No, but I just
drop over distance.
I just proved that the flat Earth model that I used didn't work.
The flat Earth model at the moment, because we don't have a model. Stop lying. Stop misrepresenting. Stop talking shit, man. Excuse the French, ladies and gentlemen. I said to you, how much curvature did you measure? You should be giving me a distance, a number, but you're not. You haven't measured it yet.
Did the math?
Now it doesn't matter now, ladies and gentlemen.
You didn't do any math. You didn't do any math regard.
Yeah, he didn't do fuck all.
No, the only math he did. The only math you did was regarding shadow lengths. We've already told you several times. Shadow lengths do not prove shadow lengths do not prove.
The spherical
shadow lengths
actually matches with the calculation.
That there is curvature. This is what you need to. Jin's trying to tell you. The only way to confirm that there is curvature is to actually measure the drop over distance or the decrease in elevation over distance. Can you or have you done anything around measuring that? Drop over distance or decrease in elevation over distance? Do you have any math around that?
Okay.
You're breaking up.
It would appear that he hasn't done that, ladies and gentlemen. Now I'm assuming for the first time.
You're such a glober.
I've got a question. How did they actually figure out that it was 93 million miles away? Like, how is that even possible to measure? It's such a vast distance.
Yeah, they used mathematics, dragon fruit. They looked at the distance. They looked at what's its name, Venus, all right, and assumed that Earth was the same. And then they did the maths to prove that, and it's the same thing. They then extrapolate it to the sun. It's just mathematics. They didn't measure it. They didn't go there. Didn't send a signal there. They didn't do any of that. Pure maths. That's all it is.
And if you look into the history of the distance from where we're standing to the sun, it's changed dramatically over time. From 3 million miles to 5 million miles to 10 million to it just. Everybody keeps making different decisions, and then one day it just landed at 93 million miles and stayed there.
Right, yeah. Eratosthenes didn't prove the sun's distance. I don't want to misrepresent that. He claimed to have shown that the Earth could be whatever size it is, the circumference or the radius of the Earth. So then I think it was later in the 17 or 1800s with Kepler, where they decided that the sun was 93 million miles away.
It's ridiculous.
So they just
that number is so large.
Okay. Where do you send? Do you send it in the side chat, the server?
No, you have got settings on that you can't accept messages from people who are not friends. So I've sent you a friend request.
Okay.
You can only be his friend unless you're assuming. If you assume, you can be his friend. If you don't assume, I don't want to know you.
I'd like to clarify
Yeah.
for a lot of the listeners and or people that are here currently that are either on the fence or on the globe side. They like to come in here and say, "Why do you believe flat Earth or the Earth is flat?" First off, belief is an obstacle to knowing, and we don't believe, we know. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks a lot. And that's not an assumption. Okay?
Yeah, but I don't understand. You have to understand, guys. I'm not with the spherical Earth, guys. To be honest, when I first did this, it's just mathematical thinking and just trying to understand both sides.
Okay.
And
that's not how you can.
For one moment, let me clarify a little bit better. Before I started my journey towards understanding and knowing, I had a belief that people went to the moon in 1969, and that some of the things I've been told by some of the people that were here longer than me and before me were telling me things that were correct and true. And when I went to go and verify those things on my own, and or looking at other people who were doing that, it did not line up with what I was told. And it just became impossible. The more I looked into it, the more I listened to people who weren't paid by NASA saying, it's not fucking flat. We've been to some of the things that come out of people's mouths that haven't even looked into the topic and or what they've been told themselves is absolutely crazy, bro. And a lot of what just regular everyday men and women were saying about the flat earth topic pushed me towards the truth. And I jumped from airplanes as a hobby. And I'll let you know, the amount of times people come in here and say, I've seen it from the top of a building or from an airplane, it's just ridiculous. Sometimes I'll unmute and say bullshit. No matter what altitude I jump from, the horizon never curves. Or you never saw it from a building because I jumped from airplanes as a hobby. Oh, well, was the airplane higher than the building I was in? No, dipshit. It flew lower than the buildings that are built on the Earth's surface. Like, what a dumb question. Obviously, it was higher than a building. So, yeah, just my own critical thinking. And after 9 months of looking into it and looking at a lot of what NASA's put out, too. Like, there's a lot of flaws in their stuff. So there's all that. There's all that.
The moon landing.
Give me one more moment, please. There's all that, plus the fact that we have a lot of problems here right in front of our faces: needless wars, homelessness, hunger, joblessness, etc. That the waste of money that goes towards this idea of going to Mars, it's just ridiculous. And not a dime should be spent on any of that until I can wake up and go to the corner store to work and back without somebody needing a hand because they can't make it through the month. Like, come on, man.
Yeah, thank you, Flat Man Can. He's the one that can put you up this flat.
Yeah, I also want to say I actually don't think the moon landing has happened. I don't believe everything NASA says. So I'm not just believe everything that NASA says, everything something says. I don't take things like just because somebody said it, I believe it. I also have some critical thinking. And when it comes to the topic of flat Earth, I've looked into just recently, when you guys started the server, the channel here in this server, I started looking into it. I looked at the shadow thing. I used math, and that's what I came up with.
Yeah, that's the problem. That's the problem. You believe your assumed maths. That's what you believe. You believed your assumed maths. That's what you believed. That's all you did. You didn't check anything. You haven't gone out to check.
You assumed the math.
Yeah.
You assumed the math. So if you like math, let's hit you with some math that you don't assume, that we haven't assumed, that needs to be verified. So if this is true and we do have a ball of a 3959 radius, then that would mean that every horizon on the ball, from a 1 foot observer position, the horizon must be at 1.2 miles. It would start to curve. So if you wanted to calculate how much curvature there would be over 10 miles, you'd need to do 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height. for an 8-inch per mile squared drop rate, which is what would be needed for a ball with a radius of 3959. So at 10 miles, there should be 66 feet of curvature. So have you verified that curvature rate?
With the model I used, I didn't. The thing you have to understand what I did, because you keep saying I'm using, I assume my math or things like this. What I did is simple. Just please don't interrupt me. So
I never asked what you did. I know what you did. You explained it before. You don't need to repeat yourself. I'm asking you. I'm asking you if you. Yeah. I don't go. Please don't go over your stupid flat Earth fake model again, please. That's dead. That's done. Now I'm asking you a different question. I'm asking you, if you like math, have you verified the curvature rate in which the ball claims that there must be on a ball? Have you verified any? Have you verified any of the globe rather than attacking the flat Earth idea? Have you questioned the globe and verified those numbers?
Yes, that's what I did with the math I did. What I did is verify that the real world data matches with the model of the spherical Earth. So that's basically
verified. You haven't verified the drop over distance.
Drop over distance. You've figured that out. Can you show us evidence of that, please?
The thing that I figured out is that the only model that matches with the real world data is a curved Earth.
Incorrect.
But I'm open to reading
we don't
more
need to
about
go
it.
over that. Hold on. We've already explained to you. Wait a second. Go. Stop talking. Just stop talking for a moment. Okay. If you bring up that stupid flat Earth model again, you're going to stay on mute. Because we've already debunked your claims. Your claims are fallacious with the pre-assumptions on the on the perspective, the actual position of the sun, the pre-assumption of parallel rays, and you're pre-assuming the ball to begin with. So please do not bring that up again. We are not talking about your ridiculous flat Earth straw man. What we are talking about now is that you believe we're on a ball, and we're asking you, have you verified the curvature which needs to be observable, which needs to exist for your ball theory to exist? So have you done any math or looked into any of the claims of curvature? And if so, how have you confirmed that there is a curvature or drop over distance?
You don't actually understand the thing I said. You're just babbling. You don't understand anything. You're getting aggressive for no reason. Do you understand what I said? Do you understand it?
Hey, calm down, Linda. He's getting aggressive. Are you kidding me? That was not aggressive in any way. Calm down, Linda.
He called me stupid. He called me stupid.
No, I said your stupid flat Earth straw man model. I never called you stupid. Stop being so sensitive. Now, I'm getting a little bit short with you because you keep repeating that you did some math, but we've already been through your math and your assumptions that you inputted.
You didn't see anything. You don't even understand. I'm starting to understand that you don't even understand it.
We've already debunked it.
You're saying.
We've already debunked it. How do we not understand it? You don't understand perspective.
Okay. You just send. Okay, I accepted your friend request. Can you just send me the flat Earth server? I'll go to it.
Perspective. You don't understand perspective. We don't need you to tell us how you've debunked the straw man flat Earth model again.
You're just saying things.
From you. No. This is you trying to avoid the burden of proof which you have. If you're gonna argue for the globe side, you have a burden of proof. Your burden is that you claim the Earth is curving. Now, I gave you the numbers. We're going to need to see the drop over distance for a ball with a radius of 3959. You can use your Earth curve calculator or you can do the math yourself, but there should be a drop rate. There should be a drop rate of 8-inch per mile squared. So how have you confirmed that there is curvature?
I'm not going to have this conversation because you don't understand because
you can't.
My mathematical proof is the thing I said. Let me finish. Let me finish, please.
Yeah,
let me finish, please.
Have this conversation because you have nothing to have a conversation about.
Because you guys are just getting aggressive. You're like insecure about your ideas of flat Earth or something like this.
Again with this aggressive claim. Like, don't get your panties in a twist there, lady.
It's projection. You're the insecure one. It's projection.
It's not a projection. I don't understand. If I go to talk to some people that have an idea, I have a different idea. They'll just
You had
have to.
assumptions. You
I
had
didn't assume.
assumptions.
You don't understand.
You came in, assumed, and you attacked
100%.
flat
You don't
Earth
understand what I
with your
did.
assumption.
You don't
I
understand
understood
the
it very
math.
well.
You
I
don't,
understood it very, very well indeed.
you didn't
And the
understand
point
because
is,
if
you're
you
not letting me
understood
speak,
it,
but I'm going
you
to
would
carry
say
on.
it's an
I
assumption.
understood it very, very well indeed. And it's this, ladies and gentlemen, this young man whose name is Gogo came in here, wanted to destroy the flat Earth because he thought he had the maths. But what he didn't realize that he assumed everything from the moment he woke up this morning. He's been assuming. That's all he's been doing all his life.
If you
Assumptions.
understand,
He hasn't proven a
if you
single thing.
understand what I did,
You haven't proven a
there's zero
single thing, sir.
assumptions.
You haven't proven a single thing, young man. You haven't proven anything. You haven't even proved the Earth's got curvature. Come prove the
You said-
curvature, young man.
You-
Get out of
Okay.
here.
Sorry, Jin. Sorry, Jin. You said if we understand what you did. What did you do? You haven't done anything.
Can you let me explain? Were you here when I explained it?
All right, do it
Yeah, I'm
again.
pretty
This
sure
is the
you
last
said you
time.
did some mathematical
For the
calculations.
last
What
time?
observations did you make? How did you verify those calculations? Did you look
Yes.
at the information that's out there about your ball Earth?
Yes. Let me just
You
explain.
did. So
So the first
you
thing I
verified
did.
8 inches. You verified 8 inches per mile squared. Okay. So you've debunked black swans. Wonderful. Show us the proof, please.
Okay, let me explain what I did. The first thing I did is get real world data. So I got the altitude of the sun from different places of the earth. The altitude, it's not just the direct height, it's the angle from the horizon and the sun.
Oh, you got to have
Okay,
a flat
how
Earth
did
to
you
make
verify-
angles, dude. You
Yeah,
have
how
to
did
have
you
a flat
verify
Earth
that?
to make angles. You can't make
What?
angles from the surface of a ball.
Yeah, sorry, AV. How did you
What do you
even
understand?
verify? How did you verify the information you were looking at? Like, you
Because
just
I
looked at
used
some information that said 3 million miles is the distance to the sun, and you're like, okay, check that figures.
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm not talking about the distance. I'm talking about the altitude. So there was a site called SunCalc
You said you looked
that
at the
has the
information that's
information.
out there. Well, part of the information that's out there is that the sun is 93 million miles away.
That has nothing to do with this. That has nothing to do. The distance of the sun.
I'm sorry I interrupted you.
nothing to
Just
do.
please clarify, but do it quickly.
Okay, so the first thing, I got the real world data. I verified it because I used my house as an example. So I got the altitude from the site and then checked the altitude, calculated the altitude at my house. So this means that the data represents real world data. You can actually check it yourself. Go outside your house and calculate the altitude. The other thing I did, I used the different models. I used the model of the flat Earth. I used the model of spherical Earth with parallel light rays. I used the model of the
You
flat Earth,
assumed.
which is the closed sun. It's not assumption. I'm using. That's how math works. If
No,
you
you're
have
just
a theory,
assuming. You're not validating anything. It's just pure
bro,
assumption.
Okay,
you
let me.
don't understand math.
Before,
That,
please,
if you try,
excuse me, 1 second. It's Gogo I'm speaking to? Is it
yeah,
Gogo?
okay, yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
So after you did all that, what real world observations did you go out and make on your own to see the horizon curving or bending or to find the drop over distance of 8 inches per mile squared? What personal experiences or observations did you make on your own, if any?
This argument isn't about observation. It's about reality. It's about we got real world data from the sphere, from the globe.
Yes, it is about observation because if somebody presents me with a bunch of information that tells me that the horizon curves, but when I go out to verify that information and observe the curve and I don't see any, there's a problem there.
That's a different story.
Like you can't
That's
just
a different
say,
story.
Whoa! Excuse me. You can't just say, "Well, my friend told me his car runs on fucking his farts," and I believe him because he told me that. Like you need to go and fucking see how he connects his asshole to the fucking gas tank. You know?
But you don't understand. This argument is about math. You can go and observe yourself, but I'm giving you what the math says. You can go do the observation
the
yourself.
curvature then? You said I can go observe the claimed curvature. Where do I go to do that?
again, this argument, I'm not really knowledgeable when it comes to the observing thing. I think you guys say that the images from the from the space are fake or something like this. Also,
okay, whoa, time out, Linda. It's not what we say; it's what we know. Like, and we use our own two eyeballs.
How do you know that?
No, whoa,
But how do you know that?
Time out. I'm speaking here. We use our own two eyeballs, right? So when people that are older than us, when we were younger, say we can watch a boat go over the edge of the curve because it disappears bottom up, blah blah blah, and we just buy that garbage and believe it because we're young. But we get older and we question and we go make our own observations. We can see, okay, with our naked eye, we can observe a boat disappearing bottom up at a certain distance at a 6-foot observer height. But with a little bit of help with our vision, be it a telescope or a camera that can zoom in, after waiting a half hour or 45 minutes after seeing the boat disappear over the curve, I can see the entire boat, hull and all, much further away than from where I'm standing than where it was half hour, 45 minutes ago. And if it's going over the curve in front of me like that, then I should be able to see some left to right curve at some point. And that's not happening at any altitude, any observation. So you can't have it both ways. Either the fucking boat went over a physical curve or there's no physical curve. And the Earth's too big. But you can't say Earth's not big enough or Earth's small enough to observe curvature and it's 8 inches per mile squared and we see the boats go over the curve, but then we can disprove the boat going over the curve and you can't say, well, Earth's too big to see the curve. You can't have it both ways, Linda.
Yeah, I understand, but you have to understand that my argument has nothing to do with this.
Your argument is that you can't observe Earth's curvature, and that's exactly what we're telling you. Flat Earth is an observation. Flat Earth is an observation, and the globe is a claim. I can see curvature through a fisheye lens, through NASA images, with my imagination, with mathematical calculations, but I can't see it with my own two eyeballs no matter how high I go, no matter how long I stand at the shoreline and watch a boat sail away. The Earth's horizon will never curve. Earth or water will never bend, no matter the distance. Plain and simple.
But I can send you a video of a guy using a hot air balloon and a GoPro, and you'll see the curvature of the Earth. You can see how these are the lens. But you can verify it yourself. You can use a non-distorting lens and see it.
We've had this Discord service here for years. Please give us the curve. Show us the curve without a fisheye lens. Please, let's see it.
Yeah, I don't have it. But the thing is,
you don't have it. No GoPros. You don't have it, and stop using GoPros.
But is there a non-distorting lens, or all GoPros distort?
My P900 is pretty straight on.
Yeah, I'm sure somebody did it. I'll have to look at it. But you have to understand that all calculations. Okay,
You're sure somebody did it, you don't have to look at it. You're sure somebody did it, you don't have to look at it. So I'm going to go back to the belief and knowing thing. Again, you just said, I'm sure somebody did it, I don't have to look at it. So there's your belief right there. Somebody else did your homework for you. Somebody else did your homework for you, so you believe what they've said.
All lenses have barrel distortion.
No, but I can't do it myself. All I can do myself is do math. If I was able to go out in the space and use a GoPro and just check it, I'll do it. But what I could do is just use calculations and altitude. That's what I did. I may be wrong. I'll have to check it out and understand more. You know, and the Roots, I just accepted your friend request. Can you please send me the Discord server? I have to go now, but I'll have to do other. I'll have to.
Abstract, man.
Ladies and gentlemen, Gogo is going because he lives by maths alone. Let him give you a mathematical formula for him going. Hang on a second. Not sure yet. Let me get it. Minus the 2, carry the 1. Okay, there's the evidence. I'm gone. I'm gone
but
now.
the math is based off of real world
ladies and gentlemen, I'm gone. The maths is there. I'm gone. Don't you believe me? Here's the map. There's the maps again. I'm gone. I'm gone with the maps. There's my maps proving I'm gone, even though I'm still here.
Okay. So can you just send me the thing?
Yes, I think Roots is going to do that. Aren't you?
Yeah, I'll do it now. I was waiting for you to add me. I'll do it right now.
Yeah, he's just done that. Okay, so he hasn't gone yet. He got the wrong mathematical formula there. Ladies and gentlemen, he's doing the maths. He hasn't gone yet.
Yeah, I'm waiting. Yeah, send me. Okay.
Square root of 2 to the magnitude of 10 to the power of 4. Okay, now, and he should be going any time. I predict he should be going in the next 25 seconds or so. Let me see if my maths is right.
Yeah, go. I want you to make sure you go and check the drop over distance and the curvature calculation sections of the website of the server, because this is the math you really need to be looking at. Shadow lengths, as we said before, don't prove that we're on a ball. The only way you can prove the ball is if you can actually measure the curvature. So that's where you should be focusing your energy.
Yes, okay, I'll check on it, and I'll have to go. I mean, it was a nice conversation. I didn't expect it to go that way. We're just waiting to have a friendly conversation, but that's okay. Have a good day, guys.
Yeah, no, we've enjoyed it, and hope to hear back from you. Come back, okay?
Yeah, I'll look into it. Come back. Okay, have a good day.
ladies and gentlemen, I was 4 seconds out. That was 29 seconds ago. I did my math formula. He left in 29 seconds. I was 4 seconds out, ladies and gentlemen. There you go. Okay, the man lives by maths alone. I feel sorry for him, man. His mother sends him to the shop. He gives her a mathematical formula. I've done it, Mum. Here's the maths. But the maths proves I've done it, Mum. What are you talking about? You don't understand the maths, Mum. Look, let me do it again. Look, see? All right, there you go, Mum. I've gone to the shop. I've done it.
Problem is, you can use math to calculate Superman's ability to fly. You can calculate what the atmosphere would be like in Narnia. You can use maths to do anything. Math is just a language, but like we said, it's only as good as the assumptions that you make in the first place. So if his assumptions are incorrect, why is he chanting about his math? It's based on false assumptions.
There we are, ladies and gentlemen. You see how maths can get you into trouble, get you into a heated debate, and you make yourself look silly because he didn't do the main thing he had to do, and that is to confirm that his maths is correct in nature. He didn't even do that. He doesn't even know how to do that. When you asked him how he did it, he just talked about adding up, doing the maths. Yeah, but the maths said it, he said. But the maths tells you, look, this is the maths. You don't understand the maths, he says. Honestly, ladies and gentlemen, don't live by maths alone, yeah? We owe an apology to Professor Globy Crusher because he was called AV, but I think it was Flatterman. Sorry about that. Little apology there. And he also called Go some other name. I forgot what he called him there. That was funny. It all happened in the heat of the matter. Okay, in the heat of the moment.
His name's Go, but he needs to slow down.
Yes, stop. That's what he needs to do. Imagine living by maths alone. Imagine that. The maths has sent him crazy. He's dealing with pseudoscience mathematics now. It was really, really entertaining. That one really was. I've never heard the word assume used so much from one person in my whole life. It was my reflex. Yeah, but I thought I was muted. Yeah, and I shouted out, "But you're assuming." I thought I was muted, but I wasn't. He heard me. I said, "Yeah, well, you are assuming everything." Bloody hell! And then misrepresenting us, claiming we had a model when we didn't have a model.
Well, they come in here, Jen, and say, why do you believe in flat Earth? Why is it a disk in space? Okay, right away you think it's a belief, and you're listening to misinformation about what we understand.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you said it to him. You had him on the ropes. What did you do in the real world? Okay, you got your maths and that, but yeah, what did you do to prove it in the real world? And he didn't prove anything. Terrible. It was funny.
So basically, I've got a table in front of me with a width of 6.5 meters. If I put a light source of 1 meter above that 6.5 width table, I can calculate the sphericity of my table, and then I can give you a radius of 14 meters. So I have some math here, which I could share with you all. And if you deny it, I would just say you don't understand the math.
Yeah. Because my table is flat, but it's curved. It's
My
a flat
table has
curve.
a 14-meter radius, and I can share the math. That must mean I'm right. And my table is a sphere.
It's a sphere. It's a flat sphere, ladies and gentlemen. A flat sphere.
Simple math. Simple math.
How does that work out when you put your coffee down?
Oh, you have to buy these new accessories that you put on to hold the cup up level. That's how that works. They come with accessories.
Curved bottom coffee mugs.
There you are. There you are. I do get a lot of breakages though from time to time.
Well, what it is your coffee cup now becomes an interstellar traveler. It's a small planet.
Yeah. That's a great one. Curved bottom coffee cups. Yeah.
And it's curling through your living room at 1.3 million miles in a vacuum in your living room.
You know what made me laugh the most? He said he didn't assume anything, and in the first words he said, "I assumed the distance to the sun." Every time he said that about 4 times, that he didn't assume anything. But then we've assumed the distance. That's how the math works.
I was wondering why my coffee kept sliding towards me.
Yes.
It's the gravity of my 14-meter radius planet. Sorry.
His wife wants to go to the supermarket to get the groceries. He gives her a mathematical formula that she's done it. Yeah, no, according to the maths, you've done this already. One minute, let me check the maths again. On his computer. Yeah, no, you've done that. Sorry. Yeah, stop lying. You've already been to the shops. The math says it. Look. So go and sit down. I'm not giving you any money for the groceries. Sit down. My maths prove that you've done it.
Are you saying you don't believe my mathematical espresso, Jin?
Let me check that one. Hang on a minute. Let me check that.
I wanted to see the gravitational
Yeah, my
force
math
of his
says,
coffee.
no, you haven't got an espresso in your hand at the moment. Stop lying.
I wanted to say the gravitational force of his coffee table holding his coffee cup to it also draws his bed, his fridge, his stove.
Let me check the maths on all that. Hang on. Oh, that's going to take me a few minutes. Hang on. To quantitate all that. Hang on. Yeah. That's madness. Maths crazy. Nikola Tesla summons it right. He said that the scientists are moving from one mathematical formula to the next, to the point where the mathematical formulas have no relationship to reality at all. No relevance. That's what's going on now. Now, I'm listening to the Japanese news today, stating that there's a lot of misinformation going on out there at the moment. It's probably going to affect the election that's coming up. Oh, I just laughed.
I literally giggled myself when you said that. No, you don't say.
Yeah, I liked it when you said, whoa, 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 hang on a second. Yeah, slowed him down in his tracks. I thought that was good. Because, yeah, calm down. Hold on a second. Are you saying this? when he tried to appeal to us that he didn't come in to fight or argue, but he came in to kill the globe. Sorry, to kill the flat Earth. That's what he came in to do. Came in hot. He had the mathematical formulas. It cannot. Those shadows can only happen on a globe, not on a flat Earth. Huh. Yeah. Yeah, he's going to come back, I think.
I think very rarely we have one-hit wonder globies in here, meaning they come in here once and then never come back. They usually always come back no matter how pissed off they leave.
Yeah. It doesn't sit well the way they lost. So they summoned up all their best maths, all the best so-called evidences, because that's what they were trying to offer. Another character was saying that he had a lot of evidences, yeah, but they're not proofs. You might have evidences, but they're not. He's trying to say they were impeccable. Was it empirical? That was it. He was trying to say they were empirical evidences when they weren't even empirical evidences. They weren't even evidences. Get out of here, man. Yeah, you just.
I don't think he knew. I don't think he knew what the logical fallacy affirming the consequence was, because I said it and he just brushed past it 3 or 4 times.
Yeah, he didn't know that at all, did he?
I've got to admit, I didn't know what half of these arguments. You know, like when you say logical, I had to learn all this stuff.
Well, that's okay. We all did. So that's okay, Dragon Fruit Man. You're there. You're there.
Yeah, I'm not judging him. I'm just saying as an observation.
No. I know you wasn't. I just remember, like, when I was arguing with people when I first got into this stuff, I was like, wow, I knew so little about actual arguing. Like, a picture is not evidence.
Well, yeah. Sometimes it's like that. Sometimes it's good evidence, but sometimes it can be, absolutely bunk. And you'll notice as well that some of these globers, like McToon will give you the worst resolution image to try and bolster his case. Insult your intelligence with an image. He did that too. I said, you offer me this abortion of a picture. This abortion of a picture. Get rid of that, man. I can't use that. Talk about choosing the worst picture you could possibly get.
The other day, someone was using like a heat map. It was ridiculous.
There you go. Heat map.
But I guess for me personally, I've never, when someone's trying to tell me something, I never be condescending. Like I've always tried to take on board. Doesn't matter what people are saying. I think you got something to learn from everyone. But like when people come with that attitude, just assuming we're all dumb because we think this way, that's really frustrating. That can be with anything. Like people used to argue what's better, PlayStation or Xbox, and they call you dumb just because you bought an Xbox or vice versa. It's ridiculous.
Well, what about the guy that came in and said you were retarded and dumb and that, as a flat earth?
Yeah.
I was saying, hang on, you're inside. He goes, no, Jim, let him carry on, Jim. I thought, okay, you must love it.
Well, I think if anyone's listening on YouTube and they just hear like them attacking us, because like Roots just said earlier, he said stop using that dumb flat Earth map or stupid flat Earth map, and he just assumed he was calling him stupid. He clearly said the stupid model or whatever.
Yeah, the stupid, flat Earth model.
But these guys literally call us like there was one guy in the thing the other day saying kill us all, and I'm like, bloody hell, man, calm down.
Yeah, in the politics 3 weeks ago, one guy got so triggered he said, all flat earthers must die, all flat earthers must die, and he kept repeating that until he got muted.
That's wild. That's such a strange way of thinking.
Yeah. I got the impression he was Jewish for some reason. I don't know why.
I just want to see if I can get Pharaoh in the VC. So Pharaoh's in the side chat claiming that gravity isn't just a theory; it's a measurable force.
Well, they claim they measured it at like what 0.00007 of of the equivalent to the ether or something like that.
Well, before you give the game away and say too much, Pharaoh, do you have the ability to come on the mic? Are you willing to back your claim in the VC, or are you just going to be a keyboard warrior?
I like the way Root said that before you give the game away. There, that was good. Yeah, it was smooth.
Well, he's making a claim here that gravity's a force, so I want to hear what his version of gravity is.
Absolutely. What has he got? This is what I enjoy now when they make these bold claims and now they've got to back them up.
So, Pharaoh, you're not willing to back up your claims that gravity is a force, even though your own side says it's not a force. And the example that you've given in the side chat is that of relative density. We get a downward force, a downward bias based on the fact that things are more dense than the atmosphere go down, things that are less dense than the atmosphere go up. So you haven't given any example of a force of gravity, but it looks like you're not going to come in the side chat. You're just going to chat skank.
Why? The upstart. Or should I say the startup? The young upstart.
When Neil deGrasse Tyson dropped that microphone, he forgot to add all the bits of the energy that he was putting into this mic drop.
Oh,
Who
yeah.
picked it up off the ground? Who let it go out of the hand? It didn't just miraculously fall.
And then he said the Earth's not epping flat. Do you remember? As he dropped the mic.
Yeah. What a prick that guy is.
Well, the real question, Dragon Fruit, is how did it get up there in the first place?
That's what he just said.
Yeah. That's what I said.
Yeah. He just said
sorry, I missed that. Yeah, I missed that.
It's like the stuff that he used to pick it up is completely invisible.
Sounds like the guy in the chat is all mouth and no trousers, isn't he? All mouth and no trousers. Typical. The upstart.
Sounds like he's already been corrected by Sporadic as well, but he wants to continue chanting like a fundamentalist zealot.
What's it? Glutton for punishment. That's the one. That's the other expression, isn't it? He's a glutton for punishment then. The upstart. These young upstarts these days, they don't even know they're alive. Not using their senses, believing everything, maths formula after maths formula, otherwise they can't conduct their day. Wow. Living in the virtual reality of the game that they play, that's where they live. Totally devaluing Earth's beautiful, God's beautiful creation, the flat Earth.
Well, some might argue it's already been tainted a little bit by man.
Yeah.
They live in man's work. They live in God's work.
There are some people in Japan who get married to these characters. They marry them, virtual characters. Yeah, literally, no kidding.
Yeah, but when those Japanese girls are dressed up in anime costumes, some of them can be quite attractive.
Yeah.
Especially if you watch those things growing up, like Yu-Gi-Oh or something.
Yeah, but these guys have got AI girlfriends, mate.
Oh,
they're literally.
I remember walking around Tokyo.
Themselves out.
There was a girl dressed as Dark Magician Girl from Yu-Gi-Oh! Wow, she was like a princess. I keep getting adverts on my on YouTube for downloading this AI girlfriend. I might download one. She says she's always available and she'll reply in 3 seconds.
That's slow. They reply in 1.5 seconds here.
Oh. Well, England's still catching up.
I can tell you now, mate, it ain't going to hit the spot.
If it's anything like talking to ChatGPT, it will do nothing. I can imagine it's terrible. you'd have to be pretty lonely to be talking to one of them.
Well, I'm sure Gogo would have a great time talking maths. You know, see who's going to blow a gasket or a fuse or a brain cell.
Well, at least she'll agree with him.
And that's all that matters in a relationship.
Very agreeable.
Still no globe proof then, just proof that shadows can be made from the sun at this point.
If you honestly think about it logically, there isn't honestly no globe proof. Like if you try your hardest to think of one, what really is there? Just things in the sky, all speculation on mathematics is nonsense.
Well, if it was a ball, there would be globe proof. We would be able to prove the motion and the curvature.
Yeah, it's just not there. 1 year I tried to prove it. It's literally impossible. Now they'll say, "Oh, you're not a scientist." Well, screw you.
Yeah. I'm going to measure the shadow lengths of your car to prove that your car is not a car.
Sorry, Jim.
So I was going to say I'm going to measure the shadow lengths of your car to see if you've got a car or not.
It's so wild, isn't it?
Yeah.
Next, he'll be using shadow lengths to prove he's got a girlfriend.
Yeah, that's it. You see what I mean? You just extrapolate it all through his life. Let me do a mathematical formula. If I don't poo in my pants, let me do the maths on that.
It's a good example that you use, Roosh. You can literally do like mathematical equations for anything in like games, movies. Because it is just a language, isn't it? You can fit anything if you do it correctly.
Yeah, that's what I love.
Yeah, like language, I can sit here and tell you a bag of bullshit. I can string the sentences together. I can make it coherent. Doesn't mean that everything I say is true, does it?
No.
Well, this is. Go ahead. Well, I was going to say this is how they rip off everyone in Britain through these computer modelings that they do, right? Not based in reality at all, but they make it. It all looks logical, but it's not actually how we live. And yet, Sadiq Khan has managed to get away with it. Now you're paying an extra ULEZ, ultra low emissions zone now. Charge.
Sadiq Khan is the greatest mayor London has ever seen. Be quiet, Jim.
Really?
Listen, here's the thing all you flat earthers are forgetting. Millions and millions of years ago.
That was good.
That's good. You've sold me. I'm a baller again.
Yeah. That was brilliant.
Yeah, you've seen all the videos popping up of people chopping down those ULEZ.
The Blade Runners, they're called. Yeah, yeah. I actually watched it, and then I did a video called "Having a Gripe: The Hidden Cost of Motoring in Britain," and I put down a great synopsis as to how Sadiq Khan was lying and how he used the computer modelling from, I think it was one of these universities in England. And they said to Sadiq Khan not to use the model because it doesn't match reality. It was just an example. And he used it, went around saying that 4,000 people were dying every year. And then when you go down on the underground, the air quality is like 10 times worse than it is on the street level.
It's happening in every city now, bro. Like my friend has like a van. I think it's 2021 plate, so it's like 4.5 years old. And he's not even allowed to drive that van into the city anymore because of emissions. He's only allowed to drive a van and if it's electric now. This is the same in Bulgaria, in Sofia. You can't drive any old Ford Transit into the city.
Yeah, and that's all come from pseudoscience math modelling. That's all that's gone on there. Because the car isn't polluting and that. It's just wrong. I mean, we had the because I mentioned it in that video that I put up that the Germans, right? They pushed back against the governments trying to outlaw diesel engines. Okay, and where the government's Minister for Environment and that they put the sensors right by the traffic lights, the exhaust emission sensors. They put them right by the traffic lights, and of course, when the cars come down and stop at the lights, you're going to have a peak of exhaust fumes right there because they're idling, and then when they accelerate off, it's going to peak again. Yeah, and you know what they said? The guys with their computers, they said, you know what's more concerning? Brake dust that's in the air that they didn't mention. The government, you know, because whilst they were sitting there, brake dust was peaking higher than the exhaust fumes because as the cars are coming in, it's slowing down, and all that dust is being kicking up from the cars. Brake dust. That's what we should have been more concerned with, you know. Asbestos.
I can only speak from my experience, and obviously, Beijing, when I was there, is very smoggy. But I would associate that more with the numerous factories that are pumping out crap into the air, not the cars, because I can prove that by when I was there on New Year's. And as soon as they close all the factories on Chinese New Year, all of a sudden the city's crystal clear. So it's not the cars, it's all the industry, which they never talk about, like huge Coca-Cola factories, fucking iPhone factories, all the crap that comes out of them.
Yeah.
They're never mentioned because that's making money. Now you go to any beach in Cambodia, just ladled with trash, all the plastics that float up. Like that's the shit that needs to be solved, not someone driving a car and charging them fucking 15 quid to drive it 10 minutes.
That's right, and in some cases you're paying like 30 quid because you got like the congestion charge you're going to get slammed with, and then you got the ultra low emissions charge. You got to get your catalytic converter. Come on, man! This has just been a non-stop barrage on the motorist, especially in Britain.
Well, that's why I've stopped driving. I want a car because it brings me freedom, but not only that, then I'm like, I have to give my ID if the police pull me over. Then you sort of all this extra money coming out of your bank that. It literally makes no sense anymore to drive in this country for me.
Yeah, I thought that they've ruined the beauty of driving. You know, when you look back to the 1950s, 40s, like the heyday of driving, that would have been for us, really, even though I wasn't born. But you could see the freedom there, yeah? No cameras, you know, just go.
You didn't even have to wear seatbelts. Seatbelts wasn't an issue.
Yeah, because the speeds weren't coming, you weren't really getting up to those speeds. Nowadays, though, you can't do it. You've got these cars that can do like 200 mile an hour. You can't even do 20 mile an hour.
Yeah, I've never understood that. Why do they make cars? You might as well just limit all cars to the speed limit.
Yeah, that's it.
Don't even tempt people to go faster if you're that concerned about it.
Yeah.
But the police force here makes more money on traffic things than anything else.
Well, that's right. That's where they're getting their revenue from. But Germany is good, isn't it? Because they have the autobahns, so you can actually hit the 200 miles an hour where you can. You know, yeah, that's good.
There's no money and no speeding tickets being handed out, and they need to bring in extra money for the fake space stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, because motorists here are easy targets to take money from because they know that motorists need their vehicles for work and to whatever they're doing, so they can just make up stuff and just put it in front of a motorist, and motorists majority of the time got no choice but to pay money.
Yeah, thank you very much for that, Ultimate FP, because that's what I said. And the thing is, right, it started off with the catalytic converter, okay? Back in the early, mid-80s, early 90s, everyone had to have a catalytic converter. Now, when I looked it up, right, recently, I looked it up last year, how effective it was. Guess how effective it was? 98% effective of reducing all the smog that comes out of your car. 98%. So there should be no bloody charge there because the thing's virtually clean, right?
But then they moved to cow farts. It was all about the beef next.
There you go. Yeah, methane gas. Yes.
Fix the cars, cool the cows.
Yeah, terrible, you know. 98% effective that catalytic converter is, okay? And then what happens? They put down the congestion charge. And now it's the ULEZ. So it's just one hit after the other. Just don't get it. And then when you actually go from the main arteries of the roads, right, the main arteries into the urban where people live, and you measure the smog, it's zero, negligible. You're hearing, negligible to nothing. I don't even know why the motorists haven't gone up in arms. They don't do the research. They don't follow it through. They don't, because if they did, yeah, they'd be banging on Sadiq Khan's office. Yeah.
I would say it's maybe when they measured it as well. It sometimes seems a bit worse on humid days. Like when you're in traffic and it's humid, you smell it a lot more because it doesn't rise so quick, does it? All the shit.
Yeah. Agreed. But the underground's even worse, though. The underground is 10 times worse, right? And they want you to use the underground. No point of them trying to reduce the traffic is so you can go into the underground. But the underground is worse than driving in the streets.
I've never been down there, but I've heard it's pretty bad with the rats now and a lot of like troubled people down there. And
well, not only that, they also pump that crappy air from down in the tunnels out into the street level anyway. So you can't win with these people.
No,
you
no,
understand
my
what I'm
point
saying?
was that my point was it's just I felt a lot safer in the trains in Japan than I do in England.
Oh yeah. At least they run on time here. That's the thing. They do run on time. They're never late, unless
you don't have to worry about getting robbed.
No, yeah, people fall asleep. People fall asleep and they've missed their truck. They've missed their stop an hour ago and they're still keeping.
Staring at the screen.
Yeah, kipping. They're just kipping. Sprawled out on taking up the room of 2 seats. They're sprawled out, man, kipping. Right, because they work hard.
Yeah, there's like a full circle, isn't there? The monorail kind of does like a full circuit of the main city.
Yeah,
it's really
Very
really
much so.
handy.
Yeah, just like the Circle Line in Britain. Yeah. Oh yeah.
Hey, Gene,
I've been on it.
Sorry,
Dave, go ahead, mate. Welcome.
just wanted to check, see if there's any new people on here who want to talk about reality and whether they live on a spinning ball or not. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Well, the only two that we've got really would be Tatsme at the bottom. Tatsme hasn't said anything yet. Are you there, Tatsme?
Touch me now.
Tatsme.
Remember
You
that
touch
track?
me, I touch you.
Remember the
No.
track? Touch me now.
And other than that, we've got Rugapeso, who was muted. I haven't muted him. He's been a bit of a keyboard warrior at the moment. Rugapeso, do you fancy a chat in the VC?
You want to defend your position? Come on, man. Pick up the challenge.
We'll give you another
Said if you stand next to a mountain, things point at the mountain.
Wow.
If you stand next to a mountain, what?
If you hold like a plumb bob next to a mountain, it'll point at the mountain instead of at the ground.
I've heard that. Stupidity.
Yeah, mass attracting mass, right? Let's have a real world observation for that, please.
But guys, everybody knows it's a globe. We should be easy to come in here and explain it to us and prove it to us. I mean, what's going on? I don't understand.
That's why when you fly over mountains or next to mountains, planes want to fly into a mountain.
Yeah.
Is that why snowflakes are attracted to the pyramids and large buildings like skyscrapers? Oh wait, no, they're not, are they? Oh, that must be why dust gathers then at the foot of every building. And oh, no, that doesn't happen either.
Don't be afraid to speak up. You don't have to just sit in the chat and talk about the globe. Just come in here and face the music. We need some curvature measurements to start with. Go ahead, guys.
Not many Indians coming in today. What happened to them?
Rugapeso left the chat.
That is a shame.
I must have
Just
scared him off. I shut up. Go ahead, Gene.
No, I was saying it's a shame that he's gone. He was just gathering intel then.
I just glanced through the panel. Looks like we're left with nothing but globe deniers. You guys continue.
I can pretend to be a glober if you want to argue.
No, you got too much logic. Won't last long.
It's hard to do it with a straight face.
You just need the holy trinity of bullshit, mate. Refraction, gravity, and relativity. The holy trinity of the globe.
Yeah, Force-Coates pendulum, just to back it up a bit. Don't forget that one.
Well, James May told me he could see the curvature when he was in the SR-71.
Yeah.
And Neil Baumgartner told me he could see it from his space jump. So what are you guys on? What meth you smoking, you crazy bastards?
Yeah. After that episode, I totally went off of that guy, and because he's just a scumbag, really, James May. He was always a bit of a puff anyway on Top Gear, but then he proved it by doing that. The one thing that I did like though is that he constructed a railway, the toy trains, all the way from, I think it was like London, right up, the same route as the Flying Scotsman. And the Germans won that race in the end, but it was good. A real toy train set across so many miles. And it worked. Oh yeah, you want to watch that one? That was a good one. The Flying Scotsman. And then the Germans had their train, and the Germans won in the end. Our one broke down. Kept breaking down, along the way.
I have been on the Flying Scotsman with my granddad when I was a kid.
Yeah, you were lucky then. Yeah.
And the Mallard.
Yeah.
But they're all. I think the Flying Scotsman's at the York Railway Museum now. I think it's parked there, and they get the Hogwarts Express there as well.
Yeah, they should keep those running really, because they last the test of time. And look at them, and the skill to keep them alive is still around. So
when you're stood next to those trains, wow, they're a lot bigger, and it is a big feat of engineering. I'm surprised I don't use them, because not only do they look cool, it's just steam.
Yeah, that's right. Just steam. Shoving the coal in there. Oh, get it in.
That would have been a tough job, being that coal scooper.
Yeah, definitely.
I'll tell you another thing I saw that I was quite surprised how big they were. The Black Hawk helicopters that were used in Vietnam. Massive when you see them up close.
And the Chinooks.
Oh,
They're
yeah.
massive as well.
Yeah, you fit like 2 tanks in back of them.
Mm.
Yeah, you don't realise when you see them on the movies how big they really are when you're up close to one. Now I can see how they can fit 8 soldiers in the back with guns and equipment.
That's right.
I know we're supposed to be talking about flat Earth, aren't we? Really, but now I'm just thinking about the Vietnam War.
It does. We do come off the rails, pun intended, now and again. We do derail.
I suppose you can just go on any topic while you're waiting for a Globie to come in. I mean, it's still interesting to learn about other stuff from different people's perspective when we wait.
Yeah, we spoke about everything we could possibly speak of regarding the characters that have come in and their psychological behaviour, so that the listeners, because the whole point of having these conversations anyway, is to help the listeners be able to discern the brown stuff from the clean stuff.
I find when we're not discussing the flat Earth topic and explaining things to the Globers about what we understand, and we discuss other things, they're very interesting topics, and we're exploring other stuff that we don't maybe understand or we want to understand better, that has nothing to do with the planets, or you know what I mean?
Yeah. You get to learn about the characters of flat earthers and what they're into, their hobbies, lifestyle. It's okay to learn that as well. The listeners get to understand us as they're humans like us. They're the same. They've got humour. They're warm. They're caring. Yeah, exactly. We're not just here to just dismantle the individuals with their globes, separate them from their ball, which is what we're doing, really. Yes, give me that ball. Let me cut the chain off of that, dragging that ball around.
How is it in Japan? Is there many people over there that understand the or is it still quite taboo?
Oh no, it's not taboo. No, people are talking about it, especially in the University of Science and Physics, where one of my students, his name was Masato Yoshida, he was there, and he started to talk about it after 2 years of learning about flat Earth here with me, and then he went to university. He hadn't spoken about it for a year, and I asked him, "What the hell are you doing? You're in Japan is at the end of the queue here. We're last. Come on, man, get yourself into gear. Start talking about it." And then that started a whole year of people Skyping me from the university, asking for my credentials. How do I know the Earth is not a globe? How do I know it's flat, etc., etc.? And you give them all the numbers, all the diagrams, all the memes, everything. Yeah, and then we had Flat Earth Banjo, who wrote a book called 16 Emergency Flights Prove Flat Earth. And then he introduced that. And then 2 other Japanese wrote books on Flat Earth. So it's picking up. We can say that. And even in the English textbook, in the University of Science, where they're learning English as the second language, yeah, in that English textbook, it said that more and more people are becoming flat earthers. They did a thing on an episode or a passage on flat earthers, right?
I always feel a bit sad for like the young Japanese men and the young South Korean men, because the pressure on those guys is massive.
Yeah, on the men and on the women as well.
yeah, for sure. Yeah, on all the people there. Like, watch the documentary. Like, these kids in South Korea, it's like a battle just to go through school. So I just can't imagine them getting enough time to think about stuff outside of the curriculum because they're so focused on surviving.
Yeah,
so much
guess what
pressure.
time they were calling me as you said that? 2:00 in the morning I'm getting Skype calls, by the way, after they've done their homework. Lucky for them that I'm a night owl, because I'd be on the Discord anyway, yeah, that they'd call me, so I'd have to leave Discord, answer the Skype, and it would be all about flat Earth, you know? And I said, yeah, I was just talking about this very point. Yeah, okay, let's go, you know, and they're asking questions. So we end up doing a live call on Skype with all these colleagues, all sitting down and discussing and hammering out. You know what they said in the end? Jin Sensei, the Earth is flat. You're a great sensei, they said. Yeah, they called me a great sensei.
I've never met an egotistical Japanese person, so that's why I was thinking maybe they'll listen. I've never met every Japanese person I've ever had a conversation with are just very interested and very eager to learn. That's just my perception.
Yeah, that's
Maybe
exactly what they are like. They want to learn everything because, you know, they don't get an opportunity to meet a foreigner in the first place. So they're lucky that I could speak Japanese and they spoke a little bit of English, so we got through. And yeah, they were doing all the maths. You could hear the computer keyboards going click, 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 clock, clock, crack, 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 you know, as they were working it all out. And then 3 months later, they're all coming to the conclusion that the Earth is flat. And they were saying, Jin said, the Earth is flat. The Earth is flat. And they kept saying it. Yeah, that's when I knew they knew it. Yeah. Flat Earth. You know, and they still had to do their other work as well. But yeah, they were contacting me all throughout last year and the year before last via Skype. Yeah. So yeah, the Japanese are into the flat Earth. Yeah, it's growing. I think it was surprising that in the English textbook for English proficiency, they did an article on flat earthers. I mean, that's to tell you, you know, what they don't do that in Britain, do they?
No.
No, right. And it wasn't one of ridicule. It highlighted all the points and all the anomalies in the globe. And then at the end of the article, it said, more and more people are becoming flat earthers every day. I thought, wow. Now that's the truth right there.
From what I'm hearing from young English people in school, they're telling me now they're more teaching about feelings than anything else. It's like you're just being taught about feelings, emotions, safe spaces. They're not really being educated on the wars or, you know, whatever they taught us. Because we learn about Greek gods and all sorts when we was at school. They don't learn about any of this anymore.
No, that's right. You know, they're learning about transgenderism That's what they're learning.
It's all about
So-
ideology and gender stuff, and it's
Yes.
weird.
Gender looming, gender not quite coming out. Gender, hang on a second.
I couldn't believe it, mate. These guys don't even know who Guy Fawkes was. They don't know how to make Yorkshire puddings. Like, they don't know where half the English towns are. He couldn't even point London out on a map.
Wow. And I've just
Like,
heard today
That's
that
after
the British
just leaving
government,
school.
well, the British government is thinking of introducing or lowering the voting age to 16. Now, what does a
Yeah.
16-year-old know? Nothing.
I was at work yesterday. You should have heard my boss puts the radio on. They're debating it all day. They're debating that. They're debating the war in Iraq and the immigration all day. It's like they're just trying to rile up the public. It's so
Yeah.
bizarre.
Real junk shit, excuse the expression. Real junk. I thought, how could you say a 16-year-old could coherently know what's going on with the politics and the history? Don't know anything at 16.
I'm thinking on that, and the only motivation I could see for the powers that be to do that would be to try and reinvigorate in the younger people the idea that your vote can change things for the better, and that the system works, and you got to keep paying your taxes and keep being a good little boy and girl and work for 8 hours a day and pay off your mortgages and student debts, etc., etc.
Well, that's the key there, and also to boost voters for their party as well. Remember, but yeah, that's part of it exactly. Oh,
This country's going down the drain pretty quick.
it's in the drain, mate. It's in the drain.
Yeah, but it's still beautiful though. When you go to like the Lake District and stuff, it's stunning.
Oh, that side of it. Look, the government's ruining all that. It's the government that's ruining the land. The land is beautiful, you know. But then I hear they want to cover the green belt with bloody solar panels. That's not good.
I was shocked because my mum used to live in Cornwall, and I went to visit, and I'd never been to Cornwall before, and I was just shocked like how beautiful the beaches are. And then you go into like Newquay, one of the towns, there's just drug addicts, homeless people everywhere. The whole town's falling to pieces. All the nice homes are owned by holiday lets. It's
The funny thing is, the Globe Live tour, they went to Newquay. Okay, so those who are like Harry and Roxanne Glenn lived in the lid. A few of these flat earthers, they went there doing a live stream, and they went there and tried to introduce flat Earth there. Did a great job as well.
a beautiful place. It's just ruined by. It's because I don't know why all the homeless people and drug addicts seem to go to the seaside towns. I don't understand that.
Yeah, that's odd, isn't it? Drug addicts, honestly, fools. You see?
Well, yeah, but you got. I talk to these guys a lot of the time, and a lot of them they just didn't have family. You know, they just had no one there for them, and they just fell on hard times. It's so sad.
Yeah, it's definitely that's the case. Yeah, it's just unfortunate because from there, it's going to be drugs all the way. Because to get off drugs, they get drugs from the psychiatrist. So you're still living a life of drugs until you can like extricate yourself out of there by yourself. Because that's the only way you can win. So you've got to be very careful. Now remember, I'm not sure. I think it might even be in Britain as well. That you only need one doctor to refer you to the psychiatric ward, and you're in. Where it used to be like a second referral or even a third. Now it's only one. So one doctor's word say you need to go to.
According to their statistics, 53% of adults over 18 are on or have been on antidepressants.
There you go.
53%.
Antidepressants.
Yes, people. Whatever you do, don't mess around.
Yeah. 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 Don't mess around. It's a good one.
Yeah, that's a very dangerous drug, that one. If you've ever tried it, you know it tries to take hold of you very quickly.
It's a killer, man. Yeah, forget it. It's not fun at all. Yes, and ladies and gentlemen, that's all happening on a flat Earth, stationary realm, where the Earth is not hurtling through the universe at 2.2 million miles per hour, covering 19.2 billion miles in a year, and yet all the stars are in the same place. Yeah.
You could argue all this is happening because people believe they're on a spinning ball and they're very insignificant.
That is a very good point you put forward. That is exactly why it's all happening. Because of the globe, ladies and gentlemen. There you are. Drives you to drugs. Yes, you could argue that.
But parents lie, teachers lie, governments lie, but NASA tells the truth.
Yeah, exactly. And did you hear the guy yesterday? Why is it that you believe, you don't believe the NASA CGI composite Photoshop images, but you believe these are real, where's the curvature, flat Earth, real pictures? I said, I can't believe you asked that question. Why would we believe CGI? It's not real. And here's real pictures you don't even want to accept. Yeah, you got it wrong, man. And we don't believe. We know. Silly, you know? Disregard real pictures for NASA, CGI, fake imagery.
I found it really interesting that Candace Owens, I don't know how people feel about her, but she even came out and said all space is fake and gay, which was quite surprising.
Yeah, yeah. If she meant it.
But then a bit later on, she did stream the final experiments. So.
There you go. Bit of gaslighting going on. That's right. That's what she was doing. Gaslighting the flat earthers.
I chat with a few people on the main 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, you know, the one with like 30,000 members, and there's a few people on there who switched back to the globe after that.
Yes, I heard, yeah. But then they could never have been flat earthers in the first place. That's what they were there to infiltrate, pretend, and then when this experiment came up, make out that they've gone back when they were always on the globe all along. See? That's what they do. They infiltrate. They have to infiltrate. They have to know at what level do we know. We know it all. We can dismantle professors, scientists, cosmologists, because everything they do is theory. Nothing is real.
What about paleontologists?
Well, liars.
I thought the only reason we weren't allowed to dig at those sites is because they're highly nuclear.
Yeah, see, they just lied.
You just need specialists that can handle it, and they're the only ones that are allowed. Like, I think 7% of paleontologists actually do the digging. The rest just do crap on a computer.
There you go, yeah. And they've never held a real bone in their lives of a dinosaur.
Can you imagine we just start digging in your back garden, we find a bone, and we just assume it's like a giant eagle just from one tooth?
Exactly. Well, that's exactly what they did, didn't they? They found some teeth in the Missouri River, Missouri State, and then they sent it to Britain. And then Sir Richard Owen, who was the curator of the British Museum, coined the name Trochodon dinosaur, Trochodon, which means rough-toothed dinosaur. How would you know what the damn thing looked like? He just made it out of his head.
But then you get people saying, "Oh, isn't it funny how chickens look like velociraptors?" I'm like, well, maybe that's where they got the idea from for the velociraptor, the chicken feet.
Exactly. They got it from the chicken. They reverse engineered it there. They just looked at that and then, okay, let's copy that.
Yeah, but people are thinking, oh, no, the velociraptors just de-evolved into this chicken that we now lay eggs and eat.
Yeah, silly, isn't it? And the very idea that they have flu that we can get is another joke. I won't say any more than that. But yeah.
Well, Steven Spielberg has got in everyone's mind.
Yeah, don't like the guy. Don't like his films. His shit. Not a good director. Stanley Kubrick, on the other hand, brilliant.
Take his movies. Look at all the topics he's covered.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. There's a new dinosaur coming out. New dinosaur movie already out. I think it is. Yeah, doing the rounds already. Yeah. There's a new dinosaur. There's a new Superman one. Apparently, it took so many millions on the box. You know, on the first day. I think it's a record. On the first day. New Superman one, and then the dinosaur one is close second. So they've got to keep doing that because they've got to keep the story alive, you see. So there's going to be lots of dinosaur movies in the future because they have to do that. Unless
BBC have just spent, I think, 98 million on the new Walking with Dinosaurs series. Spending that TV license money good.
Bloody hell, how much? 98 million?
Something like that, yeah. It was on the side of my phone. I get news, and it was like one of BBC's most expensive news shows coming soon. Walking with Dinosaurs HD, 2K off
dinosaurs.
They should have just got an AI to make it for them. Would have been free.
They probably did use the AI, for all you know. Yeah.
Yeah, and just squandered that 98 million to get themselves new swimming pools and
lined their pockets with it. Did anybody watch the videos where the people who didn't buy a TV license and the bailiffs come round to try and take the stuff out of your house? Did you see that one? Yeah, they were quite interesting.
There's a really good one by Danny Shine, the social experimentalist.
Yeah.
A brilliant one, a young girl, I think she's only like 20, is asking about that's about the census. So that's my bad. Yeah, she comes around with the census and she's saying how illegal it is. And he's like, do you realise who sponsors this census? It's like Lockheed Martin.
Wow. Exactly.
Like, why would I tell Lockheed Martin who's living in my house?
Yeah. I like that guy. Love him, man.
It's just gone a little bit too heavy down the antinatalism for me.
Well, he's going through his phases. He was with another guy, right? I forgot what they were called now. They were out in all the cities shouting out, you're not shopping fast enough, mate. Can you get in the shop? Buy some more stuff. Keep buying, everybody, yeah? Don't worry what the government's doing, but you got to make sure you bought. I said, you, sir, you haven't done enough shopping. I don't see you with a shopping bag. Get back in that shop right now and buy something. Right now. And you. They were doing that all over Britain. Forgot what it was called now, right? The love something they were called.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I understood
it. Yeah. The love police, that's it. You look it up, the love police. That's what they were called, yeah? And they were trying to wake everyone up as to, what you're being duped. All this capitalism stuff is not really working. You're making a few people rich and you're poor, you're worse off. And they were running around Britain doing this.
Yeah, he goes around like Poundland and Asda and stuff like that. It's brilliant.
Yeah. It was good. I thought that was really good what they did there.
The best one he ever did was just standing in the park saying everything's okay and getting arrested.
That's the one. That's how they began, yeah. Everything's okay with a little placard saying, everything is okay. I thought that was brilliant. That was a good message. They even went outside Buckingham Palace as well, didn't they?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but there's loads of channels that are doing stuff like this now. Like the auditing's becoming a massive thing here because to me it shows me the same as like how the people are with the Earth is like how they believe the laws about photography. They get so angry when someone's taking a video and like they're literally just walking around a factory taking a video, and it makes these people get so angry because in their head it's illegal even though it's not. It's the same like thing we experience here, if you get what I mean.
Yeah. I got my first taste of that. I think in around about 2009, 2010, when I went to Guam, and for my Japanese students who don't get to travel abroad here, I thought I'd take some pictures of what they sell in like at that time. It wasn't Costco, it was K's, right? K's, this one, right? So it's like a Costco, but on a smaller scale, right? And I was taking my pictures on my iPhone 4, and the staff was saying, "What are you doing taking pictures?" I said, "I'm taking pictures for my Japanese students because I teach English in Japan, and I want them to see what you sell." Because you're not allowed to do that. I goes, "Yeah, I'm not allowed to do that in here. What law am I breaking?" I said, "You go and get the manager." And I took a picture of him. And then when the manager came, he came with the manager. I took a picture of the pair of them. Because why are you taking pictures? I said, I'm taking pictures because, one, you've invited me in here to do my shopping, which I'm doing, but I'm also taking the pictures of what you sell for my students in Japan, okay? That's not against the law. I'm on my holidays. Sorry, I'm taking a picture of you. Stand still. And I just carried on. What silly asses. Do you know what I mean? Don't tell me I can't take pictures. You're out of your mind.
Such a
Do you know what I
strange
mean? Holiday
behaviour, isn't it? Just like
snaps.
telling people what they can and can't do.
Yeah. You're interrupting my holiday snaps. Get out of here.
And I'm sure they find these people to be police officers, because when you watch those auditing channels and the ego of these police officers, as soon as they're challenged, even just challenging the smallest little way, their behaviour then just instantly changes, and they'll just search you for the Terrorism Act or
Well, I
Section
slagged them off.
42.
Yeah, I slagged them off in Hawaii. I said to them, I said to these two police officers, I was at the laundry, they're outside the laundrette. I'm inside. It's open air laundrette, okay, in Hawaii. So, it's my responsibility. We're on holiday, but I took the responsibility of washing all the clothes because I want it done properly. So it's always been my responsibility. So I did that on holiday, so my wife didn't have to do that. And it gets done the way I want it, all right? That's the laundry for the whole family. So I'm doing the laundry anyway. And then I started to talk about these police officers. I said, what do you think about that 9/11? Was it really the Islamic terrorists? And they came up, well, we have to believe what the government tells us. I goes, what, don't you think for yourself? Don't you think for yourself here? Because we, my friends and my associates, we know it was an inside job. We don't believe the government for 1 second. And we think America has lost a lot of its cool. It's not a place we want to go to now. And don't you think you should be supporting your colleagues that died in that event? I mean, what use are you if you're going to believe the government all the time? That's what I said, You're of no use. You put the uniform on, but you're not thinking for yourself. How can you help the public then?
So are you telling me that it wasn't terrorist, Jin, and that passport they somehow found was not?
Yeah, exactly,
33 years after its inception. Very strange.
Very strange indeed, yeah. And that was in 2010. So 9 years had gone by when I was talking to these police officers. Still, I was talking about it then, still talking about it today.
Well, did I tell you? I don't know if I told you. They actually, and I spoke to a few students. I think I told you that they dragged us into the classroom and made us watch into the hall and made us watch them.
Yeah, I know you said. Very unusual.
So bizarre, isn't it?
Anyway, do we have any new people coming in? Let's check. Let's do the rounds. Well, you got your truncheon ready, have you? Stop banging on the doors. Right, you Globers, get out of there. Come on, you Globers. Bang, 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 bang. Get up, get up. You got any curvature in your pockets? Let's have a look. Turn them out. Come on. Bang, 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 bang. Get up, Glober. All right. Any curvature there? You go under your bed. Let's have a look. Toss everything up onto the floor. No curvature there, yeah? All right. Well, okay. Well, just watch yourself. Okay, let's see who we got. We've got Daz with his bluey whiteness, famous soap powder in Britain. Do they still sell Daz there, dragon fruit? Can you buy Daz?
Yeah. Well, I don't buy it personally. It makes my skin itchy.
Yeah, I used to buy a Draft. Oh, Drept. That was it. Drept, not Draft. Drept. The green box with the baby on it. Do you remember that one?
Oh, I'm a bit. Normally, I just chuck it in washing machine just with water.
Did you put any soap powder in there?
No, because I remember when I lived abroad, I was living outside for so long in Australia and New Zealand. I used to wash my clothes in a river, and they smelt fine.
Okay, wow, that's quite interesting. That's what I used to do in Nigeria. Still had a little bit of soap though. Oh yeah.
Yeah. You could just use like your normal hand soap, like you wash yourself with, or a bit of shampoo or something. It didn't really matter. Whatever I had would work.
Yeah, that's what I used to do in Nigeria.
Because it's so overpriced, and a lot of those things make my skin quite itchy.
Yeah,
maybe
the pH balance. Well, it's the pH as well, isn't it? If you're not used to it, and that could be strong. Because they don't do these things properly. That's why I like Body Shop.
It seems natural. Like if you live outside and you wash in a river, obviously a long time ago these rivers wouldn't have been so contaminated with farm waste. But it's got so many health benefits because you do a hard day's work, you get sweaty on the farm, and then you go jump in a cold river. We know that like cold shock's really good for the body. It makes perfect sense, don't you? You wash in a river, you get cold, and then as soon as you get out, you actually warm up anyway. Your body warms you up.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, I've done that. They used to give us the cold shower in the military, you see, and that was the exact same effect. It's cold at
There's
first,
a reason
and then
to
your body
do
warms
it.
up. Yeah.
All the UFC fighters have ice baths. You know, all the boxers have these ice baths. Ice bath.
This guy, KM Bobeats 2. KM Bobeats 2. Hope you're all right. Are you a flat earther, is he? Is he a glober?
I've got to go in a second, but I was listening on here on. I was listening on this thing on the 24/7 YouTube last night, and sometimes there's people in here that have like a mic that's echoing, and it makes everyone else's voice quiet. I don't know if anyone's aware of that.
Ah, okay. That's an interesting thing to. Thank you for that.
Like an hour yesterday, I couldn't hear anyone say. There was just like a guy and his microphone echoing over everyone's voice.
Yeah, that couldn't have been me because I left. I wasn't in here yesterday.
No, it was a guy who had a picture of a duck. He's been in here a few times.
Ah, right.
I just I'm watching some motivational things and whatnot, and as I was pointing out earlier, not a dime should be spent on that space bullshit, lie, and crap until our problems here are addressed. And then I also pointed out the motivation of those in power to lower the legal age of voting to 16 to try to keep the system going. And I'm thinking, if the system worked so fucking well, there wouldn't be so many abandoned mansions and abandoned homes out there and neighborhoods because, you know, the economy in that area fell out from the bottom. And, you know, overtaxation is a fucking real thing, people. You know, yeah. Our money can become worthless if we frivolously waste it on bullshit.
I would agree. Yeah, most certainly. That's why I said to my children, don't use good money and buy bad rubbish. How is that common sense? How is that logical? Okay, so make sure you buy what you need and make sure it's not, you don't have to pay the top price, but look at the design, look at the function, look for the weak points. So you start to evaluate. My brother bought a phone 3 years ago, a flip phone, Z50 something, or it was called, cost him £900. He didn't tell me about it. Okay, it stopped working yesterday. Right, yesterday it stopped working, kind of like burnt out. And then he tells me it's a flip phone. Said the first thing you should have realised that you don't want to buy a flip phone. That's a weak point right there, right there. As soon as it's gone in half and it's moving like that, that's the end of that phone. You don't want a phone like that in the first place. £900. I would never have looked at it. I said, so then he learned the lesson, didn't he? And all this is happening on Skype, by the way, because you know Skype has stopped supporting phones. Well, my one and my brother's one's still working. So we use Skype. We got the Teams, which is the Skype replacement, but because his phone went down, he didn't have the Teams on that phone. So he called me via Skype, and it worked. Yeah, you know, we've somehow circumnavigated the so-called shutdown, because they've shut down Skype now. It's done, but I'm still using it, working, brilliant. I left myself online, never turned myself off. That was the beauty thing about it. I'm always online. Anyway, it looks like it's a bit lively down here. What's going on? Yeah, we got Resolve in the house. Welcome back, Resolve. Hope you're all right there. Who else we got? I'm looking for here. Yeah, who's this guy? Morvis the Yetid. Welcome back, mate. That's not Kingsley, is it? No, it's not Kingsley, is it? Jambo Beats too. Okay. Excuse me. We got Man 123 in the house. Welcome, Man 123. If you got any questions, don't hesitate to ask. We're here to answer all your questions. So please go ahead. What brings you in today? We got Ildiko. Welcome, Ildiko.
Thank you.
Do you have any questions today, Ildiko?
No, I'm I'm a flat earther. You know me, I'm Ildiko.
Okay, of course. Sorry. A long time no hear. Glad to hear you.
Yes.
Sorry, Ildiko. Yeah, now I heard your voice. You just instantly come back. You were in Hawaii at one point. Are you in Florida now? Where are you now?
No, I moved to the Big Island of Hawaii.
Right, that's
just,
it. That's it.
In November.
Yep.
So,
Are you still doing the yoga?
Well, I do it online now because I live off grid.
Okay.
There's no real work around here, so I have to make a living offline. And
okay. Brilliant.
Yeah, it's beautiful, absolutely beautiful, and I love living on the edge of the world, really.
Yeah, but that's nice. I think I think you're lucky, to be quite honest, because the weather's nice around there. The food is okay.
Gorgeous.
Yeah,
The food is awesome. The food is awesome. There's farms. I'm living in a farm community, so there's a lot of food here.
Brilliant. Yeah, I can just imagine.
Yes,
you're living on a big island. I never went to the Big Island, but yeah, I wanted to go there. Did want to go.
Yeah, the volcano is erupting, so it's a little, disconcerting. But but it's it's the chances of it hitting here again. I'm living on a lava flow of 45 years ago. It's all grown back, and so I don't think lightning's going to strike twice here.
Right, hopefully not. But anyway, fingers crossed there.
Yeah.
But it's great to hear your voice, Ildiko, and you're still here. You're still here. Beautiful. Fantastic. Yeah, thank you. And by the way, I'm still referring the Game Changers to everyone. Still doing that.
Glad. Yes. Well, veganism isn't a permitted topic here, but that movie is at least it's sort of a one that's more mainstream.
Yeah. But it does open eyes to those who are interested.
Yes, and shows that you can be an athlete and be a vegan at the same time. Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Well,
yeah, we had some really good discussions, didn't we, and debates.
Yes, we did. Yes, and I miss the old place as well sometimes, because it was a little bit more shooting from the hip.
Yeah. Well, that happens here sometimes. Don't get me wrong. You wait. we've had 3 weeks, and it's just been shooting from the hip a lot because they're coming in thick and fast, and they're adamant that it's a globe and we're wrong, and yet they don't know the model. They don't know the model. They haven't gone out to check anything. So we have to keep asking them, how can you be right when you don't know the model? You haven't checked. We know the model inside out. We've checked. How can we be wrong? How does that make sense? Come on now.
Yeah. I've noticed that the Indians are very avidly in love with the globe.
Oh, because they've got a space agency now, haven't they? As Radwin quickly reminded everybody, they're in love with their space agency, And said, yeah, you're right. Yeah.
It's amazing. They're just relentless.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Yeah, they're funny.
I've had good contact with the Indians, so I understand their psychology very well. Like I said, Britain has had a 300-year history of Indians and the curry, and Indian curry. So, and I started eating curry in the 80s. So, yeah, and it's when you eat the food, it's an introduction into the culture, isn't it?
Yes, as a vegan, I eat a lot of Indian food because they have a lot of vegetarian dishes that are quite delicious, really.
Yeah. So with that, I've got a lot of I've had a lot of contact with Indian people in Britain. Yeah, even here in Japan as well. So I understand their mentality. So it's been entertaining to hear them come in being so adamant, only to realize that they're in error in the end.
Yes. Then they run away with their tail tucked between their legs.
Yeah. That's
they don't like to be confronted.
Well, the truth is, you don't go to space. That's it. And Chandelier 1, 2, and 3 are not orbiting the moon or in elliptical orbits. That's all a lie.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
And I imagine you understand their mentality more than I, but they seem to be very much indoctrinated more than others.
Oh yeah, of course they are. Because look, they believe that they landed on the moon, right?
Yeah.
And they've got a space agency now. That's it. And yet this is a country since 1977 to the present day, and I mean only last month they've had 2,501 bridges collapse in that time. Now that's a country that cannot be putting satellites in space, as far as I'm concerned. If you can't build bridges, what are you doing putting things in space? Get out of here. Yeah. They make wonderful curry though. Yeah, it makes no sense. But they do make a wonderful curry. I cannot say I hate Indian curry. Those words will never come out of my mouth, ever.
Yeah, they have really delicious food. And they're great mathematicians too.
Yes, that's right. They keep talking about the maths, but then again, there is such a thing as we remind them. There is such a thing as pseudoscience maths that doesn't represent reality. So it's good to be good at maths, but it must represent the life we live. You can't be putting up models that are not actually having any reference to reality. It's wrong. It's not good, and that's what they're doing. You see, they've got that good. Yeah, I'm that good at maths. I can do that. We can make formulas that don't represent reality. But what good is that? It's of no use, is it?
No.
It gets you into trouble. You end up believing and living by maths. That's what I said to one guy. His name is, I think, Shadow. I think it is. And I say, well, you're doing all this modeling. When are you actually going to take your model out into nature to confirm that what you've modeled is correct? Can't live by models alone. That's not correct. He didn't like that.
It's funny how people live completely in their imagination, and they disregard the world they actually live in, the reality around them.
Yeah.
It just is very strange how this kind of dichotomy of consciousness occurs in the vast majority of people.
Yeah.
It's just very odd.
And gaming has helped to reinforce that into that virtual reality.
Yes. And yet, a lot of flat earthers are gamers.
Correct. Yeah, but that's because
So
we
that's
enjoy the gaming, and we understand that they needed a flat Earth to make it all flat. Everything's horizontal in the game. There's no curvature there.
yeah.
Yeah.
But I don't
We
know.
flat earthers, man.
I don't know. Do you think that the whole movement towards more and more gaming is good psychologically for
No,
people?
not really. No, not. I'm not for that at all. It's okay to enjoy it momentarily. I'm more into interactive games, and contact with people more so, and enjoying nature. Blasting out on a canoeing and stuff like that. I love all that. Climbing the mountain, breathing the air, see what you can survey, cycling. Physical stuff, and then relaxing and just listening to the sea waft in and waft out. I love all that.
Are you near the ocean? I mean, of course, you're living on an island, but
yeah, I'm not near the ocean, unfortunately. No, not too far away though.
I live about a mile away from. There's a mile of open jungle with no one living in it, right in front of my cabin, to the ocean, so I can hear it. But there is a path to it that I haven't taken it yet, because you can't swim in the ocean here. It's too dangerous.
Okay, yeah, rocks and that. Anyway, yeah.
Well, there's no beaches on this side of the island. No beaches whatsoever.
Yes, it's just a rock, isn't it?
It's just like sheer cliff.
There you are. Yeah, sheer cliffs. Yeah.
And the ocean is
a spectacular view, though. I'm sure.
Oh, absolutely. It's gorgeous. On the other side of this island are the beaches. So I'm on the wet side, and the dry side has many beaches. But since I've been here, I've been working so hard. I haven't really traveled. It's a big island. That's why they call it the big island.
It's the biggest island, isn't it? The big island, man.
It's huge. All the other islands can fit inside of it.
Yeah. I wanted to go there. I did want to go there. Yeah.
Oh, well, I've been to most of the islands, and I think Maui is, of course, very beautiful, but there's something about this island that is exquisitely beautiful, more raw, more primitive.
Yeah. Which I think is nice. But you're saying it's like it's been untouched almost, which is nice to hear.
It's the least commercial island.
Right.
And consequently, the people are happy and friendly.
Yeah, that's it. That's what you want.
Yeah, that's what you want. Well, I'll let you carry on, darling.
Well, it was really nice talking to you and rekindling the conversation from before. Yeah, and continue to live long and enjoy. Yeah, and you too.
I'm glad you're back.
Yeah, I've got your back. Oh, you're going to come to Japan, are you?
Oh, I'd love to. I'd love to someday. It's an interesting culture.
Come to the hot natural spas we got here.
Oh yeah, that would be fun.
Yeah.
You have hot water springs, right?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, those I adore.
Yeah, and they're really nice in winter, right? So you've got snow everywhere, and you're in hot water. It's just fabulous. Yeah.
The last time I went to one was in Banff, in British Columbia.
Okay.
And they have them up there as well in the mountains.
Yeah. See? That's what I mean. That's better than gaming, isn't it? I mean, come on.
Oh, my goodness. There's no comparison.
No comparison, exactly. Yeah. Okay, so let's move on.
Right.
Nice talking to you. I'm going to be listening to you debating some of these Indians when they come in. I want you to get in there, Ildiko. I'm expecting you to get in there with a few points.
All right. I'll try.
Yeah, you can do it. You've done it, and you've done it good. So, yeah. That was Ildiko, ladies and gentlemen. Met her on the Discord a few years back now. I think maybe 4. And yoga teacher, living on the big island in Hawaii, a place to be. And enjoying it. A flat earther. Wicked. I was just thinking that Mary Mum hasn't been in for a little while. She was here last week. And hasn't been in this week, unfortunately. It was a bit of a sad one. So we're having a quiet
Somebody
moment.
joining and quitting to cause audio chaos.
Yeah, I don't know what it is. It would seem so, yeah, because I'm looking.
It's Maven, begins with an M.
Yeah.
If somebody could grab that user ID and paste it in chat, I can take care of it later.
But yeah, people play all manner of games. They can't prove the globe, but they're wasting time jumping in and out of the server when they could be measuring the curvature of the Earth and doing something more productive with their time. If it's night time, you do a laser beam test. Why not? You're in the summer now. If you're in the Tropic of Cancer, if you're in the Tropic of Capricorn, okay, it might be a little bit cold for you to do that. But yeah, you know, what is this in and out business? But it goes to show you, you know, the mentality of the Globers, the things they won't do. I just noticed Gemsy in the house there. Big shout out to Gemsy. Yeah, Matador's in the house. Welcome, Matador. Right, yeah. So we're just waiting for some of these Globers to come in. Hopefully they'll come in soon.
I was just talking to Jimsy briefly in private back chat.
Okay,
Some of
what
the
did you
things
talk about?
we've been interested in, yeah, we've been talking about amongst us off and on, both there and out here, about CloudSat. CloudSat is a constellation of satellites that study the Earth and the air. And one of the great things about CloudSat is the satellite constellation provides horizontal scans of Earth's surface where you can see the horizon and the air above it. And these scans go for hundreds of miles. Well, it looks like we found a library of images by CloudSat that shows 3,200 miles of horizontal scans over flat Earth.
Wow. Any chance
We're
of a
checking
sample?
it out now.
Okay.
Huh?
I said, any chance of a sample?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, that'd be nice to see some of those images. 3,000 odd miles of scan. Nice.
Yep. Yep. And using infrared and LiDAR. So what you're seeing is backscatter, and you're seeing water vapor in the air and other particulates. And you could see smoke going up vertically, like hundreds of miles in parallel lines from each other, perpendicular to the horizontal surface.
Wow.
You can see
No
rain
gravity.
and evaporation.
That would be nice to see. Yeah, I'd like to see that. Of course, I've seen it coming out of a kettle, back in the day as a kid, with a little whistle on the end of it. But yeah, it'd be nice to see this evaporation, moisture rising up, isn't it? That's what you're saying, basically. You can see the droplets in infrared. Infrared's so good, isn't it? Infrared.
It is. It just removes so many questions and so many, objections immediately from the table. So you don't have to get into it.
The chase. It cuts to the chase, doesn't it?
Yeah, it sure does. What's neat about these images is we also have the location from which they claim to have taken them. And along the bottom, we have latitude markers showing the latitude of the image corresponding to Earth. So in some of these, I'm seeing like 30 degrees to 70 degrees north latitude in one scan.
Wow.
Yeah. Horizontal. So, people come in and say, what about satellite imagery? I say, okay, great. I've got some fairly unprocessed raw data from CloudSat. Would you like to take a look at that with me?
Right, now, what is the altitude of this CloudSat? Is it on a
That's
balloon?
even better. They claim a relatively low to medium Earth orbit. But here's another fun thing about CloudSat. I found a slide deck. And on the slide deck, there was a slide that showed the CloudSat's path. And it showed a path originating in Palestine, Texas, which is where the Columbia Scientific Balloon Facility is, going into Europe and coming back and going into Europe and coming back in these loop-de-loops.
Mm. So what we're saying then, that they're balloons?
Looks like balloons to me, Jen.
Right.
Now that I'm parked, I'm going to start posting.
Okay, brilliant. So what altitude? Anything from what? 100,000 feet up or less?
I think they might be higher than that. I don't know. I don't have exact numbers from their claim, and I don't want to speculate what they really might be at.
Yeah. Well, I'm only going by the famous one that we've got, where's the curvature? That's 120,000 feet, and we see flat there, don't we? Beautifully flat. Oh, here we go. Well done, Sporadic. Thank you.
Yeah,
That one was taken over Greenland.
Sorry, I was just about to mention that. It seems to be a handful of sock accounts that keep popping in and out. Because I've been watching for a minute, and the same one or two have popped in and out over a 3 or 4 minute period.
Yeah. Well, if they're attempting to disrupt the class, it's not working. The Earth is still flat. There's no globe there.
There's that. This is true.
I'm really glad that my kids are all aware of this nonsense going on. Yeah, I can't believe. I'm glad I told them. I informed them as soon as I found out they knew. Clearly got time to burn, haven't they? Ba-ding, ba-dum, ba-ding, ba-dum.
They should. They should offer more of their hourly rate to NASA since they have so much free time.
Ba-ding! Ba-dum. There you go. Ba-dum. Ba-ding!
Yeah, there's some people I think who are server moderators who want us gone. And they seem to be willing to do anything to get us out of here. This includes going through our YouTube recordings, trying to find information that might be objectionable to certain parties.
Right.
So we have to be straight-laced here, guys.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm with you on that one, 100%. We just got to be amicable and, and just be on the game. Which we are for the most part.
Gene, can you hear me, Gene?
Yeah, I can hear you now. You're coming in rather low, though.
Sounds good. I don't know. I was having issues with the voice, but now that you spoke, it's all fixed.
Yeah.
Thank you, Gene. You fixed it.
I can hear you now, Jamesy. Yeah, let me just check myself. Maybe my mic. Sometimes my mic on my phone isn't quite plugged in as I thought. Yeah, go ahead, Jamesy. What's up?
I think you fixed Discord because it wasn't working, but you spoke and it's all working now.
Okay, ba-ding, ba-dong. Nice.
Good to hear you, Gene.
Oh, good to hear you too, Jamesy. Yeah. Just waiting for the Globus to come in. We had some interesting individuals come in earlier. One, I never this character never heard the word assumption come out of someone's mouth so many times in one meeting. Wow, he assumed everything about our model, our supposed model that he created out of his imagination. Ba-ding, ba-dong, ba-ding.
Welcome to the room. What's your proof of the globe? Ba-ding, ba-dong.
Ba-ding. That's the other note I remember. When you're leaving, hang out. Ba-ding. Hello, welcome.
Hello?
Hello, are you going to stay? You going to stay to ask questions?
My name is Gail. My name is Gail.
Okay, Gail. How are you?
Where are you from? I'm from.
Where am I from? Well, I'm from London. I'm an African who was born in London. I'm now talking to you from Japan. Where are you from?
Very good. Ciao. Bye bye.
Okay, where are you from?
Bye bye. Bye bye.
Bye bye. Okay.
Was like a child sitting on his daddy's lap speaking or something.
Yeah.
Is that TOS?
TOS.
You know, the app is intended for 13 plus, right?
Right.
And you have a child using your account when they're not 13. That's
yeah.
Sounds fishy.
Yeah, sounds a bit iffy there.
Vol City, welcome. If you have any questions, you can direct any of your questions to Gene CBR about the topic. Flat Earth, Globe Earth, go right ahead.
Yeah. Or even if it's an English lesson inquiry, that's also okay, So if you have any questions on the English language, you want to improve your English, we can discuss that. Your hobbies, your interests, your future plans, for example. Yeah, my hobbies, what I've been doing, yeah. And that's how you build up a rapport and you build up some vocabulary. Yeah, and you improve your English that way. And you can always talk about the flat earth truth versus the globe heliocentric model that we cannot find anywhere.
What you mean, Gene? I went to the store the other day and I saw like a few globes they had there. They had them for decoration purposes.
Ah, I'm glad you said that. I was going to ask you about the seal underneath. Okay, yes. Well, they're not any use. Decoration only. Decorating yourself with something that doesn't exist. Isn't that a nice use of your money?
Yeah, it's
Yes.
like like characters of movies that people buy figures, characters that have
Yeah.
empathy. That's
Oh
like the
yeah.
globe. It's like a
Yeah.
character in a movie.
Yeah, that's right. It is, isn't it? I see your point there. Yeah. 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 I suppose it does have some value in that sense. How the Earth is not a globe. Yes. Interesting.
We got Flora. We have
Flora.
The Jack. No, we don't have Jack. We have the Jack. Go
Yeah,
ahead,
the Jack. The Jack. Jack your body. Jack your body. Yeah. Jack your body. Yeah. How you doing, Jack?
No, you could just call me Jack, whatever you want.
Yeah. Nice to meet you, Jack. Yeah. What brings
Nice
you
to
in
meet you,
today?
I'm just gonna here to listen. What are you guys doing? Just improve my English speak, of course.
Yeah. Okay. I've got a question for you. Where are you from, Jack?
I'm from Venezuela.
Sorry?
Venezuela.
Oh, Venezuela. Welcome. Now we've got somebody from Venezuela, South America. Really nice to meet you, sir. Really nice to meet you. You're talking to me. I'm an African, born in England, but I'm actually currently talking to you from Japan. But it's my first Venezuelan. Yay! Fantastic. Yeah. How's the weather there now?
What? Well, the weather for now is warm.
It's warm. Okay.
Warm, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Good. Good. Hey, what have you been doing today?
No, just studying English course, of course, reading some books, trying to speak with people from other countries. Just doing my best.
Thank you very much. What are you studying? I know you're studying English. Anything else?
And studying like graphic designer.
Okay, graphic design. So, what do you want to be in the future then? What's your future job?
I'm not really sure.
Not sure yet. Okay, all right. How long have you been doing this, studying this graphic design?
I'm in my first year.
You're in your first year, yeah. Are you using computers?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Good stuff. Yeah, man. Yeah. So now that you've arrived here, have you heard of the flat Earth before?
Sorry, can you repeat that again?
Yeah. Have you heard about the flat Earth?
No, sorry. I don't understand. Can you write down the question if you can?
I'll ask you again. Have you heard about the flat Earth? The Earth is flat.
No, I haven't heard.
Oh, so it's your first time. Okay, so if I ask you a question, what shape is the Earth?
Flat Earth. Flat Earth.
Flat Earth. Yeah. Earth.
Tierra plana.
Yes.
Tierra plana.
Yeah. I got it. Gracias. Yeah, I heard it. Yes. I heard many times.
Okay, what do you think?
Well, I wouldn't say I'm not so good with that because we all have different thoughts, and that's okay, of course. And flat Earth, well, I don't have any problems that if you think you're sorry, I'm so a little nervous. Let me think about it.
No, you're okay. You're all right. You carry on.
Hi guys.
Yeah.
Bye.
Yeah.
Hi guys. Hi guys.
Hello.
Hello peoples.
Hello. How are you?
Congratulations, peoples.
Congratulations to you too.
I'm from
Where am I from? I'm from London. Where are you from?
Brazil. I'm from Brazil.
Brazil.
Bye bye.
Fala
Brazil.
português?
Bye bye. Okay, so yeah, maybe the girl keeps playing with the buttons. That's why we're getting that ba-ding, ba-dong, ba-dong, ba-ding. But anyway, yeah. So, you said you don't mind that we think about the Earth is flat. Well, we don't think about it as such. We actually know it's flat, you see, because the Earth as a ball, we are not able to measure the curvature. Have you seen the curvature of the Earth yourself? Have you measured it? Has he gone?
Jack is here.
Yeah, come on, Jack. I asked you a question, Jack.
Sorry, but I was doing something. Sorry, can you repeat again?
Yes, okay, Jack. Yeah, I said the reason we say that the Earth is flat is because we have measured it to be flat. And my question to you is, have you seen the curvature of the Earth? Have you measured it? So you know the Earth is a ball?
I lost my signal. Sorry. If I heard what did you say?
Yeah, okay, please pay attention. I said, have you measured the curvature of the Earth? The Earth's curvature. Have you seen it?
No.
No. Okay. So you don't know that the Earth is a globe then, correct? You don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Right. Okay. So you haven't measured the curvature, so you don't know. You don't think it's important to know?
Not really.
Why not?
No, sorry. I don't know what I'm saying. Just because I'm a little nervous. Sorry.
That's okay. You don't have to be nervous. You're answering the question as well. Why don't you think it's important to know what the shape of the Earth is? If they're telling us it's a ball shape, but we checked it and it's not, I mean, that's important, isn't it?
For me, in my case, of course, it's important to know the shape of the Earth.
Yeah, it should be important. It's where you live.
Of course.
Right. Do you accept that man has gone to the moon?
If I say what, the man went to the moon.
Yeah. Do you think man has gone to the moon in a rocket?
No.
Oh.
This is my opinion. I'm not upset.
Okay.
I believe
Yeah. You
that
said
I believe that the man went to the moon.
you do believe that, yeah?
I do.
Yeah. No, that's not possible. NASA has lied. Not possible to go to the moon.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the vacuum of space is not a safe place for any technology we have. We don't have the technologies. It's not safe for humans, but it's also not safe for the rockets. The rockets cannot survive.
Okay. I understand.
Okay, you understand. I'm glad you understand. Right. So now, if you're living on a ball, don't you think you should be able to measure and see the ball? Yes, on Earth.
A ball? What do you mean?
The shape of the Earth. The Earth's shape is like a ball shape. Yeah. Don't you think if you're living on the Earth, you should be able to measure that curvature? Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So that's our point. We try to measure, and we're finding that the Earth is level, flat.
Oh.
It is not curving at all.
Okay.
Okay. That's all you got to say. Okay. You're not concerned. No, Jack? Jack, not concerned? You're not worried?
There they go again.
Yeah, yeah. That's right. Very reluctant to speak, he was there, Jack. I think he said he was nervous. Could have been nervous, could have been trolling. It does make you wonder, though, why they don't seem to think it's important where you get your
in
food.
Venezuela, there is a body of water called Lake Maracaibo. That is, it's when if you do it from inland, it connects from inland into the Caribbean Sea.
Okay.
So from inland to the Caribbean Sea is about 200 kilometers big.
Right. 120 miles, yeah.
It's pretty big lake, huh?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yes.
I wonder what will be the lake level inland, and then when you reach the shore at the Caribbean Sea from the lake to the sea, what will be the difference there?
Yeah. I wonder. Probably not going to be more than a few feet, maybe. Or you think 1 mile? No, it wouldn't be a mile. That'd be too much.
Yeah. There's if these two bodies of water are meeting over there, it's interesting. I will. Where does it turn from water that is fresh water from the lake or whatever, and then seawater? Where is that meeting point?
That's right. Yeah, that'd be interesting because I've seen videos of where freshwater and saltwater meet, but they don't mix. Have you seen that?
They don't mix, yeah.
Yeah.
They look different. I mean, I imagine fresh water goes into the ocean and it turns into ocean water, right?
Right. That's what I'd imagine,
That's what it should be. Because it's just adding more water into
more liquid.
Yeah. The denser water that is the ocean that has so many minerals. It's way denser.
That's right.
Any of the new people? Hey, actually, Sporadic. There's a bunch of images in that website that you sent me. That's weather, mostly weather stuff, right? It's all weather. What they
from
look at.
CloudStat. Yeah. That's the horizontal lidar scans, the entire stretch that they've taken. So, some of the scans that we have earlier were just segments from much longer scans.
Yeah, I was looking at them. Short segments. Very interesting.
I'm gonna go click on some of those. Let me see what I find.
Yeah. Unfortunately, they're not as high resolution as some of the others we have.
Yeah, that's what I did notice.
Any new people? If you joined the VC, if you got any questions about the topic, you want to practice your English while speaking about Flat Earth, Globe Earth, you're welcome to ask questions.
Yeah, so the curvature over that lake, 1.8 miles of curvature. There should be over that 120 miles, okay? Nearly 2 miles of curvature.
We got Michael joining. His mic is open. Go ahead, Michael.
Yeah, go ahead, Michael. Welcome.
So, what are the topics that I can talk about? Like, I can
Well,
ask.
you can talk about anything you like regarding the shape of the Earth, flat Earth versus the globe Earth, for example, or anything to do with your English language that you want to learn. It's up to you. And welcome to
many of the topics will be something there's many topics like, let's say, sea level, horizontal, laser tests, long distance observations, measurements of landscapes, that kind of stuff.
Circumference, radius.
So, I wanted to change my accent of English.
Okay, you want to improve your accent. So you're going to have to improve your pronunciation. That's what you've got to do. Pronunciation, yes?
Yes, sir. Okay.
Yeah, that is how you're going to be able to change your accent slightly, is to try and pronounce the words as they are spelt and written. And if you listen to me and other English speakers here, you can begin to correct that. Do you understand me?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Okay. So what is your hobby? What do you do in your free time?
So in my free time, I like to write. I'm a writer. I want to be a writer, and I like to listen to songs. Then I want to read. I like to read some books. That's what I do.
Okay, yeah, that's very interesting. Yeah. When you write, what do you write about?
I write a story, sir, that I have been created in my mind. Like I have spent a year on that to develop that story, and how it's been 6 to 7 months that I have started writing it. So I'm just completing my story, and I'll see where it goes.
Okay, that's good, and I wish you the best in that endeavor. That's quite nice. Yes. Do you write poems?
Yes, sir. I used to write some lines, not really poems, just some lines.
Okay. Words of wisdom, yeah? Proverbs.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Mostly romantic.
Okay. Right. Don't cheat
Sir,
cheat on your wife. There's a romantic words there.
No,
Don't
sir,
cheat on your girlfriend.
No,
Yeah.
I don't have any.
Maybe you need to get a girlfriend then, maybe.
Yes, sir, I think so, but I don't think I'll get any.
Well, if you don't look, you won't get any, of course. You've got to go out there and look and meet the young ladies.
Yes, I'll do that. I'll keep
Yeah,
in
but
mind.
from what I understand, are you from India or Pakistan?
I'm from India.
Yes, the Indian women are shy, from what I understand.
Yes. Some
Yeah.
are shy, and then some are just dangerous,
Oh, dangerous. I've never met a
Yes.
dangerous Indian woman. I've only met the shy ones myself, so that's okay.
There are shy,
Meet
there
a
are shy
dangerous
ones, but
Indian
some are
woman.
very dangerous. So
Okay.
I wanted to ask about the sea,
Yeah, go on. Ask about the sea. What do you want to
the
know?
oceans. Sir, in our research, like in NASA or other organizations, we haven't really explored the sea fully, right?
That's right.
And only the minority of sea is explored, right? Or the majority?
We've only explored a very small amount of this ocean. Although I say that, and they do have nuclear submarines that are patrolling the oceans, so I'm sure they're covering a lot of the earth underwater. They must have, because why would you have a nuclear submarine that is traveling under the water for 3 months? Okay? 3 months underwater, and then they come back up, and then they change the stuff and go back underwater again. So what are they doing down there? They must have surveyed quite a lot, I think. Don't you think?
Yes, sir. I think too. But what should be the reason for them not to go any deeper? Is it the pressure that the pressure our submarines can't handle, or something else?
Well, it could be the pressure, of course. That would be the first thing. But I think they've surveyed, the Navy. I'm sure they know very much about the Earth underneath in the ocean. I'm sure they know everything down there. I'm sure they know.
Okay.
Yeah.
So there could be a possibility, like there's something must be down in the ocean.
Yeah, I don't know what it could be, but maybe. All I know is that the ocean itself, when you look at the top of it, it's level, isn't it? It's not curving. Did you notice that?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, because water generally lies level and flat, you see. Okay, there's some waves because the wind is blowing, but it's not curving, is it? Really?
No, it's
Not
not.
curving in a spherical way, no. It's lying flat and it's rippling across the top. Ripples, waves, that's normal. Yeah.
But some of the experiments show that the Earth is round, no?
Well, no experiments I've seen that shows the Earth is round. I've never seen any experiments. I've seen fake imagery, fake photographs from NASA, the Photoshop composite CGI images that Robert Simmons makes. They're the only images I've seen. And also paintings from NASA. Paintings. I've never seen a real photograph. Never seen one. Have you?
No, sir. Me neither.
Right. So that should make you think. Why doesn't NASA, who have been around for at least 60 years plus, why don't they have a real picture? NASA, what's going on?
Yes, sir. It's a
What
question
do
to
you
ask.
think? Yeah, you have to ask that question. It's strange, isn't it?
Even though they come out with a real picture, you would say it's fake. So why does it matter for you?
Oh, it matters a lot because at the end of the day, if the Earth is a globe and they're getting currently this year $67 million a day, that's what NASA is receiving, to tell me that they don't have a real photograph of Earth, well, that's an insult if I was a taxpayer because they're getting that money. Last year it was $80 million a day. So what are they doing with all that money that they can't give us a real picture of Earth from space? So it's very important. They're getting money for nothing. Okay? In a picture of the Earth? Yeah. Didn't think you want to respond to that. No. Of course not. Yes. What is your name,
Do you believe in satellites?
Right, what is your name, sir, first? On this server. What do I call you? What do I call you, sir? Your name?
Arthur.
Arthur. Okay. No, I do not believe in satellites at all. And the reason that is because I don't believe, I know that satellites in space do not exist. Because space, the reason is the way space has been described by the experts begs many questions. The vacuum of space, for example, the radiation, the cosmic ray particles, the off-gassing phenomena, the cold welding phenomena. So there are a lot of things that would not allow a satellite to be in space. That's why.
But we have seen rockets and other things launching from here, no?
That's a good question. Yeah. The rockets take off, but you will notice that they don't go straight up. They go in an arc. So they go straight up first, and then they start to arc over.
Hey guys.
The reason for that is because the air that's up as you go up is beginning to diminish. The air is being lost as you go higher, thinning out. So the rocket has only one direction to go in the arc and come down. No more air. That's why. Yeah. Okay. Rockets need air to push off of. And without the air, they cannot rise up. And also, the nozzle of the rocket has to be adjustable. As it goes up, it needs to increase in size to keep it on an upward trajectory. But because the air is running out, and also the fuel and the nozzle isn't adjustable, this is why it goes into the ocean. Fixed. It's a fixed nozzle. You see, these are the problems with rockets technology and design. It's really good. It's really good to know this knowledge. Very good. I shall put a little video in there for you so you can know like I know. That way you won't be lost or confused. I'm going to put the video in there shortly. Easy debunk, rockets don't need air. Absolutely marvelous video.
Sir, so are you saying, sir, that the rocket revolves around the Earth for a little bit?
Yeah, it only goes up and it goes into a curved, a parabolic arc and goes back into the ocean.
So
it doesn't go to space.
It just rounds the Earth, Are you saying that?
No, it doesn't go around
quick,
the Earth.
real quick, Sporadic, are you there? Would you comment on the satellite question real quick, maybe? Something? Any short comments on that? If not, I'm going to say something. If Sporadic is available. Oh, he can voice. Okay, that's fine, bro. Because the other guy, Arthur, asked about satellites, right, Jin?
Yep.
Yeah.
So the thing is, though, that nobody denies that we have technology that can go high up, right? And whatever they do up there. But the difference is that when you say satellites, you're thinking about devices that are misrepresented for you next to a pure Earth in the vacuum of space, in spinning, right? In the middle of nowhere. Like that's the image that you get when you think satellites, right?
Yeah.
But that's cartoon. That's fantasy land. That's not real.
Yeah.
The real stuff that you see from the ground that is going across the sky and high altitude balloons or high altitude aircraft.
Man, what the fuck? Have you ever used a telescope? You can see them.
Yes, we can. Yes, we can see the real
Like
stuff. We
clear
can see the
vision.
real. Listen to what I'm saying, dude. When you see the real stuff, that's real stuff. But the cartoon version of that is not the real stuff. Do you get that?
Right, but I don't see any balloons on the telescope. Never.
What the fuck, bro? What the fuck?
Okay, who's saying that? Anyways. Yeah, there are balloon ones, obviously, and then there's the other ones that are probably using some type of quantum levitation or anything like that. But they are not going across the sky next to a spinning ball. That's not what they're doing. That's not where they at in the vacuum of space. When you see the cartoon globe, the cartoon Earth, that is not the real Earth that you're standing on, and next to that cartoon Earth is the cartoon satellites in the vacuum of space. That stuff is not the stuff that you're looking at with the telescope. Do you get it?
Yeah.
Yes.
Exactly. You gotta make that different. You gotta make that difference.
How did you
because the
discover
Earth. So when we stand on the Earth and we check the Earth and the waters across from sea to sea, from lake to lake, from landscape to landscape, the Earth or the waters across the surface are not curving as a sphere. So if someone is showing you a cartoon of a sphere and they tell you that's the Earth, that's not the Earth because the Earth is not curving like a sphere.
The Earth is curving. When you go into the ocean and let's just say you're in the middle of
Okay, go ahead. So you said the Earth is curving. Now, what you're gonna say is some type of evidence. You're gonna propose some actual evidence measurements that will determine that the Earth is curving. So go ahead.
Yes. In some experiment, I have seen that on the Earth we place some scopes. One here, then one maybe 100 meters at a distance. So you can see both of them. And when there were so many placed, there were so many placed those things that you can see through them. And
See, what are you talking? What are we looking at? I'm really confused. What are you trying to say? Can you post what you're talking about in the chat? Can you post a photograph, an image, a link in reference to what you're talking about so we can be on the same page?
Sorry, I can't explain it, and I don't think I can find that right now. So
Okay, that's okay. We understand. Can you look in the side chat anyway? I posted an image of the Saturloons because someone doesn't believe that balloons. Come and look in the side chat. Just scroll back, Gin CBR1. You will see the type of equipment they use. Okay, Gin CBR1, you will see it. Can you see? You have to scroll back just a little. Can you see that? Okay. Then if you scroll back just a little further, only just a little bit further, you will come across a video explaining about the rockets. It's there, very close. Okay, 2 videos. You need to, 1 video, 1 image. Watch the video later on. That's 15 minutes long, and it explains rockets technology and how they don't go to space because there's no air there. You need the air. Okay? Is in that video with a beautiful experiment that you can actually do for yourself.
Hello. Hi.
Yeah. Okay. And then you can see you've got the Saturloons, you've got drones, blimps, airships. They're all there for you. Can you see? That's the technology that's up in the sky.
I can share this with you about my experience with satellites. And my experience was this here. In the 24/7 NASA live stream from the ISS, I would go in there and I would act like I was amazed. Oh, wow, how beautiful it looks from up there. And aren't we so advanced? Look at what we can do. We can look at the Earth from way out, and then I would start asking questions like, wait a minute, why can't I see airplanes flying over the continents if I can see Jim turn his porch light off, or a satellite or two in between the ISS and the Earth? And I would be blocked from asking those questions and being able to say anything anymore. So that's my experience about satellites. They don't want to even talk about them. The people that claim they're up there flying around that ball, spinning water ball Earth you think you're on, they don't even want to talk about them themselves or have us asking them questions about them. That's my experience with satellites.
Remember, guys, it's an important point, I think, in my opinion, right? At least I try to stress it a little bit because we do have technology. There's probably I can give that there is quantum levitation. There might be things that are floating up there, even without the balloons. And but that doesn't mean that the cartoon Globe Earth and the vacuum of space, that doesn't translate into that being real. You see, there's a difference.
Yeah. And thank you, Flatman, for your satellite memories there and experience when talking to NASA and being blocked. It goes to show you, that something must be wrong. Why don't they want to talk about it?
Hi, am I audible?
Go ahead, someone spoke.
Yeah, am I audible?
Yes, you are audible. Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, I actually want to discuss something. Like every time I see on this channel, I usually see people who actually make like too much sense. So it means that people over here at this place, they do have brain and they do make sense. But what I feel is they are involved talking, discussing on the wrong topic. Like if all of you believe that Earth is flat, while there are other people who feel that Earth is globe. So how exactly we are coming to the solution? So there are few solutions we can come up with. Like just talking about the problem, it will not come to any solution. We have to come to the solution part. So either how about we ourselves go to those places, like we become astronaut, or we study so hard that we find something, we discover something like which actually makes sense, rather just talking about it. So yeah, that is the solution that
we study very
okay.
hard. We have jobs. We have careers. You cannot be that when the part you say let's be astronauts. You cannot do that. Nobody can go to fantasy land. But the studying,
I get
the
it, I get it.
researching,
Mhm.
the doing all of those things, it has been done, and people still doing it right now. So whatever you're trying to say, it's being done. All of it.
Yeah.
Okay,
For
okay, yeah, I get
example,
it. Maybe my bad.
yeah. Can
I
I
wasn't
explain
aware of
something?
this.
Yeah. Can I
Yeah,
explain
sure.
something to you? Basically, if NASA gave us the size of the Earth, for example, the circumference, which is 24,901 miles, that's the circumference, and then the radius is 3,959 miles. That means we should be able to go and measure that in nature. Do you agree? Do you agree? Do you understand what?
One second, I guess.
Yeah, sorry, yeah. Do you understand what circumference means? The circle of the earth, the size, circumference.
Yeah, I do. Mhm.
Okay, so if we know the circumference, we should be able to measure it, don't you think?
Maybe.
Maybe, okay, well, that's still good. Yes, so we've tried to measure it. That's what we've tried to do now, okay? And we have not been successful in finding the curvature. What we're finding is flat earth everywhere. No curvature anywhere. Anywhere that we've been to is flat. And there's no curvature. And then I ask you, I'm going to ask you now. You're from India. Have you seen the curvature in India? Curvature of the earth? Have you seen it?
Actually, what I want to talk is that my main concern is not Earth being flat. I actually don't have much knowledge on Earth being flat or Earth
I
being
understand
round or
that.
triangle or any other reason. But
Thank you for
my
your
main
honesty.
concern is how we are. Yeah, I don't have actually. I just admit that I don't have much knowledge on Earth being any of the shapes. I want to
Right.
discuss that. How about we focus on problems on the ground level? Like,
Well, that's what we're
even if
doing.
I
We're
accept that
focusing on the
one day
ground.
I
Hang on.
get up.
We are focusing. We are focusing on the ground level. For example,
No, not on that ground level. I mean to say something else. Like, how
no,
about,
I know
okay,
what you
fine,
meant.
I accept.
I know what you meant. It means you're meaning, why don't we talk about the problems? Well, the problem is number one, the education system is miseducating everybody because they're telling everybody it's a global earth, but it is not. And yet our taxes are being used for that education. That is a problem, I think. A waste of our money. If they're giving us wrong information. Don't you think?
Education system. Yeah.
Yeah,
Education.
but see, what I'm saying is, even if I accepted that Earth is flat, so it will not make any big difference in my life. But if we talk on the topic, which if we accept that this is not the point of view that people are want me to see from that point of view, it might make a big difference. For
Okay.
example, like the other day I was watching. Yeah, go ahead.
No, you go ahead, please.
Yeah, the other day I was watching a video on there were two people, they're talking about the religion. Then one person was saying that your book says this point, and then the other person was saying like, look at your book, this is what your book says. So they both were fighting, and they both were trying to justify their point. Like, no, this is not what I say. This is not what I say. So how about, like, as you mentioned, the education system? You're actually right about that. So you were saying that most of our books have been manipulated, right? So now coming to the people who are fighting, yes,
Yes.
yeah, coming to the
The
people who
simple
are
solution,
talking,
hang on a minute. The simple solution with the two people arguing away is that don't judge each other. God is the only judge. So you are a Christian, you are a Muslim, for example, just live your lives and let God judge. And when you die, God will give you the true answers if you are wrong. So you got to live together here. That's what they've got to do here. Okay. Your book is right. Your book is right. Okay. Live by your books. Let's get on. Simple. And then
no,
the
I
other problem
actually
is
that
this.
was,
Yeah. The
actually
other
that was
problem
not
is
what I
this.
wanted to bring to the point.
Okay. Let me just make
Yeah, so
one more
that's
point. Let me make one more point. With the
yeah,
education
sure.
now, of which you agreed is miseducating people. Don't forget, out of that miseducation, the industry has grown, space industry, but they can't go to space. Now that's billions of dollars, trillions of rupees are being wasted when they can't go to space. That has to stop. Okay, so when you learn about the education, you also stop the space budget. Now that money can be used to benefit the Indian people. You see, so it is very important, and it can make a big difference in your life. Thank you.
Okay, I get your point. I actually got your point. And so it is not the main problem is Earth being like, it is mostly the people who are sitting over there and controlling. Yeah, they are the problem, right?
Correct. The government officials, the space agencies, the scientists. We need to ask them all the questions and get them to tell the truth and stop wasting the money, that taxpayers' money,
Yes,
which is your money
exactly.
being wasted, right? So it is important.
Yeah. So,
Very important.
so we got very important. Yeah, I get it. So we came out with one solution that we have to talk about the government and question the government why they're doing that and what they're supposed to do that. So government is the
Yeah.
problem, right?
Correct.
So how about talking about the government itself, government and the people who are controlling it? So people are the problem. So how about talking about the people and the controlling of the control, those people who are controlling and who want to control, rather just trying to figure out what is the size of the earth or shape of the earth. So people are the government. People are the
Mansa,
problem, right?
real quick, lady. Yeah, she has a very valid point. The only thing, Mansa, that you're speaking from a point of view that the information that is being presented and shared in these channels is so people can come out of the spell that they fell into. Because to have people to do anything about, to address these issues, people have to kind of like wake up out of the spell, right? So if people believe in the religion, they're just gonna participate in the religion. And the thing is, this topic is fundamental for many other topics, but people have to realize that they've been misled into following because when we say government is bad and everything, not all governments are bad, not all peoples are bad. Most people are doing their jobs, right? The house of cards of this false misleading religion as the globe will just fall apart if enough people can put the effort together and just defund these misleading agencies that are very small compared to the masses. And
That's correct, MZ.
they just have
That's
a
correct.
hold about the foundations of the information. And whenever projects are being funded and incentivized for people to have jobs about topics, things that they go to university to learn, we should be teaching things that are based on reality and things that are gonna benefit
them
and uplift the masses instead of wasting time about, hey, we're gonna go to Mars one day and do this, and wasting trillions of dollars, and not just money, the amount of time that people spend entertaining these fantasies and these ways, that's the real cost right there. Because we could have these young minds, these prime people in their primes, these beautiful people just doing something for the uplifting of the whole of the masses, instead of having this. What was that?
Don't you think that we can go to Mars one day?
No, we're never going to be able to do that. Let me explain quickly. What James is trying to say. I'm going to explain. What James is trying to say first to the young lady who was speaking is that everybody must be thinking the same before we can resolve the problem. We've got to get everybody understanding that there's a deception going on, and we need to be aware of this deception, and then together we can resolve that problem. We need everybody working together here. And as for Mars, they haven't gone to the moon yet. So until man reaches the moon, they're not reaching Mars. Okay, and we can't go to the moon. So never going to go to Mars because we've never been to the moon. It is not possible. We don't have the technology.
But sir, Don't you think we will have
And
the
also
technology
there is
later
no
in
need.
future?
See, there is no
Yeah,
need
Why?
also. Even
that's correct.
even
No
if
need.
they want to,
There is a
why they
need.
want to go to Mars?
No, there's no
Why?
need.
Why
No,
there's a
like
need?
no, there is a need. Like we just can't
Why?
But
That
what
is
is
the
the
spell, guys. You're missing the point, boy, sir, and my lady. The point is this spell. It has people thinking you see how this young man is asking, and his mind is out of reality. We gonna go to Mars. His brain is thinking from an outside perspective instead of concentrating on the real issues down here. They're thinking about what are we gonna do about what are we gonna do in Mars. They're thinking from a fantasy point of view,
Yeah.
outside perspective of reality that is not real. And this is happening in many topics, and this is a fundamental one about the nature of creation, the nation of this place. So we can start from the foundation that is logical, and from there we can make the correct decisions and go to have goals that are actually solving the real issues that we are confronted with. And the thing is that
no,
it's
sir.
a spell that a lot of people are under. It's a huge spell. This goes way deeper because people have been taken out, people get killed, people get defunded, people lose their jobs. This is a spell that has taken a hold of technology, resources, people's time, minds, and this is
Yeah.
of great cost to the whole
Yeah.
of the world.
Yeah, Jamesy, the young lady
Yes, sir.
asked a
But
very good question. Why is it important to go to the moon and the Mars? Why? That's a great question. Young man, please answer. What is the importance of going to Mars? We can't go there anyway. But why do you want to go?
sir, it's the human curiosity, sir. When you say we won't have the technology, you're limiting the human mind. Like
No,
we
I'm
can do
not. We're not
anything. Like
limiting the human mind. The human mind at the moment, which
no,
is mind, is confused. You don't understand the vacuum of space and how we can't go there. You don't
yes, sir.
understand that NASA
I know,
and
sir.
the government, you're not listening, you're just talking at the moment. You don't understand that the government and NASA have lied to you. You believe the fantasy and you think we can go to space. We can't do that. That's a fantasy. It's a lie. We will never have the technology. You know why? Because God never gave us that technology. We will never have it. It's not a place we can go to.
India has gone to the moon.
But we have
Nobody's been to
right?
the moon.
India has done it.
No, India has not done it. India has
India
lied.
did it. What have you ever
India
done?
has lied. India does not have the. You can't build. India cannot build bridges. India cannot build bridges. India has had 2,501 bridges collapse since 1977. Please don't tell me you can go to space. You can't even build a bridge properly.
Yeah,
Can't even build
you
bridges
think
properly.
that
And you're still
Nintendo?
running World War One and World War Two railway system. Shut up. You ain't going to you've never been to the moon. Bloody liar. Shut
Yeah,
up.
you think that the Nintendo pixelated images is proof that your country went to the moon? Come on, man.
Damn fool. Can't even build bridges. Going to the moon. Chandelier
That's not
1,
the question.
Chandelier 2,
That's not the
Chandelier 3, and Chandelier 4 went to the sun. They sent Chandelier 4 to the sun.
Back to
Really?
Mansa. You see the issue here, Mansa? They have men concentrated on false goals to solve false problems that not even exist in reality, and on the process that's creating more problems and a waste of everybody's time, resources, time. When we can be, let's say India, oh, let's go to the moon, let's put all this money, let's put all these engineers, all these minds to sit down in front of computers to figure how we're gonna make it to Mars or to the moon or whatever, when they could be building bridges, building infrastructure, educating children on how to grow food or how to how to make families concentrated on the realist level stuff. And a lot of, because people are doing, most people are actually trying to do the correct thing, but the resources, the money, these people that are selling the fantasy, they have a shock hold on the resources, and they're the ones controlling where the money is going to, what are we going to be investing on. And they're saying, hey, we're going to invest in wars, outer space, religions, and the common man and woman that are supposed to be enjoying the benefits of the wealth that these other people on the space religion are telling you, hey, let's use your wealth and your time and your efforts to just promote these waste of time fantasies. And the globe fantasy is a huge part of that spell, and that's misguidance that the whole world is under.
Yeah, I saw that. In fact, for Indians, in fact, we are going backward. If we go to 100 years back, our population, 80 to 90% of the population was involved in agriculture. And now, if you see, it has remained to only 40 to 50%, even less than that. So they've actually convinced the people to convince that growing vegetables, growing your own food is not important. Important is to go and sit in front of the laptop and solve some algorithm. So actually, they have convinced that. So yeah, you're right with that.
But ma'am,
Thank you very much for that point. That's very true. And let me explain one last point. This is another gross misuse of the taxpayers' money in India and in Pakistan, and that is they both made nuclear weapons now, and they can't use them now because India has nuclear weapons. Pakistan has nuclear weapons. It's cost a lot of taxpayers' money. It's a stalemate, and you can't use it. There's a waste of money. See how stupid Indian man is and Pakistan man is? Foolish. Then the women and the children are, now penniless almost. Yeah, I don't understand their mentality. And now they're talking about going to the moon desperately. Can't even build a bridge. And they want to go to the moon. Get out of here. Wake up.
I won't agree to that point because I believe that on international level, nukes do have powers. I'm not sure how true is that, but it seems like the country who are fighting the nukes, they do have some powers. I'm not sure in the detail, but it is, I guess, maybe it's not that much bad for India for having nukes. For example, like Iran. Iran is trying to have nukes, but then why everyone is attacking Iran for not having it? So it must have some powers, right? Why they're attacking Iran so much and asking them not to come up with their new powers?
That's part of the spell. That's part of the spell. This whole resource scarcity, fear mentality is part of the globe mentality. That's why it's so foundational. It's like a huge spell that people has fallen under, and it's built on a straw house or a house of cards that eventually is gonna fall apart because war will only destroy your enemy and yourself at the end. That's what war is gonna do. You cannot have a society that can only have a war cycle, destruction, wasting of resources, and this debt economy that they're pushing. Just spend, and push the bill forward, to the next generation. And don't worry, like this is craziness. This is a road to destruction. But we do have, like I said, it's not most of the people are trying to do the right thing. Most people, are hardworking. They want to uplift their families, uplift themselves, their communities, and people put the good work. That's why society functions. It's a handicap society at the moment, in my opinion, because if the truth was not being fought against, and the people that are holding the guns were actually doing the right thing, instead of waging war against our neighbors, we will be, concentrating like these bright minds in the militaries of the world, the youngest, strongest, most beautiful people. Instead of waging war against their neighbors, we should be building bridges with the neighbors, instead of destroying the bridges.
True.
So, but war doesn't happen like one way, There has to be some other, like reason, like terrorism and all those things.
What's the question?
In order to. So, why war happens? War happens because there is terrorism, Like we have terrorism in our country. That's why we protect ourselves.
Yeah, that's why at the foundation, if there was a system instead of a sphere and scarcity, the creator made this world that we can have abundance and not live in fear. And the thing about this terrorism and this from both sides that are attacking each other is based on what? Land. There's enough land for everybody. Resources. There is enough resources for everyone. I mean, just it's people. Listen, it's people in high places convincing you to go fight your neighbor, because the politicians are not gonna go fight. Do you think Donald Trump or the leader in Iran, the people in high places, they're not going to fight? They're gonna send you your brothers and your sisters, and
But
if
sir,
you
in
let them
order to protect
convince
our
you,
family, no. In order to protect our family and our society, we have to go to war, sir. If there is
Not
going to be war, we
necessarily.
can't
Not necessarily.
can't-
It's the like
we
Jemli
can't.
said. It's the government. The governments and the
from both
politicians are
sides,
creating
No,
they,
the problem.
listen, sir.
That's what's going on. You don't understand.
We can't just sit quiet. No, we have to take action.
Yeah,
If we
against
just
your
sit
government
quiet,
is what you're meant to take action against, not against the neighbor, because it's the government. You're not listening. Hang on, you're not listening. Listen. It is the governments and the politicians that are creating the wars that you are worried about. It is not the Pakistani or the Indian. So let's go and kill the Pakistanis down the road, or the Indian. Let's go. And the Pakistanis say, let's go and kill the Indians, and the Indians, let's go and kill. They don't do that. It's the politicians that are doing that.
sir, let me ask
That's
you one
actually
thing.
a very good point that you have brought
Ma'am,
up. Actually, okay,
ma'am,
yeah,
let
go
me
ahead.
ask you.
Mm-hmm.
When there was a terrorist attack in our country, okay, and we got many killed, our
Mm-hmm.
people, so should I just go to the president and say, President, no, President, we shouldn't wage war to
Okay,
the others.
if you wanna talk
We have
about
our people killed, so
about the
we should
recent,
just
if you want to talk about the recent attack, Pahalgam, do you want to talk about that?
Yes.
Mansa, you were gonna say something before. Go ahead, Mansa. I would like to hear you.
Yeah.
I was saying something. I got to know that the problem with most of the Indians is that even our media is controlled by our government. Like the proper control is with the government. That is one of the most problem. So whatever the Indians are watching, it is controlled. Even the movies that we are getting released in India are controlled. 90% of them are banned. Even if they talk against government, they'll be banned. People won't even get to know which movie is coming if it is against government, and if it is in the favor of the government, then it is made like tax free. So that is one of the major problem of Indians. So most of the brains are controlled by the government. And if this my brother wants to talk about the recent attack, Pahalgam, I just want to have one question that at that time no one was asking is, the Pahalgam area, it is at a place in Kashmir, and that particular place is always crowded. It's like tourist place. It's a very good place.
Yeah.
So you
Yeah.
will see, no matter at what time you go, you will see the military people surrounding. They're always protected. It is way protected because it's Kashmir. Obviously, they know it is at a place where always there are chances of being attacked. So always they have a high security. But at the time of Pahalgam attack, what happens was 4 people, they were considered as terrorists. They were having guns. They came freely. They attacked many people, and they were asking their religion first, that which religion you belong to. If they are Muslim, they were leaving them. But if they were Hindu, they were attacking. That was the entire created story. My question was, where was the security at that particular time? How come
Good question.
four people having the guns, they are roaming all around at a place which is highly security is there always. It doesn't matter at what place you at what time you are going, you will find security. I have been there. My friend have been there. We no matter like after every step in front of every shop, there will be one security person standing over there. So at that time, where the security went, who gave orders? The neighbors cannot give the orders to remove security of our place. It was our
Very good
government who
question.
gave the orders. So where was the security? And after that, just when that attack happened, no one found those 4 people. So if they went back to their country, Pakistan, how it is possible? So you're saying that our security is so weak that four people can carry that gun roaming around simply. They can come into India and then go back to their country. Is it that you're insulting the entire security system? People are sitting over there. People are giving their lives for that. It takes too much to make one soldier. So you're making the fun of the entire security system in front of the entire world, saying that four people came simply and they kill our people in the name of religion. It is all made up story. And also,
Yes. There you
they
are.
didn't even go back. So why did you attack? Why did you started a war instead of finding those people? They were the real culprits. They're the real
That's right.
culprits, and if they are still there in the country, they can attack again because they're the terrorists. They're again
Well,
roaming and
because
with
they're
their
government
guns.
terrorists.
Why
Hold
did you
on
find?
a second,
Yes.
Mansur. Hold on a second. Those terrorists are from your own government. It's not even from India or
Yes, they are. We know
Pakistan.
that.
Yeah, good.
Yes,
That's
it's
it.
from
You see,
Pakistan.
that's what you've got to do. You've got to all work together in order to stop that. So the question that was asked by the other guy, should I just go to the government and say, yes, you should all be armed up to the teeth and remove the government from its seat? Get them off the seat. Get them out of there. That's what you have to do. That's called a revolution. Yeah.
But sir,
But
listen,
the
sir.
problem is we cannot say this. We cannot say this. We will be thrown out of the country. Most of the people
Well,
are controlled.
that showed you have no democracy right there, no free speech. So you know you have to fight your government because it's forcing you to be what you don't want to be. But carry on anyway. Go ahead.
Sir, I wanna say one thing. Like, if I am to question my government, okay, the current government, and I am to vote for another government,
You are to
you
make
know
the
they all.
government yourself. You are to be the government because you know what should be done.
Yes.
That,
That's
that
what's
is that
supposed
is
to
the,
happen.
that is the actual thing. The people is the government, but you have people in high places making you do their bidding. So the people, most of the government, your local governments, most of them are good people. Your neighbors, whatever administrating certain functions that are necessary. That's 99% of the government. Whoever is doing a job that is necessary, that's okay. But then there is the decision making people that are actually making like the military do things that they shouldn't be doing. So whoever is doing the wrong thing, jail. If someone is inciting violence against neighbors and because this topic we gonna have to move on from it, but this topic goes to so many branches of the tree, of the rotten poison tree, that the evil is out there. So we definitely need military people for defense, security. That's necessary 100%. But those people should be acting accordingly. And whenever there is corruption, because remember there is a monopoly on violence by certain people, and the corrupted are protected, and the good man is being kind of like abused, and yeah.
Sir, listen.
So
I just want to say one thing. Like, if I were to in India, we only have some couple of parties, okay, that can be the president. Like only.
Okay, well, you have to make a new one. You have to make a new party.
Listen,
There shouldn't only be a couple. Yeah.
But it will take most of the time. But if we have only 2 or 3 parties, the current president, okay, if he is not going to be the president, then someone else is going to be, and that someone else will make India a mess. India will
Not
be,
necessarily.
whole
Not
mess.
necessarily. No, it's not going to be a mess because
it is going
no,
to
you're
be,
not
sir.
listening again. Now you're just shouting. Now you're just shouting. You're not listening.
No,
Okay,
sir. I just want to
let me explain. If the Indian
Yes,
people want to live in peace and harmony and prosperity, it will happen. Okay, because the people will make it happen. You don't look to the government. What you must do is remove all the government people that are there today. Everybody's gone. Goodbye, good luck. And then the new people come in from your own people. They come in. That's how you get your prosperity and your freedom to speak. You do that. You don't look to those people. You remove them
But
all.
sir, yes, but some people in our country, sir, they are not they are not with our country. They live in India, but they despise India. They say that.
Well, don't worry about those people. You want to worry about the government
No,
at the
sir.
moment
They have.
and the government that's causing terrorism in your country, which you are then blaming on Pakistan, and and then
Yes, sir.
Pakistan and
But
India are fighting. We need to stop that
sir,
first. Yeah.
yes, sir. But I think the people in India are some of the terrorists. Like, sir, what kind of man does live in a country, eat in a country, makes bread in a country, and he then despise the own country? Like, isn't
Yeah,
that wrong?
that's a
And he
confused
says that
man.
he's
It's a confused man
yes,
that does that. So when we teach them about the
and
flat
it's
Earth
not.
truth. Hang on, I'm trying to get this out to you
Sir,
now. That's a
yes.
confused man. Okay, look, that's a confused man. That's why when you teach them about the flat Earth and the deception from the government, that will wake them up. That should motivate them to want to have things done correctly. Okay, that's why it's important to know this knowledge that we have to then use that as a stepping stone to getting your real freedom of speech, remove government because it's not helping you, and put the government for the people, by the people, of the people. Okay, that's how it should be. That's your real democracy if you can
Yes, sir.
establish that.
It's not just a mean, sir. It's close to half of India.
I know India.
Close to half
How
of
many
India. Like,
billion?
if
Yes. How many billion in India?
what?
How many billion population in India?
Not say
Yeah, very
close
high
to 7
population
crore,
in
I
India.
guess.
Yeah, it's quite a high population.
Yes,
Yeah.
sir.
So, baby, everybody's a little
But,
bit
sir,
at the
like,
moment confused. That's the problem. Confusion. So we need to get
not
everybody
everybody,
on the
sir.
same page.
Listen, sir.
Okay.
In India,
Go on.
sir, we have taken a great number of refugees, right?
Yeah.
And
And
there have been like people come from other countries with no proofs, and then they just come and they just live and they just get the documents verified. Like they just come here and they become the citizen
yeah,
with
again, you're
no
wasting
proof.
time. That's a waste of time at the moment. That's a waste of time at the moment. That's not a big
That's not.
problem. The problem is your government isn't doing its job for you. That's the one. That's more important. That's more urgent than a immigrant coming in looking for a new life. That's not. God says you extend your hand and you help. Listen clearly. God said you help your fellow man or woman when they come to your door knocking on the door. Doesn't say you spit on them and throw them away. So if your country is running properly, you can handle those immigrants coming in. So no, again, it's the people. So you've got to stop. You're pessimistic. You are thinking in a pessimistic
You know
mode.
what's the issue? You know what's another big issue? The actual big issue, the government is too big. Government shouldn't be on every. Government shouldn't be in every asset of your life. Like
Yeah.
what you should be eating. Yeah. The government should be smaller. It should be there to enforce contracts, and there should be a free market where the communities, the neighbors, the towns decide what type of enterprises are they going to run, what type of service are they going to be working on, the education of the community, the children, to be able to uplift the communities, therefore the towns and the nations around. And there shouldn't be like someone in one place deciding for everybody else, because one person, the only person that could make a decision to fix the world should be the creator, God. There shouldn't be one guy, one man, more than man, that is going to be sitting on a presidential palace deciding what type of food you're going to be eating, what type of education you should be getting. And whoever next man comes that is going to give you a second option, that man shouldn't have that power either. They should be based on family, uh, communities, and from there people make their own decisions, self-governance. And then you do it, instead of government from the outside, it should be government from the inside out. You get it?
Yes, I'm getting it. But Jin said like people when they come in front of my house and they knock my door, ask for help. I take them in. But you know what they do later? Later in time, they want to destroy the same house. And what should we do then?
You know what? You know why that your neighbor is in your house to asking you, because many of these nations have been taken over by these corrupt entities, and their economies have been decimated, destroyed, and they don't have. They've been pushed. This has happened in South America. This has happened in the Middle East. This has happened in many nations. That war has destroyed and affected these nations to a point that the young people run away, and then they end up without families, without mothers, without fathers, and they end up in their neighbor houses being innocents. And this is not the way it's supposed to be.
Yeah, and there's not always there's going to be a nuisance. I still think you are pessimistic in your viewpoint. You're not thinking over the horizon, pun intended. Yeah, flat Earth. You're not thinking properly at all. You're not. You're not thinking. You have listen. You are living on Give Up Avenue. That's where you are residing at the moment. Give Up Avenue. You're not on Get Up and Go Road. You're not on that road. You're on pessimistic Give Up Avenue. That's where you are at the moment. You're not thinking positive. You're not thinking, let's go forward. You're not. Everything is but this, but that, but this, and then about this, and about that, and then about this. Yeah, but it is, but it. Where's the positive in your life? Where is it?
Sir,
Bloody
that's
hell.
racist, by the way.
It's not racist at all. Where is the positiveness in your life? Please.
No, it's racist.
It's not racist at all. Now I'm a racist. Look at that. Now I'm a racist on top of that. Now you see how you start trouble. Now I'm a racist.
Listen, it's okay. Don't worry about that, guys. Don't worry about those feelings. You know what's another big issue? It's the control of resources and technology. And you know what's a big one? The war on drugs, right? Because that thing was camouflaged to be the war against industrial hemp, cannabis. And any of you guys in India, look into industrial hemp, industrial HEMP. This multi-resource that can be utilized to solve many of the basic needs, like fuel, medicine, food for animals. You could make concrete with it. Housing. You can make over 50,000 different products from it. And listen, this is the point. This is the point.
500,000. Yeah.
This is very important, Jin, because you know something. If you look at India, you see that all the trash, all the plastic, all the trash that is all around.
Yeah.
If there was something like industrial hemp that they can, many nations, like I'm coming from a small island. In my island, they say, oh, we don't have resources, bro. We have the land, and in the land, you can grow an industrial hemp, and those industrial hemp is like a industry. That's why it's called industrial hemp, that you can solve all of your basic needs. And your neighbor, you can also provide with the industrial hemp. It creates so much abundance of resources that your neighbor will benefit. So you got whoever you guys are fighting. If India bring back industrial hemp and actually use it the way it is, the multi-resource that it is, Pakistan is gonna benefit. Then they can emulate it, and they're gonna be able to solve all their basic needs and have a strong foundation for the nations. And the young ones are gonna be busy doing stuff instead of fighting, going to your house and tell you and you be fighting them or whatever. Listen, like this is the thing. This control of the mind that they have with the globe, scarcity, fear system, war system, outer space religion, they have made people concentrated on going to Mars and whatever, and they haven't noticed that they have a bunch of trash next to their house that they should all be fixing and picking up and cleaning everything, so they can grow industrial hemp in that land, so they don't have the issue again and again. You know what I'm saying, Jin?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Oh yeah.
I wanna, Jin. Sir, sorry for earlier. I was joking, and I agree both of you with so many points. Like it's the people's fault and it's the government's fault. Some people are working very hard, and some people are handling it very well. But in some part of government, they are doing some activities that do not benefit the country, and that's it. Others are trying so hard but some of them in the core, like they do some things that will affect us in a very bad way.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
it.
But once this is the thing is once everybody starts to work together, okay, you educate yourselves properly, you have your objectives, everybody's working together because you're working for one another, you're working for your neighbor is working for you. The government is not doing that. You see, the government's not working for you. The government is making you a slave and creating terrorist problems, and you are fighting your neighbor now. So when you remove the idiotic government out of the way and put yourselves in that job, then the honor and the integrity will arrive. And then now you're working for yourselves now. Okay. And then you have a better life. And you have to worry about the people in Lahore because Lahore will be seeing you guys living good and they will copy. Monkey see, monkey do. That's what they're going to do, obviously. So you've got to be positive. That's the thing. Not be pessimistic. Pessimistic doesn't get you forward. It's a disease. It's a cancer. It eats into your positive energy. You want to start to establish that. Start to think. Don't vote in the next election. Why are you voting for a government that doesn't represent you? I've never voted in my life, and I was born in Britain. Not once, because they didn't benefit me. So why would I go and vote?
Listen, the same people that sold you the space religion within the government, they sold you the war on drugs, and they took out industrial hemp out of the fields, and they send. I remember seeing young people in their prime going to jail because they were caught with a plant, with a flower. Think about that. Just think about that for a second. They went to jail and ruined their life. Their lives were ruined because they had a plant. And even though if they wanted to smoke it or plant it to get more seeds from it, that shouldn't be the government business. And the government shouldn't have the power to take you to jail because you want to use your land to grow a plant that was put here by the creator for you to solve a bunch of different problems like food, housing. You can make plastics that are biodegradable. You can make fuel. The fuel problem, the energy problem, that all the fuel that the vehicles are using and making the earth dirty these days, from hemp you can produce ethanol that is of the highest quality and is clean for the air. It's not it's not toxic like the stuff that we're using. So when you think about India and these nations many of the nations that the earth is dirty, the solution is right in front of us, and it's been there. Our ancestors knew about this stuff. This crop has been used all across the world. You can find history of hemp in all of the nations of the world being used across history to make clothing, high quality clothing, to solve food problems.
Yeah.
Everything.
Hemp oil, hemp ink, hemp dye, hemp solar panels, hemp doors, hemp house, hemp clothing, hemp shoe, hemp food, hemp medicine. There's 500,000 ways. So when you're living naturally and you're living with hemp now, the government doesn't have any room, no business there. They're just there to make sure that your lives are good. If they're not doing that, get out. Put somebody else in. Simple. Right.
That's why the war on drugs is a war on you, and the war on the people.
Yeah, a war on humanity.
Not just that, but if they were doing anything good, you wouldn't every so many decades or 5 years from now hear of a new drug that's out there.
Yeah.
Like all these drugs, all the chemicals or whatever that are, used to create them come from somewhere. It's not my backyard. It's from a government source or laboratory somewhere.
Yep. You got it. You got it, man.
Think about all the wars that they wage about, let's control this land so we can take the resources. Bro, you can grow the resources. You can put seeds on the soil that is gonna, they call it weed for a reason, because it's gonna grow. You're gonna have so much of it that you're gonna have to, you're not gonna be able to do, to use it all, because there's gonna be so much.
Yeah. It's been given by God. It's forever.
Sorry, Jen. I don't want anybody to get me wrong. Underage people shouldn't be able to have access to those things, and You know, that stuff's for your college years, and it's freedom of choice, and you know,
what stuff?
Yeah, we're talking about hemp.
Like whatever, drinking, partying, you know, that's for your older years, you know? Like if some douche nozzle selling a 15-year-old a bag of weed or whatever,
Yeah,
he
but
shouldn't be
Flatman,
doing that. You know?
we're not talking about weed. We're talking about hemp.
Well, and or the war on drugs is what we were talking about. If you're new to the conversation,
No, that was I said camouflage. The war on the war on people was camouflage and called the war on drugs because they took out industrial hemp out of the fields.
Yes, and I'm just trying to say,
listen, and then they put you in TV, little girls and little boys using these quote unquote drugs, right? That I don't recommend anybody doing, right?
That was propaganda.
But that's the propaganda. But you know that with this industrial crop, girls and boys can be sewing clothes, t-shirts, pants. They could be making concrete blocks to build a house, and it's pretty light, pretty easy, non-toxic, flame resistant.
Pay them $1 a day. I wasn't trying to say that there should be no restrictions, just let drugs run rampant. If somebody's selling a young person something that's not good for them, they should be stopped, you know?
Yeah. Flatman is on the money there. He's coming in with making sure that we're not misleading people in the sense of everybody do drugs. No, that's not what we're saying. And
no, that's what we're saying.
Yeah, that's what Flatman is saying as well. Is that we're not saying everybody should do drugs. That's not what he's saying at all. He's saying that we're using this resource in a coherent and useful way that benefits everyone. And anyone seen selling drugs to a kid, well, that man should go to jail, obviously. So yeah,
you know how many? We're talking about India.
Flatman is correct. Yeah.
How many issues will solve in a nation like India?
Oh, many.
So in India is huge. They have so much land. They could be using this crop for so many things, and also it will solve issues in small countries that So you see how many small countries say we don't have natural resources. We need to import everything, bro. You have the land.
Yeah, start growing hemp.
The air, the soil, the water. Come on.
I put a short video about hemp in the side chat, everybody. Have a look at it. It's an old video, but the old videos have the most information, yeah? Because if you want to know the truth, you've got to go back in time. Because today we're living in a time where there's a lot of misinformation. This was produced before all that was going on, before this recent misinformation that's happening now. So please watch it. It's lots of knowledge and good people, good, clean, healthy people promoting hemp. Go and watch and learn, please. I've had it a very, very long time. I could put more. That's just one of many I have.
So that was mostly for the lady that asked, why don't we think about solutions, right? Because she's coming from a good place.
Yes.
Mansa, she's coming from a good place because she's she's a young woman. One day she's going to want to have a family and she wants to see her children smile and she wants to smile with them, right? And we all want that. We all want that. And I know where she's coming from.
Yeah, thank you for those questions, what's her name? Minsa. Yeah, she did very well. You know, if she's still here, we'd like to hear her viewpoint on what has been said, if she's here still. So please come back if you can hear us.
Yeah, I can hear you. Thank you so much for saying that, first of all.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Mostly my main concern is talking about the solutions. Because when I see Indians, most of them, they just talk one language. The language that is being put into their mouth by the government. The entire our politicians are talking the same, our media is talking the same, our movies are talking the same, and now when we come to the people, without using their brain, they're talking the same. No solution. People are having no jobs, no plans for the future. They're just talking nonsense, which does not make sense. So
Mansa, real quick, do you know about? Have you ever looked into industrial hemp? Have you ever heard of that?
No, but I heard your conversation and I'm planning to look into it.
Okay, make sure you do a deep research. Don't just find one video, because you might find one video talking about one small
I gave her one just now, Gemsy. Gemsy, I put one in the side chat. Direct her to the side chat. There's one there waiting for them right now. Later on, of course. So please go into the side chat and you will see that I posted a video called Hemp, okay? And it's talking about how to utilize industrial hemp and how much money it can be making in America, of course. But then if you can make money in America, you can make money anywhere in your own country too. You grow the hemp in your country, you're making money.
Listen, Jin, hemp is the money. Hemp is the resource. Hemp holds the value. That is the way you can. Hemp is they call it industrial because you can create industry. You can create economies.
Industry. Yeah, absolutely.
You can create industries of it.
Yeah.
So if the lady is maybe one day thinking about trying to find a solution about something in which she's from India, that's perfect. I'm pretty certain that your Indian neighbors, if you want to bring something to them and maybe some solutions, industrial hemp may be one of the things that you want to be looking into the future. Because you sound young, and it sounds that one day these young people are gonna take the wheel and they're gonna be driving the vessel, and hopefully they can bring forward, they can bring back industrial hemp to the fields.
Yeah, and drive their future to success. Yeah.
Oh, thank you so much for the information. I'm gonna look into it.
Yeah, you're welcome. We're always here to help you. See, this was a very good cultural exchange. Plus, you all improved your English. You all speak English very well indeed. Even if you're pessimistic, it's still coming across. I understand. If you're positive, you're asking the right questions. We understand. So today was a very good interaction, very good exchange. And I thank you and I salute you for that. Thank you very much.
My pleasure, sir.
Whoever's interested in the topic, look into Hempcrete, and you can make a cement. Well, it's called Hempcrete, and you can build houses, which you're gonna need a level, and that level is gonna be a horizontal frame of reference, and you're gonna be able to build a beautiful house made out of very light and very strong crete or hempcrete. And it's also going to be fire resistant, non-toxic, and the walls breathe. The walls breathe.
Yeah.
So the temperature of the home will stay at around 73, 72 degrees, even if it's hot outside or cold.
That's right. So when it's hot outside, you remain cool. When it's cold outside, you're warm. That's the beauty of hempcrete. Beautiful material, and there are many designs. You look up hempcrete houses and look at the modern designs you can have, or designs that fits the jungle as well. There's so many, all on Google. It's all there. Been around a lot. I teach all my Japanese students about hemp and what you can use it for. You know, cream, foods, everything. Body oils. Yeah, I put it in my salad. Hemp oil in my salad is really nice. I get it from Australia.
The seeds are very high in omega 3s, and they have a perfect. Actually, the seeds have a well balanced ratio between omega 3s and omega 6s, and you can consume the seed. Or not the husk, the inside of it.
No.
You can also feed. You can feed. You can use it as feed for farm
feed for
animals.
Your cows. Yeah, for your cows and that. Yeah. So the point is there's no wastage. Nothing is wasted. Everything about the hemp is utilized to the last morsel, last molecule. Nothing is wasted. Nothing. There is no wastage with that material, that resource. Yeah. So this is what you have to do. You see, it's all about education, you see. This is what I said at the very beginning. You know, when they're misinforming you with your tax money, that's a losing situation. But when you take control and you throw out the government and you re-educate everybody properly and you're all on the same page, you're all going to work together. Now everybody's smiling, it's doing good.
This forgive me, Jin. This brings a very important point home. Remember the young man saying, but war is necessary. Bro, the war on drugs have put the whole world into a scarcity system when we can have no war and actually be utilizing industrial hemp all across the world, and most of all the basics needs of all of humanity will be solved with industrial hemp, and then we can grow from there.
Yeah.
We're having wars about resources. We're having wars about fuel. Having wars about whatever stuff. When all that stuff is not even important. The important things is being productive, and industrial hemp is one of those solutions. Multi-solution.
Exactly. Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's in the video. Now, I was going to say, I always thought it was a stupid thing that two countries, Pakistan and India, whose economies at the time was very precarious, they weren't making money hand over fist, okay? They've slowly got to become onto the world stage, but they were both building nuclear bombs, right? Nuclear weapons. And then they both built it, they can't use it on each other. So there was a waste, that's a waste of money, right there. Instead of to be friends and partners, they're building weapons that they cannot use now. Waste of money. Waste. And that's what the Indian men in particular haven't picked up on. The Indian taxpayer. No backbone. That's what I've noticed. Need to stand up now. Don't allow your governments to do whatever they do. It's time to stand up, and the police as well have to stand up. That's the other thing as well. The police themselves and the military thinking they're superior to their own people. That's wrong. That's why the government's able to get away with whatever they get away with. The soldier himself, when you line up the Indian soldier and you say, look, are you facilitating freedom for your people? You're not. You're imprisoning the people whilst the government is paying you and the government's running away with everybody's taxes. You are condemning your people.
TV, Jim, have you ever watched Indian TV?
Have I ever what?
Watched Indian TV.
Oh, yes, I have. Yes, I have. Only a little bit, but yeah.
Wild propaganda. They get them through like love and stuff.
Yeah, I know. It's in their, it's unavoidable, isn't it? It's in their program. It's just, I used to say you can't trust an Indian in London. I used to say, because I noticed how they copy the traits of the government and the deceptive traits. I see it in Indians. I think you can't even trust an Indian. That's how I used to feel. Such was the corruption. Yeah. I'm the man. Look, I'm the man that goes into an Indian restaurant, right? And the guys put the money up on the curry that I normally have. He's risen the price. So I said to him, I will pay you this money there. That's what I think your curry is worth. Now, some money is better than no money. If you put it up, I'm not going to pay you. And if you don't want this money, I can go to another restaurant. You're number one customer, remember? There you go. I have to remind them sometimes. That's what I'm like. Telling you how much I'm going to pay. Because they just put the money up and you're thinking, well, what do you do that for? Well, I'm not going to pay that money then. Sorry. I'm not going to pay that money. That's what I said.
It's just strange that when you go to countries that people like to call poorer countries, whatever you want to call them, they seem to advertise like really good technology, like the sort of advertise in the West, like nice televisions,
Yeah.
And so they're living in these like shanty towns, but wanting brand new iPhones and really nice shoes and stuff. It's really corrupting people's minds over there.
Well, yeah, this is what I thought when they were building the nuclear weapon. I thought, look at this country. It's poverty-ridden, and the government's using money to make a nuclear bomb. And then when Pakistani made one, now there's a stalemate. They've got these rockets pointing at each other. They can't even use them. That was a waste. And then look at the land. It's a wasteland at that time. And I'm talking 1980s, 1990s. Well, bloody hell, what are these people thinking about? It's crazy in India. It's crazy in Pakistan, I used to think. What the hell?
India is by far the wildest country I've ever been to. It's like, you can only be there. It's chaos. It's chaos.
Well, yeah, I've seen it. Seen the traffic system. Do you remember Top Gear? They went there, didn't they? And they messed up. The dinner delivery system was totally destroyed by those three. They wrecked it, didn't they? James May.
I don't know how anybody sleeps in the city. It's just constant beep, beep.
Yeah. 24 hours. Yeah. So that's what surprises me when you look at India. They've got some technological prowess, but they're not using it in the positive. They're using it to deceive now. You know, that's what they're doing. You know, going to the moon when they can't build a bridge, but yet you're going to the moon. I mean, relax, mate. Come on, stop that nonsense.
We went to the moon.
Indians can't build bridges.
No, you never did. You can't go there. Impossible.
Actually, whatever you're saying,
Indian architect.
Yeah, whatever you're saying, I actually do agree with you. The other day I was talking to some person, he was having an accent, but it was Indian. So when I asked him the reason, he was like, on ground level, we don't have much good image. So, like, obviously, we are providing what we are providing them. They are talking the same. Whatever we show them, they will talk the same thing about us.
Yeah. But the Indians are very smart, though, because if you look back at Apple, okay, Apple was going to introduce a special smartphone for India, okay? Now, the problem with Apple is they didn't do their demographics properly, because the average Indian knows the value of a rupee, understand that. And they knew that Huawei, the Chinese company, was making a better phone than what Apple was offering for less money. So Apple's plan to totally blanket India with their phones just fell to the wayside. So it was not successful at all. Yeah, they didn't last 5 minutes because the Chinese had already introduced India to a similar technology for less money. So yeah, you know. So we know the Indians are not stupid. They understand the value of a rupee, but they've got to work together. That's the stupidity is they're too male chauvinistic, you know, pushing the women to one side like you're nothing, like you're rubbish, and then just running the country into ruin. That's what they've been doing, and it's silly. Now they're complaining. Well, it's stand up and start to tidy up. Silly people.
Indians are smart, but they decide not to look at the truth and to just be deceived by the government and by some people.
Yeah. The Indian man that owns the curry here in Japan, the curry house, okay, he smokes too much. I said, look, you're meant to be an intelligent businessman. You smoke like a chimney. How is that intelligent? And you're a businessman. You're making all this money, and you're giving the tobacco company your money, and you're ruining your health. Is that a logical common sense? You ruin your health. The tobacconist is rich whilst you're dying in your health. Think about that. I don't smoke. I don't need to smoke. And I'm a businessman myself. I don't smoke. And then, you know, eventually he stopped smoking.
Government should be at a minimal. It should be a service-based thing. So you need fire departments, hospitals, police departments, because unfortunately, as well as society can try to police itself, you still have dumbasses drinking and driving or whatever dumb shit. That you actually need people that are paid to go out there and stop that stuff from happening. Yeah. And so what government actually is, when one neighbor sells another neighbor a car, another neighbor gets involved and says, hey, I need a cut of that. And that's not what government should be.
That's right. That's right.
The government should be to enforce contracts. The government is people. So in a economy of honor, like if you and I have a contract and I don't fulfill the contract, there might be a third party in place that be, hey, you broke your promise, you broke your contract. Come on, fulfill it or pay a fee or something.
Yeah. JFK said exactly what Flatman was saying. You know, government shouldn't be intrusive into all your lives. Kennedy was of that opinion, okay? Or of that position. JFK. All right? What you said there was JFK's sentiment. You know, he was really trying to, you know, be the best president for the people of his country and of the world, because, you know, he was loved everywhere. Okay, JFK. Unfortunately, they took him out because he wasn't playing ball. Yeah.
Few inconsistencies with the video we've been provided of that shooting, I must say.
Oh yeah, there's a Brugger film. Yes, exactly. They chopped it up straight away. Yeah, you know, they chopped that right up. But I do feel that, you know, Kennedy and his brother Robert, they were sincere in what they were trying to do for their country and for the world, by the way. So, you know, and we lost some good people when they went. At least the nephew and the son of Robert F. Kennedy is doing a good job now. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. He has done so much good work in helping us avoid those needles. You know, we're in the depths of gratitude right there. He's working on the wrong side, I feel, but let's see how well he can do. You know, he's walking a tightrope. Basically, he's on the high wire. That's exactly where Kennedy is now. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. That is.
Sorry, Jin. I just wanted to expand a little further on what I was saying earlier.
Yes, please.
About the government should be at a minimum. So, for example, I work a 9 to 5 or whatever, a 12-hour day job, and I make some money, whether it's salary or per hour. The government takes a portion of that. That's fine. That's for when I need an ambulance or help because my home was broken into or whatever it is. While I was at work, my home got ransacked, so I need some help. That's what that tax is that comes from my business making. They tax my business profits, whatever it is. That's what that is. That's fine. I got to pay for what's needed. Stop the drunk drivers from running over little old ladies and shit. But over government and overreach is, like I use that example. When I buy the car from my neighbor and the other neighbor wants a cut of that sale, that's over taxation, overreach. That's unnecessary.
Yeah. And then the misuse of your tax when they're going to space, when they're not going to space. That's another misuse right there.
The evidence is overwhelming that we are community-based creatures and we shouldn't be living in, like, running a city and having one man telling a million people what to do is preposterous. We need to be on a much smaller level. That's how we designed. That's why we all have like these natural things we're good at. And there is certain men who are born to lead, and there is certain men. We can't all be alpha males, can we? Leading a group, it doesn't work that way. We're born into roles, but when you're stacking shelves at a supermarket or working at McDonald's, you're not really filling that role, which brings a lot of depression and anxiety.
Yeah, could do. Yeah, some people might be proud of doing that because they see that they're providing a service for the people. Because without him, who's going to fill the shelves anyway? So
yeah, but that's all environmental. If you're born in the system and you think it's all about the money and stuff, you could be proud. But if you think a little bit about what you're really supposed to be doing, then you'll get depressed.
It's a downer. Yeah, but is Trump a good leader? Come on. It's Trump.
You know, even if you go to a community of 100 people in this day and age, all these people are like fake spiritual people. They're all pretending to be vegans and eating meat around the corner. It's so fake. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Not to say that I've come across those people. I've come across people who claim this, whether they've been lying or not, I can't tell you, hey, yeah or nay. But I must say that, you know, my experience with those kind of people has been positive from my childhood days. It spurred me to become such a person myself and give 12 and a half years of my life as a youth worker, for example.
Jim, I'll buy you a ticket to the New Zealand vegan community. Spend a week there. Spend a week there and tell me what you think.
Look, I went into the vegan room here on this English Hub server, right? And I got kicked out. Got kicked out within 20 minutes. And all I did to go there was to introduce them to the Flat Earth and come and have a debate. Yeah, that's all I wanted to do. And I actually dropped a video called The Game Changer, which is all about athletes who are world champion athletes who are vegans, okay? And they seem to take to that. And then I was talking about, you know, the medicines that we shouldn't have and that, and how the meat industry is really cruel to the animals, and et cetera, et cetera. And they just seemed like didn't want to hear about that. And I said, well, why aren't you responding, guys? I mean, I know you don't eat meat, but the industry is bad, isn't it? Don't you think? You know, and anyway, I'm only here to introduce to the Flat Earth, and then boom, I was out. That's a vegan one.
I was vegan with these guys for 1 week, and then I drove off and got a couple of pies because I was like just craving some meat, and they all flipped. They was all like shouting at me and screaming. I was like, "What is going on here? This is insane."
Yeah. In 2017,
you're not in control of what I put in my body.
Right, exactly. In 2017, there was a massive movement towards veganism in 2017. So much so it was being discussed on Discord, and there was a lot of people kind of like being anti-vegan. And I said, look, you can't stop the people from being vegans. If they want to be vegans, that's good. It's good for your health, by the way. Okay, there's nothing negative about being a vegan. You don't lose anything. Okay, you plan it properly. It's a healthy lifestyle and a healthy existence. Okay, maybe more so than eating meat.
Some people need more of certain things in the body.
Well, look, listen to what they did, right? They checked, this is what they did as an experiment, right? Now, whether we can trust the experiment or not is another thing, but this was the experiment anyway, yeah? They had a group that was eating and a vegan lifestyle, and that's that. And then you have your regular meat eaters, okay? And then when they checked the blood after a few months, the healthier ones were the vegans. The meat eaters' blood was a bit sluggish, and they didn't perform well in the test. When they had to do the performance test, all the vegans won. The meat eaters
all the meats are full of antibiotics and all that crap, and all the vegetables and the fruits are sprayed with so much crap that none of it's really that nutritious these days. Like I imagine it's supposed to be. I think when we had our land before all this nonsense happened and we lived community-based creatures, you would have eaten meat, not every day, because it would have been like if you go to the islands in Kiribati or something. They eat meat as a treat because they can't have pigs. They don't have enough land. So on special occasions, meat. But then for the rest of them, you're eating fruits and vegetables. It's all about balance, isn't it? You shouldn't just eat.
Yes, it is.
And a lot of these vegans today are eating like Faken and Impossible burgers. They're not really a proper vegan diet.
Yeah, terrible.
Sorry, if I could share something quick with
yes, please go ahead.
One of the important things, and I wondered, Jim, about that survey that you did. I wonder if both of those groups are grounded. Grounding is very important to ground ourselves, walking on the ground barefoot. I wonder if the results would have been different.
The vegans were, though. If you maybe.
Oh yeah, no. I'm not saying they weren't healthier in that study. I'm wondering if the regular eaters were grounding themselves as well as the vegans. If the regular eaters would have come back with better results.
Yeah. I think that the vegans were grounding themselves, though. That's the point I'm saying. They were very earthy, you see. I don't think the meat eaters were.
I got you. They were already on that page. Okay.
Yeah. Not like the meat eaters. You understand? So, what I'll do is I'll try and find that video, and I've got it, because I did send it the other day. So I'll get it, and I'll post it in here. It's called The Game Changers, okay? A really good watch. Another eye-opener, just as much as important as the hemp. Because I do think that the vegans get an unfair ribbing when there's no need for it. Although sometimes the vegans do point the finger too much at the meat eaters. So it's like another religion fighting another religion in a way, and that's not necessary. So they got to stop doing that themselves. The vegans don't point the finger at other people.
Hey, me personally, I've got nothing against them, but every time I've done something to offend them, they get very angry with me.
Yeah. I had a little bit of a rough ride, should I say, with them in the room in this server. Not this server, but if you leave this room and you go to the vegan room, ask a vegan or whatever. I went in there, and they were not very polite at the end. And I said, why the hostility? Do you know what I mean? What's going on here? They're too itty-tighty, those particular ones.
I do agree with the fact that I've worked in an abattoir before, and it's fucking vile how they treat the animals. It is quite disgusting. I do get that side of it, but you're not going to be able to take a burger or a piece of bacon away from me. I've been vegan, and I felt shit after a year of doing it. I had no energy. My muscles was getting less and less. When I started eating meat again, I'm full of energy.
No, you were withering away, eh?
It felt like it, but maybe I wasn't doing it properly. I always felt hungry, and always having to check the ingredients, spending hours cooking like pumpkin, sweet potatoes, just to make sure I got enough stuff to fill me up. Fuck me, man. It's exhausting. It's so much work. Just put a steak in frying pan and I feel 10 times better.
Yeah, I like it. I do like the vegan lifestyle. I have to admit, it's not. It's more natural.
It's hard to fulfill if you work in 9 to 5. If you work in a really grueling job like on the farms, picking kiwi fruits all day, a bowl of salad just doesn't cut it.
I don't know. I think it's depending on the individual. Myself, really, at the end of the day, because I look at salads as high octane fuel, and then meats and pies and that as stodge. They slow me down. Although they release energy slowly, it's a slow release of energy.
For a while. Stodge.
Right, exactly. It's stodgy. Yeah, right. So I feel that stodge. It slows me down. Although it releases its fuel in a slow. Whereas salads, the body utilizes it quickly. You understand? It's light. It's high octane. I'm boom, gone like a bullet. Yeah, that's how I feel with veganism, salads, that lifestyle. You know,
maybe that's my bias though, because all day I was eating kiwi. When you work in picking kiwi fruit, you end up eating about 30 every day, and then shitting green at the end of the shift. So it's maybe why.
Well, that's clean, healthy shit, there, though, isn't it? That's the thing. Yeah.
But I do think it's about balance, and I think you're supposed to probably eat meat once, twice a week, and then be eating like nuts, fruits, and whatever your garden would provide. That all seasonal.
Yeah, you see, in the West consumes 10 times more meat than they consume of fish. In Japan, it's the other way around: 10 times more fish than they consume of meat. Okay.
Well, yeah, but most people's fish here is like what's fish in England? Cod and chips, tuna in a can.
That's lovely, isn't it? Cod and chips, though. I love that stuff, man.
But that's it. That's how most people here. You say sushi, they'll put the nose up.
Yeah, I know.
You know what I like to eat, guys? I like to eat globe arguments for breakfast. My favorite treat.
Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, this is the English hub, by the way. English vocabulary as well as flat Earth. But yeah, I like to eat globes for breakfast. Eat through the curvature, of course.
Why not? It's a great midnight snack as well, folks.
Gene, are you saying that as a vegan, the vegans, no honey, no eggs, no cheese? Come on, bro. Those are, there are
some excellent meals that you can have. There's some excellent meals you can have outside of that. You got to dispel that idea that there's nothing good to eat if you remove your egg and your cheese. No, that's silly.
Honey, bro, honey, bro, honey. Come on, bro.
Yeah, there are you can eat fruits. You can eat fruits.
Well, where did they draw the line? Honey, really? Bees?
I don't know. You're not eating bees. Yeah, I personally would eat honey. Don't get me wrong. I would eat honey. I don't see that as a crime.
Vegan. You're not vegan. Sorry, bro. You're not vegan.
Well, they get a slap in the chops if they say that. I'll tell you that now.
Is there a word for someone who eats animals that died naturally, like a scavenger? Can you be a human that eats an animal that died on its own?
Well, what's that? You're an opportunist?
Yeah, that way you're not like having to kill it, right? Because like vegans don't like to kill fluffy, cute little furry animals to eat them. So, but what if it's already dead? Can you just grill it up,
Yeah, that's right. You didn't kill it, did you? Yeah, why not?
By the highway in Australia,
that would be seen as a waste.
You could eat kangaroo every day.
Yeah, God would frown on you if you left it wasteful, because other animals would eat it anyway. So why not eat it? Come on.
But do you think it should be before you eat meat? You probably should learn to take the animal's life, so you actually learn the respect. Because it's hard. If you've never done it before, it's not easy just to chop a chicken's head
But what if you're a scavenger? Like you aren't involved in the killing process at all.
But yeah, you'd have to be lucky though, wouldn't you? Like DJ just said, if in Australia there's kangaroos everywhere, if you're lucky enough to get one that's just been hit, it'll probably taste great, but if it's been in the sun for a couple of hours, you probably get sick.
Yeah, in America we got deer and squirrels and sometimes house cats.
You just have to hope it's, not been there too long, but it would be fine to eat. There's a guy in England who has a 5-star restaurant with roadkill.
But if you're a vegan, what about all the billions of bacteria that you're eating? What about their lives?
And no, not one person. Why is it such a ghost town?
Yeah, Monkey Poo, you're hot micing, bro.
Hey, Monkey Droopy.
Oh, he's gone. All right, let's
Well,
check
I
quickly if we got anyone in here that wants to talk about the topic. Crystal, welcome. Crystal, welcome. All right.
Hello, welcome back. Thanks very much.
Yeah. Welcome to the channel. Did you have any questions about the flat Earth topic?
Or to improve your English, because that's what this is all about.
Well,
Isn't
they
it?
can improve their English while we're discussing the flat Earth topic, right? This isn't necessarily about just improving English. It's to do so while discussing the topic.
Well, some people come in here and their English gets worse, DJ. Like, isn't that a weird phenomenon? Suddenly they don't know what refraction is.
Yeah. That's a good one. Hey, Jin, I apologize earlier. That was me pretending to be an Indian man, harping on about the moon missions.
Oh, right. Okay. Well done, then. You got me. You got me.
Cheers, man.
You got me to the proper.
This happens to the Globers. It happens to the Globers a lot. They speak in English, but when they're talking about this topic, it's almost like a lot of the words don't mean what they actually mean for them. It's weird. They don't have. They don't use the actual meaning.
Yeah, good point, Jamesy. Right, who else we got in here? We got Squarefoot has just joined muted. That's not a good sign. Maybe we'll come back to Squarefoot. We got Void. Welcome, Void. Thanks for joining. If anyone has any questions, you can also put them in the side chat. I see Squarefoot's typing something. And then we got Guardian as well. Welcome. I think everyone else is already well known.
Hey, Gene CBR, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here. Yeah.
Remember the Venezuelan guy? Remember Lake Maracaibo in Venezuela?
Yes, that's right.
From the inland end of the lake to the Gulf of Venezuela, it's 217 kilometers, or 134 miles.
Yeah, yeah.
So when I checked the elevation change of the lake all across is at sea level from inland to the sea.
Wow. So it's just flat.
Yeah. This lake, I think some people should we gotta find something. This lake, it's at sea level and it's inland as well. So yeah, it's
that's just level, isn't it? That's just level then. So Venezuela is level for those 200 miles anyway. 134 miles, which is 217 kilometers. Sorry, yeah.
Yeah, and listen, there is the Gulf. So the lake goes to the Gulf of Venezuela, and then the Gulf of Venezuela goes into the Caribbean Sea. So it's like it's the lake, Gulf of Venezuela, Caribbean Sea. So the Caribbean Sea is sea level. Then the Gulf of Venezuela is like 34 miles. That's sea level. And then the lake is 134 miles. That's sea level as well.
Sea level.
So that's like 170 miles sea level.
Right. Yeah. And there should be approximately 130. So about 1.5 miles of curvature there. That should be there. That's not there. Or less. Yeah. We'll say 1.5 miles. Wow, man. That is amazing. Yeah, that is amazing.
I think this one is a good one. I mean, maybe I'll find more research about it. There is in the searches that I found, they do the how do you call the the people that measure the land and that kind of stuff. So I got the information from. Let me find.
Yeah, I've posted that video called "The Game Changers" about the vegans and veganism. It's all good, but these are athletes, sports individuals who are showing you how they live and the foods that they eat and the training they do, and you've got the world's strongest man in this video as well, right? And a woman who's in her 40s, and she's an Olympic cycling champion, right, at 40 years of age, right, and runners and everything else. So you get to see exactly what they can and cannot do with their bodies whilst they're living as a vegan. Okay, great people. So go and have a look. It's a great documentary, courtesy of Ildiko, who was here earlier on, right? Because we were talking about this many years ago now, or not many.
She sounds like she's got a good setup. Living in the sticks in Hawaii, bit jealous.
Yeah, she's very earthy, and everything she does is all about
healthy
the
food everywhere, exercise.
Yeah.
That actually sounds like a nice place to be living right now compared to this thing I'm in. Wow, what a difference!
There you are. Yeah, I think if you went there, you'd have a great time on that big island where she is. Yeah, and she's always been like that, right? You know,
where's she from originally?
On health, body, mind. And if you listen, if you see her, I won't say anything because I won't go that far. But I'll tell you, amazing.
Is she American born?
Let me see, Ildiko. I can't answer that. I didn't go that deep into her lifestyle, her origins as such. So no, if she did tell me, I can't recollect that. Sorry.
Such a cool opportunity, though, isn't it? If you're American, you got like 50 states to choose from.
Yeah. But so she's definitely. I remember her being she did yoga. That's what she was, and she used to give yoga classes. You see, lifestyles changes online now. Okay, fair enough. Because of what happened over the 4 years, she's on the Big Island now. She was on, I think, Maui or Oahu, one of those. And then, she's living a good life, I think. And she looks well on it. That's what I will say. To see her, she looks absolutely stunning. Yeah.
I just think there's so many factors involved. Like, imagine living like the Inuits do. Like, obviously they can't be vegans. Obviously, I think weather, environment, so many things play a factor in what you can and can't eat.
Yeah, I would agree there. Because in the environment, look at where they are. You know, you're not going to get much of the berries and the nuts.
Have you seen that? There's a channel called Clun B that does videos from Yakutia in Russia, and it's like minus 71 degrees. Where are these guys growing vegetables?
Yeah, no, they can't live on it there. No, they wouldn't. You wouldn't expect them to as well, would you? Really?
No, they just eat a lot of fish and frozen meats, and they eat it.
Yeah, blubber and meat and fats because they need that. It's energy storage, keeps them warm as well. Yeah, absolutely.
No sunshine. Well, obviously in Hawaii, you got the sun beating down on you, got the ocean, you got this like crisp air, you got nature everywhere, greenery, vegetables, fruits.
Yeah, opened up to typhoons though. You know, you're begging for a typhoon where you are there though. You know, you can't hide from a typhoon.
You can't. That's why I think there's so many dangers in the beautiful places. You can't have it all without a bit of risk.
Yeah, of course.
Makes sense.
She did say that the volcano had erupted, so it's given her, a cause for concern a little bit, not much, just a little bit.
How would it be fair for people living in England that people in Hawaii just get to live in this most beautiful place with all this fresh produce around? It's only fair they have to worry about hurricanes and volcanoes from time to time.
It's the rites of passage, is it? Okay.
Yeah, God made it a fair playing ground for everyone.
Yeah. I'm lucky. I've been to Hawaii 6 times, so I think, and I've enjoyed it every single time. It's been absolutely marvelous there. So,
I imagine
my son, my third son, says that's where he wants to live. He wants to live in Hawaii.
How long to fly from Japan to Hawaii? Like 7 hours?
About 7 to 8 hours, roughly.
It's pretty far then, isn't it? That's like from here to Dubai.
Yeah. It's this far.
The altitude of Lake Maracaibo from inland to the Gulf of Venezuela is approximately 0 meters above sea level, as
What?
it
See
is
that? Zero.
a,
Wow.
as it is a tidal estuary connected to the sea. Research suggests there is no significant elevation change across the lake. Given its classification and connection to the Gulf of Venezuela, altitude overview, Lake Maracaibo, located in northwestern Venezuela, is a large, brackish tidal estuary connected to the Gulf of Venezuela via Tablazo Strait. Given this connection, the lake surface is at sea level, meaning its altitude is approximately 0 meters above sea level throughout, from its inland parts to where it meets the Gulf.
It's level, isn't it?
This is consistent with its nature as a tidal body of water influenced by the Caribbean Sea.
No curvature, ladies and gentlemen. No curvature. Where is the curvature there? It should be there if you're on a ball. Should be. But it's not. There you go. Wow. Absolutely marvelous.
It's not fresh water.
What was that, Tito?
It's not. Is it fresh water or salt water?
It is fresh water.
Well,
Wait, let me double check that. Let me double check, because that's a good. We gotta make 100% about that one. Because I think it's fresh water because there's rivers feed it. I mean, let me check. They were talking about rivers feeding it. So yeah, rivers, fresh water. Oh, it's brackish water. So it's a mix of both. What is it? He's saying it's not purely fresh water or seawater. It's brackish water.
Right.
The southern part of the lake is fresh water, while the northern part is brackish due to the tidal influences. So the tide goes up and down and influences the type of water that it is. But it is fresh water on the north, but brackish near the coast.
It's just amazing how level it is. I mean, look at that. That's Venezuela. Yeah, I'd love to go there. I'd love to go and see that. Yeah. I just checked that this time from Japan to Hawaii is 8 hours, 29 minutes. But we've got there in 8 hours, or even maybe a little bit less. So all depends on the weather conditions. But that's 8 hours, 29 minutes, 8 hours. Okay.
Do you know how long it takes to get from Los Angeles to Hawaii?
Yeah, that's about 10 hours.
Really? Yeah. Bloody hell, so it is really far, isn't it? It's in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, that's about 10 hours, I think. I think Los Angeles.
So 8 hours from Japan, 10 hours from Los Angeles.
Yeah, that's right. So if you go from Japan to Los Angeles, it's 10 hours because you're going in a straight. So if you look on the Gleason's map, it just makes sense. Right? From Japan, you're going straight to Hawaii, 8 hours. And when you go to Los Angeles, it's another straight line. So you look on the Gleason's map and plot that, and you will see. Yeah.
I think all golfs should be called Golf with USA. I mean, why stop at Mexico? Just keep going, right? Just claim them all. the golfs. They're all Golf of USA. Hey, Square Foot, welcome back, bro. What did you bring for us today, Square Foot?
Jin, I sent you a video about Pitcairn Island. It's a pretty good documentary.
Cheers. What did you DM it to me? Did you?
Yeah, it's like an old British guy a long time ago who travelled to Pitcairn just because we're talking about distances, and he did it the old-fashioned way, like sailing. Shows you how long it takes.
Okay, thank you very much for that. I'll look at that later on. Appreciate that.
Strange island if you've ever looked into it. It's like an old British ship, like mutiny at the bay or something. They stole it from the British fleet, went to this island, and then just inbred for like 150 years.
Wow! So how many years ago was this then?
In the 1800s was the mutiny.
1800s. Okay. All right. I look forward to watching that. I do like a bit of history in that, so that would be interesting.
Apparently, the men stole a lot of the Polynesian girls and then took them there.
Right. Wow. They were living the life, weren't they?
Yeah, until they ran out of daughters.
Right.
Hey guys, what's brown and sounds like a bell? Dung.
Bro, you're banned for 2 days.
So once again, the flight from Tokyo, Japan to Los Angeles is anything from 10 hours or 11 hours and 20 minutes, something like that. Okay? So depending on you might get the trade winds, the jet stream, and you might get there an hour quicker. Okay, but yeah, 11 hours.
My mum's now a flat earther. She's been on this team for many years after I've shown her stuff, and she said when I was young, she took me to France when I was really young, and I asked her. This might be a stupid question, but I was only like 8, 9 years old. I said, well, when the plane's going with the spin, would that not make us go faster? And then when we're going against it, if gravity was holding us down, she said, I asked that question because she thought when I asked, she didn't know how to answer.
Wow. Well, yeah, you see, kids. Well, that's because you were learning about the globe and the spin at the time. So obviously, it left an impression on you. Yeah.
Yes, it would to me even now though. If you spin in one way at 1,000 miles an hour and gravity is holding down the atmosphere, surely you would go a lot faster going one way than you would the other, no? Or is that
That's true. That's what Flat Earth Banjo put in his video. In fact, so imagine if you were going against the spin, your destination would be coming towards you as you're going towards it, so you'd get there quicker. But if you're going against the spin, that means if you're only doing 600 miles an hour, you'll be chasing your destination because you can't
I never
keep up
thought
with
about
it.
it like that.
Yeah, you see. That's the thing, you see, right?
Constantly be going 440 something miles an hour too slow at the equator, if that was the case, which is a great point.
Yeah, and then you're going to have a problem of landing if you're heading north to south now. So you're heading from London down towards the equator. The Earth would be spinning from the right to the left. Okay, so you're doing 600 miles an hour, but then when you get to the equator, that's moving from your right to left at 1,037 miles per hour. How do you land your plane when you're 437 miles per hour in deficit? You're just not going to make it, are you?
Yeah, Miguel had a great a GIF for that with the plane going to land and like it missing the runway and crashing into some trees. It was pretty funny. Funny little animation.
Yeah, you might remember Celebrate Truth. They had an animation where you saw the runway moving and then the plane coming into crash and just crashing into the ground because the runway was moving under the plane. That was a really good bit of animation. That brought it on really well. Okay, do you remember that one?
What's the excuse they give then? Why? What's the globe excuse?
Well, they say that the atmo, the air pressure is velcroed to the surface of the land, and just barely off a smidge, like barely, like enough for like a gentle breeze in the opposite direction. Makes zero sense.
Which means
that's what the anti-flat earthers say, but the official globe, rhetoric is that there is a Coriolis effect, as Neil deGrasse Tyson said. So, yeah, that
the
air sticking to the Earth, Velcro, that's nuts. It's anti-flat Earth nonsense. It's completely ridiculous. Planes
they flip flopped. There's like conflicting stories on the globe side on that stuff. It's Neil deGrasse is like doing damage control with his like PR campaign. Is like they move the goalpost around with whatever. They could always change it.
The Earth moved the goalpost so that the football could go through it.
Yeah, exactly. I know they changed their story, and it all depends on who you ask. Like what professor at what university is going to give you whatever answer. It's like popular.
Yeah.
Amongst
yeah, they're all telling you different stories. None of it aligns up. Yeah. Thank you, John, for that.
Absolutely
Anyway,
no sense because you would just imagine on a true spinning ball, you'd just be able to fly a helicopter up, hover for a bit, and your destination would come to you.
Yeah,
if you did the math correct.
Yeah, that's what this woman said. Andrea Barnes said that. The first female flat earther, apparently. She said the same thing. She said that the Earth being a globe was a load of old codswallop, and she said if we get into a Zeppelin and just leave it there hovering, we should see the Earth rotating underneath us. And it didn't. She did that test, and it didn't happen. Thus proving
it would
the
have
Earth isn't
to.
rotating.
So they claim that the atmosphere has been dragged around as well. Then how are the birds fly?
Yeah.
What
so that would mean that if you're because that would mean if you're flying your plane, you're not flying your plane. The wind is flying your plane for you. Do you know what I mean? Come on now.
We have all that delicious data from flight recorder boxes. The National Transportation Safety Board, for those who don't know, this is a government agency that investigates problems with aircraft whenever there's a malfunction or even a terrible accident causing loss of life. They have records from flight recorder data going back to the 1960s, publicly available on their website. And we've picked through that database to try to find evidence of airplanes negotiating Earth curvature. We can't find any.
Why would they do that, though?
Why would they negotiate Earth curvature? Yeah, good question. Because people
Why would they
think
go
that
up in
Earth is a
altitude?
globe, and it's not.
Why would they go up in altitude though, or something?
Yeah, exactly. Why would an airplane go up in altitude?
Yeah, on a globe. Why would it do that?
Yeah, why would it do it on a globe? Okay.
If the Earth is not like round, if it's not a globe, can you explain to me like how you believe kind of, you know, Francis Drake, his circumnavigation of the globe? Can you like explain to me how that was possible?
Yeah, he used a coordinate reference system. Right? So he used celestial navigation. In fact, most maps today, if not all of them, are derived from the stars. The familiar latitude and longitude system that people think are wireframe meshes being stretched around a globe, that's actually derived from the stars. It's not on the globe. Because if you're out at sea, you can find your latitude and longitude. The way you do it is with a sextant, with a clock, and with a good idea of where stars should be and what time of year and time of night it is.
Yeah. Let's see anybody try and develop a latitude system without looking at the sky. I love when Indio says that. Like, how do you know?
Absolutely right. You can't do it.
Yeah.
Like you know, people noticed that the further they moved away from Polaris in one direction, that Polaris started to get lower in the sky. I'm like, pretty much everybody I know can see this in the sky from everywhere on the known Earth. How about we use angle measurements to Polaris? And that'll tell us basically how far we are. If I know that Polaris is 45 degrees north of the horizon, up from the horizon in the sky, and I'm looking at it, and if somebody else says that they're seeing Polaris at 45 degrees up from the horizon too, then guess what? We are at the same latitude. Amazing. And that would be 45 degrees north latitude. See how that works? So people constructed a sphere out of the sky. It's a choice, a perception, a way to try to order the celestials. And then from that choice, they construed this coordinate reference system that was spherical, latitude and longitude. Latitude comes from declination, and longitude comes from right ascension. So sailors are like, well, I'm using the spherical coordinate system, but Earth is flat. Crap, what do I do? You know, and they realized hundreds and hundreds of years ago that there was what's called in mathematics a topology mismatch. If you try to project a spherical surface onto a 2D surface, you're going to have a bad time. You're going to get distortions. So they said, okay, we're going to just start treating Earth as a sphere too. And so you know what they did back in like the 1500s? They took the known surveyed extent of the Earth, the land masses, and they wallpapered it into the celestial sphere. And they called it a globe. And instead of using it as a way of trying to get an idea of where things are in relation to how we perceive the stars, people started believing that we actually live on the outside surface of that. You know, it became so popular, people today believe that concept, and it's a useful concept, right? It kind of works. People believe today that they live on a globe as a consequence of that. So what I want to know is if people believe that Earth is a globe based on the stars, then how come we can measure the Earth flat?
Yeah, exactly. So do you understand that now? That was a great question that was asked and a great answer.
Hi, Sporadic.
Hello.
Hi, my boyfriend's with me right now. He had a question for you, if that's all right.
Yeah, that's fine.
Do you think the government spread propaganda about the Earth being curved when it's not?
No, I don't. You know, you'll find a lot of flat earthers, a vast majority on social media, who I disagree with, believe that's the case, but I don't think that's the case at all. I think they buy into it too. And you know what? I think there are good reasons for people to accept it. Good reasons being that it seems to work. I don't know anything different. And, you know, I've been basically subjected to this my entire life. Why should I upend my life? Why should I think anything different? I have no reason to, because it doesn't affect my life. And you know what? You might be right to say that. I think people working in government are taking data that they collect from scientific instrumentation and shoehorning it into a model. I mean, you could read about the process on like NASA's website. I was looking at some flow diagrams on NASA's website where they take all this data that they gather from telescopes, from satellites, overhead platforms in general. They feed it into a processing center, and then they start applying globe coordinates to it. They take raw data that they obtain from using Euclidean geometry. That is to say, elevation angles, azimuth angles, which require flat horizontal and flat vertical reference planes. They take that, they start bending them to what they believe the Earth is based off of a 2,500-year-old concept of the stars, the celestial sphere.
I see. Thank you very much.
Right. I mean, that's really what's going on all the time. They take flat Earth angle measurements and they bend it to a ball because they believe Earth is a ball. So they believe that's what it should be.
So there's like some manipulation going on to kind of fit their hypothesis. Like research bias.
Backfitting. Absolutely. And it's not, I don't think it's nefarious. I think people believe it so much that this is just the right thing to do. Totally. All right, so if you start to think about it, it's almost a scarier situation to think that it's not that there's like a dark conspiracy to hide the true nature of Earth. It's even worse if the entire world is delusional. And I truly believe that to be the case.
Yeah, I'm glad you just said that because it really bakes my potato or, pops my bicycle tire when people come in here and they say, well, I'm not that smart or, don't do that to yourself. The one thing you can't go get in trouble for is stealing knowledge. So you can always learn what you don't know. Don't put yourself down. A lot of people that come in here trying to defend the globe or prove it or disprove the flat earth knowledge and or topic say that about themselves. And it really bothers me when they do that.
Yeah. So, are there people at NASA and other places that know the Earth is flat? Yeah, I think so. I think it's true. And you know what? Could you imagine like working at NASA and let's say you're in Sporadic's world where everybody believes in the globe and you're like the one guy in your office who freaking figured it out. You're like, oh shit. All these people are like NASA globe heads and they love Star Trek. I see what's going on here. I see where everybody's backfitting data to fit an ideal. I see where everybody's confusing the map for the territory. The classic problem for the ages. I see how it's done. And nobody else seems to realize that's happening. Who else has figured it out? I don't know, maybe Bob over there in accounting? I don't know. So there are people like that at NASA. And there are probably also people super high up in compartmented parts of the government that know and just don't talk about it or make a big deal out of it. I mean, the globe is a great idea to have a public. Have you ever heard of something called the noble lie? The noble lie in history and philosophy is the idea that an emperor can unite people. They can dissolve differences amongst different people. Because, right, emperors are in charge of amalgamating people of different cultures that they conquer. How do you dissolve their differences and unite them? You create a common cause, like an American dream, or like maybe a heliocentric globe cosmology for the world to believe in.
That's like Anthony Fauci. Sorry to cut you off there. Don't forget Anthony Fauci with his noble lie. He stated that, didn't he?
Well, in this case, I think there could be people at the top, very few, very, very, very few, who know this, okay? but I don't know for sure. You know what's dumb? It's the fact that nobody can ever experience the globe. There's no proof that anyone ever has, and everybody believes it to be true. That's freaking crazy to me. But what's wrong with letting a little noble lie self-perpetuate? I don't have to do anything. I can just let it go, right? Just let it go. What harm is this? It's not going to cause any problem in anybody's lives. In fact, everybody's getting behind all these ideas. People from India, people from Japan, people from Australia, people from South America all believe that they live on the spinning space ball. You know, that's a good thing. It's uniting humanity together behind a common concept. What's wrong with that? Yeah, I think there's a lot of that going on at the upper echelons. So is it nefarious? I don't really think so. I really don't. And I think the number of people who know the truth of flat Earth who are in positions of power are probably very, very few. You know, and there are some people from NASA who became flat earthers and are quite public about it. I mean, David Beverly Jr. used to set up NASA satellite terminals, uplinks and downlinks, little tiny portable ones in Antarctica. Yeah, he was like former Marine Corps and then worked at the special unit at NASA that did this. I mean, you know, it wasn't nefarious at all. He believed in the globe back then.
There's Jay Tolan as well. There's Jesus
Yeah, Jay Tolan.
Geek.
Jay Tolan says, oh my gosh, he's an RF engineer, an expert in optics as well. He's got great videos. Yeah, he's a high-end military contractor. And I mean, he's got some excellent bona fides. He's worked on missile guidance systems, among other things. Long-range missile guidance systems, he says, right? He thinks the Earth is flat. He's got a whole channel devoted to flat Earth.
And you've got Jesus Freak, Computer Geek.
Yeah, that's who I was talking about, David Beverly.
Oh, right. Right, okay, that's his name. Okay. You got Math Powerland.
Yeah, an artist for NASA, right? I mean, so are you in the company of weirdos? Sure, but not all of us.
I'm not going to disclose who, but there is actually someone in our server too, from the home server.
Oh yeah, I know who you're talking about. Yep, there's a guy who has intimate knowledge of things. Yeah, he hasn't been around that much, but yeah, God bless him.
Yeah, true. I haven't seen him around for a while. Yeah,
JP. You know, and there are people in this very chat who've been around the block too. People who know about coordinate reference systems and why they work the way they do. You know, and none of that really matters at the end of the day because you can't hide a flat Earth.
that's true. Not when it's right out there, right outside, right in front of you.
I mean, it totally is a model. The globe, it's not a scientific model, but the globe is a model in a colloquial sense. And people think it's real. It is a self-contained coordinate reference system, and it does make some physical claims about the universe. You know, they're not, there's nothing rigorous about it. But when you understand a little bit about geometry, you understand that coordinate reference systems, as reference systems, are arbitrary. There are multiple globes out there. People don't realize this. And surveyors who believe in the globe are not thinking about this. When they sit down and they start surveying distances and plugging in coordinates, you know, they can go into settings and they can choose a different globe They can choose the globe as people conceived of it in 1927, called the North American Data 27. They can choose WGS 84, the World Geodetic System of 1984. They can choose a Clark or Bessel ellipsoid from the 1800s if they wanted. They can also select a flat planar coordinate reference system from any of the states that they work in, because if they're in the United States, their respective state may actually require that they use a planar geometry and not a spherical one. And it's funny, there's academic papers revealing the heightened accuracy of using planar surveying methods, planar coordinates, to get your position fixes and distance calculations as opposed to spherical one. You get better accuracy.
Right. Yeah, there's and all these projections that they claim to use. So they'll like, oh, this projection doesn't work for this purpose. Oh, let's try this one. Oh, this works better. It's like, why should they? If they're all the same, if the projections are the same thing, why wouldn't they just work? Like, why not just why use the projection? Just use the thing you projected it from.
Yeah. I mean, there's an ignorance and a hubris at the same time, right? With technology. People who think the globe is real think that we have it all figured out, right? So they'll think, okay, yeah, I mean, why can't surveyors use a common universal standard that's been proven to be true? That these coordinates are absolutely true. Well, I mean, different countries have different datums. Like, did you know that in China, this is interesting. I've documented this and I can bring the receipts. It's illegal for you in China to conduct surveying as a private citizen. It's illegal for you to basically measure your back fucking yard. And if you make off with your measurements of the earth and coordinates and leave the country without declaring it, you'll go to jail. If they can find you and bring you to justice, you will go to jail. If you keep a logbook of your coordinates and measurements, you will go to jail. If you don't use the Chinese government coordinate system, you will go to jail. That's China, folks. Globe or die. So then people say, well, if Earth is flat, how come everybody's, doing the globe thing? Well, in some countries like China, if you don't do the globe thing, you go to jail. Meanwhile, over in Australia, isn't this true, T-Dub? There was some kind of regulation for surveying railroads that required using a flat horizontal plane for all of Australia.
It was for the Commonwealth in general, I think. So, it was passed in British Parliament, and yeah, it was a law that they had to abide by, so that the horizontal reference datum had to remain constant throughout the entire project. Yep.
Yeah, no pear-shaped Earth, as Neil deGrasse Tyson would say. Can't use that. Isn't that interesting, right? So in the Anglo-American Commonwealth, you have to use planar surveys, but man, if you go to China, you got to use curving surveys.
Right. Now that means that if they've changed it since, that means that all the railways in Britain and all the Commonwealth countries that were built by that standard back in the day, they all slope uphill at one end.
Oh, funny. Yeah.
If we're on a globe.
You're right. You're right. They'd be climbing in one direction. That's funny. No, so our coordinate reference system's arbitrary. If I'm here talking about planar geometry and plane surveying being more accurate, well, here is the tiebreaker. The tiebreaker is if you believe Earth is a globe, but you are taking flat Earth angle measurements, and by that I mean Euclidean geometry. With your surveys, you're using angles, straight lines, not curved angles, straight line angles, right? Those have an easy way to map one-to-one in Cartesian space, where you don't have a curving reference, a curving coordinate system. When you begin to curve it, you produce inaccuracies. And the literature in the field of surveying supports that planar surveying is more accurate than spherical ones. Now, this doesn't mean that they're all flat earthers. How they deal with this is they say, yeah, we know Earth is a globe, but it's so big and complicated, we haven't figured everything out yet. So they've got all kinds of corrections that people who don't look into this have no idea about. So corrections include local changes of the deflection of the vertical, curving plumb lines. Yeah, that's right. They believe that if you were to go like hang a plumb line from outer space down to Earth, that it curves somewhere in the middle. And they believe that it deflects, which means that the pendulum at the bottom doesn't point straight down to where you think the common center of Earth is. It's actually going to be moved off in that direction a little bit. So it could introduce complex curves, not simple curves. You know, curves with, you know, multiple asymptotes, right? So it's really funny. I mean, and nobody's actually seen this or measured it in real life. So if you start introducing curving plumb lines, you've got a curving radius. And if you've got a curving radius, you can take a flat Earth and curve it.
Sporadic. How do you summarize the difference between Euclidean and non-Euclidean geometry? And there is a point where they meet at the middle to give you some sort of realist level perspective.
Yeah.
From the
so picture this. All right. Let's use an example that Globers love to talk about: the ant on the basketball. This gets into manifold topology. All right, so we're dealing with the shape of surfaces. If you are an ant on a basketball, you might find that the surface is relatively flat in every direction you go. And what would give away the fact that the surface of this manifold is not a Euclidean? And by Euclidean, picture like a piece of paper, XY axis flat. What would give the ant the impression? Well, you know what? The ant might go in one direction and end up right back where he started. Let's say he could actually measure going straight. Straight as a freaking arrow. And he drops breadcrumbs along the way. And guess what? He ends up to his first breadcrumb, his second breadcrumb, third breadcrumb, fourth breadcrumb from going in a straight line. How the hell did that happen? He'll go in a different direction. He'll do the same. The ant will conclude, because he's smart as shit, that this is a flat manifold that has spherical geometry, what's called a two-sphere in geometry. The surface of a sphere is two-dimensional, and what makes it interesting, unlike a piece of paper, is it's got what's called a looping surface with periodicity. The loop, you already understand from the ants, the periodicity is defined by how far the ant has to go before it comes back to where he started again. Now, the ant could be clever and say, okay, well, this appears to be a spherical surface, but how do I know if it's a ball or not? Because the difference between a spherical surface and a ball is the third dimension, the existence of volume, space to fill inside the ball. Without that, it's just a two-dimensional surface. And the closest analogy I can describe for that is, imagine if you take a beach ball, deflate it so it's flat, squeeze all the air out of it, and then basically walk on it like a conveyor belt. Okay? You're going to be scrolling the surface of a flattened beach ball under your feet as you walk, like a conveyor belt or a treadmill. And every direction you go on this ball, you'll end up where you started again if you go in a straight line, but it's flat. So that's the idea of a two-sphere. So the ant will say, okay, maybe I'm on a two-sphere. How do I know if it's a three-dimensional sphere with volume? The ant's going to be like, crap, I'm going to have to go to outer space. Let me launch a rocket and let me see this shit. So funny thing is if the ant could go up into outer space in this magical world, you know what he might see he might see one of two things. He might either see a ball that he had been walking on, the basketball, or he's going to see a repeating surface. He's going to see multiple instances of this, often on the horizon. Yeah, so which is it? So Euclidean space is going to be straight line XY axis on XYZ axis. You've got like a flat piece of paper is Euclidean. You can draw straight line geometry and you know these lines are straight. You know they're true. You know they're not secretly curving on a big surface that's secretly curving that you can't detect, right? Non-Euclidean space will curve somehow. And whether that's a sphere or whether that's like a saddle shape, like a Pringles potato chip, you know, I mean, it doesn't matter. Those are non-Euclidean spaces where there's an XY grid that you impose on it, but the reference grid itself is not straight and true. It's not orthogonal. It's going to have curves. So what this kind of parlays into Einstein math and something called Minkowski space. So Einstein stole from Minkowski the idea that you could be in space and everything could appear to be Euclidean XYZ axis, just like an ant on a basketball. And in your normal everyday lives, you have no idea if you're actually in a curved space-time or not because you're in it. Because the effects are too small, too unnoticed, and you will conclude that everything is flat. But in reality, everything is curved, right? The only way to prove that is to do actual measurements, to use Euclidean space itself in a non-Euclidean world and see if there's curvature. That's why we say, let's use laser tests. Let's use long distance observations because we know light propagates fairly straight, especially straight in infrared. You know, let's build things true and level to what we know the surface to be throughout all points of our construction. And let's detect curvature, and nobody can find a single thing. Curvature only appears in the math. It appears in the math of airplanes' inertial navigation systems when they use Euclidean geometry of azimuthal headings, flat Earth angle measurements, like on a piece of paper. And the computer systems curve that geometry into a globe Earth that's presented to the pilot on a digital screen. That's actually, yes, that does actually happen. I've looked into these systems. The Boeing 777 Dreamliner does this. It will take flat Earth angle measurements, feed them into the Air Data Inertial Reference Unit, which applies something called a transport rate, which is a fake rotation of the aircraft, as well as Schuller tuning and a fake Coriolis correction, and it will plot the airplane onto a globe for the user to see on a digital display. Now, which is real? The digital display or what the pilot's actually freaking doing, okay? The pilot will look at the globe and will say, well, Earth is so big, I don't notice it, even though I'm doing this flat Earth thing. But the pilot is unaware of how the IDIRU, how the inertial navigation system is actually accepting these real-world measurements and curving them. Okay? So we know in real life that we're using flat Earth angle measurements. And we know in real life that there are systems that are taking those measurements and adding mathematics to them to curve them into curving space, to non-Euclidean space, non-Cartesian space, and presenting that as a virtual reality, a matrix for people's minds to believe in. That is happening everywhere. It even happens at NASA, it happens at SpaceX, happens to astronauts, it's happening everywhere. And people believe in the globe so much that they are doing this thinking that they're supporting the truth. Like, you've got NASA engineers launching high altitude freaking balloons, taking measurements, and then cramming that shit into a globe. Even though they measured everything on a flat Earth, it's fucking unreal. Yes, this is actually happening. Yes, we can show that this is happening. We can show the thought process. That's how we know it's happening. We can show you their process that they're following to do this, that they seem to be ignorant of. We are taking their face and we're rubbing their face in the dog shit and we're telling them, look what you did, and they don't fucking believe it. It's freaking asinine. All right. I got to install a new thermostat, so I'm going to step back for a minute. Thanks for letting me rant.
Thanks for that, Sporadic, bro. Thank you.
Yeah, some info, bro. Appreciate that. Rant anytime you like, please.
Yeah, please rant some more.
Yeah, it's therapeutic, mate. So well done. Excellent stuff.
Set me up with the show to YouTube, and I'll rant.
Yeah, I do like the bit where the information coming into the plane is then being bent, and then it comes up on your display as curvature when it's all happening on a horizontal, linear, straight line. Yeah, I knew that anyway.
Yeah, it's true. We got all the information on that. It's public. It's public, and people aren't trying to hide it, right? It's out in the public because everybody putting out in the public thinks Earth is a freaking globe. It's that shit crazy.
And they put it out in the public, so it covers their ass as well. They can't be accused of deceiving.
Yeah, well, they don't even think they're deceiving. You're like, the Earth is a globe. I have to curve all this shit. If I don't, it's going to be wrong.
Exactly. Yeah. But pilots are beginning to speak out, though, aren't they? I mean, I've got a video. 28 pilots confirm flat Earth, for example. They're all speaking out. Some of you might be interested in that video. Let me get it for you. 28 pilots confirming flat Earth. 3-hour epic. Lovely. The stuff I like.
What do you mean by flat Earth?
It's an aspect of a surface based on a measurement of a non-curving horizontal frame of reference that we all navigate, walk, travel across, and operate on a non-curving surface when contrasted to the claim of the spinning water ball in the vacuum of space. So the surface of the Earth is not curving. The waters are not curving. It cannot be a sphere.
How do you know?
Measurements, long distance observations, communication systems.
But how do you measure? How do you measure and conclude that there are spots?
So we can give the lasers examples. We can, from point A to point B, we can put a laser on a point and shoot it across a body of water, a lake. Let's say this lake is 50 miles across, and we have examples of lasers shoot 26 miles, 30 miles. There's many examples that can be posted, but now on the voice, if the laser is hitting the target, let's say across 30 miles, and the water is not curving between those 2 points, according to the curve geometry, that point B where the laser is shooting at, it should be dropping away based on the geometry of the sphere. It shouldn't be horizontally parallel to point A. Go ahead.
Yeah, something called refraction that causes.
No, the laser is not refracting. There's been a test for lasers refracting, and they use lasers of different colors, and they hit the target. There's no refraction on the laser. I mean, it's minimal, very minimal. So the refraction that you're claiming, it will have to be thousands it should be exponentially refracting to be able for the laser to hit its target. But that's not happening with the laser.
Maybe that's the case. You just don't know.
No, this was already tested by university and the military. In the military, when they shoot the laser at their target, dozens of miles away, do you think they're not hitting the target with the laser? They are hitting the target with the laser. You get it?
I think you kind of like not getting the point.
What's your point? The refraction is not
laser doesn't get altered by gravity, right? So obviously,
no, laser is not the all and be all, right? But that's one example that will provide you evidence that the laser is shooting across a horizontal frame of reference, and there's many examples of this. I can give you another example. Long distance observations. We have landmarks, places that are known positions on the Earth, and you can be observing from one landmark to another landmark across a body of water. And if the Earth was curving at the rate that is claimed, the sphere with a radius of 3,159 miles, the point B landmark should be behind the curvature of the sphere, but it's not.
Yeah.
Yeah. The physics of water lays flat, horizontal, it seeks its level, right? It goes from high topography towards sea level, horizontal. We have an example, today we were discussing an example in Venezuela. It's called Lake Maracaibo. And this lake is over 200 kilometers long, and it reaches the Gulf. It reaches the Gulf of Venezuela, which is like 40 kilometers towards the Caribbean Sea. And in total, you have about 170 miles or 340 something kilometers where the lake towards the Gulf of Venezuela to the sea level has zero change in altitude.
Yeah, zero change in elevation. So that means it's level all the way. You know, the
and
lake
if the Earth was a sphere, the inland part of the lake, inland in Venezuela, the beginning of the lake, to the end of the lake at the shore of the sea, there should be a difference there, and there's not.
Well, maybe there's something wrong when you do the measurement, right?
There is something wrong. The Earth is not a globe. There is something wrong.
I've got a question. Hang on, James. I've got a question. The guy who's speaking, have you actually checked for the curvature of the Earth? Have you seen the curvature of the Earth? Have you gone out to measure? Because you're saying we're doing something wrong. Did you do something right? Have you measured? Have you checked?
Yeah, the boat will always disappear when we're traveling distance, right? Like there's
the question is, have you actually measured? My question was, have you measured the curvature of the Earth and photographed it? Have you checked it? That's my question. Please answer my question.
I've seen it with my eyes. I've seen it with my eyes.
Seeing it
when I was traveling in the sea, I can see
Where were you? Where were you?
It's in the ocean, mate.
So you were on the sea. You were on the sea, yeah? Yeah? Yeah, I was on the sea as well.
So he didn't measure it. He didn't measure it, Jim. So he can't say that something was done wrong.
Yeah, exactly. He hasn't measured it.
Well, remember, he brought his intuition. Are you saying that your example is that you've seen a boat going away from your view, and the only conclusion that you gather is that you cannot see the boat anymore? It's because the Earth and the water across is curving, and the boat now is behind the curvature. Is that what you're saying?
I mean, duh.
Yeah. How did you verify that? How did you verify that that's the reason why you see what you see?
It's pretty obvious. It's like even my grandma would know what I'm talking about.
Bro, what if we can replicate that on a small flat surface, small scale, right? Like a flat floor, a small pond. What if we can replicate the exact same effect of something appearing to disappear bottom up? What now?
But you can't. If it's flat, then you'll be able to see it keep going away, but you can still at least observe it.
Well, we have validated that we can do that on a smaller scale, right? So maybe if you look into it a little bit more, you'll realize there are other things that come into play that can easily explain what you're seeing. Now, most of the time, what happens is we can zoom back in on a boat and we can bring the entire boat back to view again. Even though with the naked eye, the boat looks like it went away, you can still see the horizon, you can't see the boat anymore. But most of the time, right, you can zoom back in and you can see the entire boat again, unobstructed. Okay, so if you have something like waves, right, or very, very rare miraging effects taking place, then sure, that can happen. It's not rare to have ocean swells, right? That's going to make something in the distance looks like it's disappearing bottom up, but I can show you countless footage where people have zoomed back in with super zoom cameras and they can see the whole boat again. And then I can show you examples of the same thing happening with things disappearing bottom up on a flat floor over a short distance.
It's called refraction, all right?
No, it's not called it's not just called refraction, right? I just mentioned things like ocean swells, right? There's angles of perspective, right? That can be another cause. Okay, but if we can replicate these things on a small scale over a flat surface, then obviously it's not exclusive to, right, the surface being curved. So you use the same excuse, refraction, that you just used for why we can see too far, right? And now why we can zoom back in on boats, right? Now you're using refraction again for that? Is it like your magic get out of jail free card that you try to use?
It's called science, it's not get away card.
No, it's not called science, right? We're talking about optics right now. You probably don't even make me quiz you on refraction because I guarantee you'll fail that. You guys just learnt to say the word refraction in this situation and you think that it's going to get you out of jail free, but it's not going to.
Then what makes it go jail free then at this point? Like how can you debunk?
Well, the thing is, when we go out and we make consistent observations over large distances, we can't find the characteristics that must be present, right? The physical characteristics of a globe that must be there for the Earth to be a globe, right? Such as the curvature, such as the geometric horizon. Okay, we can see magnitudes further than you would be able to see, far exceeding the small effect of atmospheric refraction that you're talking about right now. Okay, so even according to the subject matter experts on the globe side, refraction is something that you would have to take into consideration, but it's also something that's a very small consideration. It's not going to allow you to see thousands and thousands of percent further than you should be seeing.
Well,
now,
let me ask,
how can you explain
you can only see the Polaris when you're in the northern hemisphere, and you can only witness yourself in cross stars when you're in the southern hemisphere? You can't explain that with the flat Earth unless you're really saying that
they're too far away. They're too far away from you. When things are too far away from you, right, you can't see them anymore for multiple reasons. Okay, the opacity of the air, perspective convergence, a whole bunch of reasons, right? That's why you can't see things far away from you.
Don't let this guy fool you, DJ. It's Leaf. But hey, Leaf, the real question is how can curvature be responsible for the obstruction of view of the bottom of ships if there's no curvature?
Peter, you haven't answered the question.
You answer it. You answer that question. There's no curvature to be able to block objects from view. So how's that going to be possible?
Your flat Earth model failed to explain the celestial object you witness in the sky. And
no, that's not our standard. That's not our standard.
The justification you're saying, just because it goes really fast, so you can observe differently. That's completely false.
How can an object be blocked from view by curvature if there's no curvature?
like I said before, it's something that
Yeah, you got no answer to that, do you? And like Jin said, have you got measurements of Earth curvature in order to be able to say that's the reason why it looks like the boat is obstructed from view? Because when I look out at the ocean, it just looks flat.
You can't trust your bare eyes.
So when you see an object appear to be blocked from view, you can't trust your eyes.
Well, you would agree that your eyes are just like some...
Right, so you can't trust your eyes when you think you see a boat cut off by the horizon. Yeah, that's what I thought, bro. Maybe take a seat, Leaf, and let us talk to some new people. Unless there are no new people, and then we can continue to roast you.
You guys failed to gaslight people in PNL.
No, Leaf. All right, bro. Right, you just got schooled by T-Dub. Now you want to start making personal attacks and whining about flat earthers. That's not going to happen. Just not going to happen.
Did you
Right,
seriously? I just wonder if he seriously didn't know this is double standard, or if he's just trolling.
Yeah, he's just trolling. If he wants, he can look in the side chat. There's a lot of material that touches on exactly what was being discussed for your benefit. Okay, Leaf.
Why do you keep calling me?
He's not here in good faith. So I mean, it doesn't matter what we post. He's not here in good faith.
Yeah, but at least he can't say we didn't offer him anything. You know, we aim to please, don't we?
Exactly. Yeah, even though we don't hold the burden of proof, Leaf, even though we don't hold the burden of proof because we have objective reality on our side, we have the axiom, right? We have what everyone experiences on our side. Okay, we still go ahead and provide all of these long distance observations and laser tests. Right? What do you have to present? Do you have anything?
I got everything.
Well, what's your best thing that you have to present?
What you're talking about is how information travels, right? Does information travels?
No, I was just asking what you had to present to back up your globe claim.
What would you
specifically Earth curvature or geometric horizon? That was your argument, right? Okay, so I say there's no such thing as a geometric horizon because there's no Earth curvature. Now, what do you have to back up your claim that there is such a thing?
Well, I'm about to say it to you, all right? Will you at least recognize that all the things you're surfing are just some information, right?
This is real world practical demonstrations. So it's information. It's great information, but it's assisted by high definition video footage.
Yes, still,
repeatable.
You're receiving these information through like an electronic equipment.
Unfortunately, I'm sorry, Leap, I'm going to have to interrupt you. The information that is provided in this server right now, if we took it to a court of law, they'd bung you in jail. Contempt of court for wasting their time. Do you understand?
Are you serious right now?
This is the stuff that would land you in jail because we've got everything right down to the last detail. Okay? In-flight telemetry data. Look, in-flight telemetry data. That's in this server right now. I post it in the side chat. Okay? Then you have testimonies. You've got testimony. Hang on, listen. You've got testimonies from pilots telling you that it's a flat Earth. Then we've got the measurements. We've got video footage. You haven't put down one thing yet. You're in contempt, sir. So please put down some information now, or you're going to get slammed with a fine. Stop wasting my time, sir.
You're literally accusing me for being criminal, for challenging your ego. That's the type of people will behead you back in the medieval time, when we thinking that the Earth's globe. That's the type of people who you are.
Well, you're lucky you're not in those. Be lucky you're not in those times, sir. Be lucky you're not in those times.
Yeah,
Be lucky.
I'm lucky you're in this time right now. Right?
Intuition.
My lord.
Please. Come on, bro. Stop trash talking and present your evidence.
Yeah.
Actual evidence.
I told you can't explain the phenomenon of the Polaris and the Southern Cross stars, right?
How is that proving Earth's curvature, please? Which is what we are discussing. The shape of the Earth.
How the fuck you can't see Polaris in the southern hemisphere? Obviously, you're not on the flat surface, right?
You're out of range.
If you're on the flat surface, you can see both Polaris and the Southern Cross star. The fact you can't see them both at the same time is proving that you're not on the flat surface, right?
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let me explain. If you have yourself and your mobile phone on a basketball court, you place your phone face down under the basketball court, and then you walk to the other end of the basketball court and stand under that net, lie down on your stomach, you will not see your phone. That's a level surface, and yet you cannot see your phone. You're out of range. Now, if you get up on your knees, you've now created an angle by which you can now see your phone. You've elevated yourself. Your eyes have been elevated from the ground to your knee height now. Okay? Then you stand up, you see, and then you walk towards your phone, you see your phone. So a level surface can easily block. So the reason why you can't see Polaris from the southern hemisphere is because you're out of range. You have to move towards the equator, and then you see it. Okay?
The sky is literally right above us. What are you talking about? We're never out of range from the sky. You know how tiny we are.
Speak to the Australians. Speak to the Australians. Listen to the Australians who are here now. Please explain to him, because he doesn't seem to believe that you can't see it.
You're just ridiculous.
Don't do the accent thing again, bro.
And you're saying it's out of range.
We see in angles, right? We see in angles, right? So when you're looking, like
the movement on Earth compared to what the sky represents,
Earth is not moving, so
just minimal.
Contempt of court.
Oh, bro.
Contempt.
He doesn't want to even. He doesn't want to listen. He doesn't want to hear. He doesn't want to listen.
Yeah, he hasn't proven that the Earth is a globe, Your Honor. Contempt.
You're telling me if you travel from Northern Hemisphere and Southern Hemisphere, the distance was enough for the stars to obstruct the lights and transfer the information.
You don't even know what a star is, dude. You don't even know what you're looking at. You don't know what a star is.
You're in contempt. Again, you haven't proven that the Earth is a globe, and you're talking about Polaris. You see what I mean, ladies and gentlemen? He's meant to be talking about the curvature of the Earth, and proving that we're talking about Polaris. No connection at this point to curvature. But yet that's what he's talking about. And he's been put to, we see in straight lines. So if that isn't a big clue, I don't know what is.
Would you agree this guy's Malthus?
Unfortunately, I'm more concerned with the curvature on the Earth's surface. I'm not interested in the sky. That doesn't help me. It's not the standard we employ here. We want to make sure we don't look at the sky. So can you please concentrate on the surface of the Earth where we live? Why are you not able to measure curvature, sir? Please.
The sky is literally the indication for us to navigate.
Nothing to do with the sky, sir. Nothing to do with the sky.
Right now?
I'm serious. Of course. We're talking about the surface of the Earth. We're not talking about the curvature in the sky, are we? We're talking about the curvature of the Earth. The Earth's surface. How is that the sky? Yes, Leif, you're in trouble again.
No, I'm not in trouble.
You're not answering the surface of the Earth.
You're just exposing yourself.
Get on with it then, please. Get on with it. If you're not in trouble, present your evidence or proof of curvature on the surface of the Earth. Let's go. Hop to it now. You're wasting court's time.
You can't explain, right?
It's not for me to explain. It's not for us to explain.
You telling me if I put my phone down on the basketball court, if I lie down, I can't see it. No shit.
1 minute, please. I can't even hear you because you're talking through me. I can't even hear you because you're talking through me, so I can't hear you. Now pay attention. We have rammed the side chat, full of information, proof, and evidence rammed in. You haven't presented one. We're asking you to present your measurement of the surface of the Earth that is curving. You're talking to the sky. You're talking to the Polaris. We're talking about the surface of the Earth and the curvature. Please do that. Please.
The sky is literally the indicator of how What's the surface? What kind of
Ladies and
surface we're
gentlemen,
living
we're talking
on?
about the surface of the earth here. Now he's talking about the sky. So he's obfuscating, you see, because he can't prove it. He doesn't have his proof. He's come to the court case without his briefcase. Yeah. And no lawyer.
You can't disprove me.
We are disproving you, not even proving yourself.
I'm
don't have to do that.
showcasing
You're
how your
disproving
explanation
yourself.
of you put the phone on the basketball court and you can't see when you lie down because you're on the same
Correct.
surface level.
That's a flat
Which is false to compare of
obscuring your
you
phone.
and the stars in the sky, because obviously we are on a
It's got
different
nothing to do with the stars in the sky,
on a
ladies and
different
gentlemen.
level when it
Nothing
comes
to do with the stars in the sky,
skies.
ladies and gentlemen. The surface of the earth and the basketball court are analogous. The surface of the earth and the sky are not. Two separate situations. Nothing to do with what the ground is doing at this point. We want to measure curvature. We don't look to the sky. So can you please address your problem, sir? Again, for the 5th time in asking. Can you do it? Is it possible?
I'm doing it.
You're not. You're not at all. Please show us your curvature measurement. Show us, please. And the image of it. He was on the ocean. Honestly, I was on the ocean, ladies and gentlemen. It's horizontal, level. 2 weeks of it. 2 weeks from Southampton to Nigeria. And I did that journey twice. Plus I've been to other places by ferry and everything else. So come on. You're in trouble now, Leif. You're not really doing well here. You've already been slammed with 2 contempt of courts for wasting the court's time. You want to go for a third one? It'll bankrupt you.
But you say you travel from Southampton to where? To Nigeria?
To Nigeria, Lagos, correct. 1969. Ooh, what a shot in the... That's a long time ago, exactly. I remember it like yesterday. How old was I? About 8 or 9 years old. Okay? That's when I first traveled.
And what does that tell you?
Sorry?
I mean, yeah, cool story. You travel by ferry. And
no, it wasn't by ferry. This wasn't a ferry. This was a cargo ship called the MV Augustus, constructed in Clydebank, England in 1950. It was scrapped in India 2001. So the ship is no more. Okay, but it was built in Clydebank, and it regularly left Liverpool and left Southampton. We were living in London, so obviously we go to Southampton, and from Southampton to Nigeria. Okay, it's a cargo ship.
What's the point?
The point is the ocean is horizontal and level. That's what it. There was no curvature experience for 2 weeks on the ocean.
Yeah, because you're too tiny to witness compared to the surface
No,
of
ladies
Earth.
and gentlemen, we're not too tiny. If there's curvature and we can measure it, then we can experience it. Much the same as a roller coaster ride, ladies and gentlemen. You know you've done the loop, and the what's the other one? The loop. The barrel, is it the barrel? The corkscrew, sorry, yeah.
But Gene, he's telling you that the evidence of the curvature is that it's not there.
Yeah, yes, that's right.
See, the lack for him, the lack of evidence is the evidence.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hello, welcome.
You see the issue in logic that you got there intuition, is it, or something?
Yeah, intuition. That's right. Yeah, intuition.
Situation.
1 second. 1 second, guys. Sorry to interrupt. I've just started an event, so we'll have some new people coming in. And the topic of the event is the surface of water flat?
Oh, that's a good one. Yeah, yeah, excellent. What say you?
According to Lake Maracaibo in Venezuela, to the sea level, it's the elevation is 0. So from inland the lake, 0 elevation, and then towards the Caribbean Sea, that's almost 170 miles distance, more than 170 miles. There is no change on the level of the water.
Wow.
So
welcome to Flat Earth.
Welcome.
Okay, intuition. Can you see that slam dunk proof right there? Take that to a judge.
I can't see it.
Can you look in the side chat? Can you look in the side chat and look under Jin CBR1 and look at the stuff that just blows away your briefcase, burns it in the fire?
I can't see it due to the horizon. It's beyond the horizon, right? Yeah, I can't see it.
Jin, did you post it in the correct chat? I don't see your stuff. Maybe it's above.
Oh, let me check. I did post it. I posted a lot of stuff. I'm still a rookie with this phone of mine. What's going on, man? Let me have a look. Damn,
you mean the YouTube videos? The
YouTube videos. Yeah. I did the YouTube videos, and there's the curvature chart and everything. You have to scroll back a little bit. The chat's moving, but yeah, I posted quite a lot in there. Yeah, I can see my stuff. Yeah, the horizontal meme, the curvature chart.
Intuition. You can use your intuition a little bit, and there's a feature in this app. You can scroll up a little bit. You scroll up, and you're gonna find the username. You look at the username JinCBR, and he posted for you a few things. And if you look at that stuff, you're gonna see that when we look across the Earth, it's not a ball.
Yeah. We've got lots of information, slam dunk proof, videos of ships being zoomed in from the horizon. You think it's gone over the horizon? No, it hasn't. There it is, right in your face. Yes, everything is there for you. Perfect
You don't
material,
even know
like I
the
said.
distance from that, so you don't even know like how far you're zooming from.
It's well over 3 miles, that's for sure. So that's a long way already.
Yeah. That's what they tell us, right? You can only see about 3 miles if you're about 6 foot.
You say you claim 3 miles, but how can you prove there's 3 miles? You can't prove it.
Yeah, we can easily prove that.
You can
We
go
have
and repeat that
distance
yourself.
markers. We have known distances over the surface of lakes. Right, we have like oil platforms and things that we can use as distance markers. You can't we can confirm the distances, magnitudes beyond 3 miles.
Yeah.
Magnitudes, thousands and thousands of percent beyond 3 miles. Right, I can show you an observation 21 miles, and there's zero Earth curvature. There's no horizon over the entire 21-mile distance.
I posted 271 miles. 273-mile observation shot. It's in there. Ladies and gentlemen, this guy, Intuition, is making a mockery of this court case. He hasn't presented one piece of evidence that we can look at. He hasn't presented anything. He's just refuting what we've done and then not presenting anything. Just talking, wasting the court's time. My lord, I move to give him another strike and contempt of court for the 3rd time. What do you say, my lord? Oh, thank you. Right, that's £2,000. The gavel's come down. It's £3,000 you owe us now. How would you like to pay?
I'm not going to pay anything.
Well, of course you're not. You haven't presented anything. You haven't got anything. You haven't got no money. You've got no globe, no elevations, no curvature, no spin, no going to space, no hurtling through the universe. You got nothing, man. What are you doing here? Who let him in? How did this guy get in? Our security is not very good today. You see, Intuition? You're drowning in your loss. I'm glad I'm not you. Woo. Glad I'm not you today.
Yeah, I'm going to post you the evidence, right? Yeah.
All right, we're waiting. Yeah. 45 minutes later. Better late than never. Here we go now. Make sure it's not CGI, yeah? We don't accept that.
Yeah, I don't have the permission to post in the pictures, right?
You just, as long as it's not CGI, it might be okay. Don't let it be CGI stuff, please. Composites, photoshops.
Can you give me mods so I can post pictures?
Okay, any moderators in the house? Jemsy, can you help the guy? He wants to post something.
DJ, Sorry, one sec. DJ, Morvis is saying that we're stepping on other events. Or something.
Yeah, I'm in the guest room mods chat, having a chat with them now about it.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah, it's not over another event, right? It's only if there's a stage event that we're not meant to step on it, but there isn't a stage event, so yeah, I'll sort it out now.
Awesome.
Brilliant.
Yeah, I can't post pictures, so I post a link. If you can look at it, you can explain. Like you can.
No, you explain it's your stuff. We don't explain anything at this point. You're presenting. You explain what you present. It's your stuff, not ours.
Look, if you're not the post will be visible overhead, right?
We're not going to help you.
If you're close to the equator, I'm explaining. Can you let me explain?
Okay.
The poster is visible overhead when you're in North Pole, right? And the poster is visible at an angle when you're close to the equator, right? That says a lot about the Earth's globe. If the Earth is flat, you'll always be able to see the poster over your head, right?
You're posting Google here. What is this nonsense?
Are you serious? Your only defense is that it's from Google.
Are you serious? Are you offering me up Google? I thought you said you saw something. Your proof. Okay. All right. Okay.
I'm presenting you the proof. Can you see it?
I don't see any curvature here. I see no curvature of Earth here at all. Blurry images.
If the Earth is flat,
blurry
the
out of focus
always
images.
be visible overhead.
Blurry out of focus images is all I've got here. Nothing to do with Earth's curvature at all. Earth's curvature, where I live, I don't see that. I don't see Earth's curvature, sir. I don't know what this thing you've posted here. It's junk. So I don't see the curvature that you're talking about. See, just insults.
You asked for the globe evidence. I just gave you that.
That wasn't globe evidence.
And you can't explain.
I see my colleagues agree. My colleagues will look at this and see if they agree, because that wasn't Earth's curvature.
It is globe evidence. I literally type globe evidence on Google.
It's not globe evidence. It's bullshit is what it is. Come on. Not even Earth's curvature is there. You got it showing like a disc in space. How is that Earth's curvature? What a wally this guy is.
I can't believe you. I just can't believe you. If the Earth is flat, if you're near the equator, the pole star will be visible overhead. It will not be visible on the horizon.
What you are supposed to do
prove
is
it.
show us.
Why don't you go prove that?
Yeah, he hasn't shown us how he proved the Earth is a globe. We're showing you how we're proving it. He hasn't shown us that. Honestly, this guy's a joker.
No, you're the joker. Yeah.
You're a comedian, mate. Not a
So
very
you took
good
the
one.
stars and the sun and everything in the sky, and you reproduced it perfectly, and then you tested it out on a known flat plane and went, "Oh yeah, that's what it does there." Stop being a joker, dude.
Yeah, your globe evidence is literally cartoons. Like, unbelievable, bro.
What is this?
You guys
Can't say what the stars would do, dude. Just measure the ground. Just measure the ground. And the fact that you're avoiding the ground so hard pretty much tells us everything we need to know.
You're clearly scared of the curvature of the Earth on your own model that you don't even know the numbers to. What is the circumference? What is the radius? What is the axial tilt? How fast is it spinning at the equator? How fast are you spinning in Alaska? How fast are you spinning in the in UK? How fast are you traveling around the sun? And then, how fast is the sun and the so-called planets moving through the galaxy? How fast is the galaxy moving through the universe? Supposedly, you don't know any of that stuff. You don't know the numbers. You don't know your model, and you haven't checked anything. We know the models, ladies and gentlemen. We've checked, and we're wrong. The guy who hasn't checked, doesn't know the model. He's absolutely correct. He's bang on. He can say, well, he hasn't checked anything. He hasn't measured anything. He doesn't know the model, and yet he's correct. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I rest my case. It's up to you to, final judgment is up to you. All rise.
So how can you explain the stars rotate counterclockwise when we're in the northern hemisphere? And it
Well, there's
asks
no hemispheres, so we can't answer that loaded question because there's no sphere to have any hemispheres of. But you did acknowledge that the stars rotate. That's a nice start.
Yeah.
Right. So yeah, when you're in the northern hemisphere, right? According to the globe Earth model, right? The star
Why are you not
rotate.
talking about the curvature of the Earth, please? Why are we on the stars again? Can you please address what
When
we have
we're
been
in the
asking you
southern
for the last...
hemisphere, the star rotate clockwise.
Ladies
you
and
can't
gentlemen,
explain that.
we have asked Intuition to discuss with us how he confirmed the Earth's curvature. He hasn't. He has gone to the stars, obfuscating to the stars, Polaris, the sky. He's not dealing with the sun. Okay, when they're looking to the stars, the sky, and the stars and the North Star, and they're not concerned with the actual curvature of the surface of the Earth, there you are. Because the Earth is not curving. That's why he can't prove it. Clearly, the Earth is not curving at all. Otherwise, he would be addressing it immediately,
If the Earth is
shutting
flat,
us up.
if the Earth is flat, the stars would not
It is flat.
rotate counterclockwise
It
and
is
clockwise
flat.
at
It's
the
got
same
nothing to
time.
do. You can't look at the surface and look at rotation.
Perspective, you fool.
Yeah, it's the wrong way round. Look at the ground, please. Is the ground rotating?
If the Earth is flat, the stars can only rotate in one direction.
Excuse me, you
right?
don't.
Yeah, they do.
You don't know that.
Yeah.
You haven't checked.
What, you're saying they go west to east somewhere? Show me that.
Yeah.
I'm not going to show you that. You just look above to the sky and you can see it.
You said they go in more than one direction, you dunce, so show me. So there's a place where they go west to east?
Or buy a telescope and see it for yourself. I'm not going to buy that.
You show it. Let's see it going west to east. Clockwise and counterclockwise are relative. That's just that you can see that just turning around doesn't prove anything. It's not two different directions. It's just perspective.
Yeah.
What the hell's the matter with you?
Yeah, the man that hasn't shown us the curvature proof, how he measured the curvature, is telling us to buy telescopes. Honestly.
Yeah. Maybe he thinks that the southern hemisphere turns in a different direction to the northern hemisphere.
Oh, like the ball, yeah. The two hemispheres rotate in separate directions. That's cool.
Oh, yeah. And the water drains off in the toilet the different direction as well. Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. This is what we got to put up with.
Yeah, so I grew up in Australia and the stars spin east to west. And now I'm in Europe and the stars spin east to west.
I don't know why you guys constantly make arguments about the sky when you don't even look at the sky. It's obvious.
It's embarrassingly obvious. Oh.
Yeah, keep dodging the question.
Or you just claimed that the stars somewhere spin west to east. That's what you were kind of claiming right then, Leaf. It's ridiculous. Such a silly claim. Like half the time we have to teach the Globers their own arguments. It's sad.
Yeah, can I at least get someone to argue with that I don't have to teach how to argue with me?
Your explanation is that because the Earth's spinning on its axis as a sphere in outer space. Can you prove that? Yeah, I didn't think so.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
I said, we understand that your explanation, or that you've adopted, right, from somebody else, is that the reason you see the stars do what they do is because you think the Earth is a sphere spinning on its axis in outer space. Can you prove any of that?
I don't have enough money to buy me a spaceship to do that.
Well, then I guess your
Spaceship.
explanation's garbage, then.
Fuck, dude. Spaceships?
Mm-hmm. Do you have one?
That's what you do. You have to have a spaceship?
Yeah.
Well, I guess the Earth is flat then, since you don't have a spaceship.
Wait, was the Earth not a globe before they went to space?
Well, this guy's saying that you got to have a spaceship to prove it.
So the Earth has only been a ball less than 100 years.
Eratosthenes had a spaceship.
You also need a talking lion and a witch to have a war in Narnia. If you don't have the talking lion or the witch, there is no Narnia. There you go.
Spaceship is begging the question.
Hey, Jen, you still here, bro?
Nah, I think you fell off the edge.
Heretic, who are you talking to? A Glober or one of ours?
What do you mean?
I heard you talking. Is that somebody in the side chat or is that somebody on the VC?
I just said that spaceship is begging the question. I was responding to something
Okay.
Leaf said like 3 minutes ago.
Oh, okay. No, I wanted to see if Jen actually got that DM from I'll do it yesterday and what he had to say about it.
Oh yeah, I'm not like talking to anybody. It's cool. Go ahead.
No, I was asking him if he was online because I didn't hear him talking, but I definitely wanted to find out if he actually saw that DM finally because I wanted to hear what he had to say about that. He's getting called out by some weirdo from freaking the other side of the map. Yeah, I did hear part of the Leaf conversation.
Yeah, it was pretty dumb. He said, he'd need a spaceship to prove it, basically.
Yeah, yeah.
So he's basically admitting no. He's just admitting no proof, basically.
But it's got to be. It's got to be a globe.
Even though he hasn't done.
Yeah, but the only way
what
to prove it is to go to space.
Yeah, and he hasn't done that. He hasn't done what he said he would have to do to prove it.
But he knows. But he knows we're wrong, right? That's awesome. Great place to be. NASA already did it, bro. Yeah. Par for the course. Nothing surprises me at this point for this short period of time hearing these arguments. People are just happy to believe in something that can't be validated and where there's tons of glaring issues with the claims being made by the globe side. All right. I'm going to wrap up some work, so I'm going to meet up.
Beneath bent boughs where breezes break, tread a trail unshone. Through shifting shale and silver streams, hone a fate unknown. Let dust descend with whispered weight, a cloak of cool repose. Yet kindle embers where shadows fade, a spark that fiercely grows. Let hearts grow hushed, let night's weight press, yet hope takes root in wilderness. Shatter the stillness, set the sparks free, shape each soul in eternity. Through hollow hills where echoes roam, seek the truth, a boundless home. Past craggy cliffs where cold winds call, stride through mist and mire. Let sodden soil sing soft and slow, a hymn of hidden fire. No compass carves a crooked course, no star to steer the sight. Yet every step a stubborn spark ignites the endless night. Let hearts grow hushed, let night's weight press, yet hope takes root in wilderness. Shatter the stillness, set the sparks free, shape each soul in eternity. Through hollow hills where echoes roam, seek the truth, a boundless home. In the cradle of the quiet, where the world unwinds its thread, gather glints of gleaming grace from paths the lost have led. Through the dark let drumbeats dawn, raise voices in a tide, unfurl a flame, renew a vow, where doubt and dreams collide. Shatter the stillness, set the sparks free, shape each soul in eternity. Through hollow hills where echoes roam, dusk's embrace, the truth aflame, a timeless trace.
Wednesday, June 17th, 2020. 2020. I'd like to remind you all that in 2012, the official uncovering began. And today, as we pour through some data, I would like to remind you that a lot of these dates that you're about to see occurred in that same year, 2012. But I won't have time to come back. Actually, I might have time. I have no idea. I've not prepped. All I've done is clipped video and gathered pictures. I have done nothing else. But I'm really hoping that we can have a good show today, and I'm glad you guys are here. I want to give a shout out to Gaia Bear. Gaia Bear can't make it today, but Gaia Bear came by and left a super chat to say I can't make it, which is pretty frickin' stellar, I must say. So, yeah, hats off to Gaia Bear. Hey guys, it's good to have you. Let's say hi to chat. Hello, chat. Good morning, James. My ladle is ready. A cross to bear. That's an interesting name. A cross to bear. Have yourself a wrench there. It puts the lotion in the basket, says Lane LeShock. Yes, it does. Tricky Woo, how are you? Friends, we all know we've been lied to. Some of us like it. Most of us like it. Most of us don't mind it. Most of us think that at this point, the truth would probably spin some heads and really cause some damage around. But most of us are like, you know what? Fuck it. Because there's so many lies that quite honestly it would be refreshing, regardless of how damaging it might be, you know? And that's what makes uncovering this stuff so hard. Because the moment you start to uncover, it starts to get painful. And you start to feel the weight. You feel like Atlas. You're holding up the world by holding the truth. And it's heavy as fuck. And everyone just yells at you for it. They just yell at you for it. But that's what makes it so valuable. That's what makes it the alchemical journey, right? That's what makes some of you searchers and others of you squirters, right? There are searchers and there are squirters. That's right. And we are here to search for the truth. And one of those truths is satellites are not real, man. I mean, they're not real. They're not even close to real. I don't mean just like, oh, well, they're sort of real. No. It's what I'm about to show you today is going to explain to you what satellites are. Satellites are not a lie. They're not. As with any kind of clown spiral, it is a stretching of the kneading, of the annealing, of the eviscerating of the truth after it's blended into a fine pulp and passed through someone's orifice a few times to form a paste that can be formed into a shape that has nothing to do with the original shape. However, when you catch a clown lying, they will still insist, but all the parts were true. All the parts that I told you were true. Therefore, they must be. I found this quote I am God's advocate with the devil. He is the spirit of gravity. Not by wrath, but by laughter do we slay. Come, let us slay the spirit of gravity. Friedrich Nietzsche. And that's what we're here to do. We're here to slay the spirit of gravity, and we're here to expose. Nay, we're here to find ourselves, not expose them. We're here to find ourselves. And we find ourselves by pulling the prana of trust back from the psychopathic gypsy wagon that we've decided to hitch it to. We decided, hey, those fucking clowns in the covered wagon, they seem like good guys. I think that we should entrust them with our central intelligence. And that's what they do. That's what they do. And they do not disappoint, my friends. They do not disappoint. The truth is in plain sight. It is. Helium. Heliopolis. Heliofont, the company that made iPet Goat 2. Heliopolis, the city of obelisks. This was a city famous in the Bible as having more obelisks than any other. In fact, some of them were electroplated, something UNESCO does not want you to know. These obelisks stood in Heliopolis as a temple to the sun. And when we first discovered what helium was, it was only by looking at the sun itself and determining there was something else here. And as we study uranium, we notice, what is it that emanates from uranium but helium? And we start to understand that there's something more to helium than we think. In fact, if you were to do a Google, if you were to search, let me see if that's better. No, that's not better. If you were to do a search on Google and find who is the biggest consumer of helium, you would find the answer is NASA. NASA is the largest consumer of helium. But what country has the most helium? Well, it's the United States. In fact, the United States produced more helium than anyone else, and every single bit of that helium, over 90%, went to NASA. Weird, right? Now, if you remember, when we talked about airships, I explained to you that the Hindenburg was brought down by a PSYOP. In fact, all of the airships across the world, across this land, were actually summarily shot down and injected with fear. And Hindenburg was a ceremony, a burning ritual ceremony of that. Why did it burn? Because there was a helium embargo. The United States wasn't allowing anyone to use helium. But why not? Why not? The New York Times reported that in February 26, 1938, the government obtained a monopoly on the nation's known supply of helium. This is in between World War I and World War II. I remind you all that in World War I, airships with helium were used to bomb London. In fact, after that, part of the treaty was Germany was not allowed to make airships, in fact. It became a symbol of Nazism. It was painted that way on purpose to ground every airship in sight. And it worked. It worked. Not only were airships themselves made illegal, but helium itself was confundiated, was, just made up that word, was hoarded like a grabbler hoarding gold. So too were these Heliopolis worshippers hoarding helium. And NASA on September 27th continued, 2019 continued what they've always continued, which is to award the world's largest supply of helium. Every year, we sign giant contracts. $200 million of helium contracts. And they're there for the International Space Station. It turns out that the International Space Station, my friends, uses $200 million frickin' dollars of helium. All the helium in the world goes to NASA for the ISS. Pretty frickin' weird if you ask me. Pretty darn weird. But hey, What do I know? I'm just a layman, right? Now, in 1931, a fellow by the name of Auguste Piccard took a balloon ride, and he took a balloon ride higher than any other man had ever gone. This was popularized in the August 1931 edition of Popular Science. Interesting to note that this Popular Science magazine was bought shortly after by the CIA. In fact, when you look at Building 7, who explains that, when you look at the Twin Towers, who explains that all of this makes perfect sense, that it was a pancake explosion caused by the burning of jet fuel? But these guys, I just wanted to point that out, they were purchased after Piccard. Piccard was made famous in this article because he went 10 miles high in an airtight balloon. And of course, he said something famous. He explained that the Earth itself appeared flat with an upturned edge. But he said other things too. Two other things that I think most people don't necessarily catch. One of which is, if you look in the left column here, it actually says the explorers trapped samples of the upper air, blue air, as Piccard reported it to appear, in cylinders, proving the exceptionally rich in ozone. This blue gas, he goes on to say, is quite peculiar. In fact, after this report, he was asked again what his plans were and what he was doing, and he explained that they would have to solve life in a high-pressure environment when it came to going up. He didn't say low pressure, he said high-pressure environment. And what's fascinating about Mr. Piccard is right after his famous balloon flight, one of which he was caught up in the air for 18 hours, much longer than he expected, one of which, zero trade wind, caused him to hurl at 1,000 miles an hour around the Earth again. For whatever reason, the wind wasn't blowing that day, and he decided to stay just where he was. In fact, when he fell 18 hours later and touched the ground, he was 35 miles away from his original launch site. Pretty weird if you ask me. Same thing happened with Felix Baumgartner. Same thing. Same thing happened with a couple of Air Force pilots that I might show you later on if our connection stays good. So, why was Piccard fascinated with surviving in a high-pressure environment, not a low-pressure environment? More so, why did he abandon air travel and go into the sea? Why would he construct a vehicle, the exact same framework as a balloon, not kidding, the exact same layout, the exact same engineering as a balloon itself, but decided to go underwater? He elongated his balloon, he made it into what looks like a submarine, but if you look underneath it, there's actually a gondola underneath, and everything above is the bellows. Exact same concept. Pretty strange that he decided for him, before he could go back up, he needed to learn how to survive in a high-pressure environment of blue ether. James, you don't know what you're talking about. That's just silly talk. That's just silly talk, right? No, it's really not. It's really not. Because as what you're about to see is that there's a lot more to this story than we think. Give me a second here. I need to figure out what I've shown you, what I haven't, because I've been working so hard on this. I didn't have time to lay it out in a nice pretty pattern to get you this going.
The government.
Let's take a look after Piccard. Let's take a look at what happened after World War II. Keep in mind, in World War II, all the helium's been taken. There's an actual helium monopoly. Any kind of production company, of any productions of helium, I think in Texas and in Kansas, are now owned by the government in a monopoly called for national security. And then we slowly enter the space race, right? Sputnik happens. A literal gondola ball is told that it doesn't need a balloon. It could be shot off on a rocket, and it can go so fast that it stays up in the air and it never comes down. No balloon necessary. It's a fascinating feat of technology. I put this film together. I'd like for you to watch it. I think you'll find it helpful.
By the government Now, the sensational story spread among the locals, and today it is the stuff of national legend, of vast conspiracy theories, even sizable profits for those who managed to keep this story alive. So what really happened? The U.S. Air Force is about to tell us what it says happened. We're going over to the Pentagon now, where Colonel John Haynes of the U.S. Air Force will tell us
Good afternoon,
what
ladies
happened.
and gentlemen. Let me read my prepared statement, and then we'll roll a short video that Captain McAndrew will talk about. These conclusions are listed in page 3, as I said in the book. Please roll the video.
First clip's pretty quick. I'm going to start off some Air Force high altitude balloon operations, and the first project's going to be a NASA Viking space probe tested in New Mexico. This was launched from Roswell, New Mexico in 1972 and recovered on the White Sands Missile Range, about 100 miles to the west. That is the Voyager Mars. This is during the mid-50s. That's just a comparison of the size. You can see how many airliners you could fit inside a high-altitude research balloon at altitude. These are just some payloads, unusual payloads, not typically associated with a balloon.
About 2,500 balloons launched during this 30-year period in New Mexico alone. We have been talking about other things about space and things of that nature, and this high-altitude balloon research is quite fascinating, but it was left in the dust. It's something we uncovered, and it's just kind of left in the dust of the space program. It wasn't romantic. Now you have men going up on the end of rockets, and here are guys jumping out of balloons. Kittinger, I believe, broke the speed of sound jumping out of that balloon. Can you imagine that? I mean, I can't imagine it. It wasn't romantic. Now you have men going up on the end of rockets, and here are guys jumping out of balloons. Kittinger, I believe, broke the speed of sound jumping out of that balloon. Can you imagine that? I mean, I can't imagine it. Yes, sir.
Is it possible that the Air Force could have missed something in its investigation? In other words, is it possible that there are unidentified flying objects, that there are extraterrestrial visits, and the Air Force simply has not found it or been able to detect it?
We have researched the Air Force projects and the Air Force information for these year groups. We have nothing else to say about them. You know, we don't believe there's anything else. I have no way of even vaguely believing there's anything else. I promised the gentleman right back here a question, sir. Yes, sir.
Well, about 50 years ago today, a Air Force pilot spied a big array of saucers supposedly flying over Washington State. That may have started all this. Does the Air Force think it will never again investigate these reports? As Project Blue Book was the end, and that's it?
You know, I don't ever want to speak for the Air Force about never again, but it's my opinion that they will not. I promised the gentleman right back here a question, sir. Yes, sir. I promised the gentleman right back here a question, sir. Yes, sir.
Well, about 50 years ago today, a Air Force pilot spied. Air Force pilot spied a big array of saucers supposedly flying over Washington State. That may have started all this. Does the Air Force think it will never again investigate these reports? Is Project Blue Book was the end, and that's it?
You know, I don't ever want to speak for the Air Force about never again, but it's my opinion that they will not.
I don't even know how to unpeel this because it's an onion inside of a banana, inside of an apricot, wrapped in the soft, supple, furry skin of a kiwi. And to even start to explain, I'm going to lose about half of you. I'm going to try though. Number one, the first level that I need you to catch is that there's a clown in the audience. There's more than one clown, but that guy, the guy that you could not see his face, was a clown. And he's the reason why they had that press conference. When I say he, that the purpose of the press conference was that clown. That clown did not say, "Hey man, what were the 9 flying objects over Washington State?" He didn't ask that. He didn't ask, "So did you figure out that the 9 flying objects over Washington State were balloons?" He didn't ask that. He asked, "Will you ever come back and revisit the question of what were the 9 objects flying 50 years ago today?" Today. On the 50-year anniversary of the very first American newspaper using the term flying saucer and UFO sighting, a clown screws up and calls it an Air Force pilot. He was an Idaho private pilot. He was not an Air Force pilot. On the 50th anniversary, is now dropping this op. And it's so difficult to see because most of us are under the impression that the press is one side, it's one pincer, and the speaker is the other. And the television looks like the neutral party, right? You're watching the television and you believe that these are two different sides. Now, what I didn't show, I just didn't get to it, and I'm sorry about that. Right after this interview on CNN, directly after this interview, a UFOologist named Jim Marrs is interviewed. And Jim tears apart the Colonel's story, explaining that it's full of holes, that none of this makes sense. You as the audience have just been bitch slapped at least from 3 different directions by the exact same voice. It's the exact same voice. The military, CNN, and the UFOologist are all the exact same voice. But you're left confused. You're left you get what you want from this buffet. One of you, if you do believe in UFOs, one of you you are satisfied because you've heard Jim Marrs tear it apart. If you don't believe in UFOs, you are satisfied because you heard the Colonel tear it apart. All right? Neither of those are true. Neither of those are true. Instead, the deep, deep, deep truth here, my friends, is that in World War I, it became very dangerous to give civilians the ability to fly with helium. It became very dangerous, and they had to stop that. They had to put an embargo over airships, helium, research, and literally any kind of skeptical discernment with the Air Force. In fact, anyone who's discerning what they were doing was told, you're a UFO crank. That's who you are. CNN wasn't Listen, this is what's so tricky about this. CNN, the military entertainment complex, right? The military industrial entertainment complex, MIAC, had no desire to give everyone a standard story. This is where most of the truthers lose, because they're under the impression that the Leviathan is intelligent, that it has wisdom, that it has a goal, like one goal, and it's not. It's a conglomeration of baby rapers that are all inside a giant potato sack, and they're running, grabbing whatever they can in whatever way they can. There's no system to it, right? It's a rolling fat blob. It swallows whatever's there. It has nothing to do with whether it's hungry or not. This PSYOP is actually meant to feed everyone at the table. It's not meant to clear anything up. It's not meant to dispel any rumors. No, it's the exact opposite of dispelling. The goal is to feed you. The goal is to make you think higher. The Colonel said it himself. It wasn't sexy enough. We had to go into space because people jumping out of balloons at the speed of sound wasn't sexy enough. Which is fucking weird, because if you ask Red Bull, they certainly found that pretty sexy when it came to Felix Baumgartner. But I digress, because you're missing the entire PSYOP. There are 3 PSYOPs inside of one PSYOP. Now, it's going to be really hard to explain, but I'm going to try. You get rid of helium. You're worried about air travel. You're worried about standard citizens traveling in air. You as government don't have dominance. You need something more dramatic. You need something higher than any other inspiration that a standard person could have. You need something impossible. You need to tell people that you did something impossible, and they will look at you and go, oh my God, you're so great. I should give you taxes. I should totally pay you taxes. You should be my timeshare cropper. Because you understand things I don't. You go space. Me, Led Zeppelin. You, spaceman walk. And you end up with this illusion. And you could blame the government. You could say, well, that's the CIA's fault. That's the Air Force's fault. No, they are feeding. They are feeding. They've opened a soup kitchen. And they're trying to give everyone green beans because they have iron, they have nutrition, they're trying. And they can't get everyone to eat. They can't. They need everyone to eat so everyone will rely on them so they can be the central source of nutrition, right? So what do? They get banana fucking pudding. And they whip that shit out. And we, as consumers, fucking love it. We love that nanner pudding. We will take it. We would rather have that than the green beans. And 40 years later, thanks to bureaucracy, you're no longer serving green beans. All you have is banana pudding, and it's not even bananas. It's high fructose pudding. But it doesn't matter because the entire system has changed. The people that wanted the milk and the people that were giving the milk both became corrupted by their own appetites. It's true. America had an appetite for might. We had an appetite for being on top. We bought into the Sputnik. We bought into the idea that there's a giant fucking pinball spinning through space. And if we don't get one up there too, we're going to die because it's the Russians. We bought that shit. We bought it and we paid for it with a helium embargo, the end of airships, and the launching of a magical word called satellite. On top of 2,500 balloons launched in New Mexico alone. That is 2 balloons every week, if you break down the time frame that he gave. Getting there. What should I show you guys next? Yeah. Around this, what happened after that? World War II. The Antarctic Treaty. And inside the Antarctic Treaty, you see a fleet of C-19s. A fleet of C-19s ready to take off at any point in time inside of Antarctica. And you see video of giant balloons being launched from Antarctica. They're placed on a tether. They're launched from B-2s. And it's literally our largest Air Force program we have. Guys, 200 million just in helium. Just in helium. These aren't odd pictures. I could show you pictures for days. For days and days and days. I could show you these things. There's no reason to invent satellites.
Welcome to the chat. Anyone new? Damien, welcome.
Hi, I am here just by the curious. What are you talking about?
We just had a video playing about a guy talking about satellites and things like that. But I just paused it because, I saw a few people join in. So just wanted to say hello and thanks for joining. And if anyone has any questions about the topic, feel free to ask. Yeah, so welcome, Sierra. Welcome.
Yeah, Sierra.
Sierra. And anyone else new? Diana. Yeah, so if anyone's got any questions about the topic, Flat Earth, feel free to jump in, ask your questions. Got a whole bunch of Flat Earthers in here, ready to help answer. So Damien, have you looked into this topic before?
Yeah, but I am into science a lot. So I am just curious. Are people talking about if Earth is flat?
Yeah, we're also into science, right? But we definitely reject any kind of pseudoscience, fake science. So, what we're talking about is often misrepresented or misunderstood by people that haven't really looked into the topic, right? So we're not claiming a flat planet. We're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth. Okay, it's the globe side that's claiming a round planet of a specific size, and they are claiming to know the shape of the Earth. But when we go out in reality and actually put this to the test, right, there's no curvature over vast distances where there would have to be curvature for the Earth to be a globe of the size that they tell us.
Yeah, I've heard about person like Guru. You know what is Guru?
Yeah, I know what a
the
guru is.
main representative of flat built a rocket and trying to fly and take the curve, and he fell.
No, that's just a propaganda piece, right? So that was just a daredevil who was trying to break a record, right? He wasn't trying to prove the Earth was flat or anything like that, right? He was only trying to go up to a very low height, right? You could go up a mountain and be higher than he was trying to get to, right? So he was just a daredevil.
Okay. So, tell me,
what does that have to do with anything anyway? Because
I would like to know what do you exactly know about the universe?
I know the universe, as we've been told, is a big giant space vacuum, right? 10 to the negative 17 torr space vacuum. That's what they claim.
Vacuum. Vacuum?
Yeah. Yes, vacuum.
I'm not sure they understand.
Like a vacuum chamber. That's what they say.
Chamber. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. But more powerful than any vacuum chamber we can create here on Earth. Now they tell us that we are a spinning ball covered in water inside the vacuum of space. Right? That's what they're telling us. And then they tell us the size of the spinning ball. Right? So they tell us the radius is just over 6,000 kilometers, right? Or just under 4,000 miles. Right? So that means that there would have to be a certain amount of curvature. So if we go to a large body of water, there would have to be a certain amount of curvature over the distance. Okay, so when we go to these large bodies of water and test the Earth for curvature, we cannot find any curvature over distances where there must be huge amounts of curvature, hundreds of feet of curvature, but there is none. So there's a big problem for the globe side, right? Because all the evidence from the globe side relies on faith, blind faith, right? Having faith in the story that we've been told about outer space.
Faith. People
correct
flying on the orbit.
Yeah, so you just have to take that. You just have to trust them, don't you? You have to take that in good faith.
No, I have a friend from my team. His father is working in NASA, and most of them shouldn't work there because just 10% of people there doing just a job. Rest of them looking for problems, what they can troubleshooting by themselves. So, you know what I mean?
Right, but you're just having to have blind faith in what you're seeing from NASA, right? NASA are the same people that said that they went to the moon in the 60s. Yeah?
Yeah.
Do you believe in the moon landing? Do you believe in the moon landings?
Yeah, I don't have any reasons to not trust. All of we get in our history, it's thanks from the science.
Well, not really. I mean,
we're talking via internet, via Discord, and
right, but that's
because the science work.
Right, but that's different. Okay, so you're talking about a different type of science that doesn't rely on the Earth being a globe, right? This is just technology that you're talking about.
No,
Okay.
mathematics is everywhere same.
Yeah, but you're okay. So the mathematics that they give us for the globe don't match reality. Okay, so when they tell us that there should be 300 feet of curvature over 20 miles, approximately. Okay, and then when we go and test over 20 miles and there's zero curvature, the mathematics doesn't match reality. So yeah, the mathematics is what we're putting to the test, right? Because if mathematics doesn't match reality, then the mathematics is incorrect. Mathematics is just a language.
Okay, so could you explain why most people in the world lying?
Yes, I can.
What is the purpose of it?
Okay, so most people in the world are not lying. Most people in the world genuinely believe that the Earth's a globe. Okay, so most people are just believing what they were taught from childhood, and then it was reinforced at school, and then reinforced again at university. Okay, so most people are just repeating what they were told. Most people have never questioned if the Earth's a globe or flat, right? They just believe what they were taught.
But we've seen on other planets.
You've been told a story about things that you can see in the sky.
No, we have radio telescopes and.
Yeah, I know. I understand about telescopes, bro.
I studied an astronomy, but just 1 year. I didn't finish it.
That's fine. But you've been taught a big... Okay, so we all see the same thing in the sky, right? When we look up, right? If you're standing in the same area as me, I can look up at the sky. You can look up at the sky through a telescope as well. And we're both going to see the same thing. Now, you've been told a story about the things that you're looking at. Okay? You can't validate the story to be correct. There's a whole bunch of assumptions involved. Right? And I don't claim to know things that I can't validate. Now, the difference is you have faith in what you were taught about what you're looking at in the sky.
The science has methodology of science. And
correct. It would be called natural science that we're talking about right now. And that methodology would be the scientific method. And the very definition of fake science, also known as pseudoscience, right, is a collection of beliefs or practices mistakenly regarded as being based off the scientific method, right? For example, space science. Okay, so it's a whole bunch of assumptions and calculations that haven't been validated or put through the scientific method, and they're claimed to be scientifically validated, but they are textbook definition pseudoscience, and they are faith-based. So what we need for all of
faith, there is no faith.
On faith. Yeah, absolutely.
No,
so
the methodology of the science separate faith. It's exactly this methodology was made in order to separate faith and what we think is possible. Wait, I need to translate one word because I have low English yet.
I understand what you're saying.
Separate what we see.
So exactly. So when it comes to outer space, right? That's not something that you can scientifically validate to exist in the first place.
Say we cannot validate. I can say we exactly can, and we have done
That's
it.
fine. Okay.
Yeah.
So what are you going to present to me
to back up your claim.
I don't want you to change your mind in this matter. It's your choice.
No. I already did. I already changed my mind because I actually went out and tested the Earth myself, right? And I put in many years of research into this topic. Okay, so I changed my mind away from the globe, right? I was a big fan of space science, right? And NASA. I used to watch all of the seminars and the documentaries about space and all that kind of thing, right? I was a huge space nerd. But once you actually start looking for actual empirical evidence that there's Earth curvature in the first place, that the Earth is a globe, right? That's when it's going to fall short, and you're going to realize that it's just a belief. It's just fantasy. It's basically like Narnia, the way they present outer space.
I can say same about your opinion in this topic, but I didn't call.
Well, you can't. You can't because you observe it.
Yeah, so there's a big difference. Okay, so what we all experience the Earth as in the first place is a flat and stationary plane. Now, as I explained just a moment ago, I've researched both sides of the argument. You haven't researched both sides of the argument, so you can't make an argument against me because you don't even know my arguments to begin with.
I am just curious what drives you in this matter.
What drives me is empirical evidence and truth, right? And critical thinking abilities. Okay,
it's a little manipulation. So, no, from my point, what drives you? Just it.
Actually, what drives me to what? What drives me to what? What drives me to what?
To trying to change people's mind.
I'm not trying to change people's minds. I'm sharing information with people and trying to help people understand
how to
think critically.
Works.
What's that?
How the universe works.
No, you don't. Okay, so I'm not talking about the universe. I'm talking about the Earth.
Earth is one of the trillion planets in the universe. So
okay, so what evidence do you have that the Earth is a planet?
Okay, I can send you.
No, you could
Google
just tell
Scholar.
me. You just name your best evidence that the Earth is a globe. Just one thing.
Theory of Big Bang is, for me, it's enough. Einstein general theory.
Those are just theoretical concepts. You don't have any scientific proof of those things that you just mentioned.
We have a lot. We're trying to break general relativity. Sorry.
General relativity. Yeah.
General
general relativity, bro. Right? Like, okay, so that's a mathematical concept. It's not something that's been put through the scientific method.
But in the science world, theory is the main thing. We don't know everything, but we haven't any opposites things which can break.
Yes, you do. Okay, so you claim that the Earth is a globe, right? and you agree that it has a radius value of 3,959 miles. You have to agree with that if you want to go along with these things that you're talking about, okay? So that means that when we actually go out in reality, there has to be certain characteristics that go along with this object, which is a sphere with a certain radius value, okay? So that means if you go to a 20-mile lake, there has to be a certain amount of Earth curvature over that distance, right? So there has to be 270 feet of Earth curvature over a 20-mile lake. Has to be there. Do you agree?
No, I think no.
Okay, so explain how... Okay, so now you're going against the globe model. You're going against the mainstream scientists now.
At the moment, I don't know what do you exactly mean.
Okay, so if the Earth is a globe that's a certain size, it has to have a certain amount of curvature over water. So if you have a 20-mile lake, it has to have Earth curvature, right?
Yeah, and we see it.
Okay, so over a 20-mile lake, you would have to have 270 feet of Earth curvature, correct?
Again, please.
Okay, over 20 miles.
Last sentence, yeah.
Okay, over 20 miles, you would have to have curvature of the Earth.
I don't know how many miles we need to see the curve.
Well, it's everywhere, right?
Yeah, every centimeter, yeah.
Yeah, so, okay, so if you have water, it would have to be curving.
Yeah.
Okay, so when we go and test water, yep, there's what?
Just perspective, and we see shifts going down under the curve. See the sun. You wait. How to say? Wait. Sunset. When you lie. When you laying on the sands on the ocean, and the sun will go under curve, and you will get up, you will see the sun again.
Mm-hmm.
So you can see twice time sunset.
Okay, so the same thing would work on a flat surface as well, because of perspective,
same
right?
Is, same is with the ships.
Yeah, but we can zoom in on the ship and bring the ship back into view again.
Yeah, but you... I've seen analyses about the perspective, but I don't have words how to explain it in English.
We'll have a look in the side chat. Okay, there's a giant boat. Can you see?
Yeah, I see the chart.
Yeah, okay, so when he zooms out, right, we don't see the boat. Okay, when he zooms in,
I've seen it.
See the boat.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, so the boat didn't go over the curvature, right? It just disappeared.
Perspective, it's a perspective.
Okay, so what's the reason he can't see the boat when the camera's zoomed out?
because it's not enough curve.
It's what?
There is no enough distance.
Okay, so think about this. Think about this. Let's just say he didn't have the zoom camera. Okay, and that ship was close to the shoreline, and that ship just sailed off into the distance and he was watching it. What do you think would happen?
We will see the ship.
Slowly get smaller and smaller and smaller as the ship moves away until you can't see it anymore because the angular size of the ship becomes too small for the human eye to resolve. Do you agree?
Yeah.
Okay, so it didn't go over the curvature of the Earth, did it? It just went out of the range of the angular resolution limitation of the human eye. Basically, the ship got too small and you can't see it anymore. But when he zooms in, you can see the whole ship again, right? It's not going over a curve.
Yeah, if we zoom, we can see a part of the ship.
Well, we can see the whole ship, but when he's zoomed out, you can't see the ship. Okay, now if we had waves, right? If we had waves, the bottom of the ship would be obstructed. As the ship moves away, it's going to look like it disappears, bottom up. But that's not the Earth curvature, right? That's just the water. And the ocean swells, which is the waves, blocking the bottom of the ship.
Yeah, maybe.
So this is what happens most of the time. Okay, you can zoom back in and you can see the ship again. Now, if there's waves, it's going to look like it disappears from the bottom as it moves further away from you.
There is not enough distance to make the ship under the curve.
Okay, so did you just admit that with your naked eye, you can't see ships go over the horizon?
Yeah, and I know what do you mean. When we zoom, we
Okay,
can
so
see
if you don't have a
him,
camera, if you don't have a camera and you're standing at the beach, you watch a ship sail away, you can't see it go over the curvature of the Earth, right?
we don't see the ship because our eyes cannot see on that distance.
Okay, so good. Okay, so now you've admitted that if you're just standing at the beach and you watch a big ship like this go out, it doesn't disappear over the curvature of the Earth. It just disappears due to angular size, right? The size of the ship becomes too small and you can't see it anymore. So now you're saying that if you have some kind of powerful zoom camera, you will see it go over the curvature of the Earth. But with your naked eye, you don't see that happen. Now, that's a problem, a big problem for the globe. Okay? Because when you're standing at the shoreline, the horizon should be at 3 miles away.
DJ, did you post something?
Oh, I did, but I just checked and for some reason I'm in politics and religion. Okay.
Yeah, I was because I was thinking, is my chat glitching out or something?
Yeah, sorry about that, Damien. I posted in the channel above because I was trying to see how many people were in this channel. Okay, one second. My apologies. All right, so this is what I posted. I'm just uploading it now. Yeah, sorry about that. That must have been confusing if you couldn't see what I was talking about. Thanks, T-Dub. Okay, so here it is. It's just about uploaded now. All right, so can you see what I posted now? Damien?
Yeah. I've seen it some times ago. So I know what do you mean. Yeah, I see. Research flat Earth. Yeah.
Yeah. So, okay. So if you're standing
it's not enough to see.
Well, this is a problem for the globe, right? Because the horizon should be at 3 miles away from someone 6 foot standing at the ocean. If you're 6 foot tall and you're standing at the ocean, the ship should start to disappear over the curvature at just 3 miles away.
This is a typical of perspective.
Right,
hello,
but
brother.
if hey, bro, welcome.
Oh, are you in the?
All right, let me get straight to let me get straight to an argument that directly debunks the globe. So just a second. Okay, so what you're claiming is that the ships go over the horizon. Now, we should be able to calculate the distance to the horizon depending on the height of the observer.
Guys, I have a question.
Yeah.
So, if Jesus didn't say that I'm a god and he didn't say that pray me, why believe him?
Yeah, just pop yourself on mute because there's already a conversation taking place.
Yeah, I just asked, may I ask a question? And you said yes.
No, I didn't say yes. But yeah, I just gave you an answer. A more definitive answer. Okay, look, bro. Damien, my friend. Okay, so if you're 6 foot, okay, just say you're standing at the ocean, right? Do you agree that the horizon should be a certain distance away?
Yeah, short distance.
Yeah, so if you're 6 foot tall, the horizon should be 3 miles away. Are you on a
I don't know,
a computer?
it's 3 miles.
Or are you on a phone or are you on a computer right now?
Computer.
Okay, are you able to go to Google and type Earth curvature calculator?
Yeah, moment. I'm trying to make my counter-argument.
Well, let me present you an argument and an observation that debunks the globe, and then maybe you can provide a counter argument. Because right now you've made a claim that boats go over the horizon and the sun goes over the horizon. Okay, so you made a positive claim that there's a horizon, right? That's on a globe, right? And anything that goes beyond the horizon would be obstructed behind the curvature of the Earth, right? So let's put that to the test.
This is atmospheric refraction.
Okay, what is atmospheric refraction?
When the light is going through the layers of the Earth.
Okay, what is atmospheric refraction, though? What did I present? Why are you saying this is atmospheric refraction? What are you talking about?
Yeah, it's hard to...
Like what? I didn't present anything for you to say. For you to say this is atmospheric refraction? I didn't.
If you zoom... No, in general... if the ship is hiding by horizon or from some persons, it could be not by curve, just by atmospheric refraction. It's a science.
Right. Okay, so sometimes if you see a ship, and it looks like it's hidden.
Phenomenon.
Right, so sometimes if you see a ship and it looks like it's behind the curvature of the Earth, that can just be explained by an atmospheric effect. Okay, do you understand? You're going against your own argument now.
No, and then if we zoom, we will see a ship normally.
You don't see this ship going over the horizon. It just goes out of your view because it's too small to see.
But this ship, it isn't under horizon.
Okay, but it should be if the Earth's a globe.
No.
Yeah, because the horizon should be 3 miles away. You understand the distance. So what you're claiming is you're claiming the horizon is geometric. And anything that goes beyond the horizon starts to become hidden behind the horizon. I'm showing you observations that debunk that claim.
This is just a gift from internet.
Yeah.
This is not observation for me.
Okay, so let's go over an observation right now. Right? It's going to be from the internet because we're on the internet right now. There's nowhere else it can be from.
Yeah, but first of all, I have to know when I should to see one kurwa mać. One angular degree.
What's that?
First, I have to know.
Look, this is what you're claiming. You're claiming. This is what you're claiming. You're claiming that things go over the curvature of the Earth. Now, we should be able to determine the distance where things would start to go over the curvature of the Earth, depending on the height of the observer. Okay, so if you're 6 foot tall and you're standing at the ocean and a ship sails away from you, it should start to disappear behind the curvature of the Earth at 3 miles. Okay, as it goes beyond 3 miles, it will start to disappear.
Is it correct? I don't know. I have to. First of all, I have to check.
Okay, so that's why I told you, open up Google, type in Earth Curvature Calculator, and then pick one. Okay, so once you do that, let's go over an actual real-world observation.
Yeah, I have Earth Curvature Calculator.
Yeah.
And
yeah, I can. Yeah, I'll send you 1 second. I'll send you one that's very, very easy to use, right? So some of them are better than other ones. But this one will be one of the top ones that comes up in the search results. But this is the one that I prefer because it's very easy. Okay, so if you want to click on this one, it's a very easy one to use. And you can compare that. You can compare this one to the other one if you want to. It's all going to be the same.
Yeah, I will.
Okay, so let's go over an observation. All right, you're in the Earth Curve Calculator now?
Yeah.
Are you okay with using feet and inches and miles?
I know kilometers, but okay, miles are good.
Okay. All right, so here is an observation Now, this is just a small clip out of a full-length high-definition video, which I will also share. But first, let me explain the observation. Okay, can you see the oil platforms?
Yeah.
Okay, so the oil platforms are distance markers. Okay, because if the oil platforms were not there, we would not know the distance to the horizon. Okay, so this is a horizon test, because what you are claiming is that the sunset and the ships are going over the horizon, which is over the curvature of the Earth. Okay, so can you tell me in the Earth curve calculator, from an 8-foot observation height, how far away should the horizon be? So you just have to put 8 foot in under observation height, and it should calculate automatically the distance to the horizon.
Uh, 10 miles. But what is eyesight level?
Eyesight level is the height of the observer.
Height
of the camera or height of the eye, whatever the observation height is, the altitude of the observer. So in this observation, the observer is 8 foot above the surface of the water. So you just have to put 8 foot, or just put 8 into the observation height.
8 feet?
Yeah. And it should come up with the distance to the horizon.
5.57. But this is in kilometers. Wait a minute. Miles. 3.464. Yeah.
Okay.
It's the same. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So, all right. Okay. Now you can agree that the horizon is beyond the oil platforms, right? In the observation here?
Wait, I'm trying another one.
Yeah, try another one, that's fine. It's good to double check. Did you check another one?
Yeah, but I don't understand the results.
Or you just have to put in the observer height, 8 foot.
Or the Earth is flat, guys?
There is no foot. I can show you. I cannot paste.
Well, yeah, I mean, put it in.
Screenshot. Okay. I see something like this.
Okay, but that's different. That's giving you how much drop there should be over 10 miles. That's different to calculating the distance to the horizon. That's how much curvature there should be over 10 miles.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that's actually helpful that you brought that up at the moment, right? Keep that in mind as well. Over 10 miles distance, you have to have 66 foot of drop, earth curvature over that distance. Okay, so the horizon should be at 3.46 miles, and you should have 66 feet of earth curvature over 10 miles. Okay, now luckily we have the oil platforms. The second oil platform is called Platform Habitat, and it's 10 miles away. Okay, so you would have to have a horizon at 3.46 miles. Do you see a horizon at 3.46 miles in this observation? The first oil platform's 6 miles away. The second oil platform's 10 miles away. The horizon is beyond both the oil platforms. Okay, so obviously there's no horizon at 3.46 miles where it should be if the Earth's a globe. Do you agree?
Wait, I'm trying to understand how much is 1 feet. Okay, I see. 8 feet is around 2.5 meter. Okay. So we have to see.
Yeah, so
Okay,
so yeah.
try to explain it.
Yeah, so if it 2.5 meter observer height, it would make the horizon distance about just over 5 kilometers away.
Uh, 5 kilometers under the curve?
Well, no, that would be the distance to the horizon. Anything that goes beyond that would start to become hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. And you would have a horizon, right? Do you want to look up the definition for horizon?
Yeah, a green line is trying to say what?
Okay, so that's showing you where the horizon is. The horizon's beyond both of the oil platforms.
Okay, and if the flat is curvature.
This is not me trying to prove flat Earth to you right now, right? This is me testing the globe, right? Testing the mathematics.
But
to see if the mathematics match reality.
But first, I have to know the distance between observer to this.
Yes. So the distance between the observer and the second oil platform is 10.1 miles. Okay, so now I'm going to post the video for you. 1 second, I've got the full video. So he shows you exactly where he's standing in the video. He shows you on Google Maps the distance to the oil platform and all of that kind of thing. Okay, so just a second. Okay, so you can double check this stuff after, right? So just now, if you want to just take it on good faith, right, that the confirmed distance to the second oil platform is 10.1 miles. Now you can check on Google Maps, right? It's called Platform Habitat. You can look in the video. He shows you where he's standing. You know, he pans the camera around. He goes on Google Maps. He shows you uses the distance marking tool, right? He shows you the distance from where he's standing to the oil platform. Okay, so the oil platform is 10.1 miles away from where he's standing. The first platform is called Platform C, and that's just over 6 miles away.
Wait, I will check it.
Mm-hmm. What country are you from, Damien, if you don't mind me asking?
I am from Poland.
Ah, thought I recognized the accent. Yeah, I'm in Poland right now myself.
Oh, you've been there?
Yeah, I live here.
You live here?
Yeah, I live near Lublin. Near Lublin, yeah. My surname is... actually, I won't say my surname on the stream.
But where are you from?
Australia.
Oh, nice country.
It's okay.
I am from Bydgoszcz.
Yeah, I'm not sure where that is.
Not little north from the center.
Ah, okay, yeah.
Give me a second, please. I have to go to the kitchen.
Yeah, take your time. Have a look into the observation.
Yeah, I will. But I need the water first.
Okay. If anyone else has joined the chat, I encourage you to have a look at the observation in the side chat. Ventress, welcome. And Mario, welcome as well. Gabriel, welcome back. Good to see you again. And we got Smiley Face Elmo up the top. Welcome. Okay, so the observation in the side chat debunks the claimed curvature rate of the globe. It debunks the geometric horizon of the globe as well. We're able to see magnitudes further than you would possibly be able to see if the Earth were a globe. We have endless amounts of these long-distance observations that show that there's zero curvature, show that there's not a horizon where there must be a horizon for the Earth to be a globe.
Okay, I'm back. let me finish the video.
Sure. I did post a screenshot there for you out of the video, just showing where he's standing and then showing you the distance marcation
to I see.
the second oil platform.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, okay. It's exactly that what I said before. We see here an influence of atmospheric refraction. What calculators not wait, one word. What the calculator doesn't take this into account.
So how are you going to take this into account?
The calculator is too simple to to take it into account.
Okay, so you're saying that there is some particular type of atmospheric conditions present that are taking the horizon from 3.46 miles and somehow moving it beyond 10 miles away.
But we still can see this object because of atmospheric refraction.
Okay, do you see any, what gives you that indication to begin with?
Light bends, it passes through layers of air with different densities.
Mm-hmm.
And over large structure of water, bodies of water, where the air near to the surface is often cooler than the air above. And light from distance object can be bent downwards, and it makes object appear higher than they actually are, and allowing us to see them, even they are geometrically below the horizon. This is
So
atmospheric.
you're saying that those objects are geometrically below the horizon?
Yeah.
Okay, but the
by
horizon's behind the oil platforms. The horizon's beyond the oil platforms. So you're claiming that the horizon is in front of the oil platforms and that the horizon is blocking the oil platforms, but we see in this image the horizon is beyond the oil platforms.
If we would have see it by our eyes, we would see the platform.
Do you see how what you're saying right now doesn't make sense?
It's, for me, it makes sense.
No, well, it doesn't make sense, right? Because what you described was that the light would be bending downward, and that would make the objects appear like they would be higher. Right? That doesn't talk about the horizon that should be at 3.46 miles somehow appearing beyond the oil platforms. That doesn't explain that when you talk about the particular type of looming effect, the atmospheric refraction looming that you're talking about right now. Right? That's not what that describes. That describes the objects appearing higher than what they would normally be. But that's not what we see in the platform, right? We don't see any distortion. We just see a nice clear shot of the oil platforms, and we see the horizon is beyond the oil platforms. So what you're saying is that really there is a horizon in front of the oil platforms.
Okay, what would you say about the journey around air? Around Earth.
The what? The journey around Earth?
Yeah.
I'd say that it would just be a journey from different locations.
On this circle?
Well, I don't think anyone's ever gone in a perfect circle. But you could start in one location and then come back to that same location again after you do some traveling.
But if we're flying by, we can use GPS. If the Earth wouldn't be curved, GPS would work total differently. So I don't know
Not necessarily.
what we are talking about.
You're talking about people circumnavigating the Earth. I mean, that's possible on a flat Earth as well. I mean, someone can go around a lake, and come back to the same spot again. Someone can go around a block, or you can walk around your house. You can circumnavigate just fine on a flat surface. And then GPS is it's just a signal, right? A signal that's coming to your device. So I don't see how that would determine that the Earth is a globe or flat.
I don't know how to explain it.
Well, you have to make assumptions to try to explain it, right? You would have to say that there's satellites in space and that they're orbiting around a globe.
I have to learn English in order to talk
look, I understand. I understand. Look, I'm sure you could explain this stuff just fine in Polish, but my Polish is terrible. So I understand that it's difficult. It's difficult to explain things like this that are technical when you don't have perfect English.
If you have, do you have Polish girl?
Yeah, but she's gone off somewhere at the moment.
Okay, so I will send you, but she is I don't want to be rude and call your point as a faith. So I'm trying to use another word.
Well, the thing is, it's not faith because I can show you these tests in reality.
Yeah.
And when you say atmospheric refraction, I don't think you really have studied atmospheric refraction and you don't understand the limitations. Even according to the globe side, right? The professionals on the globe side say, sure, it's something you need to take into consideration, but it's only something small. Okay, so if we see something that's 20 times further away than it should be, there's no atmospheric refraction that can make that possible. But I don't expect you to take my word for it. I can link you to professionals that are on your side that explain, yes, it is something that you need to take into consideration, but it would only make a small difference, right? So it would allow you to see maybe 10% further, something like that, not 2,000% further. But yeah, you can send me something. You can send me something if you want. I'm happy to have a look at anything. But what I would like is empirical evidence. I want to see practical, real-world demonstrations. I don't want to see explanations, right? Because I grew up believing the Earth was a globe. I've been looking into this topic for many years, and I understand the arguments from the globe side. I understand your arguments, right? But what I find when it comes to most of your arguments from the globe side, it's just explanations. And then when I ask you to be able to back up the explanation, that's when it starts to get problematic.
I sent you our YouTuber, Polish YouTuber, and he's into the science, and he made serious analysis in 5 parts. There is a lot of content, and I've seen it. And you can see it with English subtitles, and there is many evidence would the science environment would use against your opinion.
Okay, so straight away when I click on your video, it's incorrect. Okay, so this guy doesn't understand our arguments. Okay, so this is the first thing I'm going to point out. Okay, he's trying to debunk an idea of flat Earth. Yeah, he's trying to debunk something that we don't claim. Debunk is to prove false.
Okay.
Okay, so look, have a look at this straight away in this guy's video.
Yeah, he is trying to falsificate.
He's trying to falsify a straw man argument. Do you know what a straw man argument is?
But there are many arguments on many flat environment.
Yeah, but look at the... Okay, so what he has right at the start of his video, he thinks that this is flat Earth. See the screenshot? That's not flat Earth. That's not what flat earthers are claiming. It's flat Earth. So he hasn't even done basic research about flat Earth. That's the problem. People try to debunk flat Earth when they don't know any of the flat Earth arguments, right? So he's starting off the video with a completely incorrect perception.
Many models, not just this one.
Well, we don't claim any of those models that he's showing. So why is he trying to debunk things that we don't even claim?
Yeah, okay. I see. Both of us can say, you have your faith, I have my faith, and there is not.
Okay, so this is the difference. Okay, we have reality on our side. You experience the Earth.
Too. Yeah.
No. Okay, so when I go to the beach, when I go to a lake, right, I see flat water. I see a flat horizon. When I go in a plane, I see a flat horizon. I never feel the Earth moving, right?
I see two sunsets, and it's enough for me.
Right, but you don't... Okay, but we can replicate that same thing on a small scale on a flat surface. So they don't really teach much about perspective when people are at school.
No,
so if you understood,
it's not a problem in perspective.
It is a problem with perspective because when you go higher, you have a greater distance that you can see. You open up your vanishing point. So obviously, if you go higher, you can see further. Right, see the second screenshot? Yeah. This is also not flat Earth, right? What this guy's posting here? Flat Earthers are not claiming this. This is not flat Earth. So why is this guy trying to debunk things that flat Earthers
show me flat Earth. Show me flat Earth.
Every time you go outside, you see flat Earth. You only experience flat Earth. When you go into a plane, you only see a flat horizon. Okay, so you only experience flat Earth. Now, we're not claiming
the moon is too flat.
No. The moon is the moon, right? It's not the Earth. Okay, so if I say I see a tree,
are flat. Other planets are flat.
No, nobody's saying that. The Earth is not a planet. Planets are planets. The Earth is the Earth. Okay, so that's like a tree is a
different planet than the others?
No, the Earth is not a planet.
Not a planet?
Correct. So you've been watching false. You've been what is the? We're not claiming to know the Earth shape. Flat is not a shape. Flat is the description of a surface.
Yeah.
Okay, so these things that you're seeing in the video here, you have a misrepresentation of what flat earthers are claiming. Flat is not a shape, right? You're the one claiming a shape. We're testing your shape to see if it matches reality, and it does not. We're not claiming that the Earth is an object floating around in the vacuum of space. That's the globe claim.
There is something. What is it? How to say it? Fuck. Dome. There is a dome. Yeah.
No, nobody here is claiming a dome. You're getting misinformation from flat earther debunkers that didn't do their research correctly. Nobody's here claiming a dome.
In the world is more than one point of flat model. Some people believe in one model, some people believe in the other one.
No.
There is no one model for every flat person who believe it.
Well, there's no one model for every globe earther that believes it either, is there?
Okay. It's enough for me for today.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. So,
Well,
guys, yeah.
Come back some other time if you want.
Yeah.
All right, so hopefully
I don't have any problems with people. People can believe what they want. If I know it can be annoying if I call it belief, because for your point, it's a reality. Yeah. From my point, my point is reality.
It's something that it's not that it's a belief, because the reason is because we can actually see it, we can measure it, and we experience it that way. You don't ever see it, you never measure it or experience the earth as a globe.
Yeah, you didn't understood. You didn't understand what I trying to say. I'm trying to say. I respect your point. I don't agree with that, but I respect.
Okay, can you tell me, when did you ever experience or see or measure the earth as a globe?
No. With just with eyes, when I've seen ships with some part of the.
You see the earth as a globe?
No, I've seen the ships on the ocean where they have some bodies under the ocean. And I believe for the science, cosmology, astrophysics, and it's enough for me. You're trying to. Your point is trying to remove the most knowledge what we earn in 200 years. So I respect your point, but I don't agree. So
I think at this current stage, though, you don't understand our arguments. I think you're very new to the topic, and if you think you've watched videos like the one you shared, that's incorrect video.
I don't need to try and understand more videos in this topic. I think
you have a belief. You said that you believe, right? So you have a belief system.
I said believe in short because I want to empathize with you.
Right, but if you no, but okay, so you think that you know that the Earth is a globe for a fact,
because we have science methodology, and it's enough for me.
Okay, so what methodology do you have?
The methodology of science separate human subjective point, their feelings.
No, we're talking about that the Earth is a globe, right? So do you admit first you experience the Earth as flat and stationary? Do you agree?
Wait a minute. You ask me and I.
But you're not answering. I'm asking you how you know. How do you know that the Earth is a globe? Like, how do you know that the Earth is a globe?
Because I observe my eyes and I see the curve because I am Superman.
Exactly. See what I mean, bro? You don't see the curve though, because you're not Superman.
Yeah, I am done.
No, it doesn't mean you just need to be honest, bro. Right? You experience the Earth as flat and stationary.
Now I am tired, and when I am tired, I can say something stupid, and it's enough for me. Maybe I will back. It's nice to.
Okay, well, when you come back, bring your best globe evidence that you think you know.
No,
All right?
I don't need to prove why you.
You're defending it. You claimed that you have knowledge that the Earth is a globe.
Do you remember what I said at start our conversation? I don't force you to believe in anything. You can believe. You can think about what you exactly want.
Right, but I showed you empirical evidence. I showed you real world evidence.
Okay, but it's not for me an evidence.
Well, you're not providing any evidence. I'm the only one presenting evidence.
Yeah, it's when every conversation between Earth curvature against Earth flat shape is same. So
yeah, exactly. We provide evidence to back up every single claim we make, and then the globe side doesn't present any evidence at all.
So that's why I said you have your beliefs and I have my beliefs.
No. That's what Elbow TV was saying to you. We don't need to have a belief because we experience. No, but you don't experience. But you said you see the curvature of the Earth because you're Superman, but that's not true. You don't see any curvature of the Earth.
That was an irony because I wanted to go and do something.
You can go. You can go.
Yeah.
You can go. No one's keeping
your
you here, my
friends
friend.
trying to keep me here. So that's why I said yeah.
All right, bro. Have a good night. I'll catch you next time.
Too.
All right, see you later.
See you.
All right, bye.
Great stuff, DJ.
Oh man, it's hard work with the language barrier sometimes, eh?
Yeah.
It takes like 5 times as long to present like a observation or something.
I think that was way longer than 5 times as long. I've heard you present that evidence like maybe a minute, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, he was very polite, you know? Yeah, he's very polite on his way out.
He almost spiraled at the end.
He had to catch himself.
Himself.
He had to catch himself. It was like somebody like almost throwing up from drinking too much. He's like, I did it. What's up? Who's next? Who's ready to have a nice conversation and not spiral out?
I am.
You're always ready. You're always ready.
I won't spiral.
Was anybody able to get any good conversations going in the general chat today? Maybe get them to spiral out over there and like trickle in over here, you know?
I have a question about the map of a flat Earth. Like when you try to Google the flat Earth map, it like shows you the first results. Is it something that everyone agrees on, or it's just like I don't know, like a picture, and we don't have to take it seriously?
Are you asking if you Google for a picture of flat Earth and the first one you get is the real picture?
I'm not sure about if it's the first one, but like when I tried, not the picture, the map of flat Earth with the continents and stuff like this. So if they're like, or maybe you can just post in the chat, so I'll take that one as a reference.
Is he really quiet for anyone else?
Yeah, it's super quiet. I had to turn them all the way up.
Sorry. Is it better now?
Yeah, better.
Yeah.
So I posted a map you can pick from one of those if you want.
So there is no one single map of the known land masses and water masses.
No, because like Japan a few years ago discovered 7,000 new islands. So yeah, I guess they missed all those.
And not even with the continents and stuff like this.
I use Google Maps. That's what I use. That's a nice flat Earth map.
Yeah, but Google Earth, it's kind of distorted. When you try to look something at the north, it's like rectangular, so it doesn't show the same distances when you try to measure something like very something near close to the North Pole or something close to the equator. It's very distorted.
That's why I only use it for driving around. I use it for debunking the globe too, which is a fun thing. Makes people angry.
And how exactly does it make people angry?
Oh, you just ask for an elevation profile and it shows that the Earth is not a globe.
That's a great point.
Would that be over a body of water, I'm assuming?
No, that's Dr. Globe Crusher crushing it. Love it. Love that point, man.
There you go. So there you go. If you just took that's an elevation profile over the Atlantic Ocean, and what do you see? Not a globe. How do you like that?
That's some disturbing news. Felix Baumgartner has died in a paragliding accident. I just found out. Did anybody know? The Red Bull jump guy.
I heard he passed, but I didn't know how.
Yeah, it was, the paraglider accident. He was 56 years old.
He won't be doing that anymore.
No, he certainly won't. He won't be breaking the speed of sound anymore either.
Won't be lying to people anymore.
Yeah, that he saw the curvature of the Earth, didn't he?
Well, that's what happens when you lie. You're signing a deal with something, and eventually it's going to cash in its ticket on you.
He didn't see the curvature of the. He saw the curvature of the Earth, or something weird like that. He said.
So what he over fences said he had a heart attack. So maybe he had the heart attack while he was on the
Yeah, paraglider. Yeah, probably. Yeah.
paraglider thing. Oh, gotta watch those heart attacks these days. Could happen anytime.
Yeah, man. Yeah. Be sure to eat your garlic. Drink nice water. Garlic's very good.
That's what happens when you drink too much Red Bull. You get a heart attack.
Little cayenne pep, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Gets the blood flowing. So, anybody got any globe evidence? Evidence
guess
for
that
the globe.
Yeah, that map I gave him or the elevation profile was good enough. He's now a flat earther. He now sees why Google Earth Pro debunks the globe.
Yeah, welcome to the family, man.
Oh, look at your friend's back. Now he's asking Google Chat GPT for stuff. He's got atmospheric refraction now.
He won't go
be
and
up
check
all
it for
night.
himself, though. He won't
He's going to
check
be
it
up
for
all
himself.
night, DJ. Yeah, he's not checking shit.
Oh,
He's not in
man.
here anymore.
Somebody needs to give him some sleeping pills, or he's not going to get any bed rest tonight. I know how that goes. It's like it's turned into 24-hour research and then pull an all-nighter for your duties tomorrow. Yeah, it's going to be tired, man. Hey, Jen, are you still there?
Yeah, yes, John. Yeah, how can I help you, mate?
Yeah, did you see? Was that guy in your inbox?
No, he wasn't in my inbox. I looked at my notifications. I looked at DMs. He didn't write. He didn't send me anything. If he did, he may have removed it. That's the other thing.
Oh, okay. Let me. I'm gonna post it in the chat. What he sent me, dude.
Yeah.
I'm gonna post it in the chat. He sent this to me. This freaking. I took a. Might be this one. Let me see. No, that's not it. Here it is. See that?
Yeah. Obviously, he was very upset, wasn't he? Hey.
That was on July 15th that he sent that to you. No, that he sent it to me, July 15th. But he must have
Yeah.
sent it to you like the day that we initially had the conversation.
Right. Yeah, I didn't get anything from this guy.
Yeah, because there's like do you do this on your phone or do you utilize a
No,
Discord on the desktop?
I'm doing it on my phone and I do it on the laptop. So it should have got through either way, right? But I didn't get anything from the guy at all.
Like when I get my notifications, right? My
It just comes straight up.
My notifications show me like people who reply to messages that I like, things that I post in the chats,
Yeah.
but I don't get any friend requests, right? And then
What happens, right, with the friend request? It should come up on the left where
on the
it
left,
says friends.
Yeah. And then I tap that text bubble where your friends
Yeah.
would be on the left, and then
Right.
I have three message requests, right?
Right.
One from him, one from another guy that was mad that I muted him, and somebody else that was like spiraling in one of the other chats trying to get me to be on his side or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Maybe he just meant he was going to send it to me. He didn't send me anything. I didn't receive a single thing.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I think he was just trying to trigger me. Maybe, who knows? And he was trying to, and maybe he sent that to you, took the screenshot, and deleted it right away before you even saw it.
Yeah, because again, when people, I'm not very quick on picking up the notifications. I don't hear the noise, and if I'm in the middle of talking on the actual Discord itself, then that's not going to come up. I don't get, and we get so many notifications that are coming from, they don't apply to you, so you just ignore them, don't you?
Well, so yesterday, yesterday he was, yesterday he was saying to, I think we had the three Aussies in the chat. It was Matrix, AJ, and T-Dub, and Heretic was in the chat with Crit, and who else was there? Apocryphon was there. And he was like, oh, and Mike was there, or Mick, whatever you want, however you want to pronounce his handle. And and Over Fences was in the side chat. There was a few, Toby Dog was in the side chat. Anyway, he's like, I will pay for, I'll pay for you to come out and we'll do the Bedford level experiment today.
Yeah, he did.
He wanted to redo the Bedford. Yeah, he was going to do like an all expense paid. I'll pay for everyone to do the Bedford level experiment with me, live stream. It's like, this guy, I don't know if he's got a channel or something. I don't know. I don't know what his deal is. I think he thinks we're doing this for money.
Yeah, or something. I said to him in the side chat, I said, why are you acting like we're in doubt? We're not in doubt. If you're in doubt, you go do it. We don't need to do it.
Yeah, that was a good response to that. I bet you he's listening to us right now, and he's going to show up in a minute. Because, it's funny, when I talk about him, he, shows up out of the left field. He might be following both YouTube channels. He's probably got it on both of his He's probably sitting in his office telling his kids to, don't talk to him anymore.
He's even talking about debate rules and everything. Yeah, just don't talk when I'm talking. Simple as that. Yeah, no, I didn't get anything from the guy. Yeah, I think he knew better than to be sending me silly little things like that anyway. He was totally dismantled. His dream was shattered, clearly.
Oh, he came in. T-Dub, do you remember what his argument was? What was his argument, T-Dub, yesterday? He was trying to debunk the globe to Heretic.
Well, if a flight from Paris to Bulgaria is this, it takes 3.5 hours, and then if from Bulgaria to this other place takes another 5 hours, and then from there to this other place takes another 7 hours, and then from there it just kept on going on and on and on. And then he said, and now if you do this in the southern hemisphere from these different points, you end up with 2 circles. And what does 2 circles make? It makes a sphere. He said you can't have 2 circles on a plane. Right?
Yeah, yes. I heard you talking about that. That was a stupid thing to say. Clearly desperate.
And it took so long just to get him to just to get that much out, because he kept on wanting to ask us questions over and over. If do we agree with this? Do we agree with that? It's like, just get to your point, bro. Let's make your claim.
Yeah. They always want you to agree to something. As an undergraduate, when they go down that route, I say, I'm not agreeing with anything you say. Nothing. I agree with nothing. Okay, so just get to your point. Exactly.
The weirdest thing before that, though, Jin, before anything, like Heretic wanted to talk to him first because they were finishing up with another speaker, right? So Heretic's like, all right, I'm going to talk to this guy after whoever's done talking to whoever, right? There's two people talking before. As soon as this guy got on the mic, Heretic's asking him questions, and he's being very straightforward and direct, right? Doesn't want to gish gallop around, wants to get to the meat and potatoes. This guy starts asking, he's like, where are you from? Where's your country? You know what I mean? He wants to know his, like, what town do you live in? You know what I mean? Like,
yeah. What's your qualifications?
No, he wants to know where he lives.
Well, he was so arrogant because he
have to do
speaks 6 languages, you see. He speaks 6 languages, he says. Do you remember?
That doesn't prove the earth is a ball.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I remember him saying that.
Yeah. I said to him that his youth, I trump his youth because I'm older than him, nearly trouble his age. So you don't have the experience. Because I'll be the judge of that. I speak 6 languages, etc. You still don't have the experience. You haven't lived when I was living well before you. You haven't got that experience. You're in deficit. Didn't like that.
No, he did not. I remember that triggered him real good. And then, dude, you guys are going after it, right? You guys are both getting after it. And I was just like, this is audio chaos. But, you know, at the end of it all, right. he was going on yesterday about these distances between, he's like, okay, we have a distance of this many kilometers between these 2 points, these 2 cities, right? And then the flight goes on for this amount of time. And then jumps onto another point, this amount of time, this amount of distance between these 2 points. Right? But he's leaving out a ton of variables, right? And I'm like, I just stopped him like after he was on his like he might have been on his like 15th distance between 2 different points. And I stopped him. I'm like, how did you verify any of this data, number one? And you know, how do you know the speeds of the planes and what planes were flying and what were their capabilities, what were the altitudes, what were the flight corridors that they were taking? I'm like, there's so many variables that are left out of whatever the heck you're talking, and like, what's the point you're trying to make? You know what I mean?
And it's suspicious because the day on July the 14th, we hit him with the London to Tokyo distance and the duration of the flight, how much curvature there, and we extrapolate that on the globe. It's 90 degrees, right? And he didn't mention anything at that time. So where's he getting all these flights from suddenly like that? You know?
Very, yeah. Well, yeah. He got so angry and triggered by me stopping him and saying that he can't verify any of the stuff he's talking about.
That's right.
And he's like, he said to me, he's like, oh, because I said, listen, brother, you know, and he's like, oh, I'm not your brother. You're not smart enough to be my, you know, he's like, you're too stupid to be my brother. And I'm like, are you?
See?
Like, I've been nothing but cordial to the guy. And, you know, for him to sink that low, I'm just like, dude, you know, I lost a lot of respect for his character after that. Not that I had much, but yeah.
I was going to say, yeah, you didn't have much in the first place. You couldn't have, but yeah, you covered that up, yeah. No, he was always obnoxious from the word go. He sees us as retards. That's how he sees us. He doesn't think that we're clever, but he is the one that's retarded because he hasn't been able to read his globe. He hasn't even checked. That's why he gets upset. That's why he broke 15 different flight routes, because we gave him one good one and it just totally done him up, and that's it. So he went away, reposted his position, so he thinks, comes back in, tries it again, and he gets his ass handed to him again. And then he gets upset, starts throwing out, I'll debate you anywhere. What a lot of nonsense is that? God. See? The psychology of the Globers. Clearly a young man, he can't control his emotions. Too young. And we weren't born yesterday. That's the other thing.
I always say, you know, I try not to speak in generalities because, you know, one thing I did enjoy about the last speaker, what was his name? Damien or something? Yeah, Damien.
I didn't hear it. Yeah.
Well, yeah, one thing I did enjoy about him was that he said everybody has their own opinion. Like every flat earther believes their own nuanced model or nuanced beliefs about the model or whatever. Some of it is knowledge and some of it is speculation, right? So everybody has their own speculations. They're personal to each individual. And I mean, that's why I don't like speaking in generalities, right? Because you're going to have anomalies. You're going to have like standardized, like more standardized, like repeat characteristics between different individuals, right? I mean, like, so you're going to have just a unique bunch, right? And a unique blend of different, just micro nuances, right? I mean, between
Yeah,
each
yeah.
individual. Yeah.
I get you. You know,
Yeah, that's why I don't like to speak in
only slight
generalities.
variations. That's all.
Then,
Slight
yeah,
variations.
so that, yeah, so that's why it's like when you talk to certain people who believe in the globe and the heliocentric model, you're going to run into ones that are, creationists, and they might think like, well, I don't believe the Earth is like 14.5 billion years, the universe is 14.5 billion years old, and they have their own like nuanced belief systems based on some type of heliocentric model, right? So that's the whole thing. It's like everybody's so unique. You got some Muslims that, like you said, like that believe that the Earth is egg shaped. You have others that you have other Muslims that believe the Earth is flat. So I mean, it's like just the myriad of different people from all these different backgrounds. It's so hard to speak in generalities and to get taken seriously. Why? Because you're painting with such a broad brush that a lot of people. It's almost like you could offend people like indirectly without even trying, right? So that's all. Anyway, I digress. If anybody has anything to ask, if anybody wants to ask any questions about the topic, please cut me off.
If you want to improve your English language, you'll come to the right place. So the more you talk, the better you become. So please dive in.
Hi, Parrot. What's going on, man? Did you have a question?
How can I grow my English more better?
Gotta take your time and practice a lot.
I said, how can I grow my English more better? Anyone want to contribute?
Yeah, you can listen in for a little while, or you can ask us questions, and we can do our best to answer them for you. And if you don't understand a certain thing or a word, we can help explain it to you. Reading is a really good way. And I heard another good suggestion in here the other day. Someone said if you watch the way people's lips move when they speak, it helps you to be able to pronounce words properly. Yeah, there's lots of different ways. Yeah. This server has got all lots of channels down below where you can you can join in there in the VCs or in the text chat and get a lot of information. There's a lot of lessons. They have lessons here, and yeah, there's a variety of ways. This is a good server to help you learn English. Don't worry. You can go down to the other channels here, and there'll be loads of suggestions to help you.
Okay. Thank you very much for that. Thank you very much.
Hey, you're welcome. Yeah, with my son, from very early age, his mother and I would read to him. We'd write words on paper and then pronounce the word and help him that way. He also, when he watched TV, he figured out how to put the English subtitles on as well. So he's got captions at the bottom, words come up. And there's, during all the kids' educational programs, and yeah, he'd watch those, and he learned to speak at a young age and read at a young age. I think he was about 3 years old, and I was typing on the computer, and he came up and over my shoulder, he read some of the words on the computer screen, and I was like, "What?" And then when he was 5 and he went to kindergarten, so about a week into his first week in kindergarten, they were getting the students out one by one and sitting them down and seeing how much, seeing if they could read, just gauging their reading level. And my son impressed the teacher so much. The teacher jumped up out of his chair and ran down the hallway, running to each one of the classroom doors and screaming, "He can read! He can read!" Like, because he read that well. Yeah, I was really proud of him.
That's lovely. That's good to know. I will definitely look out for some tutorials to make my English more relatable. I'm going through the group right now. It's good to hear. It's good to connect with people. Yeah.
Absolutely, yeah.
Wow, T-Dub, that's a great tale, man. For your son to have he must have really early memories to have command over the language that early. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, something he just clicked. Clicked with him. He loved it. Yep, loved reading. And every time he'd always want me to read him a bedtime story, or even just during the day if there was time. If I was home or whatever. And he'd pick a book and he'd say, "Can you read this for me, please, Dad?" Right. So I'd sit down with him and we'd start reading, and he'd say, "But you have to do the funny parts," because occasionally, just during the story, I'd stop and point at something in the illustrations and make a joke about it or something like that. Or I'd read the the dialogue. I'd put on a funny voice, or an accent or something, and he'd crack up laughing. He loved it, and so every time we sat down to read a book together, he'd say, "You have to do the funny parts, Dad." So if you make reading enjoyable for children, they'll want to do it. They won't see it as a burden or a task. You know what I mean? They'll see it as more of an entertainment.
Yeah, I've never missed the opportunity to do the funny voice. Always got to do the funny voices for all the different characters. Man. I love it. Yeah, speaking of which, I was listening to you, T-Dub, and AJ talk after that the other day, and I was cracking up, man. You guys are just, the Aussie banter back and forth was amazing. It's pretty interesting to hear y'all just back and forth about the government over there and stuff, and like just pop culture over there that nobody else would get. Yeah, it was pretty cool.
There's a few good apps too you can get to help you learn languages. I tried Memrise for a while, and it was fun because they kind of made it like a game. So you get things correct and you get to move up a level, sort of thing like that. So yeah, it was pretty fun.
Okay. So what app are you talking about?
That particular one was called Memrise. Not like memorize. They just shortened it to Memrise. I can't remember the exact spelling. I haven't used it for a long time, but I'm sure if you went to Play Store or whatever you're on, like if you're on Apple or whatever, you go to Apple Store or go to Play Store and just type in something like language learning or something like that, learn languages, and then you'll probably get a lot of different apps come up. And there's probably even more than when I was using that one. That was like 10 years ago. So there's probably a lot more even again now. So it just a matter of like
Yep. Memrise. MEMRISE.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, I think it is. Yeah, it might even be just MEMRISE. Yeah. But it's just a matter of like finding one that you like the best. Like you could try a few different ones, and because you might not like one, might not like how one tries to teach, and you might like another one better. So.
Okay.
Yeah, you just have to shop around a little bit.
Okay, thank you.
Hey Mo, we can hear your mic is open. I'm not sure if you realised it's open, but we can hear like a fuzzy sound coming through your mic. Cheers, mate. Thank you. Just wasn't sure if you were aware. It gets like that sometimes, Milo. So, like we encourage everyone that comes in that's new to say hello. Open your mic, say hello, or you can type in the side chat if you want. If you have any questions or comments, you can either say it in here or you can type it in the chat, and we'll respond. Currently, we are hosting an event which is titled "The Surface of Water is Flat," right? As in the question form. So it's a challenge to you, right? Do you think that the surface of water, when it's at rest, is flat?
Okay, everybody that's listening and everybody that's on the panel, and spam the general chat. Here. 1, 2, 3, break.
Okay, so what's your evidence?
Just like you said, light moves through different speeds in different mediums, correct? Right?
Man,
I'm
where
waiting,
is the
dude.
curved, where is the curved surface, man?
Get to it.
Right. I'm asking, can we have to agree on this
Why
before
you
we move
asking
forward?
me?
If we don't agree on this.
No.
If my agreement with you is if your argument depends on me agreeing with you, then you don't have an argument. Just present the evidence.
Okay. It doesn't depend on you agreeing with me. This is correct regardless of what you
Okay, well then don't
Because
ask
really
me
what
if
you're
I
trying to
agree.
do-
Just present your evidence.
Yeah, because really what you're
Correct. I'm
trying to
just
do
confirming-
is you're just trying to get us to go, yeah, okay, I agree with you, it's a globe.
No, that's not what I'm doing. I'm trying to establish premises that'll lead us to a conclusion.
Yeah, but you have to
I'd rather
put
just see your
up those
evidence.
premises that you want us to agree on. So it's just like you're just trying to get us to go, okay, I agree, it's a globe.
I'm not trying to say that you agree it's a globe. Do you agree that, or are we on the same page that light
I do
moves
not agree. I do not agree that all that water beyond 1.2 miles is an illusion. I'm waiting for you to evidence that.
Correct. I'm evidencing it now. Are we on the same page that light moves
Asking me a question is not evidencing it.
I can't force you to have a conversation with me. If you don't want to, we don't have to.
No, we're having a conversation, but I'm looking for evidence, and you're asking me questions. It's your claim.
Correct. I'm building an
argument. Well, your argument should be based on evidence that you have, not questions to me.
Yes. The evidence I have that demonstrates the effect that I'm trying to show you is real, you can do yourself. Demonstrating that light refraction is a thing you can do in your
Well,
own
you're supposed
kitchen.
to be demonstrating that water is an illusion, though.
Yes. Using the principles that we understand of light refraction, which is something that you can do at home, using those principles, we understand how light works as it moves through different mediums. Now, air.
Right, but this is just one medium.
Now we're getting to the part you want to get to. I just had to establish that first, right? So, air higher in the atmosphere and air at the surface of the water is different temperatures, and therefore it's a different density, and therefore light moves through it at a different speed. Over a significant distance, there's more and more air that you're looking through. It's why a sunset is red, because the light refracts off more atmosphere, so it goes from red across the sky to blue, right?
So is that sun an illusion too?
How these work. We understand that.
Sun must be an illusion as well, then, right?
Say again?
So is that sun an illusion too?
I think calling it an illusion is misleading. It's just not.
Well, it's not the actual thing.
It's not literally in the position that it appears to be due to light refraction.
So is anything you see where it actually is?
Technically speaking, no. But for all intents and purposes,
they've just made this is why it's so crazy, man. They've just made people insane.
If you understand the speed of light, I mean,
you don't understand the speed of light, dude.
Okay, you don't even have to understand what the speed of light is, which I do know. But you just do we agree that light has a speed?
Dude, I don't agree with anything you've been saying so far. You don't think anything is where you see it. How can I agree with you?
Do you get that light has a speed? Or do you claim that light doesn't have a speed?
I'm not making a claim about light speed.
Correct. We're just
I'm not making a claim about it.
We're establishing the basis of the argument. Are you familiar with how logic and reason work, like formal logic?
Yes, which is why I'm face palming right now.
Okay, if you understand formal logic, then you'll understand that we have to establish premises to reach a conclusion, right?
I understand that you need to provide evidence to support your argument, which you haven't done.
I have. What have I not?
No,
what do you need evidence for that I haven't presented?
You need to prove that water beyond 1.2 miles is an illusion.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, you haven't done that.
Because we can see that under different conditions with less refraction, you can't see those things. And when you can see them, it's because we understand how light refraction works through different mediums, that we can explain why we can see them under certain conditions.
Well, that's
and
just
not
you
see them-
restating the claim again, though. That's not you providing evidence for your claim. You're just saying it again.
It doesn't sound like an understanding. It sounds like a chant.
What it sounds
Yeah.
like, so it sounds like to me what you guys are doing is the equivalent of
We're asking
saying-
for evidence.
correct, but you're saying that based on our observations, no conclusions that we draw from those observations are considered evidence.
No, the observation is the evidence. We see the water going up to 10 miles.
Yes.
Yeah, you're
also
saying
see
that's not real
potential-
water. You're saying that's not real water, so you've got a
No,
positive
the
claim.
water exists.
No, but you're saying the water we're seeing isn't real water, it's illusion water. Because
When
your
you
brain's
see
been
a
broken by
glass of
this
water, do you know how it bends?
globe religion. Right, but this isn't in a glass, is it? This is through air.
Correct. But
Right,
you
it's not
understand that,
analogous.
like, when you're looking at it through the glass, where you're seeing the pencil is not in reality where it actually is. The pencil is not actually bending.
Yeah, that's 3 different media.
Correct.
So
It
you've got
doesn't-
one here. So could you
the
show
principle is-
that? Could you show
Changing
us
the
in
media.
one media? Could you show us in one media you seeing something beyond a curve and having that curve lift up to appear flat?
Mm-hmm. The atmosphere is not a single medium.
So air, it's not a medium.
Air at different temperatures
So how
is
many
a
different mediums? How many different media is air?
is a gradient. There's not like a set number.
So it's a medium with a gradient.
Yeah, I would imagine most
Yes, so that's
mediums.
one
have
medium.
gradients.
Well, that's one medium with a gradient.
Cold air
Not
and
3
hot
different
air.
media.
Light passes
That's
through
one
cold
medium,
air.
dudes.
Why does light pass through hot and cold air differently then?
Why are you asking me questions now?
Because you just said something incorrect.
What, the air's one medium?
That hot air and cold air are the same medium. Because you can go and observe this.
Air.
Light moves
It's
differently.
air, isn't it?
Correct, but the temperature
You're talking
matters.
about a temperature difference. You're talking about a temperature difference in the single
The
medium.
temperature difference determines the density of the air, which affects
Yeah, but
the way
you said air wasn't one medium.
air is not.
Well, how many mediums is it?
It's a gradient of mediums.
Right. So how many is that?
It's a gradient. There's not a set number.
So there's no number.
And there's cold
So
air.
how can you? So how many media are you going through then?
Okay.
How can you even make an argument? If you can't, you're saying there's what? It's an infinite number of media.
Yeah, in the same way that there's an infinite number of numbers between 0 and 1.
Oh my god, dude.
0.1, 0.01. You can keep going forever. There's
Okay, please do.
literally an infinite number
Let's hear it.
between 0 and 1.
You're gonna have more success doing this than you are evidencing your original claim, anyway.
The point is that at different temperatures, light moves through air at different speeds.
Right, that doesn't prove what you're claiming about all that water being an illusion.
Mm-hmm. The air temperature above water is very different than the air temperature above land. The temperature difference in the air above the water and the air at the water surface, because water conducts heat the way that it does, there's a stark difference there. It can be hotter above it and it'll be a lot cooler right at the surface of the water. That refraction, that temperature difference, the light moving through 2 different mediums, bends the light the way the pencil bends in the
2
glass of
different
water.
mediums? What are you talking about, 2 different mediums? Where's that coming from?
The hot medium and the cold medium. I'm saying 2 as in the 2.
But you said it was infinite mediums. Now you're saying it's 2.
You're not understanding what I'm saying.
Well, what's the 2 mediums?
As the light moves from the hotter air above to the colder air below, it bends. It bends more.
So you're saying the air is 2 media?
It's a gradient of mediums.
Well, so it's not 2.
And on one end of the
Like you just
gradient is cold, which is less dense. On the other end of the gradient is warm, which is more dense.
Right.
Cold is more dense,
Okay.
hot is less dense.
So the light might wobble around in the air, okay?
Yes. Have you ever
Right.
seen
That
on a
doesn't.
hot road how the
Okay,
air
you
kind of vibrates above a
understand
hot
that a
road?
light. You understand that the light wobbling around in the air doesn't prove what you're saying.
That is literally the principle that demonstrates why you see that.
But but you're assuming a curve in here of the ground, and then you're assuming a gradual curve of the light
It's
when
not
you're
an
just saying it would wobble based on
It's not an assumption.
perturbances in the air.
It's a.
Well, it
It's
is an
not.
assumption. It is an assumption. You've
It's a
not provided any
conclusion based
evidence
on
for it.
observed evidence. It's a conclusion based on observed evidence
What evidence have you observed?
about the Earth being round.
About this water being an illusion?
I've been explaining to you for the past like 20 minutes what refraction is. That's the evidence. If you don't like that, you don't have to. Your inability to understand is not a valid argument against it.
Well,
Are you
nothing you
saying that
said was evidence for the water being an illusion. Nothing you said did that.
and that refracted flat water, it's curved? Is that correct?
Yes. The water is not flat.
Yeah,
The water
that
is
refracted.
flat.
No,
It is rough.
that's flat surface, man. We see the flat surface on that example, and
It
you
was
are
a flat
saying that is
surface, and there wouldn't be refraction to take into account at all.
okay. How would look like the flat surface?
In the flat surface, you'd be able to see that farther away at all times.
How far away? How far away? How far away you could see?
If it was flat, theoretically infinitely.
Okay, really?
You don't think the atmo
Are you sure?
conditions are going to play a role in how far you can see? What if there's fog? What if there's mist?
Yeah, atmospheric conditions affect that, but we're talking about on a clear day.
So you can't just say you'd see infinitely.
On a clear day, you would see theoretically.
So where are you getting this curve of the water from? Well, you just mentioned that the water was curved. Where are you getting that from?
Water is level.
All right. So flat then.
No. Level means perpendicular to gravity, not flat.
Whoa. Which dictionary did you get that from?
Any of them. Look it up.
Yeah, I've looked it up. It doesn't say that. It says horizontal, flat.
Okay. You can use whatever words you'd like. What I'm talking about
Okay,
is
we'll use horizontal and flat then. What it means in a
the
dictionary.
concept I'm talking about is perpendicular to gravity.
All right. Well, I'm not. All right. Well, I'm not really interested in the concept. I thought this was supposed to be physically real curved water. But you're assuming, but not
You
observing.
understand that, like, when you go down to a micro level, you're not seeing, like, even a flat surface is not actually flat. A wall is not actually flat. It's very
But you're
bumpy.
claiming the water's curving down
Yeah,
at a
because
specific
when you look
rate,
at it at a
conforming to
wider
a globe model.
When you look at it at a wider scale, you see the curve.
When did you see the curve?
I know you don't believe in space. Plenty of people have gone up there. And unless you're going to claim...
All right, okay. So when you said you can see it from a wider, you're saying you believe some people have seen something else. Not that you've seen any curve.
I'm saying the evidence is compelling enough to make not believing that unreasonable.
Well, that's
you need to go
fancy way of just...
Mm-hmm. Unless you mean to tell me that every person who's ever been to space is all part of this conspiracy to just lie about it.
Well, is that what your evidence is? Just you claiming other people said this? I saw videos of this. Is that...
We have dozens of independent, not connected people all doing the same thing at different times, not communicating, finding the same result. That is compelling evidence that such a thing is true. You can measure the speed of light anywhere.
Can you measure this curvature that you're claiming?
Yes, you can.
Have you done that?
I haven't personally done it, but I've seen it done.
What did you see done?
The recreation of Eratosthenes' experiment.
Eratosthenes assumed the curve, though. He didn't measure it.
No. He had a hypothesis and he tested it and confirmed it.
No, but he was measuring angles to the sun, not curvature of the surface. He assumed curvature of the surface.
He didn't. He took those measurements, and the only thing that could explain
Measurements of what? Measurements of what?
Measurements of the angles at different positions on Earth of the
So not the
sun.
curvature. So he wasn't measuring the surface of the ground.
Sure, he was. Do you understand?
No, you just said he was taking angles to the sun.
Correct, and you can use those angles to determine.
Well, then
the
that
shape.
would just be. Well, the angle. That would just be. Well, then you'd be measuring the ground flat because the angles have a flat baseline.
You can do this on a piece of paper. It's basic geometry. You can draw a circle.
Yeah, you know what an angle is,
draw
right?
a dot. Huh?
You know what an angle is, right?
Yes.
Yeah, it's got a horizontal baseline.
No, an angle is just two intersecting lines. It doesn't have to be horizontal.
Well,
is
two
relative.
straight lines. Two straight lines, let's say.
I don't think they even have to be straight. I think you start getting into like trigonometry.
Oh, you don't? You sure about that?
You can mathematically
You maybe need to look up. You maybe need to look up what an angle is then, because yeah, they have straight lines.
Corner.
An angle. It's two straight lines where they meet.
Sure.
Yeah. So Eratosthenes would have been measuring the Earth as flat if he's using a horizontal baseline, then drawing an elevation angle to the sun.
You don't need straight, horizontal are two different things. You're lumping that in.
No. And he took elevation angles to the sun.
He's using straight lines.
Yeah, exactly. So his baseline would be a straight line, wouldn't it?
Do you want me to show you a diagram?
No, I already know what angles are. I know what an elevation angle is. Yeah, I think you maybe need to look it up. Just Google it.
You don't
Elevation angle.
understand the geometry of how to determine the circumference of a circle.
Elevation angles. I know. Yeah. Elevation angles. Straight lines. You already agreed.
Straight lines does not mean flat or horizontal.
Well, if you're using a baseline as the surface of the Earth, then yeah, you'll be treating that as a straight line.
Baseline is not the surface of the Earth.
I thought he was drawing an elevation angle to the sun.
The baseline is from your eyes to your horizon.
More flat lines then. Some more flat lines.
Yeah.
Straight lines.
So that'd be a straight line to the horizon then.
Correct. Not a straight line along the ground because the ground is curved over the distances that you'll need to do to get a decent measurement. Unless you have.
No, you can't. No, I don't think so. Where are you getting your ground is curved from? I thought that's what you were trying to prove here. You're just assuming it.
No, it's the conclusion based on the evidence of the observation.
Well, he's not measuring. He's not measuring a curve. You just said he's measuring angles, which are straight lines.
Correct, but there's a missing part of that.
Yeah, the curve. Where's the curve?
There's two straight lines. The line to the sun and the line to the horizon. You take that angle measurement and you go to another place and you do the same measurement at the same time. Eratosthenes did it on the summer solstice. These days, we can do it really easily using a cell phone. You know what I mean? Just communicate and sync up watches kind of thing. You can do this today and get a much
Wasn't
more
he having a straight line between two locations?
No, he wasn't using any straight line between the two locations. That was the distance he was trying to figure out.
And he assumed that distance was, what, a linear distance? Or curved distance?
He didn't make an assumption at that point. He had a hypothesis that the Earth was round. That was his hypothesis. If the Earth is round, then when I do this test, I should get these results. If the Earth is flat, then when I do this test, I will not get these results. He did the test.
No.
Got the results that confirmed the Earth was round.
Nah. Who told you that?
Logic and reason. You can do this experiment yourself.
Well, the globe proponents and the universities would tell you otherwise. They'd tell you that what he did wouldn't distinguish between a flat Earth and a globe Earth. It would entirely depend on your assumptions, which you're confirming by saying he hypothesized a ball.
You're stating that? I just don't believe you. If you can show me that the majority, that scientific consensus is that Eratosthenes' experiment is not valid for determining the circumference of the Earth, then I'll believe
he made his assumptions, and you'd come to a very different conclusion if you had different assumptions. The Chinese did the same thing, assuming a flat Earth.
Then if they came to the conclusion after doing the experiment that the Earth was flat, then their math was wrong.
No, it depends on your assumption.
To get the same measurements on a flat Earth, the sun would have to be impossibly close to the Earth. And we know that it's not.
Let me post this for you. Okay.
You just claimed a distance to the sun? That's weird.
Well, hold on.
Yeah.
See in the text channel. See in the text channel I just posted paper. Could you read the abstract?
Hold up. There's been a lot of messages here.
It's 13 minutes past the hour.
Observation data and scientific verification.
Yep. So the abstract below it, and then there's a link to the paper. You want to read it out? Can you read it out?
I read it.
Well, yeah, but we've got an audience listening, so could you read it out for them?
This paper claims that over 2,000 years ago, Eratosthenes coupled logical thought with crude measurement to estimate the circumference of the Earth with what could be considered to be amazing accuracy. However, his observations would have led him to very different conclusions if he had used another set of presuppositions of the fact that finding data which are consistent with a particular hypothesis does not rule out the possibility of other viable hypotheses.
So what do you think that's saying?
That is saying that Eratosthenes' experiment alone is not enough to prove the curvature of the Earth.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So we're going to need some measurement of that curvature. Not the angles to the sun.
To understand that the Earth is curved, you can use plenty of other methods and tests and experiments other than Eratosthenes.
Can we use? Well, what other method? How can it be measured? Because that's what I asked you originally.
How can the curvature of the Earth be measured?
Yeah.
All right, hold up.
Anyway, how's everyone doing? Who else we got in the chat?
Yeah, you can show not only Eratosthenes' experiment, disappearing ships is a direct observation that can show you that it's...
Well, Eratosthenes, remember, didn't prove anything because he assumed it. So no, we don't need to go with that.
I just wanted to chip in quickly, Cyclone, because the definition of an elevation angle is the number of degrees between the horizontal and the vertical plane. So, if you have two straight lines, you can get an angle, but if your baseline is not horizontal, then it can't be considered to be an elevation angle.
Everyone has their own relative horizontal. What's horizontal to me, to someone a quarter of the way around the Earth, is their vertical.
Yeah. I just wanted to point out that for an elevation angle, a horizontal baseline is a necessity.
Correct.
And that's what you would have to prove, that thing you just said. You're still working on that, so don't jump the shark there.
What part?
That you've got all these relative horizontals all over a ball, which that's not even what horizontal means. You're actually...
Direction is relative. If I'm facing you and we both point left, we're pointing in opposite directions. Same principle.
Horizontal isn't relative, though. Horizontal is horizontal.
Horizontal is relative. We know this because of all the different ways we can...
What does that mean? What does that mean, horizontal is relative? It's perpendicular to vertical.
Perpendicular to gravity. And gravity pointing towards the center of the Earth. If you are in different parts of the Earth, the center of the Earth is a different direction.
You know, funny little globe definitions for things. You should be using a dictionary, not your globe imagination, because horizontal, perpendicular to vertical, geometrically. You're inserting gravity as like a little religious cope or something, but that's not in the
We
dictionaries.
can observe gravity. You can definitely observe gravity.
What's it look like? Yeah, what's it look like?
You
What color
can't-
is it? What color is
can't-
gravity?
Gravity's not an object; it's a force. You can observe its effect.
It's not a force.
Dude,
Okay,
come on.
So, sure, space-time curvature. It's not like a force acting in its
All
own.
right, okay. For space-time
you know
curvature,
what?
well, no, you don't observe that. So what are you talking about? You don't observe
the direction that gravity the direction that gravity pulls things towards, or that gravity is the cause of things moving towards, which would
right,
be
if
down.
gravity is the bending and warping of space-time, then no, you don't observe that. So you'll have to take that back.
Regardless of what you want to call it,
Right, okay, so you don't observe gravity, right?
you can observe gravity. You can observe its effects.
Well, not if you're saying that gravity is the bending and warping of space-time.
You can observe its effects. You can measure it.
Oh, okay, so what can we actually observe in realistic terms? What are you saying you observe?
We can observe the attraction of objects in space, orbits.
No.
Shape
What
of
are you
celestial
observing
bodies.
in reality? Tell me something that you've observed, and don't add your
telescope
assumptions of what's going on. Just tell me what you're seeing.
I've observed other planets before.
Okay, so you observed moving lights in the sky. Okay, what's this got to do with anything?
What do you mean moving lights in the sky? It's an object that you can see.
Well, a planet is you see a light in the sky that moves, right?
It's not just a light. You see the light bouncing off of the planet. If there was no planet, there would
You
be no
see it
light.
you see it as a source of light that's moving.
Where's that light
through the
coming
sky.
from? Are you saying that the
let's
planet
just
doesn't
establish
exist?
because you didn't understand what a moving light was a second ago. So are you confirming that you understand what that means now? You look up and you see lights in the sky moving. You aware?
You see
Does that
lit up
confuse you?
objects move. Yes.
All right. Well, whatever you want to call them, they would be lights to you.
Light is always
So-
moving. You can speak colloquially and say, like, yeah, the stars are little lights in the sky.
Yeah. So you see moving
Where's that
lights
light
in the
coming
sky.
Where's that
What's
light
that got
coming
to
from?
do? What's that got to do with your we observe gravity bending and warping space-time / trying to get a measurement of curvature, which we still don't have?
Gravity is just our description of the force that moves things through the cosmos, the force of attraction.
Well, you said it was the bending and warping of space-time.
Yes. It's the idea of space-time is our
Okay, the bending and
conceptualization.
warping of space-time is not a force of attraction. You're confusing Newtonian with Einsteinian.
No. You're confusing bending in space-time with bending a piece of paper.
So you think Einstein claimed that gravity was an attractive force?
I'm saying gravity. I don't give a shit what Einstein said. I'm saying
Well, yeah, you do, because you're claiming his gravity. You're claiming his theory of gravity.
You can use the
You
word
can't say,
attract.
I claim Einstein's gravity,
one way or another.
I don't care what Einstein said about gravity. That's contradictory.
One way or another, you can observe the movement of objects with math.
Right,
You know that
so
math.
you observing moving lights in the sky doesn't tell you that the Earth is a spinning ball, does it?
Where's the light coming from?
Who cares? Doesn't tell you the Earth's a spinning ball, does it?
It's not coming from a gas ball in a vacuum, that's for damn sure.
How do you know that?
Because I have a vacuum chamber and I've tested it, and gas balls don't exist in vacuums.
That's
Gas balls don't exist in small vacuums like that.
Which vacuum?
What size? What size do we need to get to? I'll make one.
I don't know if there's a size you can make on Earth.
Well, which one can you demonstrate?
We can demonstrate it by our observations.
Of what?
You can observe the gas in the sky. You can use a telescope.
Oh, no. That's the thing you're trying to prove. That would be begging the question. You need to prove that you can have a ball of gas in a vacuum to then claim those lights in the sky are a ball of gas in a vacuum. You need to prove that you can have that first.
Closer at those lights in the sky, you can
see the gas.
Oh, I've always wondered what gas looked like. Thanks.
You can't just claim that they're balls of gas in a vacuum when we can't demonstrate any balls of gas in a vacuum in reality.
Yeah, so I'm going to start making lights. I'm going to take my vacuum chamber with a clear lid. I'm going to put gas in there, and we're going to use that as a spotlight.
Have you ever used a telescope? You realize we can look closer at these balls.
I didn't see a ball of gas. I didn't see a ball of gas in a vacuum.
What did you see?
A little light in the sky.
A light.
Use a better telescope. I've been to an observatory before.
Well, and you can see that it's a ball of gas in a vacuum?
You can very clearly see Saturn and his rings and all that stuff in the sky. You can see that.
How do you know it's a ball of gas in a vacuum?
Ice doesn't exist in a vacuum either with sublimates. So, yeah, it's not rings of ice around Saturn either. So that debunked you.
Gas can exist in a vacuum.
Right, well, how do you know what you're looking at is a ball of gas in a vacuum without just assuming it? Contrary to natural law.
We can use different types of telescopes that see in different kinds of light to understand the density of these objects.
An observation of a little light amongst a black backdrop is not observing a ball of gas in a vacuum.
You're using more power.
Are you telling me that I can take a special telescope, point it at a cloud, and then it'll tell me what it's made of?
No, I said you have to use very specialized telescopes that see in different wavelengths of light. Infrared telescopes, X-ray telescopes, gamma ray telescopes.
And they see gas? Those see gases then?
Yes.
So if I get an infrared telescope and I point it at a cloud, it's going to say, this is made of water.
No, a single measurement alone is not
Whatever
enough to
you're
determine.
saying, yeah, I'm just going to go ahead and say whatever you're saying you're making up now.
I'm not making it up. You're asking valid questions. You're just misunderstanding the topic.
No, we fully understand that there is no ball of gas in a vacuum. That's contradictory to everything that's observed and detected.
You understand if you understand
natural law.
Work?
Yeah, you're just misunderstanding gas law.
You understand that if you put gas into a vacuum, it will fill the available space, right?
Right. Gas turns vacuums into non-vacuums.
Correct. That's how you start getting galaxies and stars and things like that.
So do you understand that gas fills a volume, and in a vacuum it would do the same?
Not necessarily.
Okay, can you show me putting gas into a vacuum chamber and it doesn't fill the available volume? It just, I don't know, does whatever you're claiming it does?
What I'm saying, that my evidence that that Saturn is a gas giant is that we are using different types of telescopes that see different types of light, and when we corroborate all of those different measurements together, and we understand the chemistry and physics of how light moves...
That's just vague, meaningless nonsense, dude. That's just vagary. You're saying nothing specific. You're just saying words. You're just saying words you think sound scientific.
Yeah, how do you know that gas isn't in front of the telescope?
There is gas in front of the telescope, unless it's in...
so it's not done in a vacuum, so you can't use that one. Got to rule that out. You can't have shit in front of it.
Yeah, if you've got millions of miles of gas between you and the thing, how do you know which gas isn't coming from the millions of miles that you're looking through versus coming from that point of light?
Because if there was that kind of stuff there, the math would reflect that.
Dude, see, this is just, you don't understand spectrometry or whatever it is you're talking about.
Believe it's
you're just vaguely talking about, you're just vaguely parroting things you think you've heard. Like,
no. Again, you can measure the way light moves, different wavelengths of light.
No, you can't, dude. You've got no experience of this. You don't know what the hell they're doing. You're not doing spectrography or whatever.
Do you have to know exactly how something is done, every single little detail, in order to be able to say?
Well, when you're making... This is currently the claim for your entire worldview and the very thing that's in question, then yeah, it's important that you actually understand what you're talking about.
Your claim is that the Earth is flat.
That's an experience, a direct observation, same as you. You're claiming it's something other than what every human being in history has experienced. and yet you've got no evidence so far.
I've given you plenty of evidence.
No, you've just given us copes about how observable nature doesn't occur in your hypothesis, like gas balls in a vacuum that doesn't exist. No, observably, gas doesn't form a ball in a vacuum. That's a fantasy story. Doesn't work, so we know it's not that.
How do you know it doesn't
There's
work?
no curve. Because we have vacuum chambers on Earth. We know what gas does.
Yeah, it goes in all directions. We just fill the whole vacuum.
Yeah, we simulate the environment that you are claiming exists, and the gas isn't ever doing what you claim it's doing. So you have a deficit.
No, what you have is a misunderstanding of gravity, pressure, and scale.
No. We have observable, testable reality. You have a deficit where you can't contradict natural law without just begging the question and pointing at it in the sky and saying, I know it's this because I vaguely heard someone say that they put a special telescope together and they were sniffing the gas.
Gas forms spherical shapes only when gravity dominates. Which
Show me gas. Show me gas forming into a sphere.
Yeah, let's go to a telescope and observatory, dog.
Okay, show me. Post it in the chat.
If I post you a picture taken by a telescope, are you just going to
No. This is gas forming into a ball, you said.
Forming.
Yeah, let's see it.
Yeah, I got you. Check this out.
This should be good. Do you know what forming means?
Bet he shows the space picture.
Yeah.
If you want to see a space, if you want to understand gas forming into a ball, yeah, it happens in space. It doesn't happen.
No, it doesn't.
And this is what you're going to show us.
It happens here.
And this is what you're going to show us. You're going to show us gas forming into a ball.
A vacuum on Earth is still affected by gravity.
Is this what you're going to show us? Gas forming into a ball?
Yes, I'm going to show you gas forming into a ball.
Oh, wow. What gas is it?
That's Hubble's Nebula.
Hubble's Nebula. You're going to show us an image of Hubble's Nebula forming into a ball.
I don't see it. I don't see.
Is this a video? Is it a GIF?
Say again?
Dude, I made that in Photoshop and posted it on the internet. I posted that on the internet. I made that in Photoshop.
Yeah, what's this? This is like a still image. Where's the gas forming into a ball?
You're not going to see
it. It's going away from a ball. Looks like it's going away from the ball. Yeah, it looks like it's not being a ball. Looks like it's trying not to be a ball to me.
Who took this picture? What is this? Is this a photograph or is this a composite image? What is this?
Nope, it's a photograph from the Hubble telescope.
This is a raw photograph.
So no editing.
What processing has this gone through?
Here's a picture.
Because you know this isn't a raw photograph. Well, hold on. Before you fly away from this one.
Not even paying
Come on, dude.
From Earth.
Dude.
There's a Crab Nebula for you. With 6 minutes of exposure time on the camera.
Not seeing any gas forming into a ball.
You don't see the gas there?
Not seeing a ball. I don't see a ball.
I see it being
I see
round.
some light.
I see a fuzz, like a blur.
Correct. That's what gas looks like at that distance.
I thought you said you were going to show us gas forming into a ball.
Yeah, you didn't show that, dude.
For a video of
none of your images are of a ball of gas.
Yeah. Show us something. Show us it forming. You know the ing part on the end. You know, it means it's happening, right? An occurrence, an event.
Well, you said
not something in the single article, man.
Well, you said you can show us. You said your whole argument is that gas will form into a ball, and I said, okay, show us that, and you said no problem, and you still haven't.
Are you asking for like a video of a planet forming, of a gas giant forming?
Well, I guess it would have to be some kind of video if you're saying you can show us gas forming into a ball, right?
Show me how to do it in a vacuum chamber, and I'll go make the video for you.
If you think it can be done in a vacuum chamber, you don't understand how physics work.
So where did you see it? Where did you see it then?
Fantasy physics.
So in the middle of space of hold on. In the middle of space of nothingness, gas decided, since it goes in all directions, to start just form into a ball all by itself. You said it requires gravity. If there's nothing there, what started it?
Gas forms a spherical shape only when gravity dominates, which only happens
Dominates what? There was nothing space. You showed us clear fuzz. You showed us a cloud.
Showed you a nebula, gas in space, in the process of forming into a ball.
Well, it's not gas forming into a ball, which is what you were claiming.
Nebula are where stars.
There's no ball. There's no ball in that image.
Because it's still forming.
And even if you showed a ball, you would have to.
Do you want to see the fully formed?
So now you're still forming, dude. Where is the forming? This is a still image.
Show us the process taking place.
Yeah, this is your claim, dude. This is what your whole worldview is now resting on.
Correct.
Okay.
And it's based
so
on
show us anything
from evidence such as how we determine.
Show us some demonstration of what you're claiming.
Can you show us a before and after from the nebula, the gas? In other words, here's where it was 2 inches in diameter. Now it looks about 6 inches in diameter.
Well, you're going to have to show some kind of process. Because you said you're claiming the process.
It's a lack of understanding of scale. There hasn't been enough time for us to observe that difference.
So how do they know that that's what's occurring then?
So how can you make that claim?
Like I said, we can use different kinds of telescopes that see things in different wavelengths of light.
No, you're
it doesn't matter what telescope you use. You've just said they're not able to observe this.
Well, that doesn't sound very scientific.
We're not able to observe it in motion, but we can see every step of the way happening in different places.
So you
that would be observing the process, you idiot.
Yeah, if you're not observing any of the steps or stages, you're claiming they're stages, but if you're not actually observing the process, you don't know that is what the stage is, what you're claiming it is.
We do know the process of how stars are born because we can observe different stars at different.
No, you just said it can't be observed.
You can't directly observe it happening in real time.
Right, so it's an imagined concept then.
No.
Yeah.
Again,
no one's observed it. No human being has observed this.
Say there's 5 stages.
Man, the arrogance it takes to say you know how a star forms. Go make one then, dummy.
Wait, quick question. How are you conceived? Question, how are you conceived?
I imagine sex.
Well, I'm not asking the person who is, as they call a globist or whatever. I'm asking the flat earthers. How are you conceived?
Gonna move on.
Dude, if you need a lesson on basic biology, just go on to Google.
Give it to me. How are you conceived?
You can just go on to Google, dude.
It's amazing you guys don't like answering questions.
It's amazing. What's amazing is that
you guys don't like answering questions.
What's amazing is that you're going to try and
like answering
you're
simple
going to try and compare. Dude, chill out, dude.
Simple question.
What's amazing is that you're going to try and conflate the observed, detected process that's been known for millennia. Dude, stop talking.
You could have answered it by now. No. Not until you answer my question.
Dude, stop talking.
Answer my question.
You gotta learn how to talk to these folks because they're
so what's amazing is that he's going to try and compare known human biology, where we know how humans are formed through the reproductive process, and he's going to claim that that's the same thing as claiming how a star is born, despite having none of this history, observed, experienced reality. So it's just a really dumb analogy, dude, and obviously
it's amazing you have to mute. You guys are fucking cowards. I love it.
Because you wouldn't shut the fuck up. You kept talking through me. When I said I'm talking, I'm talking. No, I'm going to keep talking through you, even though I'm asking you. So don't be retarded.